Um, he talks about the clockwork elves or the machine elves.
Interesting. I see them. I've seen. I don't know what I saw, man, but I was pretty somewhere. Everything just got like to be like blue, like and black, like to where I just saw the outlines of things. Like it was a computer game or something, maybe. And then I'm like, why is there like a weird spider just doing some stuff right over here? You know, like not like a big, it was a big spider, but it didn't quite look like a spider I'd seen before. Real strange. And I'm like, and then I said to myself, they're the librarians. And then I just walked away from that experience. I don't know
Wow.
what happens to me sometimes. I'm just
You
like,
said they're the librarians? Is that what you
that's what I
said?
thought. I just
Dude,
instantly reacted to it like that. Like
that's
they're keeping
exactly
track
what
of all these
Terrence would
things.
say. That's what I swear he's said that before already. Like he's already said that
Get out of
these
here.
are the librarian. I'm serious.
Get out of here.
No, I'm serious.
But I unprompted, yeah, just like in a trip state, I was just like, yeah, that's what's going on. I was accepting of it, you know, it didn't scare me. And I never questioned my sanity afterwards. I just like, I saw something I can't explain, you know. But I
So
also saw Optimus Prime walk out of a wall with angel wings and tell me something. This is just strange things. I'm not sure why any of it, but I'm so curious about like what is it about our consciousness that can do these things, or is that part of our consciousness? Like, yeah, I do wonder.
So this is the idea, right? Either A, these are archetypes of our subconscious, right? Our collective subconscious, or B, the artwork that has been passed down to us of elves and goblins and gnomes and dwarfs and all these things actually are rooted in truth, in that there's other realms with these archetypes in them, in that it's not that these are byproduct of our subconscious, but that these are ancient archetypes that you'll see pop up in artwork of, in ancient artwork. So like it's not that we created these from scratch and invented them, and then they're part of your subconscious. It's that these things actually have existed in these other realms that we just can't perceive.
Yeah,
And then they manifest.
like there's energetic beings that like populate where we are, but we cannot perceive them with our standard conscious like mode. Is that possible? I don't know.
You got the Acacia records or whatever you want to call it, the collective unconsciousness, and people can tap into this mythical library.
Right.
Like you can check in.
So I'm not a disbeliever in the Akasha record, you know. Because everything's moving around all the time, you know. Like the things above us circle us, you know, and that creates like this pattern of swirl, let's say, and that itself, I think, fluidically can be regressed, or like you can roll it back, like you can roll back a record, you know. Like we're always like the record's always going, so like we can't pull time back and physically do anything to stop the record from going. Like we can't adjust the turntable, right? But the speed's always going, and the stuff's consistent in that. We can backtrack because it's been imprinted. So I'm saying that there's some other structure that this sort of information is going to, some deeper structure that's retaining it. I just believe that, and there's no way for me to prove it, or I don't know if it's disprovable either. But yeah, some sort of etheric situation up there. That's part of who we are and part of what everything is. You know.
So, like, many different people, right, have seen these elves, bro. Like, it's like, why is everybody seeing elves and dragons and stuff? Like, what's going on here? Like, what the heck produces?
I've never seen either of those things, but I was thinking about dragons yesterday, and I pulled up some Chinese dragon shit, and I'm like, these look like kind of like long crocodile, like long alligators. Really, to be honest, like they don't look like dragons. Look like funky alligators. and they're all throughout that area too, like in the rivers, you know. And then they say that the dragons inhabit the river, you know. So like, I just feel like that is sort of a thing, maybe.
So, you know, Joe Rogan has
Hmm.
talked about actually his some of it. He's came out and talked about some of his experiences,
The
and
Joe Rogan experience.
he's come across these elves. You know, I've come across these elves. Terrence McKenna's come across these elves, bro. I don't have like a disposition to see elves. Like I could care less about elves. I don't care about elves. So why would I see elves, dude? Like I don't know, bro. But
I don't see elves. I've
I,
never seen an
I've
elf.
I've seen them. They they exist. They're like jesters. They mock you. They dance around you. They kind of move their hands around. They've even flipped their finger off at me too. Joe Rogan has a similar experience. Like they literally like what they dance around you, bro, and mock you, and stick their finger at you and do funny stuff. Like,
Hmm.
dude, I don't know, man. Like,
I don't either. That sounds totally interesting.
but I
I
I
haven't
think that they
experienced that.
exist, dude.
You know, I do something else too, like which is involves no drug. Well, I could smoke weed, but it's, you know. But when I play the sax, like I like go for it, man. Like I'm to where I'm like trying to push everything out of my lungs. I'm like, you know, my yeah, everything's constricted. It's like a workout, really. It's like an athletic thing for sure. Like, and so when I'm done, sometimes I'm completely tapped out because I'm like putting all this energy and emotion and all kinds just practice, just to do it, you know. And something will override any kind of sense of my aesthetics or what I'm playing at some point, and I'm just doing that thing. And I don't really know. It's like a trance or something like that, but I feel positive about it, and I feel like Coco Pelli about it. Like I feel like that's a spirit that inhabits my playing sometimes, you know, or that like sometimes I'm like, man, that's some John Coltrane shit I'm playing right here, but where is that coming from? I don't practice it, you know, or like something will happen where it spontaneously occurs, and I'm like, I don't even know how I did that, you know. It's beyond my like capacity to do some of these things that I'm able to do, and I love that. Like I'm like, man, I want to do that every time because like I start to get access to those things, but I'm not learning it through writing it out on sheet music. It's just I just feel that, you know, and I try to just talk to silence, you know, and I think sometimes it's like listening, and I just like that's so transcendental for me. It's better than any drug, you know. So I don't want to just make this solely about like psychedelia, but you know, there is something psychedelic about playing music that's there.
Yeah,
You
man.
know, like if you want, it's there.
What I don't understand is that he talks about like machine elves, like not just regular elves, but like there's like gears in the background, like in the construct of this universe. There's like once you can, cheat. You know how some games you can cheat and go through the wall, right? Or you can go through, like you can actually look inward at the dimension at the game from the outside of the game. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I got you.
So like sometimes psychedelics allow you to do that. It allows you to actually look through um the workings of the realm, like the behind the scene workings of the realm, and you can look inward and see like prospectively, like wow, like you can actually see the realm, bro, from the
Yeah.
outside. And
Hmm.
it's weird because like you can see, I don't it feels like you're not supposed to be there almost. Like it's not it's like you're out of bounds.
Hmm.
And then sometimes you can see like the workings, but there's a lot of geometric patterns and gears and weird stuff, like geometric gears that construct reality that you can't really see when you're sober. But for whatever reason, under the influence of psychedelics, you can actually see the geometric gears turning. And then in that realm, there's like
Years. That's so funny. That's now you just made me remember.
of
This is the
course.
first time I ever did really ever did mushrooms was, and I like sometime everybody had passed out, and I was just like looking up the ceiling, and I just saw these like wheels turning, like just like the Mayan calendar, basically a small wheel turning a bigger wheel.
Yeah,
I I don't know
dude,
why.
what if the ether? What if there's an ether, but the ether is actually made up of like geometry, dude, but you can't see it. But when
Oh.
you're in the psychedelics, you can see it's all over the place, bro. There's like an ether, but at the there's like this ethereal geometric patterns, geometric gears that are constantly cranking, turning.
Yeah.
It's everywhere, dude, literally. But you can't see it unless you got this veil that's taken down, you know. I don't know, man. It's weird.
Yeah, we just don't have the codec, like the video codecs, to see these things somehow with our eyes. No, I mean, like, it's weird, but but like that thing with the spider, that was like, that does sound, that is similar, kind of some other sub reality that's actually going on, like contemporaneously with ours, you know, that we
You
just
wouldn't
don't
be
see
able to
the side by
function.
side.
You wouldn't be able to
No.
function in this realm with all that stuff going on in your visual cortex. It would just be overwhelming. You can't do nothing. You wouldn't be able to do nothing.
Yeah.
You sensory overload.
Oh yeah, you could probably only handle it for a little bit. That's why, like, you don't. I mean, it's rare to hear people that like just will do psychedelics, like, for, you know, through their whole life. A lot of people just kind of hit it and quit, like James Brown, you know.
So I heard a guy who basically he turned to God, became obedient for years, sobered up, didn't do any drugs anymore. He did all kinds of drugs, not just psychedelics, but he was on dope and coke and everything, man. All kinds of pills. Anyways, long story short, this guy he sobered up, turned to Yah, was feeling the best in his entire life. But he was, he's been doing psychedelics since he was a teenager. And at this point he's in his mid 30s. And dude, he went back to do shrooms, like he like relapsed because his friend was like, "Hey, he had some chocolate covered shrooms, bro, like a bag of them." And he's kind of like pushed him to do them, and he did them. And then it wasn't like his previous trips. Like he's been doing psychedelics his whole life, never really had any bad trips. And this was like one of his worst trips he ever had. And it happened to have been one that he after his 2 years sober. And in this trip, he literally had like where he felt like he was gonna die. And just to keep the story short, I'm just gonna fast forward to the part where the entities are aware of him, and he knew he effed up. But at this point, it's like weird because once you go to Yah and you know who he is, and you go to psychedelics after, it's never the same. Because the entities that you encounter in those trips that were previously like benevolent are now malevolent. And like these same entities that used to like give you advice and help you out and give you knowledge and this and that, now they're like your enemies, and they try to like bring you down. And like it's weird, bro, because they made a claim because he was like he's seen a court scene, bro. Like he's seen that these same entities were bringing in a case against him to the Most High, bro. And they're like, but he's eating from our table, and he's doing this, and he's taking men from our kingdom into his kingdom, and like he's seen it all play out, bro. Now it could have been a product of his subconscious, bro, but he was seeing it all play out, and they were trying to like condemn him because he was eating from their table. And I was like, wait, how is mushrooms part of their food? Like, right? Is like they do have medicinal properties, bro. Like they do show positive health benefits. But maybe even with those positive health benefits, what if these fruits are fruits of the enemy? You know what I'm saying? That's all. Like there's so much more to that story, bro. I literally gave you 2 minutes of it. But there's like it's like a 15-minute scene, pretty in depth too.
Yeah, maybe. Why not?
I just couldn't believe that they said that. Like he's eating from our table, and he's taking people from our kingdom, the kingdom of darkness, to the kingdom of light. Which is it is scriptural, like the fact that these beings can present cases to God, and they do accuse us on earth, and they can see the things that we're doing, and
There's something about balance, like it's like you can't do too much good without like something happening, or yeah, is there like some kind of cosmic balance? Like you can't upset it too much. You can't do too much good or too much bad somehow. Maybe not. I don't know.
going back to the Tower of Babel to reroute this real quick, because I'll keep talking about psychedelics all day. Like I like psychedelics too.
No, I
talking
think
about
we
it.
should. We should totally not Bible today because we
No,
Bibled
no, no.
yesterday. And
Yeah. No, this is not. Yeah, I'm not
also,
gonna. This.
can I?
I'm not even
It's
gonna
all good.
Bible it.
I'm not trying to restrict you from talking about it. You talk about whatever you want.
You're
But
gonna
it's
like
just
this
funny.
though.
Like every time that there's like a prolonged like biblical discussion, it seems that there's like matching that there will be like a psychedelic discussion some other time later. It's really interesting. Like two
We can
sides
go
of the
back to
coin.
the
It's really cool.
psychedelics too.
Talk
I
whatever
just
you
want to
want.
read something about, because there's something interesting here. This is Mishnah, Jewish Mishnah. That was passed down. So this isn't scripture. This is not inspired. It's just, if anything, it's a historical account of the events that occurred at the Tower of Babel and after. And I'm connecting this to ancient India because there's some very interesting things here. So it says here, the iniquity and godless of Nimrod reached their climax in the building of the Tower of Babel. His counselors had proposed the plan of erecting such a tower. Nimrod had agreed to it, and it was executed in Shinar. Shinar is modern day Iraq, by a mob of 600,000 men. The enterprise was neither more nor less than rebellion against Elohim, and there were three sorts of rebels among the builders. The first party spoke, "Let us ascend into the heavens and wage warfare with him." The second party spoke, "Let us ascend into the heavens, set up our idols, and pay worship unto them there." And the third party spoke, "Let us ascend into the heavens and ruin them with our bows and spears." Many, many years were passed in building the tower. It reached so great in height that it took a year to mount to the top. A brick was therefore more precious in the sight of the builders than a human being. If a man fell down and met his death, none took notice of it. But if a brick dropped, they wept, because it would take a year to replace it. So intent were they upon accomplishing their purpose that they would not permit a woman to interrupt herself in her work of brick making, when the hour of travail came upon her. Molding bricks, she gave birth to her child, and tying it around her body in a sheet, she went on molding bricks. They never slackened in their work, and from their dizzy height they constantly shot arrows toward heaven, which returning were seen to be covered with blood. They were thus fortified in their delusion. So they became delusional, bro. Like Nimrod was a delusional guy. He was literally shooting arrows at heaven, thinking that from this tower that he could somehow shoot an arrow into the kingdom of Elohim, which is, we know it's not possible, bro. We've already
Yeah,
gone higher than that.
You want to talk about this Vajra? It's a
Yeah.
heavenly weapon, right? They're trying to hit something in the sky too.
So hear me, yeah, and we can get into that too, because I do believe that they were real. They're all over the place. It says, "We have slain all who are in heaven." Thereupon Elohim turned to the 70 angels who encompass his throne, and he spoke, "Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another in speech." Thus it happened. Thenceforth none knew what the other spoke. One would ask for the mortar, and the other handed him a brick. In a rage he would throw the brick at his partner and kill him. Many perished in this manner, and the rest were punished according to the nature of their rebellious conduct. Those who had spoken, "Let us ascend into the heavens, set up our idols, and pay worship unto them there," God transformed into apes and phantoms. Those who had proposed to assault the heavens with their arms, Elohim set against each other, so they fell in the combat. And those who had resolved to carry on combat with Elohim in heaven were scattered broadcast over the earth. As for the unfinished tower, a part sank into the earth, and another part was consumed by fire. Only 1/3 of it remained standing. The place of the tower has never lost its peculiar quality. Whoever passes it forgets all that he knows, or all that happened. Anyways, the part that I wanted to highlight is the part that there were some of these men that were turned to apes, and there's another one in here somewhere. Talks about elephants, dude. Like, so you know about the gods of India, right?
Some of them. Like, I don't think I know all of them.
Let me see if I can find some.
It seems like there's different sects of it. Almost from the beginning somehow.
Yeah, I posted a couple.
But I think they're all somewhat like spirit agents of the Blue Lotus situation. That they see all these different forces of light and darkness, from Krishna to Kali, right? They understand it's all Brahma. They understand all the stars basically compose Brahma. He himself is, it's weird. I wonder if he's like a triplicate god, because you usually will see him with three faces, but there's a fourth face in the back, which would very much like resonate with like Angkor Wat. Angkor Wat's sort of four-faced statue head, which is like what cardinal direction. So that's pretty interesting, man. Like I don't know all about it, and I think it's like there's definitely different eras of it for sure.
In the scriptures, it talks about when the serpent was kicked out of the garden, the serpent in the garden, who was actually, if you study the literature, he wasn't a snake initially. He was actually a seraphim. So he was a creature that existed in the garden amongst Adam and Eve, and was righteous, and ended up becoming corrupted through it's a long story, but he was kicked out, and where he was kicked out, he ended up in India.
But like, also, man, like it seems like to me that all of these ideas of gods are themselves some type of snake. From all the L stuff, you know what I mean? That the form that they would see is like more like a filament or something like a serpent. So I don't know if like in some weird way, like that whole biblical Adam and Eve thing could be like almost turned upside down if you perceived it in a different way. And I would say the same for, you could turn upside down the idea of the rebel angel, and then he becomes a hero because he saves mankind, because he
Oh yeah, that's gnosis.
basically petitions the compassion of Zeus or whatever creator god you want to look at in this way. Like there are rebel angels, like in the Christian domain, right? Satan's a rebel angel, bad guy. Don't question God. In these other pantheons, that's a good thing, because that's what like lets God know that somebody's worth anything is because his own blood like fights for them. Says these humans are not so bad. Let's help them out, man. You're just smiting them with floods and lightning and shit. That's the story of the compassion that can grow from this unfeeling world. And so in a way, Prometheus is this like facilitator of the harmony of heaven and earth in some way. But that's what most of these things are, to some degree, like an understanding of that. And if it's all coming through some sort of psychedelic spiritual communication that's developed over time and things like that, then maybe there's a reason all these different religions have their common threads. So that's why I kind of try to study everything. I try to believe in nothing, I guess. Just try to understand.
Yeah, so basically, I had to choose a side, right? And I use it as my foundation to compare and contrast with these other religions to see if they resonate or contradict each other. And so I use the Torah in the scriptures as my foundation, and then I study all religions. I study all ancient cultures and try to compare and contrast, but from the lens of a ancient Hebrew. That's how I do it. But I'm biased. You know what I'm saying? That's my bias. But like I'm looking at these elephants, these elephant gods and these ape gods that from the Indians. It's like wow, like
Yeah,
are these the
but like
men that existed at the Tower of Babel that were basically deified by generations later on? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
Because these men, you gotta
I
understand that
what
these.
what I think is that like the reasoning for anthropomorphization, animalia gods or whatever, is to say that they play a role with our life as humans, and that they are like us because they are part of our web of life. So that does that make sense? Like they would have been using elephants to move shit, right? Like the elephant god is important because he's the most powerful thing that you could be like getting
I
the
see what you're
assistance of,
saying,
right?
but like I actually like know that these things exist, whether they existed in this realm or in another realm, they exist, bro. Like either they're archetypes of people's subconscious that manifest in these other realms, right? And they don't actually exist at all. They're just a product of your subconscious, or they have their own consciousness, their own remote point of reference and actual consciousness, right? And they can manifest and communicate with you. Like they're not just like some fictional movie hero. You know what I'm saying? Like they literally exist. I believe they really exist. Like but either they're fictional subconscious manifestations or they're actually like exist in these other realms. You know what I'm saying? Like it's one or the other. I'm not sure. I tend to lean on, and not every single character that you see in the mythos. Some of them obviously were fictional, but
But the snakes never get anthropomorphized, right? They're just always snakes.
like the elves, bro. Like we just talked about the elves. Like are the elves legit or not? You know what I'm saying? It's hard to tell, bro. Like
I don't know, but I've never seen what you said you saw. I just seen what I seen. If we saw the same thing together, it'd be difficult for me to deny it. But I don't know. Does that happen too? Like people just see the same thing, they're both hallucinating. Does that happen?
absolutely, absolutely. There's all kinds of trip reports where people having shared hallucinations. That's what they call it, hallucinations. But shared hallucinations gets real freaky, bro.
Well, our
Yeah.
conscious mind is hallucinating all the time to have sensory like integrity to what we see. Like we have to recompute a lot of these things so that they so that they work, and so that we can have rationality. But it's in a way like, yeah, like we're hallucinating our reality is uh, a sensory manifestation to some degree. Hallucinations like unbounded though, like that could go anywhere. It's a trip or something. That's a
And
different situation. I just mean like,
they're
it's a
finding
phenomenal.
skulls, bro, that like they can't explain. Like you ever heard of the lion men of Moab? The lion men of Moab. In the scriptures, there was these men that had the heads of lions, dude. And it doesn't seem like it was like, like they actually roamed on the earth, like they were real. Like, and they've found skulls corroborating that account. Like they were like these men with heads that were like lion shaped.
I definitely have seen people that are like uh, have leonine sort of, if you will, facial feature or something, but not actual, like not like a real lion. Um, you know, it's just I guess a totally subtopic, but like when we eat things, like are they changing us? Like Like we pretty much like when you go to, you're not eating all the weird parts of the chickens, right? Or I don't know what kind of animals you eat. You know,
Peep
there's
this.
only certain parts that we do eat, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Peep the skull I
Like
posted.
like I'm just saying, you're not trying to, like, in some parts of the world, like camel testicles are like a delicacy, right?
Yeah, in
In
India.
some part of the world.
No, I'm just
In some
joking.
part of the world there. But there's other parts of, right, but there's other places where they're like, yo, eat the testicles for sure, you know? That's the good stuff. But like they might save that for like the biggest guy in the village, be like, you eat the testicles, and be like, oh fuck. Y'all are too much. You know? You think that like your little village, you got the biggest guy there, you give him like a big meal or something like that. Well, I don't know. I'm just saying if this is a recurring thing, and you see it in all like the carvings and shit, like there's like always a big guy, and there's like a bunch of people feeding that guy. Is that weird? In India, I've seen that a lot. Um, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's just purely symbolic, you know, like that we all feed the greater God here is larger than us. You know, it might be that it's saying that. But I just wonder how people get such long legs, and camels got long legs, giraffe got long legs. Like, I don't know. Like, can we change our morphology somewhat depending on like our diets? You know what I mean? If we're eating organ meats, like, will those not like adjust us over a period of time? You know, but that's a whole different thing. Nobody would want to talk about that course of quote evolution or whatever. You know, but that's just adaptation to a diet. But if your diet is possibly mutating you, then it's interesting to think about how that works. Like why there are people with such different form, you know. And I'm not even talking about lion-headed people, but let's say you ate lion balls, you know, for 10 generations, right? Maybe your kids starting looking like lions a little bit. Fuck it, I know. Crazy talk. I'm sorry. I'll stop my crazy talk now.
I mean, it's good to hypothesize. There's nothing wrong with that and theorize. But yeah, I'm not. I mean, I think that our genetic code is like a blueprint, and I don't think food will affect that blueprint. I think there's things in food that can manipulate the expression of that blueprint, but not to the extent where it's going to completely change you into, a lion head or like
Yeah,
a
that doesn't make any
raccoon.
sense, right? That would be like something like a hybridization or something, some kind of chimeric activity. But that's not what I mean. Like you know,
It's all good, bro. No, I'm not judging you. It's all good. You don't sound crazy.
it does sound crazy, and it is crazy. We just don't have like the ability to check it out. That's all. That's why it remains something that I can't like rule out particularly, because I can't experiment with 10 generations of people and feed them, weird things. It doesn't mean I'm not leaning on it, but it's something I hold like to, I don't know, speculation. Because animals populate different places, and then and then we kind of like appear to be some kind of way after a period of time, depending on where we are. It might just be the kind of the organism that we are is like that, that we can adapt that way, or maybe that's how all things are. But I still can't explain platypus, so what the fuck do I know?
So, the Vajra. We were talking about the Vajra.
We
Can't
were talking
forget
about
that.
the Vajra.
So
Yeah.
here I got some images of some.
And the Vajra, I've seen like in Greek pottery, goes all the way to India. So how do that work?
Yeah, dude. Elon Musk in one of his Twitter images, he posted something, and he had a Vajra, bro, on his desk next to his bed.
It's his nightstand, yeah.
So he was like, he definitely knows about that stuff, and he wouldn't just put that in there for no reason. Like, obviously, he's interested in that
He
stuff. I don't know
he
how much
must
he
know
knows.
all types of shit about the occult. And do you know what? Like, if he wanted to know anything about it, I'm sure he'd like be able to find it out. Talk to somebody. Probably people begging to talk to him. Oh, what a wacky world.
Also, let me show you something about this. Like, serpent-headed beast thing, right? That shows up in India, Mexico, and Siberia, Russia. You have the same depiction. So obviously either, and these things are dated to like really, really old, bro. Like the one on the right, bro. You're talking about ancient man.
No. You're looking at the oldest shit. Is what you're looking at. That 7-headed giant thing.
Yeah.
That's the oldest shit
Like
that
what the
I can
hell is
think.
that, dude? What can you
It's
like a unified
it's.
culture that all seeing the same thing? What
I'll
could
tell
it
you
be?
why. I'll explain it to you.
Sure.
It's the planets or the heads. They look at it like it's a giant creature, and other mythologies will say about like Tiamat. It's Tiamat basically, or a Hydra, right? Right. There's all these
Ooh,
different things,
the
but
Hydra.
it's what it is like those heads are it's destroyed later. Like the heads are cut off, and that's why they're always circling around us, looking for their body. That's what their culture, I think, is telling us.
All right. I like that. That's a good explanation.
Thanks.
Yeah,
man.
man. That makes a lot of sense. I think that's like for sure the occult before the Tower of Babel. That's what they worship. And they took that same idea all across the world.
Yeah, because if you're able to understand it, you can move all around, spread your seed where you like, bring a little satchel around, and then nobody knows why there's a little handbag and a whole bunch of fucking things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Right. Spread your seed. And build a giant stone pyramid in some fucking place that is in the middle of the jungle for no fucking particular reason. And then make the steps in such a proportion that they reflect like the circumference of the equator or whatever, the equator in feet. They just accidentally did that shit. You know what I mean? Like, we're gonna pick a random ass place in the middle of a jungle. Just put this many steps on there.
Yeah, dude, I watched that video that you sent to me. That was insane about the pyramids and everything. I haven't got to the part 2 yet, though.
Oh, you're watching? Yeah, Secrets in Plain Sight, Volume 1. It's about an hour and a half, right? Or
Yeah.
Yeah, the second one is like many times you'll hit the pause button, just be like, "What?" It's very fast paced.
Nice. Yeah, I look forward to it. It's good. It's good information, man. Thank you.
Oh man, yeah, no problem. Yeah, my experience, like in this type of community, like we all help each other. Sometimes, even if we're spreading information that we don't agree with, or if somebody else has information, sometimes it leads you to something.
Bro, I appreciate it. I've learned so much from you guys. I really do appreciate it.
You see the last image I posted? Looks like a little Yoda character.
Gnome people.
This image actually goes back to like way
Is this some
before
John
Star
D
Wars.
shit?
Basically, I'm trying to find the source because I remember reading about it, and yeah, this predates Star Wars, and it has like a legit Yoda in there. And now it's not identical to the Yoda, but I'm just trying to show you the alchemical sorcery things that are going on here. So like you have all this stuff going on, right? But what really catalyzes this is the psychedelics. So when you do the psychedelic along with all of this is how you, if you really want to manifest one of these entities and you really want to have a direct communication with an extraterrestrial, right? This is how you do it. And you do a psychedelic and then boom, the thing will manifest in there, and you can literally have a direct communication with it.
It's like a Solomonian magic.
Not even. It's like that's what the Egyptians did. That's what the Indians did. That's what they all did. The lotus flower. That's how they communicated with these entities. That's how they gained all this knowledge. You know, it's not just Solomon, but
well, I mean, the seals are the 72.
oh yeah.
Those are those the.
Sigils.
I think yeah, but they're to represent entities, right? They're like basically their phone number.
So the Solomon's lesser keys, or what's it called? The lesser keys of Solomon. They talk about the different sigils for different entities, different fallen angels. Like each one of them, it's like calling upon a certain angel or a certain entity, and you got to draw his sigil. They all have their own sigils.
Right, so you probably put that on the floor, have a dance party, maybe light some candles, have some topless women around, light some incense. We're about to draw some fucking entities. What do you think?
You gotta have the ladies ready for the entity when he shows up.
Gonna have a good old time here, man.
No, like
maybe we'll have some
literally, bro.
spirits. We'll get some gin or some rum, fucking something. We use gin to make the gin.
That's crazy, dude.
I just watched this thing last night from Vice. It's about I guess it's a little bit, yeah, it's like voodoo in Brooklyn. This it's like voodoo queen. But she trances, and she just like will like for a whole night she'll just like pull like 5 different entities in her body, run it through, do all kinds of whack shit, drink a bottle of rum, spit at people. It's like crazy, but it's that trance, and she's like, I don't know what happened. I don't know, but that goes. That's not. I don't think that's bullshit though. I don't know. I think that trance thing is real.
Yeah, you just have me thinking about like, imagine if like religion and like guru whatever was like always just a ploy to like seduce a woman. So like that's why like religion has caused so much conflict, because it's like sprung out of this base desire just to like control women, and then women ran with the lie. You know what I mean? Like it was true. You know, like started pretending they were infected by spirits and shit. And like that was the initial hustle to get them naked. Seduce them like into a frenzied state, and then like now it's just all of a sudden you've got a dancer that thinks she's bringing in entities.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's like, man, I must have been crazy orgies happened all over in the past. You know what I mean? That's probably what's just going on, right?
Well,
Yeah,
no, what was
definitely.
fucking happening, I think, was, you had one dude in control with 50 wives. So he was having an orgy. You know what I mean? Not everybody else. You know what I mean? Like,
You gotta have the money, bro. You gotta have power, money, wealth, all of that, bro. And you can,
Well, that's what I'm saying. It was like,
you can have your way
like a
with the
hustle.
women.
Well, to be the salt, you to have a harem, but like in India, right? They got all the Kama Sutra shit. You know what I mean? They're taking Blue Lotus. Blue Lotus is like an aphrodisiac. You know what I mean? These people are definitely fucking.
Ritual sex magic, dude, is a thing, dude.
Enlightenment, bro. That's what they were chasing, sexual enlightenment. But that's why that. Where's Dawn? He's gonna pick up now. Talking about sex magic.
Oh,
Are you talking about sex magic? I love that shit. I'll do sex all the time. Sorry. That's the best Dawn impression I got right now. Sorry, it was substandard. It's like a bronze.
No,
you gotta sacrifice a virgin.
Good morning, gentlemen. What would you like to know?
Yeah, you're missing the locality, Snacks. He's got a certain kind of a English accent. He's got a certain kind, you know what I mean? Like how England varies every fucking little place. Dawn,
yeah, I don't know where Dawn is, but
right,
yeah,
right. That's what
I tried.
The only fault in your impression, the dialect.
I made my circle, guys, so don't worry, it's all safe.
I do
Oh yeah,
sex
that's
a lot. I
Transylvania.
like that. That was good. I do sex a lot.
You do sex, bro? Yeah.
That's silly.
Isa, have you ever visualized the main hook of your next song while you did sex?
You know, funnily enough, not really, but like I guess in a stairway wit, me and a friend of mine were like, dude, music is so dumb, right? That like you got to come up with because we were gonna make a tune. It's just called "I Fuck Real Good," and that's just it. I fuck real good. Boom, boom. That's fucking just the whole song right there.
That's 1 million views.
We're easy, like you know what I mean, like with like a stupid fat fucking bass line and a drum beat, and you know, I fuck real good. That was a song.
It's alpha shit.
That was about the only closest I could think about. You know, I don't think you're
Wait, what do you think
like,
about
cause you know,
the
you look at it.
beats?
Hold on, real quick. Look
Oh,
at it
yeah.
like this. In music, like you're searching for this appreciation, or you know what I mean, or like understanding from the other party. Like in the middle of sex, you're actually doing what you're after. You know what I mean? Like you could be content in that. Like you know what I mean? There's almost no. If you're off thinking about something while you're having sex, and you're not really having sex. You know what I mean? Like in that way, like your mind is off somewhere else. You know, maybe
But,
she's ugly. Maybe you got to think about something else. I don't know. You know.
I think, yeah, that's it.
yeah.
Your mind can go places in the moment, and your body reacts. And maybe DMT gets released. Trying to tie it back into what you were talking about earlier.
My music professor said most pop songs are about sex, even the ones that don't sound like they are, because it's about rhythm, about tempo, and rhythm. And
Dude, dude, think about like, lollipop, lollipop. Like fucking that shit's sexual. You know, all of it's fucking like
Wet ass pussy.
well,
My
we're
Little
like,
Buttercup.
yeah.
I
It almost sounds like it's something's trickling out. Oh, it's terrible. What a
heard a
dirty song that
classic.
is.
It was one of the classics, and my missus said the words to this are a bit weird. And I listened. He was saying, "Oh, go away, young girl. You're too young for me." Singing a love song about how
Young girl, get
his
out of my
latest
mind.
desire was too young.
My love for you is way out of line.
Yeah, all of that stuff.
You better run away from me because you're much too young. And right,
Do you know that one?
I think
She
it was
was
like,
she was
yeah,
just 17. She was just 17, if you know
you know what I mean.
what I mean. Like
But
what?
the way she looked, way beyond 17. Chantilly lace, and a pretty face, and a ponytail hanging down, a wiggle and a walk, and a giggle and a talk makes the world go round, round, round. Ha! All right, that's it. But anyway, how about that? Like, music is inherently of possibly sexual quality.
Well, I mean, that's ancient though, man. Look at birds. You know, birds do it. It's like that's what it is.
Birds do it, bees do it. All right.
All right, the birds have a song, right? The bees have a sting. Ooh.
And yeah, anything else like if you took it like church musics, right? There's no drum beat. Just like right. That's what it is. Just play. It's plagal harmony, whatever. It's plagal chant, chant
Not
music.
even, not even an 8
You know what's cool? You just made me think of real quick, and I'll just say this real quick, is that the idea being that, like, if you think of wind, like, wind is light and reminiscent of the spirit. So it's like that, ooh, you know what I mean? That choral
Yeah,
kind of
true.
sound.
Right, but as
And,
soon as like like if you
and
watch
then you
Tropic
add but
Thunder,
check it, you add the drum, and all of a sudden it's African and
it's
primal, and everyone wants to
right.
fuck it.
It's like it's all like softcore porn.
It's like white people. It's like what do you call it? Hilarious. Good shit. I can't add to it. It's like white people. You know what I mean? Porn. That's funny.
Reminds me of that scene in Tropic Thunder, which I don't know if you've seen that, but but yeah, like you can turn anything to anything. There's an alchemy about sound, right? We can do lots of shit to it, right? Turn something real serious. You know what I mean? Just like you can make something really like a feeling real like a war song or something like that, or you could have it be a dance song.
What's the theory behind removing drums totally, Sax? What do you reckon?
Say again?
What is the theory behind removing drums totally from the choir and the church music?
Because it's below the waist shit. That's what it is.
Right.
Strictly because rhythm denotes movement. It denotes like the walk, particularly. So everything waist down can be sexualized. Everything from the waist up, musically anyway. You know, in this case,
Agree, yeah.
Hand claps, singing, stuff like that. Anytime you bring in like this rhythm in the feet, I guess you're sort of getting something else out of it.
Too sexy. Put a sheet on her head. Get her out of the classroom. It was just a Christmas song. Oh my God, she was nearly poisoned in the mind. Yeah, I agree. Fascinating.
But and like a weaponized music into sexy songs like Britney Spears songs or something like that. Just push a whole population agenda. A whole bunch of babies pop out. Oh, baby, you know, because that's what it is. Like that's.
Oops, I did it again. I'm toxic.
Yeah. I got pregnant again. No, I'm just joking. It's beautiful. I'm glad that people can get pregnant.
Oops, I was.
I just think it's funny that there's like a cheerleader for it. That's what I find funny. That they have to mind control the cheerleader from Disney to make the population wave happen. Baby boom. Right? Don't they do this, right?
I share a picture of Mel just so you guys can see he's still alive.
Then you just turn on the population faucet, fill up the, you know what I mean, and squeeze that shit down when you got enough. Change shit up.
See, but I think that's reverse psychology, though.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? In the sense of like, because if you think of it, it's like they want to be like, "Oops, I had an abortion again." You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you're not gonna stop this single powerhouse.
Oh wow.
You know, it's like it's like the whole divide and rule. They've got them all like, "I'm an independent, sexy lady. I don't need no man." You know what I mean? And like that's their
Right.
whole like that's
Right,
the only power that women really have is that sexual power, right?
It's the push. It's the same push from Madonna. She's the same energy moving through, but I don't think that's spiritually happening like in some kind of crazy ass way. You know, like that it works out like that. I think it's somebody's activity. They're like, yo, let's do this.
Well, yeah, if you think about it too, it's kind of funny how, like, like we, like even like myself, just saying how, like, oh, well, women's only power is the sexual, whatever. But it's like the strongest power on earth.
Yes, you get to select the
You
gene.
know what I mean, right?
Well,
It's the
it begins
strongest
as
power.
that sexual power, but then it becomes the mother power, and the mother power is the greatest.
Yes.
So there's a transformation.
I don't mean to take this down into the gutter. Maybe the McDonald's M are the cheeks. The burger is the naughty bit.
Grand Tetons. But it's also big M, and M,
Done.
you know.
Yeah.
When's the last
That's
time you were
three.
in some cheeks?
What?
When's the last time you were in some cheeks?
Oh, I think 2 weeks ago since I last saw my girlfriend.
I
It
just
could
messing
be,
around. I just
could be the bosom. The
Talking about
McDonald's M could
McDonald's,
be the
bro.
bosom of the goddess.
He's talking about a fucking mixed fucking breakfast sandwich, bro.
Well, I researched it and I came up with In-N-Out Burger is used as a special term for hot models. So that's the sex reference, the burger.
when you haven't had sex in a while, you look at everything and you see sex in everything, dude.
No, that's actually how things are created through conception and unity.
I'm just speaking from my perspective, dude.
Have you done the no fap thing?
Huh?
Have you tried no fap?
What do you mean, like eating no fat?
No, where you don't masturbate for a certain amount of time to keep your spirit in and stay strong.
Oh, yeah. I've heard about that. I don't know how legit it is. I don't really see any
There's
noticeable
something to it.
differences. But I definitely avoid masturbation at all costs. But I still slip up, bro. I'm only human. You know what I'm saying? The urges do build up, and sometimes they're uncontrollable. But it's weird. It's weird because I can go even. It's like a storm, right? Those urges come, but you can weather the storm if you just hold out, and then they go away. It just goes away. Like you're good. You don't, But you need to weather the storm. A lot of people, they give into their urges too easily.
Do you think it's satanic if you masturbate too often then?
Yeah, absolutely, bro.
Like,
Why?
but we
Give it
were
to
talking
the
about like
flesh.
the Blue Lotus, the aphrodisiacs, crazy sex. Like, you start taking certain kind of molecules in your body, you're gonna start to have a much higher desire.
Yeah, can happen. Why would it be bad to masturbate just for 5 minutes to release some tension? Why is that satanic?
I mean, do you really want to get down? You want to go down this road of philosophical? Because it's philosophical.
Hey,
I can't think of
is it
anything else.
Not empirical.
better to fire off, into a napkin, or better to fire off bullets? You know what I mean? I think we got a choice here.
Well, if you
Okay,
can't
so
weather the storm, maybe you should let the storm come on a cycle period.
it's like a vicious cycle because what happens is even chemically they have shown that there's like a chemical loop that occurs. What do they call that in sound? Reverb, right? Feedback. There's a chemical feedback where your body releases, because when you naturally have sex, right, you release oxytocin and all these endorphins, these feel good hormones, and they make you attracted to that other person or physically connected to the other person. But when you masturbate, it's you falling in love with yourself.
Yeah.
And it actually gets worse because it's a loop that actually happens in real life, like in real time, chemically.
I agree with it. It's an ego trip. Almost,
it's an ego trip, bro. And you literally, you can fall into that. You can go deep into that, bro. Like that's what happens with people that end up they completely succumb to the flesh and they literally let the flesh pull them around. The flesh shoots.
And other worse things.
And any little glimpse of cleavage or anything just flares them off, and then they go, I'll be right back, and they go to the bathroom to just whack one off, and they literally have no guilt about it whatsoever.
I think there's an opposite extreme to that with pious men in Abrahamic religions holding themselves back, and that means they can't relax because they're always thinking, "Oh no, I can't look for too long because I'll get hard on in the street or something." So they put themselves under pressure, and then they can't relax.
I've noticed myself, bro, that the scriptures talk about the eyes are the windows to the soul, right? And your ears too. It's not just your eyes, but your ears, and you have to be careful what you allow into your vision because it goes into your being. And if you constantly consuming like grotesque stuff, murders, death, all this stuff, it does affect your subconscious and your psyche. And then if you're constantly looking at porn and erotic images all the time, there is a desensitization that occurs, but at the same time, that stuff will make you more prone to become a sex addict. You know what I mean? Like it's just natural, bro. Like if you look at porn, you're gonna beat off. If you don't look at it, you won't have the urges as much.
That's why I only use old Sears catalogs now. No nudity, Just 1970s Sears catalog.
Like I've noticed, bro. Like if I just go on Snapchat, right, just surf Snapchat, there's so much erotic imagery on there, bro, that even if I'm trying to be just, with good intentions, I can't stop. Like it's everywhere, bro. And then so in order for me to not be given over to temptation, I have to not go on Snapchat. And then I'm cool, bro. I don't have these urges as much. Now, as soon as I start going on Snapchat, these urges start coming back. They start creeping up more frequently, where normally they wouldn't have. And it's very simple logic, If you don't want to be aroused, then don't look at tits. You know what I'm saying? But the women that walk by, like, there's nothing wrong with admiring the beauty of a woman, wholesomely, and you can be attracted to her curves, her breasts, her assets. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. The scriptures are clear. What it becomes a problem.
I have seen some changes to fashion. Okay, all right. I've been around for a while. All right, see how people dress, and now it's fucked up. What I think. What do you think?
I mean, that's morally subjective. Some people would say.
Some women dressed like crazy sauce, dude.
I would say that I agree with you. I think that
Yeah,
they should
you
be
know why
modest.
though? They only do that because they live in a safe society, bro. That's the only reason.
Right.
Anytime,
And
in one sense, that's a blessing. The problem is that they abuse that, and it's unfortunate. But at the same time, like, it's a blessing that you live in a safe enough society to where you could feel comfortable. Like, women literally walk around in their bathing suits. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, and the problem I think is that that's a disrespect to dudes, but we've just let it slide, and not even let it slide, but promoted it like to the basest way. You know what I mean? But it's only because we live in a safe society. Like, you catch some real hot looking chick up in Harlem. She don't look like she's dressed up for a Friday night. You know what I mean? Like, out up and walking the streets on a Thursday night, or on a Monday night on fucking 125th Street. They're not walking. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. Or like, maybe they are, but it's only because they're in a safe place, which is a good thing. But at the same time,
Men aren't allowed to hit their women anymore. You know what I'm saying? So like, no, I'm just joking.
well, I mean, like, and rightfully so, they shouldn't be allowed to. You know what I mean? But
I'm just joking.
right. But I get you. But like at the same time, it's only because they live in a safe. Because you go to some, like, I mean, that's the whole reason men told their women to cover up, is because of the savages out in the world, and they knew already to cover up. You know what I mean? And then it became about, like, when you start living in a safe society, that's when it becomes this moral dilemma of, you're going to tell me how I want. You know what I mean? Like, that conversation only comes up because you're in a safe place. Thank God. You know what I mean? But then to go and like flaunt it and use it to destroy families, that's the problem.
They call it the Jezebel spirit, where women become rebellious in the culture. They rebel against men and masculinity, and they start demasculating the men. They take away the power from the men, and it's redirected to the woman. Every time the society does that, it's not long after the society collapses, bro. Like,
well, yeah, that's why, like, even like, think of it, like, it gets back to the whole notion of like how the atheists, for instance, is the super soldier of big government. You know what I mean? And how, like, what they've done is they've just cultivated their masses to accept this bullshit. Do you know what I mean? And then insofar as how much you bend to it is insofar, like, I mean, like, the fact that, like, think of it like this, dude. It started out with Queer Eye for the Straight Guy on fucking TV. And, people wanting to be metrosexual, to fucking now I'm gender fluid and fucking, like, what the fuck, dude? We went from, like, you should trim your beard to, like, women have beards.
Well, it's a slippery slope when it's a lot of fluid going on here. And that's just my intro. We were talking about the Vajra, right? Which does sound like Vaj. but it's masculine looking, right? But then the bell is also what accompanies it. So like the bell and the Vajra, it's like these masculine, feminine principles. And then I was thinking about obelisks, which look like big dicks. But then I was thinking about a bell, which has a handle. And then I'm like thinking, are they basically trying to make the earth ring by putting a handle on it? Thoughts? Crazy sauce? What? Where am I at?
No, I mean,
Yeah, does this all lead to Dick Earth or what? Are we gonna hear about that?
It might, but
Yeah,
you know
dude,
what?
it might, and I think it should. I think Dick Earth should be.
I
You know what, man? Look, after
know,
religion,
I'm ahead of my
listen to me,
time.
listen to me. Hold on.
It's all good.
After scriptural conversations, after what do we go to next? Psychedelic conversations.
Drugs.
It's got to lead to Dick Earth. You know what I mean? Like you've got to cap it off.
Gotta mix
It does. Other people talk about it. I try not to bring it up, because it's like let sleeping dogs lie, I guess, sometimes.
Well, it shows up in the strangest of places. It rises up in the strangest of places,
in the middle of the night, sometimes I hear people saying, one of the craziest things. But, I do hear a lot of things that kind of comport with that, especially like the cylindrical Earth.
Well, yeah, the bosom of humanity needs to hear about Dick Earth. It needs it.
It's the circumference of it. It's the girth of it. The girth of the Earth. That's what we're talking about here. Measuring it and the accuracy that we have to measure it with, because it's something.
Well, it only makes sense. It only makes sense because the horizon looks so straight, going from left to right, but then there's that apparent curvature going in the distance.
Right, because the horizon is aligned with the length axis of the hyperphalloid that we are currently residing on. That's why the horizon.
It removes the need for the fabric of space-time to cover up any such, discrepancies.
So what you're saying is that the fabric of space and time is like a covering that's covering the hyper erect like phalloid. Like what are you saying?
The intergalactic phalloid, yes.
No.
It's based on Poincaré's conjecture for a spinning body, such as the Earth, would eventually become something more resembling a baguette or a sausage, pulling out, as into becoming like a tubular thing rather than a ball. Like if you formed it, do you know what I'm saying? Like that's Poincaré's work. That's not me. You know what I mean? He's the one with this idea.
So everything's expanding and it's getting gravitationally pulled, or it's gravitating towards the vortex.
Well, as the stars swing around the pole star, the universe expands into the phalloidic positioning.
There's a lot of theoretical ideas on this. I've heard a lot of women that say that is there a vagina Earth, and I think that's ridiculous. But
although it would explain the tides.
But it would. It's
although it would explain the tides.
It would explain the tides. Some classic globe busting situations here. I don't know, man. I just kind of I just left that in the past. I think, man. Dick Earth is too powerful to bring out all the time. It's like a Vajra, with its pronged open. But we need to close the prongs on the D model, the dioid, and
I don't know. I think a more serious approach should be taken, and like, you know what I mean.
It's gonna reach them.
Yeah. A dissertation in complete seriousness needs to be done. Like, you know what I mean.
Well, all the hard work that's gone into this model, I hope that it can penetrate the masses. People with eyes to see. Terrible.
May the truth forever choke our enemies.
It's like there's a gag order out there on basically keeping this whole model zipped up. Yeah. And it's tough to come to any conclusions with it, really. Like, for me, it's just like a lot of playing around. But, I'm sure somebody else.
All they do is try to put a ball in your mouth. Just to
Basically.
It sucks.
regurgitate fucking
Yeah, it really sucks.
bunch of bullshit.
Yeah. Where does the sun not shine?
Yeah, black holes. We get it.
Right. And then, but I was able to explain a lot of these things, like centripetal convergence, centripetal divergence, right? Sigma octantus, right? This all makes sense. It makes so much sense, really, that I'm surprised it's not a model. I'm surprised no other people would have come to this conclusion.
I'm surprised it's not a cult at this point, really.
Oh, it is.
Well, yeah, it is.
Fair enough.
It's definitely.
But what are the obelisks? What are the obelisks? Are they a part of this? Are they making the Earth itself kind of like generate some kind of field around it, like as in the Washington Monument, which is also a phallic object. The Vesica Pisces that is around it, a female object, right? The concept is that would be like a bell pattern, like as if you could ring the bell as like you're putting a handle on the Earth,
So
does that make sense?
so on a serious note, the obelisk goes way back to Babylon, right? And you hear about the Asherah poles in the
before
scriptures.
that,
So the
it's
Asherah.
Shiva Lingam.
But just you hear me out. So you got the Asherah poles, which is Persian, Assyrian influence, but they got it from the people before them. Like I was mentioning yesterday, I do believe the ancient Babylonians were like the first ones, and they had their Tower of Babel that resembled like this long erect phallus symbol. Like it wasn't that, like literally, like that's what the tower was, bro. It was taller than it was wide, and it was like it went up like, I forget, it was like let me see the dimensions. I have it in here somewhere. But regardless, so if you hear the Egyptian story of Babylon, right? It's basically the same, where Nimrod dies, but his wife somehow tries to go to Sheol, and she somehow goes to Sheol to try to retrieve his body parts, because his body parts somehow, or something happened where his body parts were chopped up. You know the story with Osiris? And then she was able to put him back together, except for his penis. Like his penis was lost.
That's why we talk about Dick Earth.
Dude, do you think I don't know this?
And then he had to use like a wooden dildo, bro, to please her or some shit. Like it's pretty crazy. But I don't believe that story. That's more of the Egyptian account.
Right. Well, that's why I think
bro,
we may reside on the missing piece.
But the obelisk serves a very practical purpose. It wasn't just like mythological. Like it also served it was a sundial, bro. And the circle around it, like in the ancient times, they would follow the equinoxes and solstices, and that's how they that's how they kept track. And it was a giant calendar basically in the middle of the city, and or wherever, the town square. They had a obelisk that would point, the shadows would point to the different months of the year, the weeks of the year, and the solstices and the equinoxes.
Hell yeah. Yeah. I mean, the idea is like, there's a sacred, there's a profane, but there's we meet up here in this place where these things are actually sort of in unison. So yeah, like there is a sacred penis, there's a sacred vagina, it's just what we do. We're people who do these things. And I think that they put a lot of effort into kind of putting this out there. Like Osiris, like, well, Orion, Orion is Osiris. I mean, he even has like his own like little like appearing and disappearing sort of penis thing going on. I don't know if you know about that. Sometimes you can see the stars. It's his short sword. Okay, all right. We're just hiding all of this stuff. Need to cover it up. It's indecent. You know, it's not decent. But the obelisk, yeah, that's going to be related to this whole thing here. But then we got rockets. You know, we like those shapes as well. They kind of look like obelisks. They got gas in them. Send those things straight up so that they can like fuck the sky, right? Fuck this guy out of money. Oh my gosh.
Here's a good example of what an obelisk can do.
They're made of granite. When granite's wet, when it rains, it's conducting electricity. Granite can conduct electricity, but it's like way better if it's like wet. So if it's wet and it's got electricity going on, is it sending up some kind of electrostatic is it an electrostatic function that it's serving? I wonder. Otherwise, I don't really see any reason to do it.
No, yeah, that stuff that you're talking about, where they tapped into the ether, like if the Egyptian pyramids were like capable of producing any sort of energy because there's an aquifer. You heard the theories behind all that. I don't think that the Egyptians ever tapped into that. I think it was, like I said, it was antediluvian civilizations that had tapped into that technology. The ones that came afterwards didn't know how to do that. I don't think the Egyptians knew how to do that. Maybe though.
No, I don't think so. I don't know who built that shit though, to be honest with you.
Me neither.
Who would think of that? That's like, it would be like a whole like hydrology, all kinds of
resonant frequency produced by the chambers in the pyramid. There's like these chambers that's would have, I don't know, man. It's pretty, the science is there. The science is there. It's all been worked out. These things could have definitely have created energy. It's amazing too. It's like amazing how it all put together. There's even
but that's why I'm kind of trying to get to this idea of the bell and the vajra, is that we have structure that's important. We need the dick. We need the oblidick. But we also need space, because without space we can't do shit. So it's like that's that masculine feminine principle. And I'm just saying, like, they may have just very well understood this to degrees that we might never, but it's all kind of like hidden in antiquity and kind of shrouded in this like weird phallic situation, you know what I mean? And then we're like Victorianized, right? So like we're supposed to be ashamed of all that stuff, but then now we're okay with it. Now we can be fluid. But like for a long time, this information, any kind of like exploration into this idea would have been basically just insane to talk about. It might still be, but at least I have friends now.
Right? I think they found copper pipes going through the pyramids, and they don't really know what they would have been used for, right? But these copper pipes go through the pyramids, and then there's the aquifer or whatever is underneath the Great Pyramid. They did find like pools of, salt water, or, and like theoretically, like there might have been like some what do they call it? When you have salt water and fresh water, and then you put a current through it, it does something, man. I'm not an expert, but and then like the water it was like a river underneath the Great Pyramid that was moving, and the vibrations they had like the perfect dimensions to create like a resonant frequency where it would like vibrate up these chambers and create like a dude, like it was like once you got it running, it like ran itself perpetually. Like there was no, you didn't need to keep adding anything to it. It just like because of the water flowing underneath it is what really powered it.
I look at it like my opinion is that like the water can be used to drive something like sound generation under there.
Yeah, yeah.
Mainly because it's like inside of a big voluminous cavern or what have you, so that it well, I don't know that for sure, but I know that from drawings anyway. But if those drawings are accurate, the idea being like, yeah, you just make basically the underneath the pyramid is a sound driver where they would have like basically like a mechanism that would just make noise on the water using the surface of the water to create a slap sound. And then that whole thing kind of connects up through this long gramophone like fucking speaker thing that ends up in the king's chamber. But no hieroglyphics in this bitch. And then like all the roofs are saw cut like they're shaping a wave, like they're shaping a sound wave. That's how that looks to me. You know? Like it's a big ultrasonic sound generator. And then the king's chamber, that shit is like all encased in like fucking rose granite and all that stuff, right? It's got big pillars and stuff like that. So any of that structure were to be shaking would be producing like ultrasonic fucking shit. So I don't know. I kind of feel like it could have been some kind of resonant energy situation.
Yeah,
and then right,
it
that could be
vibrated,
picked up
dude.
by a grid of obelisks, right?
That's definitely possible. I don't know how that would work, but apparently the Great Pyramid was a beacon in the desert for those that were far off. It was like it would light up the sky, dude. Some of the
Like,
mythos.
well, I would say that, yeah, like it would like create a localized, maybe a corona energy. Not really sure.
I mean, if legend serves true, then yeah, it was the outer layer.
I mean, the
Has been
the legend
stripped.
that we have is that we created light because we have light bulbs. That's our legend. We're the people that did that.
Like they had gold caps. I'm saying the pyramid had gold caps, and there was an outer layer that was stripped away.
Yeah, if they did
Long
have gold
before.
caps, that would be some interesting shit. You know, some super like highly conductive stuff going on there. Very interesting.
Yep, they had
But
gold caps, and they were white, like very white color. The pyramids were white. Like at night, just the moon's light would lighten them up, and you could see them just with the moon's light. They would like light up the sky, the reflection of the That's how white they were. But I don't know. Who knows? It's good to ponder, but I wish I had the source because this guy really broke it down, bro. He broke the science down. It was nuts.
it does tend to get nuts. Like you start talking about this kind of stuff. Even if somebody's wrong, it's nuts. And even if they're right, it sounds nuts too. That's why I'm okay with not knowing and just kind of having my loose speculation here. But like, I would certainly like to know why the hell they're there, why they're there particularly, what they are particularly why we can't know about what they really might be. You got a presidential candidate trying to run for president, saying that they're funerary pyramids. You gotta love that shit, man. Like, we're so dumb. Like, we are the mushrooms, man.
Damn, man. Oh, last Thursday I had a dream, and I don't remember all of it, but in my dream there was this entity. I don't know. I'm just calling him an entity. He came up to me and he said some shit to me, bro. I don't remember what he said, but I remember interacting with it, and it was a masked figure. He was wearing a mask. It looked like a ski mask, but not really. It was more like a ninja mask. And I could tell by the writing, there was like writing on his mask that was Asian, but I couldn't tell if he was Cambodian, Chinese, whatever he was, Vietnamese. I couldn't tell. But I had in my younger years, I had a friend, Cambodian friend named Danny, and I'm like, Danny, is that you? And he's like, I'm not Danny. And I can already tell that he had like a mocking spirit, and it was like like smoke around. Like I thought it was like weed smoke, but I don't know. And then he says some shit to me, bro, that I don't remember, but I remember hearing some shit, and he said un genki something something, but I can only remember like the first part of the sentence, un genki. Mind you, I don't know one lick of Japanese, bro. I know nothing of Japanese at all. Like, I didn't even know how to spell what he said, but I only got the first part. So then when I woke up, I went online and I typed in like what I thought was the spelling of it, and it ended up being like the perfect spelling because I typed in ongenki, and then like some Japanese stuff came up, bro. And I'm like, wait, what? Like, and this guy's like, who knows? Like, this is what I'm thinking. Like, was he a product of my imagination and my subconscious? Maybe, right? Maybe, I don't know. But I looked this stuff up and it freaked me out because it's not the first time that this stuff happens to me. But like, this is the day that I went to go test for my CDL, which I ended up failing. My Class A CDL. I passed most of it, but I ended up failing on the last part. But I looked up ongenki, and I found out it says when you begin learning Japanese, one of the first words you run into is genki.
Genki desu.
Genki. But it's kind of arbitrary. It doesn't really tell me what it means. When I type it into Google Translate, it says good luck or how are you, depending, and there's more to it, but good luck and how are you? How's it going? But like he after he said that, he laughed. Like he's like ungenki something something. And then I woke up. And then I failed, dude.
Whoa.
I failed my test that day like 8 hours later. I don't know, whatever. I just figured I'd share.
Japanese guy named Danny telling you shit.
No, because I had a Cambodian friend. I had a Cambodian friend named Danny, and I was like, "Is that you, Danny?" Because he was like,
"Oh, okay,
I could tell he was Asian because there was like characters on his mask that were Asian characters, but I didn't know who the heck he was. He had a mask on. But it doesn't. All this stuff is irrelevant. I'm just saying that maybe this thing was not just part of my subconscious, but maybe an actual entity that I interacted with. I don't know.
So, Lion, what part of your CDL did you not make? You said the last part.
The road test. I ran through a yellow light.
They wouldn't let you retake it? That's
well, I no, they'll let me retake it, but not that day. I had to come back in a couple weeks.
Are you in the process of doing that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, get that shit done, man.
Oh, hell yeah, I'm trying to. Then I'll be on Discord on the regular.
That's me. I'm riding down the road right now.
Yeah, he said it was a red light infraction violation or whatever. Red light violation. Because even though the light was yellow when I crossed the lines, the white lines with my tractor, he said that the trailer was still crossing and it was red. So it doesn't matter. Like when a truck, you got to stop at a yellow light. And I was like, yeah, you're right. So.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to be ready.
I knew that, and I don't know, man. My nerves.
Well, if we're going into trucking, what you need to do is work for about a year for a company and be on the lookout for somebody that'll work owner operators. And then you need to not do a company lease. I don't know how your credit is, but you need to go buy a truck, and your income will quadruple pretty quick.
And then do you do your own work on your truck?
Yeah, you do all your own service work. I've got a little shop that at home that I trust the guys, and I'll take it in there about every 15,000 and get what we call a B service. They'll wiggle the drive shaft, grease all the grease ports, blah blah blah, and then about every 35,000, I'll have an A service, which would change all the fluids, top everything off, check all the belts, blah blah blah, do all that, and then something breaks, they take care of me too. It's nice and quick and easy.
Sweet.
But yeah, there's a lot of money you can make if you do it right, and you can't fuck up. You got to think about what you're doing. If you get in a bind and something doesn't feel right, stop. Fucking don't. Just stop and figure it out before you proceed, and you'll be all right.
Yeah, it's actually one of the hardest things I've ever done is get my CDL. Like, I've been in the military, I've done a lot of things in the past. But I didn't realize how hard it was gonna be. Yeah, I put a lot of sweat, like between my
It's
permit, the school, and then the licensing.
it's expensive as hell too to get your license in it.
Yeah, I'm scraping up all my money just to try to get this done. It's like, and
Yeah.
I honestly, this is my last chance to get it. This is my third chance coming up, because my first time. These states in Massachusetts are very strict. They're like They're militant. They're not like I heard other states are very flexible. Nah, Massachusetts is one of the hardest states in the nation, if not the hardest state in the nation to get your CDLA.
Yeah.
Very militant. They're drill sergeants basically, but they're state troopers, and yeah, you can't mess up at all. Like, you can't have one hiccup or you fail.
Yeah. Well, good luck to you. I heard you mention it. I was just wondering about it.
Where'd you get your license? What state?
Tennessee.
If for whatever reason, if I do not succeed in Massachusetts, I will be going to another state to get it though. But I'm hoping that this time around I will, because I can take my permit from Massachusetts and go to like Pennsylvania, or I can go to Michigan, and they're more flexible over there. I can go get it over there, and then come back. Just a road test.
Yeah, maybe you'll get by that next time. You'll be all right.
Yeah. What's the height of the sun? Dad Gudrick knows, says. I can't tell you that, bro. I've heard around 3,000 miles. The thing is, it's hard to measure the sun because it does not have a perfectly what do you say? It doesn't have a perfectly horizontal circuit. Like, you see it arcs there, so it's hard to measure it from different distances. Even like the thing is, even if you are underneath at the zenith, like even if you are underneath it on different latitudes, there seems to be a variation of altitude. Like, the sun actually deviates in its altitude, so it's not like a perfect math you know, because I do believe the sun is rotated around the earth. That's just where I stand right now. And I don't believe that you can measure it right now because it deviates. It's not something that you can measure like uniformly throughout the plane. It goes up and down. But why doesn't the sun change in angular size? It does. Both the moon and the sun fluctuate in their angular size all the time. You ever heard like, oh, today the moon's gonna be the closest it's ever been, or the moon this year this is the closest the moon's gonna be. Everybody go outside and look at the moon, and it looks huge. um, but it has nothing to do with like the moon actually being closer per se. It's just it's a balance between the atmosphere and like the angle and all this all the, I'm not a science nerd like that, so I can't tell you all the jargon, but like it definitely has like a magnifying effect. The atmosphere does have a magnifying effect on it. um I definitely believe that. Same thing with the sun. Is anybody here still? Like, I feel like I'm talking to myself. Oh, there's nobody here. You got like 4 people in here.
Looking into making a DIY fertilizers for plants. I found this really interesting one with just the eggshells. You char them kind of in a pan, kind of cook the eggshells till they're, I don't know, smell weird. And then you throw them in some vinegar. You let that chill for like till it's completely resolved. And then you have calcium acetate or something like that. And then that's water soluble. You just add that to a plant. Give a little vitamin C. No, it's not vitamin C. It should be vitamin C, right? But it's not. Okay. Calcium. Yep.
The analemma, bro. What do you think about that?
Say what?
The analemma. The figure 8 shape that the sun makes in the sky. if you
Yeah.
time lapse it and the same point every day for a whole year.
Mm-hmm. Seen that. What do you think about it?
This is where it gets real trippy, bro, real quick. Even regarding both the heliocentric and the geocentric model, this is where it gets real trippy, real quick. The equation of time.
The equation of time.
Because the sun, you know, it's going through its circuits every day, all the year long. It's traveling around in a circle. When it gets towards the outer rim, right, of the plane, it has to speed up because it has to cover a greater distance. And then as it starts going towards the center, right, of the North Pole, then it slows down, right? It has to. It doesn't have to travel as far. So literally, the sun has to speed up and slow down. That's not revolutionary for me. I already knew that. But what's weird is that, like, I've talked about this before, but in real time, you have sometimes it takes the sun 366 days to get back to its original point. Sometimes it takes it 365 days. Usually it's 365, but on average, every 4 years, it takes it 366 days.
But then every 33 years, everything lines up again.
Well, it seems to be every Jubilee or every 49 years, my understanding, but maybe it's 33. I'm not going to be dogmatic about it, but there's something weird going on. And this is why they had to include the wobble into the heliocentric model, is because of this phenomenon. They include and then they had to now they believe that the wobble is even greater than they previously predicted. Like the wobble has to be like the Earth is wobbling like more often than they expected for their calculations to work. So now it's not just the tilt on the 28.5 or what is it, 23.5 degrees. Plus this crazy wobble with like what's causing it to wobble out of control, right? I don't know. Let me see though. Let me try to look up the notes on this.
Yeah, I think this makes sense, but I don't know. Maybe you guys could check this out. Off of Akora, the number of days in the lunar calendar is 354 days. So one moon year equals 354. We know that according to the solar calendar, 1 year equals 365. So 365 minus 354 equals 11. So there's a difference of 11 days between both calendars. One solar lunar year difference is 11 days. So in 33 years, the difference will be 11 days times 33, which equals 363 days. So that's how they're getting that. Thus, in 33 years, the difference is approximately 1 year. So we know that 1 year from today, the Earth will be at the same position it is today. In a similar context, 33 Earth years makes a difference on 1 year of a lunar solar calendar, meaning in 33 years, Earth, Sun, Moon, everything will be at the same position it is now. If that made sense to you, cool. If it didn't, I don't know. I'm still trying to make that compute all good, but yeah. I like 33 anyway, so I'll just believe anything.
Trying to find some of my notes on this. So like I talked about this before a little bit, but I'm not trying to really, because it's too complex, bro. It really is. This is too much. Because like they've uh, they've tried to figure out these patterns throughout history, and there seems to be no pattern that they can stick to when it comes to the calendar. Whether it's 365 days, 360 days, or 364 days, they can't figure it out. Where the heck is it? Um, Whatever, man. I can't find it right now. Coffee Converter says, love how the analemma summarizes both the axial tilt and the equation of time. Why? It says here, there is no fake 365.24332 days ever lived out in reality. I agree. This is an average due to the leap year. Here is a fact that we need to remember. There is never a partial day observed in any year. The averaging out of all the 365-day normal years or 366-day leap years may be mathematically equal to approximately 365.24322 days. But in reality, there are exactly 31,536 million seconds in every 365-day normal year. Anyways, I don't want to, hold on. That's not what I'm, the creator's time clock is so precise that those who run the atomic clock must add in a leap second every couple of years to match the creator's absolute precision, which is down to the millisecond accuracy annually. The atomic clock folks can't adjust out that Pelsky last millisecond, which means they must divide out about a half a second by over 31 million plus other seconds in a year, which is a very understandable problem since it is so minuscule. Think about the incalculable timing of about half a second that must be divided by 31 million plus seconds in order to match the creator's perfection. The year is exactly 365 days or exactly 366 days contained in them, and there is never a partial day lived out. So like, yeah, you either have literally, you have 365-day years, and then every 4 years, on average, you have a 366-day year. That's all. None of these milliseconds or quarter of a days and nothing like that. I've actually noticed this myself because I have a sundial that I've been tracking, and like sometimes they'll tell you the equinox is on this date, or yeah, like yeah, I can't explain it to you, bro. I'd have to show you, but like it's all based on averages, man. It's based on averages. And once you start realizing that if it's based on averages, you start doing it in real time to test yourself. You start noticing discrepancies with the shadows of the sun, like um, la, 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 la. anyways, I'm gonna go make some coffee.
Oh yeah. All right. I just got back. Make that coffee. I need to start cutting my coffee with something. I still want to drink coffee, but it's going to get me too wired. Can't have that. But how do you know if you've had too much coffee? Let me tell you. You've had too much coffee when you can't write your name without shaking, or you haven't had enough coffee. And you've had too much coffee when your stomach hurts, or it's possible you haven't had enough coffee. And you know you've had too much coffee when you're talking too much. But you also might not know if you've had enough coffee then. So, pretty easy rules to follow. When in doubt,
What are you, a Dunkin' Donuts guy?
no, I can't eat the donuts because they're poison. The coffee's not much better. I just go with the French press situation, man. But that's 5 scoops of coffee. That's a lot for a French press.
Yeah, that's
Small
what
one.
I do. That's what I do, man. French press.
Yeah, that's the shit. Fuck a filter. Who needs that? Extra shit. Well, I need some bleached paper in my stuff. I don't know. Yeah, anyway. Because you can't put too much in there. You know? You can overload a small coffee maker. Too much coffee. Grinds. Right? You know, look, it's fucked up in the paper.
Yeah.
Cut that out. Mechanically inefficient. I should probably cut down though. I don't know if it's good for me. But I don't know if it's bad for me either. But it can't be. It can't be all good.
The only
Gotta be
drug
some.
that socially acceptable besides alcohol. Cigarettes.
Yeah, I'm trying to push it to the max, you know? Take that liberty and run with it. Just do everything legal to complete excess. As I can. Nah, don't do that. Unless it's coffee, then maybe do it. The strongest coffee I ever had was at Tim Hortons in Canada. I'm not really sure why. But that shit was on some other level. I feel like it was spiked with something.
Canada, kid.
Canada, kid.
You from Canada?
Mm-hmm. No. No. Sorry. I spent some time up there. Almost a year. Then I had a crazy dream where I got a phone call in the dream. They said, "Calls for you." I said, "Who is it?" I said, "I don't know, but it's about the ood." And I was like, "The ood?" Right. I'm like,
Yahoo.
The ood is referring to, in my dream, it's referring to a dog somebody has called the ood, which is a poodle, which she treats like it's a very, very amazing creature. So she calls it the ood. I don't realize that she's probably making a reference to something else. And anyway, so in the dream, it's about the dog, and it's the dog. What's this going on? And also in the dream, there are zombies trying to break into my house that I grew up in. And then I decide that it's right now is a really good time to call home, and I find that nothing's wrong. But they're like, "Why don't you come home? It would be a good idea if you did." I'm like, "All right." So I do that, and they're like, "Hey, your dad's in the hospital. He had like a massive heart attack, like that night that you had the dream." No, what?
Wow.
The ood, and then I tell this story later to some of the boys from the Orthodox whatever school where they would just wear black and white stuff all the time and little hats, and they said the ood. You said the ood, and I was like,
That's it.
"No, yeah." I said, "Yeah, that's what I said." And I was like, "You know what that is?" And I was like,
That's what I
"No."
was wondering. I thought that you were
Mhm.
saying that.
But that's what that dog was being called too. Do you get that as well? Because it's a dog, and the lady was crazy. It's dog god, so she called it the ood. I never understood the joke until maybe recently, but it's interesting that all occurred, and
The yud, well, the yud in Hebrew, the yod is the first letter in the tetragrammaton. The first letter in God's name is the yud. It represents the hand, the hand of God, but it also represents a closed fist.
anyway, these guys thought it was like a message from God that had been sent somehow through a dream. Is that happening? I don't know. But suffice it to say, I don't like having dreams.
The yud, the yod, it's yud yod.
Yeah,
The yud. Yeah, it's because yod he vav he. So yod is literally the first letter, dude, and
yeah,
pretty significant.
I dig.
It's a little dot, dude.
It's a little what?
It's a dot, dude.
It's a little dot. That's the shape. That's the letter.
It's more than a dot. It's like a. Go look it up. Yeah, I remember. Hold on. I'm trying to.
We said dot. I mean, I'll use my imagination.
I'm exaggerating, but it is a dot basically. But
yeah, it just makes the other dreams that I have like seem like they might have significance too that I'm not aware of, and then I don't know. I'm fucked up for that. I don't even like having dreams. I don't like remembering them. I'm happy when I don't.
I thought you said Yahud first. Yahud, but no, you were saying the Yod, right? The Yud.
Yeah, but that was the words in the dream. Like it's about the Yud. So I don't know. It just kind of works like that. But then also Julie fucking named her dog that because it's dog god. Because it's a brainy, funny joke for her. But I didn't realize that was the reference, or that there was another reference to what all this might have. Because nobody would tell me anything was wrong with my dad when I called, because they didn't want me to rush home and perhaps endanger myself in the process. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, I get you. So yeah,
The craziest part about it really is that like I had ice and snow snow stuck to the top of my roof rack all the way till I hit New York. And it's just the air in New York was enough to fucking melt the shit off my car. It's crazy. Anywho.
Not, but so what? You said, what's the joke that you found out later on, or like what's the connection between the Yod and the dog? And do you have any
The
idea?
dog is that she understood the reference that she was making of Yud, but she called it the poodle, the oodle. So she would just call it the ood for short.
Who?
This lady Julie, person I knew then in Canada.
You told her the dream?
No, I don't think I did.
Oh, she was in the dream. You saying?
No, it was just about her dog.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
But her dog is backwards for God because that's how funny she thinks she is. That she named the dog Ood for that Yod. Because she's hip. She was hip too, I think, about that stuff.
Oh.
But she played it like she was just it was just a irreverent joke or whatever. But anyway, I don't know. The dream is what it is.
What did the Jews say? I don't know you had Jews. What they say?
Say it again.
What did the Jews say?
The Jews said that the Yud that you said that I said to them, they're like, "That's God talking to you, bro." And I was like, "All right, that's what you think."
Yeah, but how so? Like, why? Like, I don't get it. What's the connection there? Did you figure it out yet?
I don't understand what you mean. The connection between the Ood and
Your
why
dad,
the Jews said that?
your dad having a.
It's about a phone call. It was about a phone call, and I haven't called home in a long time.
How's that connect with your dream? I'm just trying to make sense of it, bro. That's all.
Well, it's my childhood home, and there's zombies trying to get in. They're all undead, death things. So it's like death is trying to attack my home. I don't know. It's just sort of a strange dream that way. But then also, that was kind of happening too. And also, I did need to make a phone call. So it just works out like that.
You gotta make a phone call home, bro. You gotta be. That means you gotta pray up to the Most High, yeah, and ask for protection, bro. I mean, that's what I would have got out of it, probably.
I just don't know if I like thinking that my dreams can have that kind of power or that things can happen in that way. It makes me scared of dreaming.
I mean, my
dreams are like I have like hyper lucid dreams where I've like censored like all tactile. It's like indistinguishable from actual reality. And then I'm like, how is this happening? I'll say it in my dream, like, how is this going on right now? How are you here right here? Like, I'll be talking to somebody that's not around anymore. And it's just like
phone home.
So I don't want to remember it. It's whack. Go ahead.
I just said phone home.
E.T. phone home. Yeah, I could have had a dream about E.T. saying E.T. phone home, but I don't know. That wasn't what happened. Like, it's just weird. Like what populates a dream? Like what pulls out of your subconscious to be like, this is what it's supposed to be. You know, like the comedians make jokes like, oh, there's like a casting call. There's extras in your dream. Like they'll just appear. You know what I mean? There's nobody particularly, but somebody that, like looks like a typecast like for that thing. Sometimes. I don't know who runs a props department in your dreams. You know. Or who decides like, or you do, right? Or is that are we talking to ourselves? What's going on in dreams? You know, I'm sure Kosho would love to hear this.
I mean, combination of things, but I do believe that some of these characters are not part of your subconscious, but they're real like manifestations of spirit beings, and these like.
There was a day when it was like, who was there? I don't know. Issa was there. Was ODD there? Maybe other people were there too. I don't really remember. This is like some live stream or something like that. And they're all talking about the pizza stuff. And I was like, I don't even like this. Yeah, I was like, I don't even like talking about this stuff. You know what I mean? It's whatever, you know. And for no particular reason, there's like there is a bottle of tequila, and I'm just drinking it the entire evening, I guess, after this. And I get to some kind of tequila place here, right? And my dream is of all these things that have to be pizza-ish, and it involves like a kidnapping of somebody, how the whole operation gets done. They use like things like pet collars and stuff like that for radio, like to know if like there's adults around, or if they, so in some way like this kidnapping goes on in my dream, and I go to this place in the dream that's a house, and in the house it's filled with flies, and I'm like, what the where is this right here, you know? And I'm like, there's a stench going on here. And then I go into the other room, and there's a video playing. There's a video, like a VHS thing is playing. It's giving me all this like industry stuff. It's like some kind of commercial or advertisement for like a company, a big company. And then it zones into this one house, and I see the address and stuff like that. And I'm like, what is fucking any of this shit now, right? And then there's two, like a mother and a father, like transparently talking to me in the dream, and they're like, you have to remember this, we're trying to let you know this, you have to remember. And then I wake up terrified, bro, terrified. And I don't like having dreams, and that's the reason why. Like, I don't know if there's profundity or realness to any of that. I don't want to even consider it.
You gotta have discernment, because it's a combination. Some dreams are just literally like your brain just processing information into the subconscious or in the subconscious, and other times it's significant, bro. It's from the creator himself, and other times it's from like entities, you know, little jinn or demons, you know, interacting with your subconscious, bro. Like it's a combination, bro. So it's good to have discernment.
It's like these people in my dream are telling me like that I'm like capable of getting the message. They're trying to give me a message to give, right? I don't have dreams like that all the time. Sometimes I don't remember anything, and sometimes there's nothing going on. So like a heavy ass dream like that, fuck, no, thank you. I'll unsubscribe from this cable package. You know what I mean?
People that have the ability to be dreamers, it's a gift from Yah, and they sometimes if they don't want it, dude, they actually ask Yah to like take some of it away, or like at least weaken it a little bit, because they get overwhelmed.
Honestly, that's a big reason why I smoke weed. You know, it's just to like null that out, because it's like it'll fuck me up for a while, like if remembering some shit like that. You know what I mean? Because it's like as if it really happened. That's how like my self gets that stuff. You know what I mean? Like when I have a dream, it's not like it didn't physically happen to some degree. The real ones, man. You know, you wake up and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm not there right now. Where was that I actually was in some weird way? It's just, yeah, anyway. Probably lots of people have the same thing happen. You know what I mean? I'm just making a big deal out of it because I'm just experiencing me. But I'm sure that people have whack ass shit going on in their dreams they can't explain.
Dreaming is scripturally a gift from Yah. Like, it's a gift that not everybody has. Like, I've talked to people, bro, they don't dream. Like, they don't remember their dreams. They don't remember the last time they had a dream. It's been decades since they remember having a dream. Like, they don't dream. Right? And this is people in my community, right? And they ask, like, what can I do to get dreams? Like, because I've shared my dreams. I have very lucid dreams. And sometimes people get a little bit envious or like jealous because they don't get dreams, bro. And they wish they did. So what if you do have the ability, you should really be thankful.
Dude, I
for
definitely
that.
used to my best friend. I used to explain dreams to me, and he'd be like, or I used to explain my dreams to him, and he'd be like, "You're lying. You're making that shit up. You didn't have that. That didn't happen." You know. I tell him such wild shit. Like I'd be like, "No, I just dreamed that. I don't know why. Like I just have crazy dreams, dude. That's right." Yeah.
Sometimes my dreams are so vivid, so detailed and like long, dude. Like people think I'm lying, like I'm making stuff up because like it's just like you didn't remember all that. Like yeah, I do. Like I really had this dream, and then all this really happened in my dream. Like I didn't make it up because they really can't relate because they never had dreams like that. And if they did, it was when they were really little and they had forgotten about it already, so they don't remember them no more. You know. But sometimes these gifts can be curses too because they can be terrifying. You know, with the good dreams, I've also had a lot of night terrors and sleep paralysis and weird stuff. Negative, you know, like nightmares, literally nightmares. It's not just dreams, but nightmares.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't necessarily identify with having nightmares, except the ones that I told you. But they're not exactly like frightening in the same sense of like what I think when I hear other people describe their nightmares. I'm like, oh, I don't know. You know?
And other people have the ability to interpret dreams. You can have both, but
I say that.
I don't know what the heck your dream means.
It's a
But I'm
strange
just
function that we just do, though, don't you think? Like I have no power over what happens. Isn't that interesting? It's the only way I can exercise control is to make sure that I just smoke enough weed to not have any kind of memory of the dreams that I'm having. That seems counterproductive too. Fuck, I'm just gonna have to accept this somehow.
I bet that you know you're gonna have dreams again, and if these things are real, they're gonna keep manifesting till you take them serious or give up. I don't know, one or the other.
Yeah. No. Yeah. It's going to be disturbing anytime like you seem to have a visit from someone who isn't around anymore. It feels like I would. It's wonderful and everything, but it's too much. You know what I mean? Like to deal with for some reason. Because then I don't know what is that. You know, like am I imagining that person? Like some part of me is like trying to imagine that, make that happen, or is these just like nerve endings, just yawning, relaxing, having a good time up in my subconscious mind, making that happen? Like it doesn't seem like that. It's not like I know there's like dreams where you could make them. Some people have the ability to shape their dreams to make them what they want. I guess you know, like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
These are
called
not those types. Yeah, lucid dreaming or something like that. People call it a lot of different things. But
it's sort of lucid dreaming, but it's more than that because we all have lucid dreaming, but it's not to the point where I can control my surroundings and reshape my surroundings. But people have like these um, what are those things that you put over your eyes? Your like blindfolds that have light LED lights in them. So like when the blindfolds sense REM, they like turn on the LEDs, these red LEDs that lets you know when you're dreaming. Somehow, you know, if you can train yourself to, I don't know, man.
had an entire dream, like in the form of a movie about Samuel L. Jackson finding lost children, like out of the line from Pulp Fiction, like 4 years before he did a movie like that, where he finds kids.
Before he did the movie?
Yeah,
Wow, dude.
that's
I don't
fun.
know, man.
That's a fun dream, you know. Action movie you get to watch. Super. Except when it's like it seems like it's fucking tripping on some other like edge of reality, man. That's just where it gets to be. Dreams become supernatural or some weird shit. I don't like being there. I don't like to think about it. Anyway, fucking beat this horse to death.
Well, hold on. So, like, what is consciousness, right? And then what is base reality? Because we live in this realm that seems like we're comfortable here, right? This is where our comfort zone. But just because it's your comfort zone doesn't mean that this is base. Like, you got wakeful consciousness and sleepful consciousness, and then somewhere in between wakeful consciousness, sleepful consciousness, sometimes people experience also like a different, like in the twilight area, like you're just about to fall asleep, but you're just not there yet. You know what I'm saying? Or like you're just about to wake up, but you're not fully awake yet. There's like a twilight period, and that period right there is also big for me, at least. I've had a lot of experiences like about to fall asleep or just waking up.
Yeah, it's a lot of Salvador Dali too. Most of his work, I think. Done in the afternoon painting. Salvador Dali is feeling sleepy because it's the middle of the day, and he holds a key in his hand above a plate. And when he falls asleep, right at that moment, he drops the key out of his hand onto the plate, which wakes him up and causes him to have some kind of trippy visions, which he puts to paint. But he pretty much like falls asleep looking at his work. That's one of the techniques he used. What do you think about that? It's neat, right?
Yeah, that's very neat.
They don't teach that shit in art school.
His work's very interesting. There's the Salvador Dali Museum by where I live. And there's paintings that are like the size of an index card, and then there's paintings that are huge, like bigger than most walls at people's homes. It's some trippy stuff.
Have you seen how big persistence of memory is? It looks huge, right?
Refresh my memory on the subject matter.
Melting clocks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So one of my favorite, let me see if I can find it. There's a huge one, but it's one of my favorites. It's kind of like these three-dimensional squares that kind of make up a cross. And you have, here, I'll find it. Anyways, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you guys.
Nah, man, we just chilling right now, rambling. I've had interactions with I believe to be entities. Like at one point, bro, I was like, I want to say I was like 17. No, I was like 21. Between 17 and 21. Anyways, this is my first encounter where this happened, but this happened twice in my life. It happened when I was that old and also when I was 30. But so I remember in this dream where I woke up, and you have these dreams where you wake up naked or you wake up in your boxers and you're like all freaking out. But in my dream, I was like in my boxers, and I'm like, oh man, like what the heck? I need to find some clothes. I was in like some high school locker room somewhere. And then I stepped out the locker room and I just wanted to be covered up. I felt naked and exposed. And then even though I was wearing boxers, I still felt like I needed to dress up. And then I seen the football field and the lights were on and it was dark and there was nobody around. And I had a bicycle and I was riding my bicycle down, and I kept going and I kept going and I kept going. And it's a weird dream because you're looking around and I'm seeing these houses, and the houses looked haunted. Like I literally rode past this crazy house that looked crazy haunted, and I just kept going and going. Eventually, I ended up going to like there was like a night scene, a bar scene, a club scene, and I don't know what the whole point of the dream was and why I was getting directed here, but I ended up at this area. There was like a guy outside who he pointed towards the staircase, like he opened, like you know how you got like bouncers and stuff outside. This guy was like expecting me, and he just like he like opened up his arm and was like, that way, go up that way. I'm like, so I'm just going with the flow of the dream. I'm like, all right, so whatever. I'm in my boxers still. I feel naked, exposed, but I'm over here at the club, like whatever. Like at this point, I've already accepted it. I drove across town on a bicycle, my boxers. Like, what's the difference? I went up the staircase. Now I don't remember if it was a spiral staircase. A lot of times these dreams, for whatever reason, there's always like a spiral staircase. Weird, but I think it was. And so I went up the staircase, and at the top, were a bunch of clouded figures, not clouded, cloaked figures. Like they literally had like black cloaks on, and I couldn't see their faces. And they all looked at me, and they were like, they had like literally like a clipboard or something like that with like a contract on there, bro. And they wanted me to sign. They literally wanted me to sign, and I'm like, I immediately denounced that. Like I was not about to sign anything. I don't care if it's a dream. Like I'm good. I don't want to sign. And then I could tell that they weren't too happy about it. I ended up waking up. Now, nothing happened. You know, I'm fine. Like, but I wonder, like, what would have happened if I would have signed? You know, is this like those classic stories where people sign their lives to Satan, or you sign your soul away, even though Satan isn't necessarily, he can't hold your souls, like he doesn't own you, but maybe you can make like a pact with him. And you know, at this point, I didn't really, I was agnostic. I didn't really believe in God. I was living lawlessly, like jerking off, watching porn, banging bitches, like smoking, doing all this, like, you know, I was a teenager, like I don't care. And then yeah, fast forward till when I was 30. I'm 34 now. When I was like 30, I just started reevaluating my beliefs, because I was living a crazy lifestyle, man. Like through my whole 20s of partying and hanging out in the street, bro. It kind of gets to you, man, and you want to like get your life in order. So I started trying to get my life in order at like 29. I already told myself, like, all right, when I hit 30, I'm gonna get my life in order. I can't be doing this anymore. Like, this is ridiculous. I need to get my life in order. Because at that point, I was hanging out in the streets. I had my own apartment, but like I had different roommates coming in and out of my apartment, and my roommates were all like drug addicts. Like, one of my first roommate was a recovering dope head, and he was on Suboxone, and he was still like overcoming his drug use, because he was still heavily addicted to cocaine. And he, like, I'd be trying to go to sleep, and the dude would be like, da 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 da, and I'm like, dude, like, get out of my room, bro. I'm like laying in bed with the blanket, and he's still like, da da da, like, dude, like, get out of my room. So that, you know, that roommate sucked. And then I kicked him out, and then I ended up getting another roommate, and he ended up being also a recovering dope head, dude. I didn't even know, but he was doing like, I think he was doing methadone. Dude, weird. But long story short, bro, I'm not trying to tell you all the details of all this of my life, but it got so crazy to the point where the spiritual warfare that was going on, because I was just starting to evaluate God and who he was and his son and everything. And then like at one point I had this crazy dream. I was getting attacked like every weekend, every other day I was getting attacked in the night terror, sleep paralysis, all this. But this one triumphs any dream that I've ever had in my entire life. this one, hands down, is the craziest one I've ever had. And I've had many succubuses, incubuses, dragon, all that. But this one was ridiculous. Because in this dream, it was weird because that night I had a couple dreams before the ultimate one. The ones before that ultimate one were also night terrors. So I had like 2 small night terrors of like demons trying to like rape me and shit. And then like I had the final boss dream where I was taken up to what looked like to be
Final round.
a heavenly realm, bro. Like it was weird because I was on an island in the heavens or in the sky. Like it was literally like an island, like you see like Mario Brothers like bounce from island to island. It was like an island, and it was blue. Dude, the sky was blue. The sun was out. It was beautiful. But I was above the clouds because I could see the clouds below. But then there was like another island in front of me, and there was it looked like to be some sort of temple or palace or whatever it was, and like Roman pillars. And then there was a throne, and there was a black dude on it, bro, sitting on the throne. A bald black man. Mind you, I'm not racist at all. I had a lot of black friends. I don't think anything, I'm not a racist. Like this in ADL, that you got a couple racists over there. I'm not a racist, dude, or anti-Semite at all. This black man, and at this point, I don't know who he was, but he was looking at me from this throne, and he was saying like, "Who do you think you are?" This and that, like, I don't know. It was weird, and he basically was like belittling me, and then he like waved his arm, and literally like 9 entities showed up in formation, like at attention, like they literally showed up in formation, bro. And it was between 6 and 9. I don't remember exactly. And then I seen them, and they literally look grotesque, like they look like reptilian kind of. He didn't, but they did. The entities that he summoned did. And then there were names over their heads, kind of like when you pick a video game character. Sometimes you'll see names over their heads, but I couldn't read the language that their names were written in. I had no
like
idea.
Angelic language,
foreign language, bro. The font unrecognizable. So each one of them had a name, and I remember him saying, "Which one of these do you want me to attach to you?" Like threatening me, like he was gonna send one of his dogs after me. And I remember saying like, and this is not like a testimony, bro. I'm not trying to bring religion into this, but I'm just telling you my dream. He was like, "Which one you want to attach to you?" And I'm like, "Jesus, my savior, Jesus, my savior." And then I seen each one was highlighted with their names over their heads. And then like, dude, I started praying. I wanted to be delivered from this. Like I was like, whatever. I want to get out of here. And then boom, like all of a sudden the dream changed, and it looked like, if you ever seen the movie with Robin Williams, What Dreams May Come, you know when he goes down to like wherever he goes to go save his wife after she committed suicide. Anyways, he went down to Sheol to go save his wife who just committed suicide. Well, wherever I went, dude, like this place was very gloomy, gray, dark. I don't know, man, but I was in a house, very gloomy house, dark, like grayscale kind of, but there was still color. And I was sitting on like a lazy boy sofa. And this thing, and I remember there was like paintings on the wall, and I wish I could recall the artwork on the paintings because it was probably significant. But this black dude, this black man was standing in front of me with his finger pointing at me, rebuking me and degrading me and saying that I'm basically like all kinds of stuff, like just calling me worthless, like who do you think you are? You're nobody. Like I don't know why he felt like that, but he kept like talking smack to me. Eventually, I got up out of my
bro.
dude. I got up out of my sofa, because I was just like, Jesus is my savior, and I kept saying Jesus is king, Jesus is king, Jesus is king, and nothing was happening, dude. I was like stuck here. I'm like, what's going on? And then finally I got angry, bro. I started getting pissed. I got literally filled with righteous anger, bro. And I was like, Jesus is king. And I just screamed it with all my might and all my force, bro. And I literally felt like light radiate out of my body, dude. And I figured like this was it. I'm getting out of here now. And then light radiated out of my body, dude, and nothing happened to him, bro. It was like Saving Private Ryan, where the bomb goes off and you go, ee! And then all I seen was like his lips moving. I couldn't hear him at this point, but all I seen is his lips moving, and he kept just degrading me. Finally, when he was done degrading me, when he was like finally over it, he came at me and he's like, what can he do that I can't do? Regarding Jesus, he's like, what can he do that I can't do? And he looked at me like this is my chance to like make a wish. You know what I mean? This is like ask me anything, right? And I'll give it to you. Like anything. I'll give you what you want. Like ask me anything. So this was my opportunity to ask him for something, right? That's how he was asking me. Like, what can Jesus do that I can't do? Like, let me know what you want, right?
This dream is way crazier than my dreams, though. Right.
And then I was like, all right. Something in my head, the first thing I thought of, like, this painting was next to the wall, next to us. And I was like, make that painting float to see if you really are who you say you are. I didn't say that. In my subconscious, I said that. But I told him to make the painting float. But in my mind, I was like, to see if this guy has any power, right? And then he literally looked at me and laughed. Like, he's like, that's it? Like, you can ask me anything, and that's what you want for this painting to float? And he laughed at me and mocked me and ridiculed me for asking such a stupid request. Like, I could have asked for money, women, land, a house, like a car, like whatever, dude. I'm like, nah, just make that painting float, right? He made the painting float. It floated across the room. And I looked at him and I said, see, even you take orders from a nobody. And then after I said that, dude, he tweaked out, bro. And the dream ended. And I woke up. But it keeps going. Because at that day, after that crazy dream, bro, I went to church. And I don't even go to church, bro. But that day, I'm like, I got to go to church today. Like, I got to go to church. Like, that was nuts. I'm like, who could that have been besides Satan himself or one of his minions, right? I'm going to church. Plus, he threatened me. He was going to attach one of these entities to me. So I'm like, let me just go to church, right? I go to church. I do my thing. I go back home. When I go back home, dude, my apartment, remember I told you about my roommate being a dope head, dude? Dude, my roommates were crazy, bro, but I didn't know how crazy they really were. Dude, I went home. I swear to you, bro, something jumped into my roommate, bro. Something literally went into him because when I got home, bro, he went into a fit of rage, bro. And you know why? Because when there was speckles on the bathroom mirror from brushing my teeth, and so for whatever reason that threw him off into a rage, bro. Like that's literally what it was about, bro. He attacked me. And I could tell at this point, I knew this was spiritual because like what just happened the night prior. So I knew something had entered into him because his vessel was he was like defiled. He was like whatever. I seen it in his eyes, bro. The dude was trying to kill me, bro. Like I'm not making this up, dude. I'm not making this up, bro. The dude tried to kill me, bro. He had his hands around my throat, dude, like choking me out, type of shit. I had to really fight this dude for my life, dude. I flipped him over. I ended up doing like some crazy UFC shit on him because I did Taekwondo before. I mean, Muay Thai a little bit. I ended up reversing it on him, and I was choking him out, dude. Like his wife or his girl was like, stop, let him go. And I'm like over here, like I almost lost it myself, bro, because like this is out of my character, bro. I'm not trying to kill this dude. If anything, I'm just gonna choke him out. You know what I mean? Put him to sleep. But he was really trying to like come at me, bro. After that scenario, bro, I had to leave the apartment and go to my parents' crib because like I'm not, you know, I'm not gonna stick around. I left the apartment, bro. It wasn't till I got home after that scuffle that I realized something was off, bro. Like really off about me. Something had jumped from him to me. And the reason it was able to even enter into me is because my anger came over me when I was choking him, bro. I felt something like literally jump from him to me, bro. Like you might think this is crazy, whatever. You don't have to believe in any of this. I'm just telling you my testimony. For 40 days, dude, for 40 days, I had excruciating pains radiating out from my heart. Like any little sneeze or cough, I would feel like nerves like just like radiating from my heart, bro. I was bedridden. My mom had to give me like hot packets to cool for my chest, and I didn't know what was going on, bro. I didn't know what was wrong with me. I don't know what happened where I couldn't like walk, dude. Like just walking alone hurt my chest, dude. Like my actual heart was hurting. Um, I didn't have health insurance or anything at the time. I didn't get checked out. I did think logically, like, what if because he did, like, we did get into it, and he might have had hepatitis. He might have had something, a disease. I don't know, man. But uh, I figured it was spiritual. I never got checked out. But after praying and fasting, I remember I fasted for 4 days during that ailment. And it didn't really do nothing either. Even the fasting didn't work. I just kept praying, bro, trying to get Yah to heal me from this because I felt like Yah, like whatever talked to me the night prior did attach something to me, and I was dealing with this. I couldn't do it. I was like literally like when I walked around, I looked like an old man, and it lasted for like literally 40 days. Like it's at the end of the 40 days, it started to wear off, and then finally, after being obedient and faithful, it was lifted from me, and I was good. But yeah, bro. I'm telling you, bro, that was the craziest stuff ever. But yeah, I was trying not to be too long-winded, but it's just a lot of. I even kept some stuff out. There was so much more, but. So is that real? Is that a product of my imagination? I don't know, man. So how can I prove it? Can't.
Do you need to? Sounds like you kind of just recounted something. You don't need to believe anything out of that, do you? Because it kind of just is what it is.
Yeah, I believe it. Like I believe it was an actual entity, but I can't prove it to anybody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know how any of that works. I don't have any theories either. I mean, I gave you the best I got. I'm just talking about fucking librarian spiders, man. That's about what I know. These other things that you be talking about, like I never seen anything like that. But I don't entertain it either, I guess. You know? So to some degree I guess it's just not in my conscious or unconscious mind, I guess that in the same way. I don't know.
At this point, when I had that dream, I was ignorant of the scriptures. I wasn't as familiar with them, and it didn't make sense to me that a rebel angel or an evil angel or Satan himself would be in the clouds or in what looked like to be like a beautiful place. Like it really was beautiful up there. Initially, when I first interacted with this entity, it was beautiful, bro. Sunny, clouds, blue sky, these angelic
Is it
islands.
something, I mean, to take this from a different perspective, I guess it'd be like if you have a little of that darkness in you, maybe there's more darkness that tries to get in there. Gotta break that shit out with some light force energy. Fuck that shit up, right?
Yeah,
Darkness ain't got shit on light, man.
facts.
I know other people have got some experiences with night terror and stuff like that. Which I don't know if I've really had that, but I've definitely woken up like strangely with the last image in the dream. When I wake up, I'm sitting straight up, open my eyes, and I'm looking at like a coat rack that's like in the same position as in the dream, and like my jaw is just dropped right there. I was just like, what? You know, but I don't know. That's like maybe that's just a little bit of a teaser. I wouldn't say that's night terrors per se, but anyway.
Remember you brought up a poodle earlier?
Yes.
Well, I have my own testimony of a poodle, dude. Another dream. I was at a campground in my dream, or Airbnb, whatever, and I was with my family, my son. What's weird though is that I remember at this Airbnb there was a foreigner there, like a stranger, literally like I don't know who he was, but he was in our space and he was washing the dishes. But he wasn't like I couldn't tell. I had never seen his face. I only seen the back of him, but he did seem evil, malevolent. But he was there. And then I went outside to go. They had like these motorized scooters outside, but this was electric, I think. And I went to go ride the scooter around just to go scope out the scene outside in the campground or the Airbnb, whatever, the property. And when I went to go outside to go drive around, bro, there was like these giant weeds, and I ended up getting caught up in these giant weeds. And I was scared because I could tell that there were serpents in the weeds, and I couldn't see them. And that all has metaphorical implications. But like to keep going, so I ended up going back after I got tangled in the weeds, bro. And then once I got untangled, as I was riding my scooter, my motorized scooter, these serpents were like literally like throwing themselves trying to bite me. But I had these long boots, and they couldn't bite my ankles. They couldn't penetrate my boots. But I was like freaking out because I'm like, wow, like there's serpents, there's snakes everywhere. So I ended up getting back to the crib, and I'm like, I told my folks, my old folks, I'm like, listen, don't let Jody out, my son. Don't let him out. There's snakes everywhere out there. It's dangerous. And they're like, all right. And then there was this poodle that was majestic looking, bro. Beautiful poodle. It even had like glitter on it, bro. It was like sparkling. It was so majestic and beautiful that there was something off about it. Like I'm like, what's this thing's like? There's something off about this thing. It's weird. And you know, it's trying to get close to us, and everybody's trying to pet it. And all of a sudden, like, I get the idea to test the spirit, like the scriptures say, test every spirit to see if they're of Yah. It's a poodle, dude. It's literally glittering in the light. Like, it's beautiful. I test it, bro. As soon as I go to test it, before I can even say the name of the Messiah, it transforms into a little girl. At this point, it like distracted me from testing it. It transformed into a little girl. She must have been like 8 or 11, between 8 and 11 years old. And then the little girl starts like talking to me, but I'm not paying attention to it. I'm still gonna test it. So as I proceed to test it, the little girl then wraps her arms around my body and my mouth, and literally I become vocally dumb. I couldn't even speak, dude. Like, it took my breath away. I couldn't talk, bro. Whatever this thing was, I couldn't even talk. I couldn't vocalize. Even in my mind, I couldn't vocalize to say the name of the sun, bro. I couldn't. Like, I tried, and for whatever reason, I was caught in like a temporary psychosis where I wasn't able to vocalize anything. And then I seen the little girl run away, but with her arms still wrapped around me. And there's a character, I forget what movie this from, but like she stretched her arms out, bro. Like literally, it was weird, bro. Her arms stretched out up a spiral staircase until when she disappeared. Then I could talk, and I rebuked her, and I let my family know, like, listen, that I don't remember exactly what I said, but I could tell that dog was not good at all. And then I woke up.
Dude, you remember more about your dreams than I do my conscious waking hours.
Yeah, it was like traumatizing. That's why I remember it, because it was traumatizing.
If
Typically, I don't
that's
remember them.
traumatizing, then you're lucky, dude.
People be hating, bro.
It's just, the whole weeds, like getting caught up in the weeds, and there's snakes hidden in the weeds. Like that's all metaphorical. Like the weeds are like people that keep you back, people that get in the way of your growth, your spiritual growth, and within those weeds are dangers, deadly dangers that you had to stay away from. So you got to be careful of who you hang out with, who you
I mean,
surround
that's
with.
the craziest part. Is like really, it has to speak to you. Like you, it's like you speaking to yourself. It's such a crazy function that we can do that. It's literally insane.
Dude, I feel like we're on the brink of like the world being so crazy, man. I feel like something's gonna happen. Am I the only one that feels that way?
I just want to jump off a cliff. I'm over it.
Well, don't do that. But yeah, no, we're definitely on the precipice of something. I feel like the wheels are already in motion.
Yeah, man. Like stuff's starting to unravel, so I feel like I don't know, something just gonna happen to kind of like that'll overtake all of it. If that makes sense, like fact checkers are coming out right now and saying like NASA image is actually CGI. A fact checker just came out and said that, and then NASA just released that gave that official statement addressing Justin Harvey's video about it being fake, the ice test being faked. Um, I don't know. I just feel like you have like Stu Peters talking about flat Earth. I feel like something has to happen. I don't know. I just have this feeling that something's gonna happen. I'm not even trying to be like a doomer or anything like that, though. I'm saying like I don't even mean it like that necessarily. Just yeah, it's pretty obvious that like things are. Let's just say public revelations are about to accelerate.
This is cyclical, though. Like, this has historically happened hundreds of times now.
You're talking about a shift in consciousness.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty
and then
much, and then they're able to react.
there's a huge decline in society, which is what we're in right now, and then there's like a revolt and a war, and then there's like a little happy lula thing like in the 60s and around the Age of Enlightenment, and yeah, if you go back historically, it's like every 150 to 200 years or something. And there's a technological advance that happens around the time that there's a catastrophe, and I don't know, I'm starting to think God's a psychopath,
Yikes, bro.
I don't really
Seems
want to go
pretty
into that
psychopathic
conversation.
to me. I don't
That's
know.
pretty out there. But
Well,
I'm just. Can you name another time in history where the entire world was deceived about the nature of the Earth itself, and then they found out? Because I don't know any time that's happened. I don't know.
like, well, how would you know? Like, they control history. Like,
Well,
I
then you can
can't
just
even
say anything.
answer that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm
You
saying. Your position is very convenient. You can just say anything.
Well, it's not convenient. It's like it's clearly something that's happened since we've had the ability to there were like, have you not seen like the old technology the old hidden technologies and stuff.
Yeah,
Where they
like in
had like electric
2017.
scooters. They had electric scooters or something like way back in the late 1800s.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So like I mean that's like so there's evidence that history and how advanced we've been in history has been lied about. So if we've declined and we
Then going
have,
back to the future.
then I'm not really being assumptive here. Like there's actually evidence.
Do you have any evidence though of people claiming to go out into space and to see the Earth, and then everyone finding out that that was a lie? I just don't. I don't
Like
think that
what?
that's happened
No.
before. Right?
Like I never claimed it has. Like no one. How
Well, that
can
was
you
my
go to
point. That was my point.
what?
That was my point. We're on the precipice of something that, as far as we know, has never happened before. The entire world is told the Earth is something that it's not, and they're about to find
Oh.
out.
Are they though? Or would that be just what you would want to happen?
I just explained why I said I thought they were about to find out, and NASA just came out and officially acknowledged the claims of less than faking the ISS. Fact checkers are coming out saying that NASA pictures are actually CGI. It's got over 3 billion searches on TikTok now. You can't even go on TikTok without seeing flat Earth everywhere. Stu Peters, like the alternative mainstream news guy, is talking about flat Earth. Like it's becoming very obvious that it's shifted into the Overton window, which means people are going to find out.
Yeah, we're at Great Awakening levels here.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
really
for sure.
Has anyone ever not had the opportunity to know that kind of stuff though? Anyway, it's like saying, "Well, heaps of people are waking up because they're realizing that the government doesn't have their best interest at heart or something." It's like this is again like I don't know what's that going to change anyway? People used to think the Earth was flat, and they were still psychopaths.
Yeah, you're kind of
So
being like an Eeyore, though, right? Like, I'm like, look how beautiful the sunshine is, and you're like, there's a cloud over there. Like, okay.
well. No, I'm being a realist right now. I think this is a really, really bad time that we are in. I think realistically, the fact that there are pedophiles who are in charge, who molest and rape and steal blood and just all these
That's a new thing.
That's part of it, though.
terrible. No, this has historically been happening too. That's why they have the stories of Baal and stuff where they
So
do
nothing's changed.
But we're talking about people waking up.
People are
I
waking
think it
up to
all
all
relates,
that.
doesn't it?
Even the
Isn't it all
pedophilia that
related?
was just mythos, right? There was an island in the Caribbean that all the rich elite would go to. For the
Yep.
longest time, that was mythos. Nobody believed that. It was conspiracy theory. Now it's evident. Everybody's talking about it, and it's not just that the pedophile rings. It's flat Earth and everything that used to be like, oh, that's in the fringe. That nobody believes that. Adrenochrome and all this other bullshit. Now it's like, maybe they were right. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
bro. Like the normies know about Epstein, bro. Like the normies know about the pedophiles now.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Whenever that many people find something out, something has to happen. It's evident that something's going to have to happen. Like
I think it's going to
most
be
probably they'll just
depopulation.
distract you.
No,
I think they're
what I
gonna
think is,
they're
I
gonna
think it's going to be
kill.
that. Oh, you go ahead. Prognosticate.
I'm just saying, I think they're gonna kill everyone. Well,
Like a
not
realist would
everyone.
do.
The
Is that like
depopulate.
a realist would
Yeah.
say?
Spoken
Because
like a
you're
true
going
Well,
to
peasant.
no, I mean
Dude.
I'll back out.
mathematically, most people have children, and most people have more than two. So
That's just not the case.
Yeah, that's just not true at all. You can just look at the numbers per family, and they're like all under two.
They're
on
on
another
decline.
spectrum, though, I also think there are way too many dumb people alive. So yeah, I'm a bit Eeyore on it. Okay,
Yeah, trust me, I know. It's okay.
like
I'm just
I
saying
don't.
that we live in a crazy time where people are about to find out space is not what they thought it was. The Earth is not what they thought it was. These people that why you gotta
I don't
play
want that to
at the
happen.
gas?
I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, you don't want people to wake up.
Nah, fuck no, nah.
Have you?
For me, whatever happens with it, it's like it's a net positive. Like if we have to go through like some bumpy times, it's definitely worth it as opposed to everyone just being deceived. I think they should have to see the truth and then choose to ignore it.
I used to think I used to spend my life trying to wake people up, my every waking moment, and I realized some people deserve hell. They
But you
actually just deserve it.
So,
What about
And
the
do
it
you
would
happen to
be
be single and living in the greater Milwaukee area? Because I've got a guy for you.
That's so funny, dude.
why?
I can hook you up for
Uh,
Um,
I think Witzik got my joke, but it's all good.
Yeah, I'm just telling you guys. I mean, you can take it or leave it. I am not. This isn't a flex, but I am a pretty intuitive person. I used to tell Kai that, and she's like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." I'm like, "No, no. I'm just telling you that it's one of those things. I can tell when people are lying. I can tell you what's about to happen." And she thought I was crazy, bro. But you could ask her now; she would definitely not think I'm crazy. So I'm telling you, something's gonna happen. You can take it or leave it.
So I had these strong feelings prior, like just leading up to everything that took place 3 years ago. It just started coming into my mind, like very vividly, like about land that we have on a river in southern Missouri, and just these like constant thoughts of like, you need to get to this land. You should probably go to this land. Go check out this land. Maybe start building something on this land. Blah blah blah. Like over and over and over again. And then COVID hits, and then yeah, still had the ideas of that, but they're fading now. So I don't know if it's like that was foretelling what I should have previously done, and now I'm past that window of opportunity, or
Are you
whatever.
aware of the migrations to Missouri right now, or the Ozarks?
That's literally where my land is, but no,
Yeah.
not at all.
So there's a migration of Yah's people, like Hebrews, right? Whole families of Hebrews, thousands move into Missouri to the Ozark region. They're all
Really?
being called to that area. I'm serious.
Huh.
I know a community is being built up right now. They've inherited land. They've been donated land, hundreds of acres, and that's just one area where they're starting to prepare the land. Like they don't even have roads there yet. They have to build the roads. They have to, literally prepare the land from scratch. But they're doing it, and they're trying to set up these
Interesting.
you can call them communes, but they're not communes, but like
What
self-independent, off the grid systems.
whereabouts in the Ozarks do you know for sure?
Yeah, give me a second. I think it
Those
starts with an
are
A.
make me nervous. A lot of water. If they flood the area, then everybody who goes down there will be flooded too.
Yeah, but
They did it
there's
before.
there's a
They
lot
did
of
it before.
there's a lot of hills in that area. It's not Missouri's not flat like all the surrounding states in the middle of the
Oh, you ain't got to be flat to
country.
get flooded out. You just got to have enough water.
No, I was thinking about going to Florida, and then I'm not really getting the confirmation to go there. So I don't know if I'm gonna go there. I'm feeling kind of like I'm supposed to be in the Carolinas though. So I don't know. I don't even know where I'm supposed to go yet. I'm still waiting for the go
get a bow
ahead.
and arrow. They're silent.
We're
Yeah, I mean,
called to let our light shine before men, right? Why would we all go, to the same place, right? Don't we want to talk to these people? Get that message of the kingdom out. Let Yeshua prepare the land.
Yeah, it's a mix though. Some I haven't been called out there, but I thought about going out there, but I'm not getting a confirmation. But others are, and it's a safe haven, for children, and it's gonna be I believe that Missouri will be spared. Like if World War III happens, from what I'm understanding, even the Pentagon and sources from the Pentagon, military members, they're talking about you got Portland, San Francisco, Miami, New York, and Boston as like the main focal points that both the Chinese and Russia are looking into. And from what I understand, they're gonna nuke the shit out of America. Like it's funny because it's like the democratic cities that are being targeted by Russia. And it's also like the concentrations of the most rebellious, heathenistic people in America happen to be in these cities. And I don't think it's a coincidence. But when they do get nuked, like Russia's intentions are to leave the heartland of the U.S. absolutely pristine because they want to pillage the cattle. They actually want to take all the cattle and all the livestock and all the crops, which is a very smart move because if you're in a war and your own country is getting bombed, you want to take your enemy, you want to spoil your enemy's supplies. Which why would he nuke all that? He's not. That's only if he even
Well,
gets
this
that
is
far. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
this is what's so crazy, man. Because and I know that I think we don't actually agree, or I'm like really falling down the United States is like the setting of the biblical lambs, and I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm falling down rabbit holes with it, dude. Like the whole like corn is apparently indigenous to Americas, and why is there corn in the Torah, and why is the corn in the prophetic dream in the Torah? Like I don't. Where's the corn come from? Because corn
I don't
comes
know.
from here. And when you start
God
looking
had
into
to
it,
be
90%
impossible.
of
Yeah.
90% of the food's variety comes from America. You start to look into uh, honestly, like what people call black people, and then looking at it from the perspective of being cursed, and then the whole 400 years. But then we're told that they weren't in Egypt for 400 years, right? Now, I don't know. I don't fully believe in Jasher. I think it has some mistakes, but Jasher says specifically 210, and I think so does Maccabees. And but either way, we know that they were in Canaan and um, Egypt, and they weren't. Abraham wasn't a slave in Canaan. He was like wealthy. So it's like the prophecy of them being enslaved for 400 years wasn't fulfilled yet. But then it was seemingly in America. If you were to apply that to that America, they would have been enslaved. And they weren't taken over here in ships. They were already here. And they're so rebellious, then you just look at what does the prophecy say about the curse? It says that they'll do evil to each other. It says that they'll like never really be in positions of power. It says all kinds of things. It says that they'll be enslaved. And that 400 years does line up almost exactly based on what has happened in the U.S. Then you look at where were the slaves? Well, like around the Nile, where was the vast majority of slavery prominent in the U.S. right along the Mississippi River, and then you have the 7 rivers going into the Mississippi, which is what's needed to accurately describe the Nile according to the scripture. And then you look into all the animals and all the fruits and vegetables that are described. It's all in America. All of it's in America. And some people say, like, oh, what about lines? There are lines in America. There are mountain lions. There used to be lines with manes in America because you could say, well, David grabbed the lion by the mane, but by the beard, it says, well, they used to be here in America, documented. So, like, there's just it's obviously a lot to it, but you start to look into it, and it looks like the journeys that they travel makes more sense here. The relative geographic locations make more sense here. It's very interesting. I think a big key to it is the idea of part of the tribes being enslaved, and who is that? And if the slavery does in fact, the United States slavery does in fact fulfill the prophecy of some of the tribes, then that means that the United States has to be the biblical land because they come back to Egypt. And when you go look into Deuteronomy and Exodus, I think it's Deuteronomy 26. Maybe it's Exodus 26:40 or Deuteronomy 26:40. I get them mixed up right now, but it explains that he takes them out of Egypt, and Moses tells them right before he parts the sea, he's like, This basically give thanks to Yah, like you'll never see them again. Like talking about Egypt, like these people that have oppressed you, give thanks to Yah for you'll never see them again, ever again. And then they rebel again, and they're brought back. And of course, Deuteronomy, it tells you, oh, that place that I told you you would never have to see again, now you're going to have to see it again. So it goes back to that same biblical geographic setting. And if that was America, that checks all the boxes. So I don't know. There's a lot to it. But all that being said, like if we look at it from that perspective, then anything prophetic regarding collapsing in on the biblical land kind of makes sense for eventually this place to be attacked. And seemingly from the north. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's definitely very crazy. And I think that a lot of people are waking up to a lot of this stuff. That America's history is way different than what we were told. I actually I'll stop ranting, but I'll say one thing. I stumbled across Masonic literature as well, that they're straight up saying, like, we intentionally called America the New World to mislead, but it's the Old World. And this was the original setting. It's the Old World. Everything came from here. In fact, one of the Masonic literatures say America was the first one lifted out of the water. And they called it the New World and told them a story of European discovery to mislead people from what was really going on here. If you can't bring over 12 million slaves over 300 years, that being like 16 ships a day landing on the coast with like 600 slaves, which is how many they said they could hold, with 10% dying, with many months journey, just constantly. Am I supposed to believe that for 300 straight years, every day, 16 ships full of slaves landed there? When these people just got here, these Europeans just got here and couldn't even feed themselves, didn't even have their first harvest, had to quote unquote fight the savage Indians, right? But at the same time, they're like, you know what? Let's go across the ocean and bring hundreds of people over here. We can't even feed ourselves, but let's bring slaves over here that we can't feed. We haven't had our first harvest and we're fighting. We have no infrastructure, but let's just go ahead and bring slaves over here from way over there. What you do when you go to a land, and then I'll really will stop this time. When you go to a land, what you do is you take over the people in the land and you enslave them. That's what happened. That's what they did, and they lied about it. And that's what I currently think. I'm not making any definitive claims, though. I'm just saying I'm falling down that rabbit hole, and I think it's a pretty big deal that we should figure that out because that's going to determine how we interpret the rest of it.
I posted some images regarding what the possibilities are, right, regarding Russia and China. We know that Russia and China are in an alliance. They made it very clear. They did it publicly in front of the world stage. They even gave Putin that chain, that bling bling. So we know that they're allies. And the U.S. is their greatest common threat. It's not too far fetched that in the near future that we will see World War III on our soil. We've never had a war on our soil like this to this level by two world supreme powers. And you got think tanks, right, that are figuring this stuff out and all the probabilities. From what I'm hearing, right, like I said, I can't guarantee it, but Portland, if you look at Portland and you look at Washington State and Oregon, right between Washington State and Oregon, there's like this funnel where they can literally fit submarines in. Now, this area is already being guarded by our military, but we've already seen Chinese and Russian subs just off the coast right here. Like they're not even afraid to do it anymore. Like they'll literally pop up off the coast of Oregon just to show their presence. They have their eyeball on this area as an infiltration point, like Normandy. This area right here will be like Normandy, but for the Chinese and the Russians, but mostly Chinese on this side of the continent, apparently. I do think that we are heading into some turbulent times, bro. Like People aren't ready for this, bro. They're just not. It's doomsday talk. They don't like hearing it. You know.
Yeah, and I know what I said seemed like came out left field. I guess I just think it's relevant as to understand why it's going to happen here. It's going to happen here, bro. I don't know when, though. I don't know when. I have no idea. And I prayed about a wife and children, and he told me to do that. So we are, of course, told that that'll happen until the very end, though. So I don't know.
Don't the Mormon people have that belief too, that the biblical lands are in America?
I think it's interesting. They're Moorish, like Moor man, and then but as far as like the crops and the animals over there, like what my theory was always that Noah's Ark was here and the garden was here, and then wouldn't he have taken like seeds with him and stuff? You know, that's what I kind of was thinking, but I do agree. It's a deep rabbit hole.
Apparently, before the flood, there was a landmass between America now and Asia. Like there was something there that's apparently sunken under the ocean. And like the Philippines, what you see now are like these islands where really mountain tops, like all that was exposed. Like the sea floor was like not the sea floor; it was like actual crust that you could walk on. All that was like exposed. Like before the flood, you only had the Earth was only covered in 15% water, compared to now where it's like almost all water.
Yeah, I've heard that before as well. Yeah, I mean, and if it was bigger people, they could traverse the Earth much quicker that way.
Well, there's
So
just
like,
lots of evidence as to Atlantis being here. Found some more historical documents about Atlantis being here, and then the inlands not being completely sunken into the water, just like.
That's funny. I was mentioning that whole shit with the number 42 last night, but page 42 of the Keys of Enoch shows this thing called the Return of the Dove, which is this like energetic template that's supposed to fit over the United States beginning from 2012, allegedly, according to this book. It's just funny that it's 2012, but it's centered on Missouri almost, in the Ozark Mountains. Very interesting. Sent some people links.
Yeah, has anyone ever fact checked the whole Hitler claim about like they're gonna find out that the Jews are in America? Like, I don't know if that quote's true or not, but it does look like Atlantis, dude. It looks like Atlantis was here. Where does the word America come from?
Amaru.
You know? Yeah, exactly. Start looking
America.
into the etymology of that.
Hey,
German.
I feel it's like a mare, like
It's
like
AM.
mar or like ocean. So it's like over the
Yes.
ocean.
Well, it's
So,
AM pre AM meridian, post meridian, AM PM.
it's about a specific deity, and it's
Right.
about like the fertility of the soil, and that's
No,
what
that's
the
what
word
you.
America.
Well, okay, that's okay. Listen, it's there's three Reichs, right? What's an AM Reich? You have a post Reich, an AM Reich. You have a first, second, third Reich, post Reich, and an AM Reich, right? Pre Reich, first Reich, second Reich, third Reich, after Reich. Okay, that's all that happened. And these motherfuckers do with time. They set up the time. They set up the daylight savings or whatever, right? That's the Hitler type, German type thing too, right? That we have here. But I've always felt like the America was a funny word, not just from whatever, but from like Native Americans to the Germans, right? And then they just America, America. It's not. I don't think it's
Yeah,
Amerigo anymore.
Married though. I'm just saying like America. It's a reference to a deity. It tracks back to meaning Egypt. America was literally named Egypt, bro. Like that's where America comes from. You can look at ancient maps as too depicting this as well. It's like they hid it. They called America the New World, and they hid the fact that it's actually the Old World. I think I'm not making a definitive claim, but when you look into like all the history of America, man, it's like really crazy. You look at what the Masons who founded this America here that we know. Look what they said. They said it was the Old World. That's what they said. And when the Europeans came over here, they wrote back to the king and they said, "This is the biblical land." And then they claimed that they had biblical authority to take out the tribes because they were the rebellious ones described in the Torah. So it's only recently that people seem to think it's insane to claim that the biblical lands are here. What has the most Hebrew artifacts in the whole world? America. What continent has the most pyramids in the world? America. What continent has the biggest pyramid in the world? America. It's in New Mexico. Twice as big as Giza. Why does no one know any of this? Why are the most Hebrew artifacts found in America? The oldest and the most. How does that work with this Arab-centric story that we're told? I'm just saying. Or like there's places in the West that's named specifically after biblical names, and they say, oh, well, this was named in 1865 after the place in the Middle East. But then you look into it, and the place in the Middle East wasn't even named until 1965. So how did they name it after the place in the Middle East when it was named that beforehand? So I don't know. I just find it weird.
The Mormon Church, unfortunately, they're the leading experts in this field because they've been doing research, archaeological research on the lost tribes in the Americas for very long, and because of their stigma, right? Well, like I don't really like Mormonism whatsoever. I don't support it, but they happen to have all the artifacts in their museums in their belongings. Like they are owners of the ancient artifacts. They have museums filled with ancient relics found in the Americas dating back to first, second century and maybe older. And yeah, like the Hebrew artifacts, the Mormon Church has, it's like this. They're like the Smithsonian of ancient relics in
Yes.
America, historical record.
Check this, bro. So
American, German, Mexican.
my wife was raised Mormon, okay? And then she, of course, left the Mormon church because it's a cult. But the point is that, like, we're discovering the Mormons may not have been completely wrong, but now what I think is that the Mormons are like a cover story. Like it's a Masonic cover story where they came in. Yeah,
Exactly,
they came in
bro.
to be the representation of the old world, and they kind of covered it up with this misrepresentation of what's going on. I mean, they don't even discuss the people that were natively here. So they don't talk about the most important stuff.
How can you be more of a man, a Mormon? That's just funny. All these words: German, Mormon, Tibetan, Asian, American, all the ants.
Women. Oh, even
Yeah, but the
women.
more,
What the fuck?
Australian.
what
Yeah,
about
and then you got
Moorish people
China.
though? Zimmer?
Well, you got China that's not that, right? So what about the places that aren't that don't say the ends? That's just weird.
But they may be right about Utah though. So like Judah, Utah, and if you start to look into the geographical descriptions of the land, and then you go look at Utah, I mean, it checks every box. It has the salt water, the salt body water. It has the fresh water beside it with a river splitting it. It only exists in 3 places in the entire earth. 3 places, and Utah checks the box. But it's like, okay, well then, but it says that it'll become desolate and it'll be like full of dust, effectively, like a desert. Oh, look at Utah, majority deserts. It also says that the snow will happen early in the year. Oh, what a coincidence. Utah receives snow as early as September. So It's pretty crazy, man. When you start, and it has mountains that has snow-capped mountains year round. Right, one of the mountains is so tall it has snow on it year round, and this spills over into what we call California, which comes from Califia, which is a goddess. Then you can look at the ancient maps that show it being like detached from the coast. So that's a whole rabbit hole to figure out if they have a cover story for that. Oh well, they were just ignorant and the cartographers got it wrong, and they have a cover story for why. But then the Red Sea would be over near California, and now there's disagreements as to where that could be. Though the Red Sea may not be there, but the point is that there's actually like 5 different layouts that can check majority of the biblical check boxes as for like describing the biblical land. And the land of the Hittites would be right up in northeastern, right above northeastern or northwestern America, right in Canada. When you map it all out, and then you go back and you look at, oh, they traveled for this many days north, and then they traveled west, or really east. It's like when you look at all the descriptions, they could have traveled all the places in the set amount of days in America. But then you go look at it where they claim Egypt is and stuff, and it's just super suspect. Africa, that's of course Egypt's in Africa, bro. Africa doesn't check any of the boxes. Doesn't check the boxes for the fruits, for the vegetables, for the animals. It makes sense to me that the chosen land would be within an area that has great variety. It's like a forest. It's like a forest type of environment. It has all kinds of animals, a huge variety of animals, a huge variety of climates, a huge variety of fruits and vegetables. It has
Now,
the
what if
most
Jesus
fertile
was
soil in the world.
Moor? Like if Jesus was one of the Moors,
Well, that's a rabbit
about the Moors
hole
with
too.
it?
Yeah,
But
that's
that's a rabbit hole too. Yeah, like
it
what
is
is
impressive though. It is real fertile over here. I will tell you that though. For that part, like to be, yeah.
Yeah, dude. I'm this place is special, bro. And think about it. Where if the tribes were scattered, what has the greatest multitude of people? America.
Yeah, doesn't Utah also have like Zion National Forest or something?
Everything in Utah is named after the Bible, and that's why I'm saying the Mormons are the cover story. They act like the Mormons just came and named everything. No, that's not what happened. And of course, you can just look into it. The founder of Mormonism, it was admittedly a Mason. Admittedly.
Their first stop was actually in Missouri, and they were run out of Missouri with yeah. That's how the story goes, allegedly.
That's right. That's how the story goes. But they claim that is the promise. Like, but I think that the Mormons are a psyop, bro. Just like you said, like they are, bro. I know quite a bit about it because my wife was raised Mormon. Okay, part of her family still is Mormon. We went to a family reunion. Everyone's Mormon. Like, I know a lot about it. It is laughably a cult. Okay, and they wear white hoods and they chant things repetitively, and they have baptism of the dead, and they do all this crazy stuff. So that basically what happens is the idea of this being the old world gets associated with like a cult. People are like, oh, these are just crazy people. They claim that this guy went and found gold tablets, but didn't show anybody, and it gets like swept under the rug. So that's what I currently think. I don't know. Like, think about this. Why do black people think they come from Africa? Why? Okay, let's go back and look. Okay, if you were to come to America, kidnap some people, not let them read, not let them break up all their families and not let them read, after a couple hundred years, how would they know where they came from, bro? They would have no idea. They would have no idea where they came from. And they don't. They don't. They think they come from Africa. That's a trick. The whole come from Africa thing is a lie. Like, look at who pushed the whole back to Africa movement. It's a bunch of like European politicians and then very prominent black Masons.
They do get burned. Like, that's why their skin's like darker, because it is actually like brighter.
What? They get darker because they have higher levels of melanin that causes electromagnetic. called
Yeah, they have
electromagnetic
high
coupled.
melanin to because they have to, or their
Didn't
skin would boil off.
didn't the
Yeah, but
slave
yeah,
trade
the black
start in
people
like
that live here in America came from Africa, or you like you just saying goofy things?
I do actually think that there is a creator of like the Earth, and I think that it is a psychopath that intentionally created different races and intentionally started them with different languages just to create a fucking problem.
You don't
Actually,
even know the story. You don't even know the story. The different languages came from the Tower of Babel. Like he had to break
oh,
them up into different
like
languages
the
because they
book,
were trying to rebel.
of course. I
All right.
apologize. Of course, the book already told us what to think. My
didn't
Yes, that's
1619
right.
start didn't 1619 start the slave trade or whatever, and it's been
That's what they
400
say.
years. Yeah,
It's
and
right at 200 years. Yeah,
it's
that would be
crazy.
2019 though. I think it may have happened a little bit earlier than that, right? But
Yeah, yeah, that's so wild, dude. Those things, I mean, it can't just all be coincidences.
it's insane, bro. And like I will say, I think that everyone alive has like Israeli blood in them at this point. And I think the creator specifically lets us know, like, he's not a respecter of persons. And basically, all the genealogies got wiped out for a reason. He doesn't want people focusing on that. And not everyone from Israel is of Israel. But at the same time, this is going to help us. Like, this is a crucial part to understanding where we are in the timeline, to understanding where we are geographically and then where we are in the timeline. So yeah, like a lot of people that discover this truth that are black, like they completely abuse the beauty of this truth, right? And they take it as some like supremacist position and all this nonsense. But that doesn't mean they're wrong. That doesn't mean they're wrong about like I don't know. It says that they'll do evil to each other. It says that they'll never be in powers of position or positions of power. It says that they'll be enslaved in their own land.
Yeah, dude. I think they're the Levites is what it is that they're missing it. But there's, there's 11 other tribes still. So, you know what I mean? I think that Hebrew Israelite movement or whatever, they need to look into it. Maybe they're the Leviticals or whatever.
Yeah, but some people actually, dude, it's you, Tour of Yah, our Lion of Yah. You made that music video. You made that music video where it has that rap song. I went and found that artist, and that dude's fire, bro.
Bro,
That dude
fire.
is, dude. That dude just crushes, dude.
Yeah.
Everything he spits is fuego, dude. And he's like one of the few people that's like Gentiles aren't our enemy. Like if you're
Yeah.
attacking the Gentile, then you're not doing it right.
No,
And see, people like that, I can tip my hat to. That's like speak the truth about how it does look like you guys were deceived, and you have generational curses that are being fulfilled. And you guys are, seemingly at the least Judah, but he'll even admit, he's like, I don't think you can figure out what tribe you're from. I don't think I'll ever know what tribe I'm from. And the Gentiles aren't our enemy. That's the real move. Everyone needs to come together. We have a multitude of people in America for a reason.
You are a
We have a
Gentile,
huge
Richard.
awakening happening in America for a reason.
yeah,
It's not
bro.
all.
That Lion of Yah shared that video. That's Anavil the Servant. That dude is insane with all of it, every single song. And he even has one that he says, y'all call him Mexican, I call him Issachar. And it's like, so he's not like just saying like only black people are Israelites or anything. But dude, his music, listen to a song called Choose by him. It's amazing, dude.
Dude, Torah 3, the whole entire album is fire. The whole thing is
Yeah. Break the Firmament. It's so hilarious. You could tell he already knows.
Dude, yeah, he's like talking about RCA and all these different places trying to buy a soul for 250K. He's like, but my soul is what you want for real. Don't make me mad. And he's like, I'm not popping pills. I'm not wearing a dress. Don't make me laugh. Like he calls out the whole industry. That's why we've never heard of him. But
Yeah.
he's so good though. So it's like I respect him a lot.
He's
And I
called
respect his merch too. His merch just says repent.
Repent, dude. It's sick, isn't it? He's called Humble for Yah on YouTube. I don't know if you found him there too, but yeah, he'll
He has
even
like
like
3.
diss some rappers.
Yeah, dude, he's so
But-
good. I also watched his listening party when he put out Tour 3. And he just seems like a genuine person. He also has a friend that in the NFL that plays for the Bucks, or plays for the Buccaneers. And he's like, he has a song that's to moms or to women, right, about being like biblically correct. And he's like, in the song, he says it's the fourth quarter. It's time to change. It's time to change like 4 quarters and $1 or something like that. It's not. It's just a witty line. But his friend plays for the Buccaneers and was wanting to quit, and he heard that line right as he pulled up to the Buccaneers stadium that he works at as a football player, of course. And it's on $1 Ave. And he said he heard that and was like, "Oh my gosh!" and called him. And he's like, you can tell it was just such a genuine, pure thing. Where he's like, "Yeah, you see how the father is putting this stuff together because my rhyme wasn't even about that at all, but it directly related to your life." So yeah, I was like super excited when I found that dude. I've been bumping that dude. He's fire.
Dude, that's
The
all the place is called. It's called $1 Place. It's actually off
Yeah,
MLK.
there you go.
But yeah, it's $1 Place. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. And the guy was like, "What are
Who's
the
the
odds
artist?
that I'm like wanting?" I'm gonna just say his name.
Anaviel the Servant.
Abiel. Yes.
Yeah,
It's
dude.
so
Cool.
I told Mike Maranatha and Wes Blaze about him because I was telling Wes Blaze you need to get him on the show on Uncommon Ground. And I'll say the same to you with it. You need to get that guy on In the Field, dude, because he's in the field of music, spreading truth, right? How about that field?
No, yeah. Kai was like, "Dude, you got to talk to this guy about flat Earth." I'm like, I would be surprised this guy doesn't know that we were lying to you about the Earth. But
Oh, he knows. You could tell in some of his songs for sure.
yeah,
I think a lot of bands know if you listen.
yeah, a lot of people do know. I will say this is something else: is like the quote unquote black community. They discover truth much faster. I know this because I freaking I like lived it. So like everyone can tell me differently. They are there's something special about remnants of people that were already here in America. There's no doubt about it. And I think that we should like embrace it, and because it's the truth. If it's the truth, it's the truth, and we should like all come together and be like, look, we're discovering the reality of this place and the reality of America, and you guys, your trick only works so long, so we know
Yeah,
what's going.
what a better like form of community to have that as your starting point. That's really, I mean, and that is true. I think the truth goes around there a lot quicker because how strong their community is, how they talk to each other, how they're always in touch, and that's a big part that we're missing, man. We need to
Yeah, they're
get
very resilient and like family oriented. Like but they this is what I'm saying too. Like I was like the white kid, like growing up, and I was just treated like family. So I think that like they understand that on a deeper level. But I'm not big on the separation of people. Like there are people from all these different quote unquote races, right? That just means that we have different pigment. We have different levels of melanin, which means we have different levels of electromagnetic coupling, which means our skin changes color at different rates.
yeah,
Not a big deal.
but putting it that way, it's just like, yeah, if people only understood. So like looking different from someone shouldn't make you hate a person, dude. It should make you understand what's going on, how beautiful the creation is. That's it.
I think African people are sexy.
That's good.
But my little brother has a Confederate flag, so my family have different views.
Well, that's what's up. I know black people have Confederate flags.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, probably not. The whole point I was even just making is like I think America may be the old world, and think about how blatantly they misled everyone. They called it the new world.
Inversion, just like they like.
It is an old world, but I don't know if it's the old world.
Well, the Masons that called it the new world said, this is a trick. It's actually the whole world. That's what they said in their literature.
I can imagine they want to trick people to
It's
not look over there in the beginning.
If they don't want people to know that everything seems to have begun here.
About
It's a pretty great trick.
The clever, smart people found America, and to hide it from everyone else, they pretended Earth was flat and said, if you sail out west, you'll fall off the Earth into monsters' mouths. That's why no one else went over to find it.
Fascinating.
This is actually I just posted a couple pictures, right? If you look at this is a king of Israel bowing down in the petroglyph. You can find this in Samaria, ancient Babylon. This petroglyph is world renowned. Everybody knows about it because it's literally the king of Israel bowing down to a foreign king. And this is exactly what Ezra talks about when the lost tribes were taken captive. This is when Israel was first pillaged and exiled after they established the promised land. This is recorded. This is not just through biblical. It's not just our book, right? People that claim, oh, that's what your book says. Well, it's not just the book. Like, there's all kinds of archaeological, anthropological reasons to defend the biblical narrative. And this is one example from a pagan source, right? Showing the king of Israel actually bowing down. And this is when they were taken captive, according to Ezra, a 1.5 year journey eastwards across the Euphrates. Now, I don't like what I never understood. What is the motive of taking people, right? 10 tribes eastwards a 1.5 year away from your own land. Like they were neighbors. Assyria, right, was Israel's neighbor. And then somebody else pointed out, are you here? I forgot who it was. But somebody pointed out a good motive that I wasn't aware, that this was an ancient strategy to displace a population of people so that they wouldn't be a hindrance anymore. So like what the Assyrians did is they took these Israelite tribes, right, captive in chains, right, and their king, and they took them as far as they possibly could eastwards where they wouldn't be a problem anymore. But in the process, they also assimilated themselves because some actually mingled. They had children with the Israelites. But I guess it's what the intent was to get rid of them so that when they came back, they could just take the land over and make it theirs, right? And not have to worry about all these people, maybe take some of them as slaves or indentured servants or whatever. But for the most part, they took them as far as they possibly could, humanly possible, a 1.5 year journey. And Ezra records this, and says that they went into a land where no man had dwelt before. And that's the Americas. Like when they got here, there was nobody here since the flood. This is the land of the pre-flood world. And even in the pre-flood world, this land was important. I'm not exactly sure what was here though. We see all these pyramids in South America and North America, but these are antediluvian for sure. But what was here, nobody knows. But just this idea that you have this population group going to a vast wilderness of untapped potential with no humans on it, right? They try to date that like 12,000 years ago to 20,000 years ago, right? But no, like according to the scriptures, this happened a lot more recent than anybody could possibly believe. And we're talking about 720 BC, 720 to 722 BC, where they ventured out here, and there was nobody here at that time. There was no humans at that time on this land. And what was
where do we have evidence of
You
this?
think they were here pre-flood? No,
So
like
the
pre-flood,
evidence.
it been wiped out.
So yeah, there was human beings on Earth, all over the Earth pre-flood. There was a unified world. That's why you see all these unified structural architecture. Like it seems like they
Yes,
had.
I agree.
So like, but yeah, so when they got here, right, this was completely uninhabited by human beings. Yes, there was animals here, right, but since the flood, there was nobody here, and all these ancient structures, megalithic structures, are antediluvian.
Yes, I agree with that. There was a one world. There was a one world civilization pre-flood, got taken out, and then they migrated back to this original land.
I
But they
agree
were
with
here
that.
way
Where does it
before.
show Hebrew roots anywhere in Americas?
Kind
Dude,
of
You guys
like
said there's
exile, though.
America has more
where?
Hebrew artifacts than anywhere else in the entire world.
Where?
They found 300 Hebrew runes, right, in Puerto Rico, in the mountains of Puerto Rico. You can find this in archaeology.com. Like this is not. It's just
Yeah,
suppressed for whatever reason.
that's
Okay,
good.
Puerto
Where are
Rico.
the rest
Where
of
in
it
the
though?
mainland America is there Hebrew artifacts?
Dude,
I'm
they
just
found them in
curious.
Connecticut,
Ohio, they found
around the
them in
Great Lakes,
Mexico.
they've found all kinds of ancient Hebrew artifacts. Literally, the
That's
Like
the first
literally,
time I hear this.
the
I know
Cherokee
that's what
creation
I'm saying.
story.
People have been lied to. I didn't even know this until like a week ago. Which you should ask yourself why.
Yeah,
Why
that's
is
what I'm asking. Drop me like you have like I'm curious. I'm
I
genuinely
can give you some stuff in a
curious.
sec. I'm driving to get stuff for Kai for Mother's
The
Day. So,
Decalogue
but
stone.
there's a lot. I actually have a video that breaks down. Dude breaks down a lot of it. What you find out too is a lot of these depictions match exactly what they would call Egyptian. So it's very interesting. Like these people were not savages that knew nothing. These people had ancient knowledge,
Oh
and
yeah, I'm into this, and I even have a theory. I call it the like melty stone civilization. I think there's a civilization that was worldwide pre-Diluvian, that's for sure. So yeah, I'm really into this stuff. But it's the first time I ever heard a Jewish or Hebrew connection in any of it. So
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, and like he said too, they found stuff I always take their dating with a grain of salt, but seemingly dated back to around 720 BC, and it's in Paleo Hebrew, which is the Hebrew used right around that time period. Of course, that's more pictographic, right? You have the Babylonian cuneiform Hebrew, which was Babylon taking the Paleo Hebrew, rewriting it, and then giving it numerical equivalents, meaning it gave each character a number, because they were really big into like spells. They cast numerical spells, which is pretty interesting that they cast numerical spells and then look at the entire world deceived about where they live because of math.
Now
But
that's a
anyway,
bit of a stretch. Remember when you were talking about the Muslim connection in the Americas?
yeah.
Whatever happened to that? Did you follow through with that?
Yeah, see that I already explained that the quote unquote evidence for that is just simply the fact that they wore the same garb, and a lot of the names come from what people attribute to Islamic, and this is where that symbol that was put onto Islam is incredibly prominent in the Americas, and it can only really be explained in the Americas with the crescent. Like what is so? It's not modern Muslims. Modern Muslims are the Middle East. So
Yeah, so this is like another weird thing in the Americas. Now they're saying Hebrews and Jews were here.
yeah, they were like why would there be so much Hebrew here? And like why did why are there more pyramids in North America than anywhere else in the world? How is it a new world?
Those are two questions. Pyramids, yeah, like I told you, they're all over. I've even climbed the three of them in Mexico. So the biggest ones, I walked down those avenues and all that stuff. But that's not the issue. You're talking about Hebrews now. This is a whole different ballgame.
Okay. Yeah. So first of all, I'm saying there's 2 points. One is that it's not just that there are pyramids everywhere in the world. There are more pyramids here than anywhere in the world. And this includes South America. It's just the Americas, North and South America. But yeah, as to the Hebrew, I can't send it to you right now, but I will definitely send you some stuff when I get back to the house. There is a ton of Hebrew artifacts that have been found specifically in North America and also in South America. So it's like, my point is, why that doesn't fit into the narrative we were told at all. There should not be Paleo Hebrew anywhere here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I'm surprised then. Like I'm anxious to see this.
Yeah, I would definitely send it to you, man. I'm going in the store to get her some flowers and stuff though, so I can't really. It's on my
Yeah, no
computer.
rush, bro. And I'm not challenging. I'm just saying, like, wow, this is the first time I heard this. Like the Muslim thing, right? When you guys were saying Muslims everywhere now, and I looked and I couldn't find any mosques, right? So that story just doesn't, you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but like I don't think like the reason that I was talking about the Muslim, it's not really as much the mosques. It's like the actual. It's much more phonetical. It's phonetics. It's phonetics of the people groups' names, what they called Native Americans, right? And then like what their names, like where do those names come from? Where do these places come from that are named what they are? It's much more of a phonetic argument for the Islamic thing, but it's like I discovered that's a hard conversation to have because there's such a mixture of what we call Muslim and Islam, and like you know what I'm saying? Like there's obviously a huge concentration of what we call Muslim in the Middle East, and they have a history there. So it's like this confusion of what it means to be Muslim and blah blah blah. But I think the major point here, because I'm not claiming to have all the answers, it's like for sure they lied about the Americas, and this is the old world. And this is why they founded it. This is why they put their little world civilization headquarters here. And then they called it the New World. So I just find that very fascinating, dude. Yeah, I mean, we all probably intuitively knew this when we were like in 8th grade, and they told us that Christopher Columbus came over here in 1492, and he discovered the Americas. How do you discover something that's already discovered, dude?
He discovered it for himself. New to him.
Okay, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So what if I go to China right now? Did I discover China?
Well, I mean, you could like go out in the woods and discover a cave that had previously been occupied by someone, but it's a discovery to you, right?
Yeah, plus
Oh, so
history is taught from that lens, man. Yeah, history is kind of
I
taught from the European lens.
yeah, why
I do
though?
remember
You know,
I do recall hearing something about Hebrew artifacts in the Americas and finding some things that had inscriptions like Hebrew type inscriptions, and there was one thing like back in the 1800s found of the Ten Commandments depicting Moses holding the Ten Commandments.
Yeah.
And all I remember about it, I'll have to look deeper into it, that it was met with some skepticism that possibly they were fake or something. I don't know. I'll have to look it up.
Yeah, of course it was, because it doesn't match the mainstream story. So
Well,
yeah, the
it
Native
could be
American
though,
tribes
right?
had Hebrew. The Native American tribes had still in their possession Hebrew artifacts that lay out certain commands. What I find to be very interesting, though, it's like how many times do we have to see that this mainstream anthropology and history is completely wrong before we stop just like pretending that they're the arbiter of truth. Like you can just look at Egyptian history as a perfect example. Egyptologists have been wrong about every single thing they've said the whole time. They claim that the pyramids are tombs, but they've never found one single body in it ever. How's it a tomb? Doesn't have a body in it. So like it's a cover. Like they're lying to us about history. It's a cover. So I don't know. Like for me, just the pyramids alone is fascinating. Like the biggest pyramid in the world is in America. Why do we not know that? Why does no one know that? Why does everyone talk about Giza over and over, but the biggest pyramid in the world is actually here?
The ancient copper mines too, where it looks evidently that these things were mined right a very very long time ago, before anything recent. Like and industrially, we're talking about industrial mining, like a lot. You ever heard about the copper mines?
Yeah, I have heard some about that. Yeah,
It's pretty insane because what were they using all this copper for? I mean, yes, maybe tools, but if the story in the Bible serves correct, then Solomon sent his men out to grab supplies, right? And some of these supplies might have been they might have actually came to the Americas. Like, it's not too far fetched.
Like I when I get back to the crib, I'll show you guys like the different like prominent Masons saying America was the old world. It's very fascinating.
What is the Book of Mormon time frame? You mentioned the Mormons.
You can't trust
That's
the Book
like
of Mormon at all, but
that's recent. It's not even very old.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly, to be honest. Like I want to say within a couple hundred years, like maybe even sooner than that.
but the Book of Mormon does talk about, like, they do talk about Native Americans, lost tribes, peoples in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century, their traditions. Like I remember hearing about it, reading a little bit about it, because some of their prophets, some of their ancient writings are based on Israelites that were in the land, in the Americas.
Yeah, I'm saying the Mormons are right about a lot. It's so funny from my personal perspective, because like my wife, you know, we're just like, oh man, you got out of the cult alive, you know, and we're like, it's just so ridiculous, the story, and then we're just like falling down this rabbit hole. We're like, it looks like they they were right about a lot, you know. So I mean, they're definitely wrong about the most important things, but that's not really the point, though. It's like, yeah, I think that's why the trick exists, right? Because we fell for it too, right? We threw the baby out with the bathwater. We're like, the Mormons are crazy and they make stuff up and they have these weird stories that they all believe in. Like, they're crazy. And then you just throw the whole idea of America being the biblical lands out. Not that it's the
Like
only
Santa,
place that the Bible describes, but it just seems to be like where it started.
it's like Santa Claus and the North Pole.
It's
Dude,
Canada
there's so
too.
many cars.
Not just America, it's Canada. For those Canadians out there, like, there's a lot, man.
Can I ask you guys a question without triggering you guys?
Of course.
Yeah.
Like an honest to God question. Why are you guys so like obsessed with Jewish and Hebrew and Torah?
It makes very specific historical claims that seem to consistently be verified. We live in a world where we're super deceived about what happened in the past. So if we have like an incredibly accurate compilation of texts called the scriptures that happen to give us pointers as to what really happened, then why would we not at least, you know,
It's fascinating, bro.
investigate it?
I can answer. It's because they need a story, because nature is so confusing for a human.
Okay.
I'm not gonna accept you speaking for them, bro. Come on now.
That's the
I
biggest
mean,
best story.
well, why don't you
that
just
they can
respond
find.
specifically to what I said, though?
Okay, so for Ezra 13, real quick, right? It says here, and whereas you saw that he gathered another peaceable multitude unto him, those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king of Husha, whom Shalmaneser the king of Ashur led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so came they into another land. What waters is he talking about here? But they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt. I wonder what land that could be. That they might there guard their statues which they never kept in their own land. And they entered into the Euphrates, in the Hebrew it's Perat, by the narrow places of the river. For the Most High then showed signs for them and held still the flood till they were passed over. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely 1.5 years journey. And the same region is called Arzaret. How can you not find that fascinating, bro?
It's a story, bro, about people crossing. Are you like seriously? You
I'm
asked
just
me
saying,
that
like,
question.
now, yeah, like, that's fascinating, bro. I find that like amazing. And then when you match it
Joseph,
up with
what is that?
anthropological history and archaeological history, it's like, bro, it's like there's not a video game in the world that that I'd rather play than this. You know what I'm saying? Like I
How do
Verse
you? How
12,
about the?
every man whoso shall claim that a book is truth, that he does not know the person who wrote,
You know what's
shall
funny
be
is the
deemed
book. The book.
psychopathic.
You know
Goat
what's funny is the
Simulator.
book told me. The book
That's
told
what
me
you're
you would
playing.
say that.
You're all playing Goat Simulator right now.
What's funny is it told me you guys would do this stuff.
It's all good though.
But isn't it funny that a book that wants to control you would tell you that people that are trying to get you out of it would tell you that?
It specifically tells you. It specific. Okay.
Sorry.
For in the end, there will be many people that scoff, bro. It's not like this isn't like unheard of. But it's all good. I still love you guys.
Same here.
Oh,
Same here.
come on, that was funny as fuck.
Well, it's just frankly, I find the easy way out to just dismiss it as a whole, right? I think that's the easy way out. You know, I could have
think the
done the same
easy
thing
way
with
out
Flat
is
Earth.
being given a book and just believing it. Like that's the easiest way out, dude.
Yeah, but that's not what happened. So I've studied the veracity of the claims in that book way more than you have. So
Are you sure, or are you making an
100
assumption right now?
100% sure. Yes, I'm 100%
Why
sure.
haven't you managed to debunk it after all that study?
So
The way I
you
know that's the case is you haven't provided any specificity about it at all. You're just using this vague, like scoffing rhetoric about the calling it a book.
Revelations 22. What does Revelations 22 say?
It's not
You got a Bible?
Revelations. There's no S. So like this is
You
what's
got a
interesting.
Bible?
Wait, this is what I'm gonna make this point real fast.
Open it
It's not
and read
real
what
fast.
Rev
Hold on.
22 says.
I'm just trying to say something. It's not a book. It's a lot of different texts. Okay, a lot of it's been mistranslated. Things have been taken out. But it doesn't
Well,
mean
you
that
don't
there
need
isn't
it. You can
truth.
just look it up.
All right, you got it. You got it.
It could matter. It could be real important.
But you should have a
in
back and
context,
forth with
it could be
him.
very
Have a
important.
back and forth with him.
Yeah, but let's do it in context, Artemis. Okay,
about it
so maybe you
respectfully.
can, after he's done looking it up, you can give us the full context of the whole chapter. That would be fabulous.
I would
I'm
just
in the
love to hear
store,
his
so I'm not.
context. Because he said that he knows just so much more about it than me. So
Well,
Actually,
I
what I
mean,
said
he
was I
says he
tested the
studies.
veracity of the claims. Yeah, exactly. Like you said, I just believe whatever's in the book. That's not what happened, though. That's not what happened. I actually had to study as to whether or not it was historically accurate. I went and watched all kinds of like atheist historians try to critique it. I went and heard the best arguments against it. I went and looked at the geographical representations and how they align with it outside of the text with extra biblical text. I didn't
Hours of
just read
arguments
a book
against
and
it.
believe it.
Wait, would you watch
everything you've just
my
said
debunks?
doesn't feel like actual verifiable evidence, but rather everything would be based on hearsay. And like, I love
Artemis,
to
what
just
are your
go with
beliefs?
things as if we're in like a courtroom, because then like you get to the truth way faster. And I still can't help but lean on the fact that this is centuries ago and you would be relying on faith in people you've never met, that they not only told the truth in their parts of that book, like not one of them lied, but that it
No,
all
you
got
don't seem to.
collaboratively put. I
You
mean,
don't seem to be listening to what I actually said. So there are extra biblical texts from all around the world that describe different historical events. You can put them all beside each other, right, and try and figure out what's going on. You can look at the actual historical evidence and things that have been discovered and see if it makes sense within the claims of that text. Okay, I never said just
do you
blindly
believe in the
anything.
Quran then?
I think the Quran has a lot of good stuff in it. Yeah. You know what's funny is
But
I think that your position basically leaves us ignorant. You're saying that we can know nothing at all, and that's just that. I'm just saying I find that
when
to
did
be
I say that?
intellectually lazy. That's what you said
How
earlier.
how could you
You said you can't know
possibly?
anything about history. You said you can't know anything about history, and that God's a psychopath. That's your position. So I don't really
Well, I
feel
was
that
being
that's.
okay. I said that I think God is a psychopath when I come in as a joke, but
Well, you said
also
it
like
10,
I
you
mean,
said it 10 times.
but
What are
irregardless.
your beliefs, Artemis? I see that you have ancient cosmology. I mean, there's got to be a reason on that, but like you are a fixed and immovable person. I see in your tag and a dome. What are your simulation? What are your beliefs? Like,
What are my beliefs?
yeah, I mean, you clearly know some truth there. I mean, about the shape of the earth.
I don't really know. Like, beliefs are things that I don't really know but just believe, right? So
Sure. Yeah, but like where do you come spiritually? Because, you know, you're a woman, and I would say that, you know the truth now, the shape of the earth. So you know that it's got a spiritual component. So I'm just asking what your spiritual background is.
I don't do good or bad for anything aside from my own inner morality.
So you don't believe, I mean, like, what do you believe is up above the dome? I mean, just reading your tags, you seem like you believe this earth is created.
I mean, factually has to be.
Right. Cool. See, we have some common ground. We just
But,
differ.
like, I'm not gonna... Yeah, but,
Mhm.
I mean...
Wow, why would you think the creator is a psychopath? I don't, like, do you not think that life is a beautiful thing, a beautiful gift that we have?
Really? This
You don't think
feels
life is
like...
beautiful?
Wow, is this not a... Is life not a burden for you?
No, life is beautiful. I'm sitting here getting my
What are you
wife
doing
Mother's
wrong
Day
then?
flowers
Goodness
with my
me.
beautiful 4-month-old baby who's looking at me with her beautiful blue eyes, smiling.
Aw.
Let it, yeah, let
Mother's
it.
Day. Okay.
Why do you call it a burden?
It should be, shouldn't it, if we're all helping each other? Am I the only one doing shit like that, am I? Are you guys just living your happy little lives even though, psychopaths run the world?
Like virtue
No,
signaling now?
you're just cynical. You're just a cynical English woman. That's all.
I don't think she's
Right?
English, Issa.
What's up?
I don't think she's English, dude.
The English aren't claiming her.
Okay, I'm
We live in
loyal.
a day and
All right.
age where we're told that we should be completely positive, like 24/7. Otherwise, we're doing something wrong. Now, if you do believe in a creator, then that creator created both yin and yang. It created both good and bad. It created both positive and negative. Maybe my presence being negative in the group right now is actually for a divine reason. Who's to say?
Yeah, maybe so. To show
Hey,
people
you
the
know what?
ignorance of the position.
I got a question. I used to always like the idea that, like, instead of looking at God as like some Thor kind of mythical, hero type, I always felt like God be more like Mr. Bean. You know what I mean? Like, and you're like, there's that element to it where like there's a sense of humor to life, and that's what's cool about life. I think. You know,
Yeah, so
you try to,
this is what's so
you try. Well,
funny,
I'm just
man.
saying,
Like,
you try to. Some people
okay.
superimpose some kind of expectation on things. That's all.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
this is what
what
I'm
about
saying about the
black
psychopath comment.
slavery?
Listen,
I'm
okay.
sure...
See, this is what I'm saying, dude. This is the most redundant, age-old thing that people say, and it just doesn't make sense. Like, basically, if God is loving, why do bad things happen? That's your argument. Well, what's
I
the
didn't say
alternative?
that.
What's the
That's
alternative?
definitely not my argument.
What's
Absolutely
it?
not at all what I would say. Nope.
You just said something about slavery.
I said about slavery in a completely different context than you took it.
Okay, so why do you think the creator is a psychopath?
Oh, why do I wonder if the creator's a psychopath? Or think that. Doesn't mean I know it.
You
Um,
decide good and bad in your own
Mostly because those
hierarchy.
of us who do work for the creator are expected to do that work at the cost of ourselves all the time. And
Okay.
there's seemingly nothing that remarkable that comes from it. And like, okay, my mature self goes, well, this is about souls, not about pleasantries on a experience that definitely has an end date, But it's still rather unpleasant. Like, I don't know if it has to be quite as unpleasant as it is to be alive.
I agree.
I don't watch TV though. Like, I actually do things correct. I collect my own water. I live off grid. I I don't work a standard week. I've done everything humanely possible to get as close as possible to the creator. And now that I'm literally sitting here with all the knowledge from the creator in the world, I'm going, well, this is fucking useless because all these TV watching buffoons don't want to know a single bar of it. So yeah, I do think the creator's a little bit psychopathic because that seems like a terrible experience to have someone who's very servitude to you has caused them great suffering and then to just leave them with the burden of knowing and not even a classroom to teach. Yeah.
Why do I have such a different experience? Have you ever prayed and fasted?
What?
Have you ever tried to pray and fast?
Of course, I fast a lot and I do daily spiritual practice and I am good. Like I got my shit down pat. I
I have
homeschool
the
even.
same question. If you're doing the Lord's work and you're helping others and looking after others, I find that rewarding, not a burden.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well,
every situation that you have in life can go any multitude of ways depending on how you approach that from your perspective. So you can go into a situation, you can go into a room of people, and you can have somebody in there that thinks everything that's taking place is horrible. This is ridiculous. I don't understand why this is going on. And then you can have people in that room that think, this is fantastic. I can't believe I get to see all these people today. This is an awesome experience, blah, blah, blah. So you can have one situation taking place with a multitude of different opinions as to how and why the situation is either fantastic or horrible for them. But it's all a matter of choice. And you have that choice on a daily basis. And it seems like over the past few hours, just your input into the conversation, you may have a personal tendency to find the worst in everything and exacerbate that. Maybe that's some introspective work that you need to possibly go through to maybe have a little more positive outlook on life and
of
maybe some of the
course.
situations that you're put in.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah, my complete ludicrous head in the clouds, complete absolute positivity that I've held for multitudes of years through constant torture and suffering. Yeah, I should go back to that.
Well, I didn't
Well,
call
yo,
you
couldn't you
evil for no
agree?
reason, you know.
Hey, yo,
I
couldn't
love
you agree
unsolicited
that
advice when people cut you off to tell you things.
But see, here's the thing. You come into a situation,
Thank
right?
you.
Like you've kind of done today. And like Witsit said, a few hours ago, he's like, hey, look, it's a bright, sunshiny day. And you're like, look, there's a cloud. Like
No,
literally.
I'm not. I'm
That has
going
been your input to all the conversations today. It's
every
like,
day.
yeah, it's
What are you
going
guys doing?
it's going to be horrible if you have
I
a
mean,
constant
really?
horrible input.
That's not
Well,
fair,
no.
bro. Come
Or
on. That's
What do you
not
mean it's
fair.
not fair, dude? I see you weren't
You
even
weren't
here. I
here.
was like, yeah, exactly. I was like, I think that we're on the brink of a lot of truth coming out. What do you guys think? I can feel it. I start explaining all the stuff that's going on. Where fact checkers are checking NASA images now, and big alternative news anchors are saying that the Earth is flat. We have NASA releasing official statements trying to say that the ISS wasn't faked with green screens and stuff like that. And so, the 3 billion views about flat Earth on TikTok came go on TikTok without seeing it. So I was explaining that a lot of stuff is changing, where we're clearly on the precipice of this Overton window shifting, and everything that was said in response by her was negative. So I mean, that's
I
where this
wasn't
all
To
here
give
for
started.
that,
you a
though.
round of applause for just chatting online and watching them fuck the universe. If
What are you
that's
talking
what
about? Like what?
you're.
There's another one right there. Right?
Dude, this was the goth girl in high school, 100%.
Dude, I traveled the whole United States trying to wake people up about this. I don't know what you're saying, just chatting online. Of course, that's how information is shared nowadays anyway. That's the most efficient way to share information.
Hold on,
I had a
Well,
few
Artemis.
not
people
Do
saying
you not
I'm not
agree,
doing
Artemis,
what
that
you're
we're
doing. I'm
Artemis?
making complete assumptions and then just responding to them as if they're facts, which is what you're doing to me. So
that. Okay.
Actually,
I
I
think
like her views on how she views religion and stuff. But I'm surprised. You don't think that the movement, like that's people are talking more about it, athletes and that. You don't think that's true, Artemis?
No, I think it's a distraction from them putting up 5G towers and putting nanochips in everybody, and they're poisoning us, and they've got drones that have weapons on them now. And I think to actually ignore all that going on while they're taking weapons away from people is really ignorant and dumb. Especially considering our ancestors were sent to die in the past. Like, these people aren't exactly the kindest, friendliest, nicest people who've got your best interests at heart. So, I just think it's stupid to not look at the bigger picture, which is that we are actually factually in danger, and they're factually poisoning us all right now.
Yeah, so is the solution not to raise awareness to the deception so people can wake up and then you could have mass awareness of these things? Like, what are you suggesting is the solution? Because if all you say is negative things but you don't have any solution, that's the definition of pessimistic.
Who said I didn't have a solution?
I'm asking
What
you
is your
for one.
solution?
Okay, well, you're gonna have to be able to move rapidly. I recommend a vehicle that it doubles as a house, or some kind of property that's as far away from a city as possible, or you're going to have to be chipped to buy your groceries, which means you're also going to have to learn how to garden and grow your own food and collect your own water. You're going to have to know how to chop wood and actually look after yourself like a grown adult. That's what I recommend.
Okay.
And I do
Yeah, well,
Okay, so wait,
here's
how
the
do you,
problem.
this
You're
is what I'm
talking in a
asking you.
room.
If that's the case, then how is it that you propose making sure people know that so they can be prepared?
No,
Are
no,
you
no.
just saying who cares about everyone else? Is that your take?
Are you guys the same people who believe in the Bible that says, leave the sheep and wake up the lions? And when the lions have awakened, then go.
No, the problem
Why
is
on earth
you're in a
would you
room of
keep
people who.
casting pearls before swine? Have you heard that one too? Don't cast your pearls before swine. Are you really going to stand there and talk to some slobby person who's playing some stupid Zelda game or something, right? And you're going to keep telling them over and over and over that they're in danger and just watch you and your family die?
No, I have literally hundreds of emails of people saying that I helped wake them up to what's going on in the world, and now they've moved out of a city. They're making more children. They're gardening. They're buying land to be
Good.
self-sustainable. That's
Awesome.
how you make change.
Do you have land?
No, I can't afford to buy land. I'm looking for it right now.
Because you projected out all of your energy that you required to make sure that you could survive onto helping other people wake up, which is exactly what I did. Now I've been playing catch up, and I'm finally at the point where I have a movable home. But if I had kept doing what you're doing, I would still be in the position I was in, which is wasting my time on
Just
people
real quick,
who don't put the work in.
To be
They don't
fair,
put
right?
the work
To you, sister, to be fair to you, right? You have to understand that we're not trying to impose anything on you. We're actually just having a theological discussion of history and the origin of man. I'm not trying to force you to believe what I believe. I know people think that, but in the scriptures, to be clear, to answer your question, in Matthew 10:14, it says, as Yeshua sends out his disciples 2 by 2, he declares, if anyone will not welcome you or listen to your words, leave that home or town and shake the dust off your feet, right? And there's another one, I think it's in Titus, and it says that, hold on, go on, I gotta find it, I forget it by heart.
Well, I approached my tour like that. So we would do activism, and I couldn't stream most of it because it was about the pandemic, so it would have gotten censored. But like, if there was no one resonating with the truth, and people weren't gathering around or asking questions and waking up, then we went to the next place. But that doesn't mean, like, if one person came and sincerely asked about the earth or about the pandemic and it turned into a conversation about, wow, so that would mean that the earth's in the center, so someone created it, then we would sit there and talk to them as long as they had questions, even for just the one person. And I think that's what we're supposed to do. We're not supposed to be selfish. I think that we're supposed to try to help other people. Like, if you discover some of these truths, you have an obligation to spread that truth to other people. I don't know why that would be a point of contention.
And And then another verse, Titus 3:10 says, starting at 9, but avoid. The saying is trustworthy, and I want you to insist on these things so that those who have believed in Elohim may be careful to devote themselves to good works. These things are excellent and profitable for people, but avoid foolish controversies, genealogies, dissensions, and quarrels about the law, for they are unprofitable and worthless. And for a person who stirs up division, after warning him once and then twice, have nothing more to do with him, knowing that such a person is warped and sinful and is self-condemned. So, we're not supposed to shove this down people's throats. Like, if people are doing that, they don't know the scriptures.
But this is the thing. We're also told to go, like, we're also told to go plant seeds, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's no way that we can possibly know who or who isn't in a position that the creator is going to water that seed, or have someone else come along to water the seed. Or maybe you're watering a seed that someone else planted, right? There's no way. Like, I had to realize this on the tour. I'm talking to like a group of, at the NBA Finals, 65,000 people. And like, most of them could care less, dude. They're like belligerently drunk. They're just talking about Bucks in 6, Milwaukee Bucks. They don't care at all. But how do I know that someone in that crowd didn't pray that day for a sign, and then they sat back in the crowd where I couldn't see them and listened intently to what I said, and it was answered to their prayer, right? There's no way we can possibly know, which is why we're instructed to go out and speak the truth. And if no one is receiving it, then to move on, right? We're not in full control. Like, I think that like not doing that is a very bad vibration. Like, I can't imagine just like discovering the truth and then like being selfish with it. I like, this stuff changed my life. The creator changed my life, where I was aimless and I didn't understand the purpose of life. And now, like, I'm fulfilled and I have a wife and a child, and I see like so much positive aspects of life now, where I'm like extremely grateful. I want other people to be able to experience that, right? So I don't know. I don't see how that's a bad thing. I'm not saying Christian's a bad thing, but she seems to insinuate that.
Okay.
We were talking about the migration patterns.
I think it's more a thing that people want to talk about other religions as well. There's too much of this focus on Christianity, like it's the only religion in the world. Like let the other religions get some attention in this VC for once. Let's talk about Jainism or Taoism or something, man.
So brother, where in the Quran talks? So show us in the Quran where it talks about the migration.
We ain't got to talk about the Quran. I don't want to.
No. I know, brother. I'm not trying.
I don't want to tell you
but
nothing about what the Quran says.
But please,
I
show
don't.
me.
I'm not gonna go look for it yourself. I'm not telling you anything about the Quran.
All right.
Why are you
so
so
I don't
why?
want to talk about it.
Why
I'm not mad.
Always...
I'm just telling him I don't want to talk about the
right.
Quran, and he keeps asking me about it.
No. All right, that's
Let's talk
fine.
about something
Talk about
nice.
free fall. Can I bring up a
it's like,
flat Earth point that you probably haven't heard before?
Yeah, go for it. Topic change.
Well,
Thank you.
A commonly used global point is that 9.8 milliseconds of free fall, I believe it is, or something. Don't quote me, okay? I used to remember this off by heart. But free fall is meant to be a consistent speed. But it's been proven from people jumping from at the level of Mount Everest or something, the highest mountain anyway, that the free fall actually is faster. There's several science papers on this. It's faster because the oxygen levels are less dense up there, right? So, there's a proof of the flat Earth for you.
They're gonna say that's the speed in a vacuum, not where there's air resistance or drag.
It's still in the atmosphere, though.
That's their point. Yeah, like it's 9.8 meters per second squared in a vacuum, not in the air where there's friction and drag.
Well, they seem
But
to
I
suggest
find
it's
this crazy. Like, just in case some people jumped in late or something. Okay, we weren't like preaching the Bible. That's not what happened at all. Like, we were talking about America being the old world, and now I had stumbled upon like Masonic literature who says we called it the New World to deceive people. And then I was talking about how like the people that are called Hebrew may have already been here.
Well,
So I don't know
uh,
why do people get so triggered, dude?
Okay. I have
Dude,
another
that's so
point.
tight. The new world
have-
is actually the old world. I never heard that.
yeah,
Yeah,
but I
I
mean,
looked into that, and
with
they have found many relics or some questionable artifacts, but the way you said it, they found way more Hebrew artifacts in America than they did in Jerusalem or something like that.
Yeah,
Dude, that sounds tight.
the most ancient Hebrew artifacts were found in Americas.
I believe it. I've been watching the Dr. Mongo Longo, the old world
Kinda.
Florida guy. That guy is super tight.
Yeah, Narco Longo.
Oh, Narco Longo. I don't know why I said
Yeah, he's
Mongo
gonna
Longo.
speak at our summit. That dude ladles gravy.
Oh, dude, whoa. I was flipping through Instagram and I think I saw your face, Witsit. Are you gonna be in like a movie or something?
I was in the Level with Me film. Yeah.
Level with me, yes, dude. That's tight. That's tight. Is that
Yeah,
gonna be tight or what? What's up with that?
yeah, it's already out, but it's $5. It comes out for free on the 22nd of this month. But yeah, I think it's dope.
That's sick. Awesome, dude. What
on what platforms can we get it? Is it going to be like, where do I buy it or find it?
So if you want to buy it right now, you can go to levelwithmefilm.com and you can
Right.
either rent it for $3 or buy it for $5 and get a download. You can also watch it on Rockfin. So it's like, if you go to that website, it shows it all. But there's like Rockfin, Vimeo, and a couple other things. My Movies Plus has it. But then on the 22nd, it'll just be on YouTube for free.
Do you have an Insta? What's it that I could follow?
Yeah, I never really use it, but yeah, it's just Witsit Gets It on Instagram.
Okay, cool.
I'm about to start doing TikTok though. TikTok's the freaking place, bro. Like, yeah, TikTok is. You can't even get on TikTok without seeing stuff about flat Earth. It's pretty crazy. I'm gonna do a TikTok a day. I think we should all do that.
I don't even have TikTok.
Well, yeah, I basically don't either. Like, I created one because all my followers kept saying to do it, and I guess I have 1,100 followers just because other people put clips of me on there. But it seems to be like more uncensored regarding flat Earth. I think there's like 3 billion search results for hashtag flat Earth, and then there are like 10 other flat Earth hashtags with millions and millions of views. So, yeah. I mean, I'm just saying to reach the younger people. Like the younger generation uses TikTok.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, my
Yeah.
kids tell me I'm old because I'm on Facebook.
Yeah. I'm right in the middle. Like I don't have a Facebook anymore. I got banned off TikTok like years ago. And so I don't know if I can even make an account. I'm just on Instagram right now.
Probably, yeah. Like I know many people they just consistently make new accounts. So it's not that TikTok is void of censorship, but it's just way more relaxed. Meaning, like you can blow up on TikTok before they delete you. But they will
Nice.
delete you though. Yeah, but like Caleb, he makes fighter stuff on TikTok, and he got up to 100,000 followers deleted, 120,000 or 80,000 followers deleted, and then 120,000. So 100,000, 80,000, 120,000. But he was getting like millions of interactions within like a couple hours.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah, that's tight.
Yeah. And like Instagram is like in the middle, right? Like the younger generation all knows about the gram and they all know about TikTok and Snapchat. And I think that like trying to argue vehemently back and forth with boomers on YouTube, like no disrespect, but like that's not actually gonna do anything. Like the average boomer will go to the grave believing in Buzz Aldrin. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just
Oh, for sure.
it's not how we win.
Yeah, no, I got censored on Instagram recently. I posted something, it got 15,000 views in about 4 hours, and then it just stopped. And it's because I said something about ivermectin in it. But
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like I know they just came out in the US government talking about like clamping down on TikTok. because people are, this truth is spreading so fast there. And it's all under 3 minutes. So, it captures people's attention.
Oh, that's like that's the sweet spot because like YouTube Shorts are like only 60 seconds, and then the Reels I think on Insta are like 90. But you definitely need like 3 minutes to get like at least a complete thought, a complete argument out there.
So what do people think is going on with the whole TikTok is owned by China, but then you seem to have this more lax censorship on TikTok, which is the exact opposite of what we're led to believe about the governmental structure within China and what they do to their own people, right? They're extremely oppressive when it comes to their ability to speak their mind about anything and everything, right? So we have in America this huge usage of something called TikTok, and there is the ability to get out information you would not normally be able to get out on other platforms that are more US based because there's a lack of censorship. So does anybody think that this is showing just kind of the amount of censorship that our government has, and maybe we as Americans and Europeans are a little bit blind to the level of censorship that is taking place within our systems? Or what? Does anybody have any opinions on that?
Well, I
Well,
think that the main reason it's hard to censor TikTok is because the content is produced so quickly and it's so short. So people can just keep on replacing it. It's kind of like it's like a weed that just keeps coming back. But yeah, then I would say it's also a mix of what you're saying. We're deluded and we think that the West is free speech and that everywhere else is what censors. But ironically, it's actually our platforms that do the most censorship.
actually, you guys are pretty free compared to Australia. We've got it pretty bad, and I thought that we were really free here, and we're told we're in a free country. And then when I went to the US, Australia's really bad compared to the US.
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Like, I think the United States is one of the most free countries in the world, but I'm talking about just like online comms, like, like our major media, social media platforms are like the king of censorship. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been kicked off of everything. I was kicked off PayPal, dude.
No shit, dude. Wow.
Yeah, yeah. And Venmo, which I guess PayPal owns Venmo. Yeah, I was kicked off D-Live, Decentralized Live.
Isn't that the one that Owen Benjamin runs?
No, he's the one. He was like the biggest streamer on there when it first started, and then they also kicked him off.
Oh, they kicked him off. Okay.
Yeah.
D Live kicked him off.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Dude, yeah. Well, I'll agree with you, Austin. We're fucking headed towards a precipice. We're going through the birthing pains right now. There's something big's gonna happen. I can feel it. I definitely can.
Well, there's no way they're just gonna sit back and watch Flat Earth come out. So
Something's gonna happen. Yeah, something's got to give.
Yeah, exactly. Like some big distraction.
I would say that, like, I think it was Napalm asking the question about TikTok and China and like censorship. It would be insanely disruptive for Flat Earth to get out in any country. For everybody to start waking up and being like, "Holy shit, we've been lied to," that would be so disruptive. I feel like that taking place could be weaponized, and there could be opportunity for our enemies to attack us while that was happening. I don't know if they take that into account when they're trying to figure out like how much to censor something or how much to not censor something, but I would imagine that would be very disruptive to normal day life, to economy and commerce and etc.
Just to build even more upon this, like the Globers in here will be like 99.99999% of people believe in the globe. Ah, ha, ha, ha. That's not true. Like, they did a recent 2022 survey in the United States, and it was 12% of people thought the Earth was flat, and then like an additional almost 20% were unsure, and then just around 20% of people said that the Earth does not go around the sun. And this is 2022, a mainstream survey. right? So think about how many people that is. So
Dude,
it's
do you know
way.
what the name of that survey was? I'd love to see it.
I'll drop it in just a second.
Dude,
I don't remember.
the crazy thing is that especially in America, well, all over the world, but I would say especially in America, people have been perfectly primed to disagree with the official narrative. Like, people got shit on so hard for voting for Trump. Trump voters got it so bad, but they stuck to their guns and they ended up winning. People who didn't want to get the jab, holy shit, did they get fucked with. But a lot of us, we can all be patting ourselves on the back right now. We fucking made it. We didn't do it. We didn't get it. And we're fine. And we have no issue disagreeing with the official narrative now. And I'm sorry, what was that?
There might be a second round of flus.
Oh, well,
level up.
I don't know how that's going to go over.
They're
I'm going
talking
to be
about
fucking
it here in Australia.
All right, well, you better get out in the streets. You better get out in the streets with both middle fingers up, dude, because I'll fucking fly over there to fuck. That's not happening again. That is not happening again. No way is the TV gonna fucking put the whole world into timeout for 30 months. No thanks.
Oh, no, but I'm saying there could be more illness go around. Like, the people that did it are that sick, they'd easily do it again if they wanted to.
Oh, just release like a real virus? Yeah, that would be fucked up. I don't know what to do about that.
No, the ones that have had, will be sick, and then they'll be saying that's the virus.
Yeah, only vaccinated people are going to get hit with the new wave. I'll believe that.
Let's go easy on the lingo,
Yeah, be
guys.
careful.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
True.
That's it.
Yeah, I don't think this generation of people give a shit about flat Earth. I think if it all came out and they'd just say, well, they can believe whatever they want. That's how their attitude is anyway. So if we're surrounded by a majority, well, I'm not saying we're not now, because I think the majority doesn't believe this, but he's heading that way, where they think that men can give birth.
I think that they're going to admit that the Earth is flat.
What's flat Earth going to do? It doesn't mean anything to them, you know. It's like, oh yeah, these wacky people over there believe that.
Well, I think most people are going to go through sort of like the roller coaster ride of emotions that you go through when you realize you've been lied to on a scale that big. And I mean, like, for me, it was incredibly intuitive and it happened almost instantaneously. I remember where I was. Like, I was arguing on 24/7 and I was like, holy shit, they're lying. And then I was like, well, what are they hiding? Oh, they're hiding God. And like, I would say that flat Earth, and from my Christian perspective, is like, that is the last wall standing between like God's army totally rising up on Earth, where people are like, oh, they're hiding God. These motherfuckers that lie, that kill, that just make the world a terrible place, they sure as hell worship Satan. So now I have a choice. What am I going to do? Like, who am I going to worship? And they definitely don't want people to be at that point. They do not.
No, I'm saying this generation, next one, will be so apathetic because we're going in that direction anyway. They won't give a shit.
I'm gonna disagree. I had my nihilism and apathy phase when I was a teenager, for sure. But like,
That's not how I feel. That's not how I feel, Sunshine. I'm saying about them, what I'm observing in them.
No, yeah. I'm trying to relate my transformation as a nihilistic, atheistic youth into a Christian truther. You know, like that. My parents were very liberal. I watched one of my parents get like full tattoo sleeves and like vote for Obama twice and shit. And it was the lamest thing I've ever seen. And there's a lot of kids right now whose parents are like, well, sweetie, how do you feel today? Are you a boy or a girl? And they're like, oh, geez, mom, shut the fuck up, you libtard. And those people are going to grow up and be, I think, more hardcore than I am, for sure. Because I was just pissed off by my parents, like, trying to get me to eat vegan for like a month because they're going through their fucking midlife crisis or whatever. But these kids, they're having their lives ruined by their parents and they're like these crazy ideals. So dude, that pendulum is going to swing back in the other direction pretty hard, in my opinion.
Yeah, I do wonder if that the mask wearing at a very early age, I think that might have some impact. I mean, it's got to, right? You're looking for beyond language. You're looking for some sort of facial recognition, something in that person that's caring for you.
Dude, no, you're 100% right. Because like my biggest qualms is like, oh yeah, I was only breastfed for 4 months, and like my parents let me play video games instead of like signing me up for t-ball. These kids are going to be like, yeah, I wore a mask for the first 10 years of my life. Like, I couldn't take the mask off. I shouldn't be laughing. I'm sorry, but it's just fucking. It's wild. It's stranger than fiction, dude. I never tried real meat. I was eating fucking soy boy burgers for my entire life until I went to camp. Yeah, I can't fully imagine the damage that's being done.
Who are these kids you talking about that never had real beef and wore masks for 10 years?
I saw some at the grocery store the other day. How long have we been out of the fucking scam whatever? You know what I'm talking about. And I'm in the grocery store, and this entire family is masked up with like the special ones, like the $29.99 masks that you. Oh yeah, dude. I'm right now. I'm in LA, and I see shit. I see people in their cars, double masked by themselves.
With the windows up.
Oh yeah, with the windows up for sure. I see it all the time. All the time, dude. I see it in my building, bro. Like, I have a long, narrow hallway, and I'll be like walking down the hallway. I'll see one of my neighbors, and they'll like step into a little fucking inlet so that they can create more distance between us as I pass them in the hallway while they wear a mask. And they do the how are you? I'm good. Like you didn't even say anything. You just walk towards them, and they're just like, how are you? I'm good. It's fucking nuts, dude. It's fucking dude, it's crazy.
I was just in the Lake District up in Mountain, and I saw Asians wearing masks, surgical masks.
Yeah. I mean,
Precious air
Asians.
possible.
Yeah, I see Asians do it, and old people once in a while. But to see a whole family, that's crazy.
This was an Asian family in surgical masks up a mountain in the fresh air.
This
They're
wasn't
still doing
even
it here in Australia as well. There's quite a few still wearing them in Australia in the shops around the place.
Yeah, they'll wear them till they die. That's like they can't be wrong about that. I don't think they can. I think there's like an ego or a pride thing where it's like.
But there's still like pharmacies here that demand you have to wear one to enter the pharmacy.
When I was 8 years old, my parents played a April Fool's joke on me. They told me that aliens had landed outside. And they gave me an ice cream bucket to put on my head so I could go outside and see the aliens. And I remember like standing on the sidewalk with the ice cream bucket on my head, and like I'm like squinting. I like trying to see the aliens, and they were never there. And then I just look back, and my parents are just like standing on the steps laughing at me because they were like super young when they had me, so they like to pull pranks on children. But I will never forget that. And it's like, dude, you're not gonna get me to put the fucking ice cream bucket on my head ever again. Like, I'm not falling for that shit.
I feel like I need to sit down and have a talk with parents, but on the other hand, that's fucking hilarious. So I don't know what to do about that information.
No, I'm gonna call my mom. It's Mother's Day. It's all good. I forgive them. They had me when they were super young, dude. Like, they didn't know what they were doing. It's all good. I'm fine. I'm not traumatized. If anything, it's tough love.
You still eat ice cream?
Oh, heck yeah.
Just making sure you weren't traumatized by that experience.
Nah, man.
All right.
I'm actually trying to start a dairy business right now. Raw dairy, making cheese and ice cream and butter, yogurt.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, indeed.
maybe you can put pictures of missing mountains on the sides of your milk cartons, your yogurt tubs.
Missing mountains?
Yeah.
Nah, I'll probably just use glass jars or something. I don't know. I'm a little ways away from. I've found land. I found the land. I'm looking for an investor to come in with me. It's a business that you're not gonna, in most businesses you don't see profit for a few years, so is what it is.
Yeah, I was
Yes,
thinking I was gonna read some not now, but just to because of what we were talking about earlier, I was going to read some of the Oralinda book because I thought that'd be fun. I don't know. It's wonderful. There's a lot of people back and forth saying that it might not be might not be real. I don't know if it's authentic, but I'll tell you something. Even if I knew it wasn't for sure, I'd still want to share some of the ideas in there because it's awesome. So yeah, and I got Ezra Pound poetry book up there, so I could read some of that as well. That'd be cool.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm down for whatever.
Well, I kind of suspect that with all these kind of things, there's equal parts gravy and gravel.
Absolutely. I got a DM earlier today letting me know that I might be in trouble for going onto SpaceX property and filming without consent. I made this Instagram reel called "My Day as a Conspiracy." It's like a day in the life of a conspiracy theorist, and like I fucking skated over to SpaceX and was like filming them like move heavy machinery and stuff. Oh man. I mean, I don't understand. Like, I'm not monetizing off of it, so I don't know how like they could get mad at me or get it. I don't know, but we'll see what happens. I might be in some trouble here though.
Did you like climb a fence or go past a
Nope.
no trespassing sign? Or were you on public property?
I do believe I was on private property, but there were no fences and there was no delineation between where the private and public's, like started and ended. And
Yeah, I don't think they can actually. I don't if you didn't circumvent any mechanism or signage that would have told the general public they couldn't be where you were, and it's easy for the general public to get there. I don't think they have anything on you, but I'm not a lawyer.
oh, for sure. I don't know if there's signs or anything. Like, I didn't look for them. I was like, I didn't know I should have been looking for signs. It was my pathway was open. My pathway was clear. So
How far from public property were you? Public access, like a road.
probably 100 feet, maybe 200 feet. I don't know.
Yeah, if you were in a public road area and you only traveled 200 feet or whatever, and you didn't climb any fences or go past any signs or whatever, I don't think they have anything on you.
Yeah, I hope not. I literally only used like 10 seconds of footage from that shot.
Now, if they ask you to leave and you didn't, then there might be trouble. But
I was hoping they were going to ask me to leave so I could get that on camera. That would have been fucking epic. But nobody gave a shit. And I was in and out though. I knew exactly what kind of shot I wanted to get. Like, I saw them unloading this like UFO looking thing, and I was like, all right, that looks goofy as hell. What are they faking? So I just skated over there real quick to check it out. Here, I'll post the video in the chat so you guys can see it if anyone is interested. Oh, but you know what? This is the video where I say something. Yeah, I can't post it. I can't post it in this chat. I'm sorry. I don't want to get the server in trouble. If you want to see it, you can DM me. I'll send it to you.
Oh, did you link in some medical issues?
Yeah, I show me taking ivermectin and methylene blue, and like I say that I take it every day. So I think that I got it a little in trouble.
So you're on SpaceX's boundary to take methylene blue?
No, that's like earlier in the video.
Oh, I see. It's a longer video.
Yeah, no, it's like my day as a conspiracy theorist. So like, I wake up and I stay fluoride free by brushing my teeth with, hydrogen peroxide and baking soda, and I take an ivermectin. Whatever. It was supposed to be kind of like a joke, but there's some serious stuff in there. But you know what I could do? I could just post a different video that has nothing to do with medical misinformation. And if you want to see it, it'll just be like the first one or the most recent one that I posted.
That works.
Yeah.
Maybe you guys are into a combo change?
Dude, I'm down for whatever. I've been kind of like hogging the mic, I feel.
Oh, no worries. Been looking into some things yesterday, and magnetism, and they're doing some research, and they've been trying to find a monopole, like a single pole magnet, right? Which doesn't exist, but they theorize that it does exist, and they're looking for it, blah, blah, blah. And has anybody heard of the South Atlantic anomaly?
No. What is that?
It's a spot on Earth where the magnetic field is weak, significantly weaker than the rest of the Earth. It's almost like half the strength.
Go on.
And I was also thinking, that's weird in itself, right? But then I was also thinking that compasses, they always point to one direction on Earth, which is north. So isn't that a monopole, if you think about it? I'm just putting that out there.
For sure. No, I see what you're saying.
Because if you take a compass, right, and you travel through this Earth, whatever your shape is, whatever your ideas is, doesn't matter. When you pass one side, when you go from one pole to the other, right, the magnet doesn't change. The compass doesn't change. So it always points to one direction. So they're spending billions and billions of dollars to build, they spent it to build CERN and all this, and they're searching for a single pole magnet, and meanwhile, it appears that we're on one. So I'm just putting it out there. Has anybody ever thought of that, or,
Yeah, and the further you get away from the north into the south, they become less accurate. I think it's actually a different compass altogether for the south.
Actually, no, it's weighted different. Actually, what they say is that the compasses, Everybody says that they're weighted for the south, but they're actually weighted for the north. Because they say the more north you go, the compass points down. It like, so they have a weight on the other end to balance it out.
Yep.
So some interesting things. This magnetism. And if we have a South Atlantic anomaly, which is quite a big gap, I'll post a picture in a couple of minutes. Isn't that kind of strange?
I was thinking the South Atlantic anomaly was something to do with the Van Allen belts or something like that.
Apparently, it's magnetic. Well, it would affect the belts, I would imagine, right? Because the belts aren't the belts as a result of the magnetic field?
Probably yes. I would think there would be some association to the structure of the, the way they are, how they exist.
Yeah. So imagine there's a place on Earth where the magnetic field is 50% less and growing, by the way. And
So your
growing.
compass isn't really it doesn't really point anywhere. It just, that needle lays in line with the magnetic field. It's not really attracted to the north or the south. It just lays in that line.
Well, that's what they say, except that doesn't work on a magnetic. Like, let's say you have a bar magnet, right? You have south and you have north, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you take a compass and you switch over the poles, you're going to see the compass is going to switch over.
Yeah. Yeah, the
Yeah.
direction of flow. Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen on Earth. No matter where you are on Earth, the
Well,
compass
you can't
always points.
You can't flip the Earth over. To, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but shouldn't. Agreed. I'm not saying to flip the Earth over, but shouldn't, if you go to the north, right? Shouldn't that the attraction be stronger there than if you were to the south? Shouldn't, like, you know what I'm saying? The poles, shouldn't the compass switch over? If you're closer, like if you're right closer to the South Pole, shouldn't the compass switch over?
It will flip. I would imagine. Of course, that's theoretical on my part. I've never been there, but yeah, I would assume that if you pass directly over the magnetic South Pole or North Pole, either one, that the compass would flip.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It always points north, no matter where you are. See what I mean?
Well, if you passed over the magnetic South Pole, you're going south, and once you pass over it, you're going north, right?
Well, theoretically on the mythical sphere, but forget about that. Just talk about the magnetism now, right? You have a dual pole magnet. All magnets that we know are dual pole. There's no monopole magnet ever. They've been looking for it. They haven't found it.
There's actually, there's no actual north and south pole of a magnet. I mean, this is just kind of how we conventionally perceive things. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't even want to get into the virtual photons and all that stuff, right? But whatever it is, right? We know the characteristics, right? Is what I'm talking about. Like we can go.
I mean, kind of. Like most people still think there's magnetism at the center of a magnetic field, which is not. And most people think that magnetism is a two-dimensional force. which divergence is impossible and illogical. So dimensionally, magnetism is just an extrapolated vortex given multiple divergent vectors from each so-called pole. But the force vectors, these force divergences are literally just an extrapolated version of a vortex. So
an extrapolated version of a vortex. What's that mean?
Well, you'd have to understand what a vortex is, but
well, I understand what a vortex. I mean, I think of a vortex like a tornado. A vortex is a rotating, right?
Yeah, but guys, before we get lost in the minutia of the mechanism, right? Do you guys understand my point? That regardless of what the mechanism is, they tell us, we know how a compass behaves regardless of what this force is, but it seems on Earth, it's a monopole. Now, regardless of what that is, we can go into the minutia, but you get the point I'm trying to make?
I wouldn't say call it a monopole. I'm not sure why you would call it a monopole.
Because it appears that a compass always points in one direction, no matter where you are on this supposed magnet. Now, either it's not a magnet or it's something totally different. And whatever it is, it's not spread evenly. There's a part that's about half of the strength. So we got a couple of issues here.
The problem is you're implying that you can draw a straight line with that magnetic North Pole, and it does not extrapolate a straight line. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's all curvilinear, which ultimately extrapolates out a vortexual pattern. There's no straight lines in nature. This is an argument you and I had long ago, many years ago, and yeah, it didn't end too well. But there's nothing in nature that moves from A to B. Yeah, I do remember. There's nothing in nature that moves from A to B in a straight singular vector. Everything's curvilinear.
Okay, how do you figure that?
It's just the way things work, man.
What's the shortest distance between 2 points?
The straight line.
So you just answered it yourself. So that straight line you're saying is curved linear?
Yeah, as far as how things operate in nature. Yeah, like in order to understand polarity, you got to understand that magnetic polarity necessitates that that a human line is not Mother Nature's line, which is from one Cartesian nexus in counter space and is three-dimensionally curvilinear as necessitated by geomagnetic precession, and the native magnetic force vector to become an expanding torus. So polarity in simplex is nature's fundamental force vector, which is divergent from counter space and curvilinear by necessity, since polarity cannot be merely two-dimensional. And dimensional polarity, which polarity is by definition, cannot be merely linear, nor can it be straight, because all of nature's lines are, of course, curvilinear and mutually divergent and centrifugal from a non-Cartesian nexus, and manifest both three-dimensionally as curvilinear, but additionally so as necessitated by the definition of magnetism, which creates space, as precessing to create the mass. So geomagnetic precession is the full and complete dimensional reification of polarity by definition, as it must be three-dimensionally divergent. It's not any more complicated than that.
But wait, man, you go off on that and understand that you've got a total idea and a total concept. But for the listeners, you're going to have to draw that out as you go along so that I can understand what the hell you're saying.
Maybe
so
some of the listeners understood. Maybe Essie could translate what Dicelo just said. Essie, do you understand what he said?
Actually, did you just say? But having heard the boys talk about this stuff, I kind of understand where they're at, bro, with their toroid and curves and this and that. I kind of, dare I say, understand where they're at, but it still doesn't. Let me
That too
finish.
also. Yeah.
Yeah. But it still doesn't explain how a straight line is not a straight line, even if you have your curvilinear toroids, and I understand the magnetic field and how that works, and your counter space, believe it or not, and all that. But it still doesn't take away the point that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and I can prove it right now in front of me right now. I mean, you know what
No,
I'm
I
saying,
don't
bro?
disagree. Yeah, I don't disagree with that fact. Like, I
Yeah.
agreed with you on the fact that, a straight line would be the shortest distance. However, things in nature just don't work that way. There's nothing in nature that moves from A to B in a singular vector.
Sure it does, bro. Like I
Even when
said,
you
we
drop
can, and you
something.
agreed with me. We can demonstrate, unless you think we're always moving. Now that's another thing you just said. You don't think? Are you in the opinion that we're always moving?
No, the Earth is fixed.
So then we can have a singular vector.
No, because this boils down to mass attracting mass at the null pressure point between the two said objects, and things don't attract from A to B. They're always precessing, even if it's not a full precession.
So are you talking about the molecular level now? Are you going down to that, or I'm
Micro
trying
from
to
micro to
understand
macro.
what you're
From micro to macro.
from micro to macro. You're saying that there
Correct.
cannot be a straight line.
Things don't move in a singular vector, is what I'm telling you, in nature.
I can't agree with that, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, I know you can. I already told you, we had this conversation long ago. It didn't end well.
Okay, no worries. I mean, we're not gonna take out swords over this, but okay, if you think that, I can see a straight line. I could understand the straight line, right? People in construction could understand the straight line segment. Now you're saying that doesn't happen in nature, but yet we build buildings that way. So to me that's not a logical statement.
Sorry, I missed the last point.
I think more what Dyslo is saying, Essie, is that there is no real manifestation of a straight line within a natural process. And Dyslo can correct me if I'm wrong on
Yeah,
that.
that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah,
Oh,
in nature,
okay.
right? Like,
He's
not
saying the
man.
Earth can't be flat because straight lines don't happen in nature. Got it.
Hold on, but they do. Did I bring up a spider on a string back
Yes,
then?
yes. You brought up a spider. Yes.
So what do you think of that? That's a straight line in nature, a spider hanging, a pendulum. If there's no wind, of course. Wouldn't that be a straight line in nature?
Careful, he's trying to defend the globe now. So he might not answer it.
Oh shit! Really?
Why do you think he's defending the globe? Glad.
No, I'm saying careful. Dyslo's defending the globe, so don't expect an answer.
Yeah, that's what he asked you. Why do you say that?
Oh damn, this is interesting.
Dyslo, you're a glober, brother.
Why?
That's
Because
pretty. That's pretty low blow.
Because it says those.
Glober?
Yeah, but isn't the spider hanging on a string a straight line, or it's not?
Yeah, it's a straight line. Should be, right?
Dyslo?
I would say if you
Any
boiled it
problem?
down, there's probably some way in which the spinning of that silk is not necessarily in a straight pattern. It probably
Yeah, I mean,
extrudes in some sort of probably Fibonacci
If
type.
he's hanging, right, that creates a straight line, vertical.
Sure, yeah, but I think he's talking more along the lines of like a manifestation into the spatial realm within nature is never in a straight line.
Well, he said micro and macro, right? So I gave a macro explanation. So I guess that's nature and macro right there, no? It's one hell of a straight line. I mean, we built the buildings using that method. A pendulum. I mean, a plumb bob, right? I
Yeah.
think a spider is nature's plumb bob.
That's correct.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of where it ended last time. You mentioned the spider the last time, and I didn't really have much of an answer for that.
I mean, it's my understanding that the extruding of silk from a spider would be kind of analogous to like, when they have ground beef and it comes out of one of those things where it's extruded through a few different holes. So imagine that taking place with this silk, but also twisting as it comes out.
Right. Yeah. That's technically, yeah. If you were to look at the web itself that it's producing, it's all kind of like coalescing upon itself, like wrapping around itself. But ultimately, all those intertwinings of that web overall, I guess, could be a straight vector. So I mean, it's kind of a toss up there. I don't really have an answer for that, like an honest answer at least. So.
Well, that's fair enough and mighty big of you, bro. That's how conversations should go, right? Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of how it went last time.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna start making fun of you right now, or let this be an example. Like we're just talking, and we come to an impasse, and this is something we should think about. That's it.
So since it's kind of irrelevant whether or not straight lines are found in nature, the Earth does measure flat regardless of any of that shit.
Are you talking about
Measure
the
flat.
topography overall, Cincy?
I'm saying if you get out the globe mathematics that the globers believe and tout and purport, and then you compare it with reality, they don't match. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, but so when you talk about like a spider web and you talk about like the silk of a spider and you say like this is a straight line, like sure, could be. But then on like a microscopic level, you actually have this twisting of lines, kind of like licorice or whatever. Even though overall licorice may have what would appear to be straight, it's comprised of these twisting lines. And the same with like if we want to have a very crude or simple statement like the earth is flat, right? Would that then be disproven if somebody says, well, there's hills and valleys, therefore you're completely incorrect?
Good point. But I can show you a straight line even in the microscopic level. If we were to believe the CERN experiments in the bubble chamber, you'll see some of the particles, what they claim are particles, make squiggly lines, but some of them make straight lines as well. So there's an example of a straight line in the microscopic level.
Right,
Or
and
actually subatomic. What am I saying? Subatomic, right? Yeah.
And then Trouble About in the live stream text posted, apparently that's a picture of bismuth crystals making straight lines naturally.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And Trouble
There you
About
go.
it, I did want to let you know that that doesn't help the Glober's case, but that's okay. Whatever. Thank you.
You guys mind if I play this short video to kind of like help explain, I guess, a little further in depth on what it is I was talking about?
Sure, dude. Let's do it.
All right, cool. I'm gonna share my screen here. Okay, here we go.
What's going on, guys? What's up?
We're talking about curvilinear versus straight lines in nature. So we're just kind of watching a small short video here that kind of further extrapolates what it was I was trying to say. You can talk about whatever. I'm not holding up the chat though.
Yeah.
He's getting to it.
They rose by any other name.
That's a pile of you know what.
Yep.
Okay. Well, do you want me to stop the
Everything
video?
is-
I can.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we heard enough.
Okay. All right.
Everything is chained to counter space.
Yeah, I mean, you have to understand that things don't just come into this reality. Well, things come into this reality, right? They're not just like ever so there. So the
Where do they come from?
manifestation from a counterspatial realm,
Oh.
kind of like when you plant a seed, like an apple seed, let's say, and a tree manifests from that seed. The
So
tree
basically,
wasn't
you don't know
already.
where it comes from.
What's that?
So you don't know where it comes from then? You just say counter space activity, but you really don't know.
Well, there's no true genesis or creation. It's all manifestation. Kind of like analogous to like when you order up pizza to be delivered at your front door. The pizza wasn't created. It manifested itself at your front door. Or
Were the ingredients of the pizza created?
analogous to fishing, right? Like when you catch a fish, you didn't create the fish, you manifested the fish.
I found the fish. Yeah. So but what made the fish?
It manifested. It manifested
You
from
don't know
its.
then?
Fish
You can
comes
just
from
say I don't know. I don't know. what
I
made
don't
the
know, man. It's kind of hard to have a conversation when you're just going to be antagonistic. So.
Well, I'm trying to prove a point to you, kid. I'm trying to prove a point.
All living things come from their parents. There's no fucking exception for any living thing on fucking that we've ever seen. It's all been coming from a parent, i.e., through cloning or through sexual reproduction. No other option.
So let's talk about that. Your
That's a
mother,
fact.
happy Mother's Day. Your mother carried you in her ovaries as an egg, right? And that egg manifested into you. So you weren't necessarily created; you were already there. You just manifested into fruition, right?
Wait,
Well,
so where was I before that?
you didn't really exist in your form until your father's seed mixed with the mom, because like you're not just your mom, right? You're your mom and dad. So like you weren't
Right.
created until conception.
Right, but the things that preceded you, being the egg and the sperm uniting, those things were already there and present.
Yes,
right?
yeah. But us being the combination of those two didn't exist. So like the components existed, but the actual like form that it took
Right.
took after they mixed, I guess I would say.
So the necessary antecedent for you to manifest was already there. It just came into fruition by means of the connection between those two things.
So where was
So
I
the point.
before my parents fucked?
Well, let's watch the language a little bit, but yeah. So basically, you were divided. You were half of you was in your father, and the other half of you was in your mom, which
Can
was
you prove that
already
in the
there.
lab? Can you put that in the lab and show us?
Wait, that's
half and half, huh? Wow, that's
You
pretty
don't
cool.
Where do you think you were?
Are you an orphan? Do you not understand that your parents had to create you, or did you grow up in an orphanage where they told you something else and you came from a cabbage patch?
Well, manifested you. Like, again, you weren't created. You were manifested into
Said he's a
fruition.
Cabbage Patch Kid.
There's a big difference between creation and manifestation.
All right, so creation is out of nowhere came something, and then manifestation is the something that was already there that we don't know how it got there, but we're going to manipulate that something that is already there into something else. That's a manifestation, correct?
Yeah, I guess you could look at it like that.
Does everybody agree, or what would the room's opinions be on whether or not there are things that can be known and things that can't be known?
Here we go.
Do people in the room think that there are only things that can be known? Everything can be known?
What's your answer for that, Sensi?
Okay. So like objective knowns, I guess we're looking for something that's just you can know it 100%. There's no way that you can doubt it, kind of thing, right?
No, I'm just kind of asking, do you think that everything can be known? The minutia of everything can be known by human beings. Do
Oh,
you
I don't
think
think
that's
so.
the
Not
case?
by us. No, we're too limited. I think we're too limited in
Okay.
our perception, but that's just me.
Yeah, no, I get it. I agree wholeheartedly, right? We're very limited in our perception. I think we have a great, wonderful perception, but I think we're way more limited than we even understand, right? But we certainly don't even tap into the extent of the limitations that we have, if that makes sense. But you know, the kind of initial contention that came in was when Deisler was trying to kind of give an explanation as to the idea or the concept of counter space, right? Now, if we have everything that's spatial, which deals with this dimensionality of the realm in which we live in, meaning we operate within the spatial realm, the dimensionality of this realm, and the counter to that, the counter spatial realm, is something that is outside of our understanding and capability. Do you think that it just has no possibility of existing because we have no way to conceptualize it, because we are stuck in the manifestation of the spatial realm?
Are you asking me that question?
Yeah, sure. If anybody else wants to answer that has a major contention with the idea of counter space.
I think okay, real quick. I just think that there's a need in like broad, big thinking like this, to find the opposite for a thing. So we have space. Well, then there has to be counter space, right? But that's just an assumption. I'm not sure if that's true or not. That's just my opinion.
Okay. So would you kind of be led to believe that there is only the spatial realm?
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. Dude, I can't make up my mind on that because right so if I'm gonna be hungry, I have to have known non-hunger, right? We've got these duality things presenting themselves. So it makes logical sense to say, well, if there's space, there has to be something that isn't a space, right? There has to be an absence of space. But then my mind goes, well, wait a second. How can you have an absence of space when space is the inside of something? it's the contained of the inside of a container, I guess. So to say infinite space is kind of an oxymoron because space is something taken up. You take up space. But then when you say infinite space, it's like, well, where'd you get that measurement?
I don't think so. I think it's the opposite.
That's why I use the term spatial, meaning it's manifest into the spatial realm, meaning it has what we would call spatial dimensions, right?
Sure.
Meaning it has dimensionality within what we call the spatial realm.
Right, our limitations. Go ahead, Daislaw.
Oh, I would say that material occupies space. Space doesn't occupy the material. Space is not a thing rather than the absence of a thing. and conventionally, space is just a measure of volume.
Right. So wouldn't the volume be the space inside the container, right? Volume.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So then if we're going to try to think outside of the volume, outside of the container, rather, how do we quantify? See, we can't quantify a nothing. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, because space doesn't have any properties. It's not a thing of itself. It's just an attribute, kind of like a shadow. A shadow is not a thing. It has no properties. However, it has attributes. You can stand in a shadow and it's significantly cooler than in direct light. There's an attribute, but there's no property because it's not a thing of itself. It's just a consubstantial relationship between an object blocking the direct light, right? Creating this void.
Right. But I think, okay, so my opinion is that there's a reality, or there's a vantage point where some kind of intelligence can quantify what a shadow really is, right? Can hold it in its hand, but we can't. As humans, we're limited to the point where we can't hold a shadow in our hand. We can make a shadow, right? So we can manifest a shadow, but we can't create it. Does that make sense to anybody? I can't grab a shadow, but I can tell you what it does. Kind of like when people talk about what, gravity. I can see the effects of gravity, but we can't put gravity in a box and talk to it. But I think there's a way to actually, not humans, but I think that there's a physical way that we can do that. Say, what's a shadow made of? Well, it's this, that, and the other. Humans can't know what that is, but I mean, I don't, like, we can't hold a shadow, but we can make a shadow. That's what I'm trying to say. There's got to be a way to quantify the shadow itself, or is there?
Well, in order to make something, it would have to be a thing, and that's what I'm saying is that a shadow is not necessarily a thing of itself.
Right.
Kind of like a force. A force is not a thing of itself, or a wave. A wave is not a thing of itself. I mean, there's many things that are not things of themselves that don't actually exist. Emptiness is another one. Emptiness doesn't actually exist. Emptiness is just a qualifier of something being empty of something else, but ultimately there's no emptiness to be had. There's nowhere.
Hold on, it does exist. It just exists outside of our ability to fucking do something with it, I guess. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. We exist in a Cartesian reality, right? And outside of that is a non-Cartesian reality or realm, however you want to word that. And we only know things by the action thereof. And if there's no action to be had, quantification to be had, then it's kind of hard to definitively pinpoint anything.
I hear you. Now I'm thinking about shadows. It's tripping me out.
There's a whole slew of things that don't actually exist.
I mean,
that people are misunderstood. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I mean, why would we want to discuss shadows beyond their existing by obstructing light? What else is there to talk about shadows?
Well, we're talking about
that's
things
actually
being
an incorrect That's kind of an incorrect statement about shadows, though. There to begin with, Left Lane.
Yeah, you kind of missed the whole conversation. It seems.
Well, I mean, I'm watching his truck back in. He's got a shadow under his truck, and because his truck is obstructing the sunlight, so he's got a shadow under him.
Right.
What other utility is there? What else needs to be known about it?
We're talking about things of themselves versus attributes. We're talking about principles versus attributes. Basically, we're talking about things of themselves versus consubstantial relationships. And I gave many different things that aren't actual things, such as waves, space, shadows, time, emptiness, quantum, chaos, negative charge, force, electrons, photons, virtual photons. These aren't actually things of themselves. So when we talk about things in the context of a noun, what do you think that is? What do you think a thing in the context of a noun is, Left Lane?
Well, I mean, like I was standing on the beach and got knocked down by a wave. I've communicated that. You can picture that. You understand what I meant, what I said. What do we need? What else do we need to know about it?
No, you got knocked down by water. What do you mean?
Well,
Yeah, you
if I
got
tell you I got knocked down by a wave, you understand what I mean, right?
yeah. Well, conventionally, we can understand each other, but what are we really
Mhm.
saying? That's the point. Like, yeah, water was moving in a wave-like pattern and knocked you down, but there's no such thing as a wave of itself, because you can never give me an example of a wave of itself, because it doesn't exist, because a wave is not a thing. A wave
So
is the action. A wave is the action thereof. It's not a
where's
thing
the
of itself.
utility in that? What good is that information to us? How can we use that?
Um,
What does it mean?
so we can logically deduce reality within the confines of natural order and actually formulate some sort of a clairvoyant thought, not just like throwing out nonsense like mainstream science likes to do. For example, calling something a particle wave duality. What is a duality? An inherent concept, an inherent uh, concept that doesn't exist in nature. Nature doesn't deal in dualities. There are no dualities in nature. Furthermore, something can't be simultaneously one thing and the other. You can't have either it being a particle and or a wave, right? That makes no logical sense. Like following Occam's razor, it falls short. So, with that being said, it's either a particle or it's a wave. It's not simultaneously both, because that's just illogical. So we have to have a rigid way of perceiving what's being said and understanding things so that we can deduce a logical thought process, not just throwing
So
out.
yeah, so if we talk about light exhibiting, it exhibits both properties of waves and particles, but it's neither a particle nor a wave.
Right. This is what's said, yes. And that's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a problem, because we can't definitively like explain what light is with that sort of a thought process. Like, there's nothing to hold on to. What are you really saying?
Well, nothing beyond the fact that it exhibits the properties of particles and waves, even though we know it's not a particle nor a wave. It's just an energy packet, I guess, a quantum of energy.
And there's another issue, energy. Like, I don't think any branch of science has ever explained what energy is. They've only quantified it and described it within units, and that's it.
Can I say
They've
that
never really.
I need to move this rock? How much energy does it take to move the rock? Well, it's understood that you could figure out the mass of the rock and figure out how much energy is going to be needed to move that rock. There's utility in that, and in doing that work and accomplishing that task. But if we want to then say, but wait, what is energy? There's no utility in regressively discussing and trying to figure out or come to the conclusion that we don't know what energy is. There's no use in it.
But on the contrary, that's the whole purpose of science, is to get to a valid explanation, not just describe things. That's all. That's what math does. Math describes, science explains. So if we're going to talk about energy, we've got to have a viable explanation as to what's being said, not just describe the quantifications pertaining to it, but actually get to the essence of what we're talking about. Like, how many different types of energies are there? Left Lane.
Here's the thing, Left Lane. Your rock scenario. It's like, if you have this rock and you want to move it, you're probably going to go to an engineer who's going to work out the mathematics for how much force you would need to move that rock, right? But if you wanted to understand,
you could just do it by yourself.
Yeah,
I'd do it.
Either way, it's more in the realm of like engineering to be able to figure these things out. And it's not necessarily figuring out what the rock is, what mass is, and or what force is, or energy, the energy required. Just because an engineer can figure out the energy required and figure out how much something weighs doesn't mean that they're performing science. So when you're talking about science, the question in science within what's taking place with your rock would be, what is the force, right? Where is it coming from? How are we defining that, right? And what is the energy input? What is the essence of energy to begin with? That would be more of a question of science.
That's what I'm saying is I kind of agree with Left Lane. And the fact of the matter is that we know, say, diesel has a certain amount of energy per gallon that a combustion engine can, I guess, take out of it. Like, and we say we have a bunch of water. Say we have 200 gallons of water, and we have a trash pump, and we want to pump that water 10 feet up in the air into a new area. You would want to know how much diesel you're going to need to put in the pump motor to make it run, right? So I personally think I'm more with Left Lane on it has to have like a practical utilitarian essence to it, because we do use energy in everyday thought, right? Like, how much gasoline do I have to put in my car to go 100 miles? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but just saying, like, just because we find utility and the ability to work with uh, known parameters, right, or to be able to measure or meter certain things when it comes to energy, doesn't mean that it's fruitless endeavor to understand the nature of energy. I mean, that's just kind of a very easy way to be like, it doesn't matter because we can use it for whatever thing that we need it to be used for. We don't need to actually know the nature of it.
I think the problem comes when people start building hypotheses and theories based upon that which has not been, um, how I will say it, define what it is.
That's the problem we run into right now is, yeah, well,
Exactly.
we have this utility and we can measure it and meter it. Therefore, let me give you this theory. And since we can measure and meter it and use it and we can utilize the techniques, then therefore my theory that hasn't actually been fleshed out in any way, shape, or form through science is therefore valid because I can show utility or predictability within how I'm utilizing or working with this thing. That's where we get fooled very easily.
That's where I think we flat earthers have the problem, right? Where we understand a lot of the things that they're saying, but the problem we have is that they start building more theories and hypotheses upon that they have not actually described what it is or shown to be.
Explained what it is. Yeah, they've
Explained.
described
Sorry,
it.
sorry,
Yeah. Or defined. Yeah, same thing.
Well, I
They
just
have
think it has to be tied down to a practical basis, because that's how all this stuff was formulated, right? Like
Sure, but practicality is not the question here, though, right? It's not the question of the practicality of energy or how we can use it.
Real quick, I didn't even get to make my point. My point, that was like an introduction to the actual point itself. So really quickly, like, say we're talking about something like force, right? And we're gonna measure force in newtons, and newtons is just what, like, kilograms over meters per second squared or something. So we already have a practical version of what the meter is, right? From however you want to think that they derived their meter, however you think they derived their second. I know how they did it with the stars and such, but you can say it was a fucking cesium atom or whatever you want. But like, they had to first derive all these units and then combine those units to get something like the Newton per se, right? So it all has to boil down to actual practicality and real brass tacks, real life. Because like, we could go on and theorize about what energy is, but if we're describing energy and the description doesn't match reality, it doesn't matter how much we described it. We're just basically going off in Narnia land, like the Globers, you know? We kind of have to tie it back down to something that's real. So that's why I brought up like the pump, or I thought that the idea of moving a rock or something, like, these are real life things, right? You can actually count how many gallons of diesel you put into the pump to move the water, or how much gas you put into your car to move the car. I don't know. I think it has to be practical.
What definitions are you guys using for energy? What are you using?
Well, we've gotten to the point where we don't care to actually properly define what it is because we have practicality in what we say that word is and how we can utilize it. So apparently the conversation just ends right there.
So that really didn't define it. So I don't know. So what are we talking about?
Well, energy is by definition in an inertial state of rest. The release of that energy is what we as humans call energy. And that's the problem, is that science today's kind of put the cart before the horse, and they're perceiving energy backwards. They're calling the release of energy, whereas energy is always at a state of rest. Everything seeks homeostasis or equilibrium, and that's energy. And the release
I
of
was
that
gonna
energy,
say the opposite, bro. I was just gonna say I can define it in one word, but you're not gonna like the word that I'm gonna define it with.
Well, energy could be moving light.
Let me just say the word movement.
I would actually go with that one a little bit better, because if I was saying something's at a state of rest, how do you know anything energy is there? How do you know anything's happening? And I mean, even in the classical, hold on a second, I'm still talking. Hold on a second, I'm still talking. I said, even in the classical physics definition, it's the ability to do work, right? And what is work is force over distance. So to go back on SC's point, it
that's
is
a
some form
description.
of movement.
We're looking for a definement, an explanation of energy, not just the describing the parameters thereof. We're trying to get to the essence of energy. So if you're going to say energy is the ability to do work, you haven't defined it. You've vaguely described something, is all you've done. And that's not science, that's mathematics.
Can I say something real quick though? Like,
so
but someone said that energy moving or whatever earlier, but I would disagree, right? Like, does my gasoline not have energy inside of it when it's just sitting there? I mean,
the term
I haven't combusted actual gasoline itself, but the
Potential energy. Yeah, you're right. You're right, bro.
It's chemical energy.
It has to be in the gasoline itself for it to be for it to then move something later. And then what I also wanted to say real quick for a second point, and then I'll back out for a second, is that energy not only has to do with the translation of physical things like moving a car or moving a liquid, but it also has to do with movement of charges. Like energy is a big deal when it comes to electronics, right? Like you have energy in your computer and the battery that powers the circuit boards, energy that powers your computer screen, moves the electrons and stuff. So
let me ask you, is charge physical? Because this is the problem. Yeah, this is the problem. Is scientists can't really tell you what charge is. Like they can talk, talk about the electron carrying charge, but when it gets down to charge and a definement of it, they don't really give you that. That's the problem. That's what we're talking
displacement. It's a theoric vibrational displacement, and nothing is at rest, and the gas in your tank's not at rest, and it has potential, meaning that there's a certain interaction that can take place that will then give us what we call energy, but then we have to again go back to properly defining energy. So Dysla is right. They don't define charge. They don't define energy. They can't properly denote the difference in energy and potential energy. They just describe a mathematical description of the ability to do work. It was like, what define a human? A human has the ability to breathe.
Right. Values within a said proximity is not a definement of anything. It's just giving you a roadmap as to perceive what's potentially to happen. Like, it's not talk. That's
most conventionally, it's like the use or the term of energy is more along the lines of of like a discharge than anything. But like Daiso said, who's going to give a great explanation or a proper explanation or definition of charge? Does anybody have that?
Etheric vibrational displacement.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm just saying, like, on their side, does anybody actually have a definement of that within conventional thinking, within science?
Yeah, when you rub your socks on the carpet, right?
Static buildup. I was just gonna say that. Yeah, static buildup. There you go.
You rub your static. Like we can demonstrate charge. I
But
wouldn't
how does that
necessarily.
define what it is, though? Like, what is it?
Charge is rubbing your socks on the carpet.
No, like that causes what we call charge. But what is charge? Like, that's the question, right? They say there's positive and negative charge. But then you ask them, wait, what's that mean? What's the difference in positive and negative? Well, they're opposite. They're opposite how? Well, they attract or repel. But like, okay, but what is positive and negative? They can't tell you. They can't define charge. They can't define what positive and negative charge is. Right?
Yeah,
That's what this all boils down to.
When you're rubbing your socks on the ground, you're quote unquote building up a charge. You wouldn't know that you're building up a charge unless you actually touch like the doorknob and you see the discharge, right?
Yeah.
That's what Dyslow said about the manifestation, right? Because the energy would the charge would be in my socks or in my hand or whatever, but I wouldn't be able to manifest it until I touched a balloon and the balloon stuck to me. Wait, real quick, 5 seconds, just 5 seconds, real quick. Just like the energy would be in the gasoline, but the energy would not become manifest until you combust the gasoline. I don't know.
Yeah, but what is the definement of like the energy and the charge? Like we just keep dancing around actually properly defining those things. You're talking about how we utilize them or they become manifest or we see attributes of charge or energy, but what is it? What is its essence?
Well, I don't know, Paul, and then Paul can go. Yeah, hold on, Paul. Hold on. So what you described, Noah, was energy in a state of that diesel, the combustion being the release of that energy, and that's why I say like true energy would be the softball-sized lump of plutonium, where the explosion would be the release of that stored energy. And human scientists today got asked, bass backwards when they say that the explosion would be the energy. That's the problem. Go ahead.
Can I get back in? Like all these scenarios you guys are describing, like I get a thing and I rub it across something and I build up a static charge. Well, you're taking kinetic energy from your hand and doing something to the whatever you're doing to create the static. If you go even deeper, your body is metabolizing, food to extract something which is chemical energy from that. I would say energy in a sense is a property or like I don't know if property is the right word. It is not a physical entity. Like it's not it's a property of physical things. Like a battery is either charged or dead. That's the property of the battery. My car either has gasoline in it or it doesn't. Either I'm hungry, starving to death, which means I have low energy intake, or I'm full, which means I have a lot of energy. It's like it's a property. It's describing like kinetic energy. It's something laying on the table has potential energy. When it's in motion, it has kinetic energy. It's a property of the substance.
For something physical or substantive to have properties, it has to be a physical property.
I said it's a property of the matter. It's like, okay, if I'm sitting, I'm at rest, right? That at that moment, that's a property of my state of being. I'm at rest. If I'm moving, I have a state of property or a state of being of movement. It's describing something that's going on with the matter. And
what about when you have charge with no matter, though?
I don't think you can you?
Yeah,
Show me how you can have charge without matter.
We have vacuum energy. We have vacuum energy, electromagnetic energy in a vacuum. We have an electric and magnetic constant inside a vacuum chamber.
Wireless power transmission in a vacuum.
Yeah, wireless.
But I mean, well, wait a minute though. Well, you have to have you have to have the transmission of the substance, right? You have to have something transmitting it.
What's in a vacuum chamber transmitting it?
I'm just saying, is like when you say you have wireless transmission of energy, you had to have the transmitter that's transmitting the energy. But I mean, now that's a different argument saying that okay, this energy can
No,
be
I don't think
transferred
that's
in a
required.
vacuum.
I think modulation is what's required, not the transmission of it.
But what you said, it was a property of matter, but like it exists without matter, though.
Okay, well, I mean, well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if then it may be something else. Then it is a non-physical entity. So how would you even describe what a non-physical entity
Well,
is?
now we need to define physical, right? So there's physical in the sense that it's tangible or material, but that is actually material. And physical we can define in different ways. But if we define it as having a physical interaction, meaning like an interaction within the physical world, if that's physical, then so an interaction that's perceivable in the material world.
So
Well,
this
then it would be
point
physical
of this word is what always comes up, you know, at least with me and Kosho when we get down to the nit and grit. And I think this word has a whole ton of contention that we really need to unravel. And
Is physical, is that what you're talking about, or just energy?
the word physical.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree because like
the best definition would be like an interaction, a perceivable interaction within the material world. Right, like because energy isn't material, but like light isn't material, but I can cut through a metal plate with a laser.
Right,
So
but like
that's still physical.
yeah, exactly. So like fields, whether it be like a static field. So yesterday I was having to buff out my wife's headlights, right? They're really cloudy, so I had to buff them out and whatever. And I was going over them with a bunch of compounds and wax. And as I'm going over that with the microfiber cloth, I'm creating this huge electrostatic charge. Somebody's hot micing. I was creating this huge electrostatic buildup, right? So as I would pass by the headlights of the car, the hair on my arms would raise up, right? So is that a physical interaction? Yes. But what's taking place at a distance there? What is the physical interaction there? Same with
Hairy
like
looking. Looks like an old German doll.
Hey, Geisel, you're hot micing.
Oh, okay.
Same with like magnetism. If we're talking about a magnetic field, would you consider the magnetic field physical? And what property or matter would you tie that physical magnetic field to? Because we know that it does have interactions with the physical world.
Yeah. Yeah, like this is it is actually, I think you have fundamental misunderstandings as to what these terms mean. In general, that's like prevalent, right? So it's like, what is charge? What is physical? What is energy? Right? Like what is potential? These have to be properly defined. And so then what people do is they're like, oh, chemical energy, kinetic energy. But like now you're just throwing a descriptive on top of the word that you didn't define. So now you're like using an adjective to describe an adjective or an action, but you're never like actually saying anything at that point, because what is energy?
I think we can narrow it down.
I did ask the question. How do you know if energy is there or not? How do you know? How do you know? What's the nature of energy that you know it's there?
Okay, well, how we know it's there?
You guys hear SE trying to get in, or no one heard him but me?
It's cool. I'll wait after that question. I'll go next.
Like, okay, well, just to clarify, yeah, what we do is it's like ability to do work, force over distance. But like that's how we know something's there. It doesn't tell us what it is that's there.
You want to rebut Paul?
Oh no, I mean, it's like I think it's like I have to say it's like what is a human being? Well, it's a collection of cells. Well, is he a collection of cells? Yes. Is he? I mean, it's like you have to start talking about properties of the thing to say what the thing is. But if you can't describe any properties of it, then how do you know what it is? You
But
can't.
energy isn't a like you're saying it's the ability to do something. So it's like if I say what's a human being and I say human beings are the ability to breathe. And when you say they're made up of cells, you're starting to tell me what it's made of, what it is itself. But people aren't doing that with energy. They're just describing an ability. An ability doesn't tell me what it is. It tells me what it can do. Humans can breathe. Okay, but what is a human? Humans can breathe. Okay, but what is it? That's the huge impasse here.
That's
It's
a
the
good
ability.
point.
Why? Because they're materialists and they can't define it. They can't define energy because they're materialists. That's the
Yeah, and
actual.
another thing I want to say just real quick, right? Just because you want to say how do you know it's there? How can you measure it? So if we're talking about energies and things like even like electricity, if you wanted to properly define electricity at its essence, is it volts? Is it amps? You know what I'm saying? Just because we can measure, what are we actually measuring? What is the physical essence of that electric energy?
Well, let's break it down. Let's go to the basic. What can we say for sure that I think that we can say for sure, right? Can you have, well, let me ask you guys the question. Can you have energy, whatever it is, without movement? Can you think of any possibility that could happen?
Nothing that we experience ever is at rest. So, like, I don't even know. Logically speaking, yeah, because it has to come from somewhere. But, like, can anyone name anything that
Well,
exists that's truly at rest?
that's
I
why I
think that
said like anything that's non-Cartesianal is going to be non-dimensional, i.e., counterspatial. Which trying to quantify that in any way is futile, since we all exist in a material realm of a Cartesianal material realm. So that's why I'm trying to tell you, Se, that it's kind of a ridiculous, absurd question. Not that it's a bad one, but it's futile. It's futile.
Yeah, in my opinion, the pure inertial state of energy, in order to figure out or try to define or measure or meter the pure potential state of energy, literally the manifestation of anything spatial ceases to exist when energy becomes at its pure inertial state. Hopefully that makes sense.
When you talk like that, bro, it's just completely meaningless. You understand that, right? It means nothing, what you just said. Like, sorry to be blunt, but when you guys start talking like that, it's like you're in God territory. You're manifesting things from nowhere. You might as well talk about the God particle. You know,
We can prove that things manifest into the material world from somewhere else, though. Like we can prove that.
How?
Well, like I already gave you a crude analogy to that, like ordering the pizza or fishing or even being born. Like it's not the creation of, it's the manifestation of. Do you understand what creation means, or the root word of Genesis is?
With what? What's it? The Casimir effect?
That's one example. You can just look at an empty vacuum chamber and there will be energy in there, and it'll change how much is in there. So like
you think it's empty, but it's never empty. So what? You're
are
not
you
proving
saying?
anything.
You're saying there's air in there that's causing the energy?
There's always something in there. Yeah.
Meaning air?
No, meaning what you think that just manifests out of nowhere, that's in there already.
Yeah, of course. It's ether though. Like that's what I'm saying. Like there has to be something that's giving you the energy. We're like it can't be air. We know how much energy can be held in set amount of air. Then we pull the air out and there's more energy there than the air can provide, which means the energy is coming from somewhere else.
Yo, have you guys heard about that implosion shit? To where like it's something to where like I think if you direct the energy,
Yeah, it's called 0 point energy.
Yeah, like there was something where like this guy literally just had bubbles, like bubbles you can make with soap, kind of like the size of your hand or whatever. Like he made this weird shape with bubbles, and so like when the bubbles pop, the energy or the pressure or the energy in some way like moves to the center and basically
Sonoluminescence.
Yeah, no, but it's in the air with like bubbles, and so he makes this shape, and then you pop it, and it literally like bangs like a fucking like an M80 fucking firework, you know what I mean? But it's just soap bubbles. But like the particular shape that he makes or whatever with them, like the way that they pop forces all the energy to the middle, so it becomes like super condensed and then like explodes outwards or some shit. And that's to do with like vacuums or some shit.
Well, that goes to show you that if we're ever even going to start to pretend to talk about energy, we should be talking in terms of geometric manifestations and not quantification. It's shapes. Shapes sustain what we call energy. Everything is a geometric expression, including magnetism itself. But like this is in quantum field theory, how they explain the Casimir effect is that empty space is not truly empty, but rather it's filled with virtual particles that pop in and out of existence.
So, is that what you're going to go with, SE? Does that sound better to you? More digestible?
No, I'm not telling you I'm agreeing. I'm just telling you because
Well, I'm
of
just
the
telling
fact
you,
that
you
we
got
don't.
two sides. There's only two sides. There's no third option here. So
Why?
it's either A or B.
What makes you so certain, bro?
Because
Why do you say that?
these are the only two postulations in the history of science. It's either ether or QR.
How about if it's something else?
But like what?
Well,
Can you
I'm waiting.
articulate something else? I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
open to
waiting.
hearing
Well, look,
something else. I've
I'm not
never
a
heard.
genius. I don't know what, but why are you guys so sure that there's only two possibilities?
Because it's just basic logic. It's either
Yeah.
energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only be transferred. Where is it transferred from? We know the physical material amount of air that's there, and we pull the vast majority of it out. And there's way more energy there than that air can possibly provide, which means that energy is coming from somewhere else. And materialists have to give it little names of particles, which is where they end up going into la la land, saying that there are virtual particles. We're saying that there is just an actual background that all this energy comes from. So like outside of those two options, I can't really think of another one. In fact, I would say this is a true dichotomy because they say it pops into and out of existence, insinuating that there's nothing there. So you have two options. What's outside the material world, or what else is in the vacuum other than the little bit of air you couldn't get out? A, nothing, or B, something. I don't know what another option would be.
Yo, what's it? Real quick. You know how you focused on like the Lucas and Morley and the relativity for a bit, like you did like it was like a month where you were just fucking going on that shit, like kind of exclusively. You know what I mean? I feel like another experiment is the Casimir effect, dude. I think that it really is one of those experiments to where they really are trying to explain it away, but when people fucking did it for the first time, like in fucking World War II and shit, they were like fucking freaking out. You know what I mean? And making a big deal over it. Same way as Mickelson Morley, when they first did it, people were like freaking out over it and stuff. And so I think, there's something to be like, it's a pressure point, you know what I mean? And they're hiding something behind it. So
Yeah, well, like, and everyone I think knows what
Casimir effect, and isn't there another one? What's
another thing to show energy in a vacuum.
Yeah. There's another one. Drawing a blank at the
Bird
moment.
used to reference it all the time.
Larry's got all this under wraps, dude. He's
you have the
he's the
Lamb
guy to talk
shift.
to.
You have the Lamb shift, and then you have what they call like spontaneous emission. You have what they call like particle pairs being created in a vacuum, and then you have also vacuum polarization. Like as the Lamb shift is the more popular one, which is just that it's a shift in the amount of energy inside of the vacuum chamber. Right.
And they have the 0 point.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well, you kind of said it yourself before, Noah. It's all rather explosive, implosive technology that all this is pertaining to, and that's the next step of innovation within science is going to be implosive rather than explosive technology pertaining to 0 point energy, like lasers and magnets. Those are 0 point devices, but there's plenty to be had from those two things, which we can already see, because you can't have the technology we have today if you were to extrapolate out the magnetic and the lasers from any one of these inventions today. They wouldn't work. So yeah, the future is held within implosive technology.
Yeah, like The lamp shift, if I'm not mistaken, they used microwave spectroscopy looking at a vacuum, and they saw fluctuations in the amount of energy. There was a shift in the amount of energy that was manifest inside the vacuum. Yeah, and so to make the math work, they used this idea again of like quantum fields comprised of virtual particles that permeate all of space. And these virtual particles pop in and out of existence. And due to the uncertainty principle, you never know exactly how much energy it has. Therefore, at times it becomes temporarily manifest, popping into existence, which is just all asinine nonsense. I mean, yeah. And then the spontaneous emission, blah blah blah. There's a lot. They come up with all kinds of names. Of course, they claim that there's something called quantum foam. People call it 0-point energy, a 0-point field, but even that term's a misnomer. So this is not going away. And I try to talk to the astronomer about it as well, but they all just like, I don't know how to say it. I don't want to be crude, but they all drop the ball as soon as this comes up. So.
Yeah, but you guys aren't any better. Let's be honest. You guys talk about counter space. You say the same thing with different explanations. So they have quantum foam, quantum energy, 0-point energy, and you guys have counter space. Both of you claim that things pop out of existence.
No,
so,
like
I mean,
one
why
side
is your
one side's claiming there's like something really there that has physical properties because it's actual, it's substantive, it has physical properties. Okay, one side's claiming there's nothing there. It isn't physical. It isn't substantive. But it somehow gives rise to... These are fundamentally different things.
No,
right?
actually, they do say things are there. There's fields. There's quark fields. There's
They don't explain
photon
fields.
There's
They don't explain fields,
and then
though.
let me
That's the
finish.
problem.
Let me finish, bro. There's different fields, and then they meet with the God particle, right? And the God particle gives them mass. So that's their explanation.
They don't explain mass. They don't explain a field. I just wanted to say those two things, man. They only describe things, and like what they tell you a field is the value within a said proximity. That's not an explanation. That's just a description of something to be had. That's not saying that it actually exists, though.
And why is your explanation more viable? Your counter space?
Because we say there's only one field, where they subdivide the fields against natural order as to uphold materialism.
And then they simultaneously don't define field, and they just mathematically describe it, and they claim it's not substantive or actual. So just theoretical mathematical descriptions, which is just asinine and retarded. It doesn't even make
And
sense
mind you,
at all.
mind you, the whole premise of the whole key pinnacle is to what they're getting to is coming up with a grand unified theory while simultaneously dividing and subdividing everything and pigeonholing the understanding thereof. How are you ever going to get to a grand unified theory when you're doing the opposite of what you say you're working towards? Like, how do you, like, that's like saying, like, I'm going to walk across the street, well, never walking across the street, but saying this is what I'm working towards. Like, they're not doing anything, rather the opposite of what they say they're doing. I don't understand how you guys can't see that shit.
Can I get back in real quick? I had to drop, my phone was not working weird, but I was thinking about this vacuum energy. There has to be something in the vacuum. Actually, I think if you press them harder, there is a field of some kind in that vacuum, because there has to be something fluctuating, right? It can't be just nothing there and then something's there, but there's a field there. Now
I just explained it, Paul.
Oh, did you?
What do you guys mean by field? Like, what is your explanation of a field? What's a field?
I'm not telling you. I'm telling you what they say. Their explanation, right? They say there's a proton field, a quark field, an up field, this field, that field, and then when they meet the God particle, it gives them mass. It brings them into reality, if you will. That's their explanation.
But even within that, and I would say I was trying to think of how I would define what energy is. I mean, honestly, if I was just from a metaphysical standpoint, it's God sustaining nature or sustaining of the universe. If I just the essence of that, because it does, if it seems like it's coming out of nowhere, but it does seem to be happening. You can't say there's no cause for that thing. It just happens. That doesn't make sense. Then what science are you doing? There has to be a cause of it, right? If there's a fluctuation, what caused the fluctuation? And I like to
I'm with
actually
you, bro.
ST.
I call
And
it
I
God territory. We're in God
yeah, and
territory now. Yeah.
and I liked even the movement aspect of things, because something at rest, you can't even say there's anything moving, and then you can't even say there's even energy there if there's no movement. And even the fluctuation of particle coming in and going out of existence, you can argue that that's some form of movement, because it's going from a state of nothingness to something, which means it has to occupy space. So it went from nothing there to something there. There's some kind of movement occurred, however you want to
So
define that
we're just
term.
gonna say God as our way out.
Real quick, I
I
wanted to
mean,
say
what else? Well,
something real quick. Energy in science is. Oh, I was just thinking. Energy in science is it's a quantified unit, right? It's a measurement, or how do you say? It doesn't have a direction, right? It's not like momentum, where momentum has a direction component, whereas energy just has a quantified component or a numerical unit. It
Yeah,
doesn't have
magnitude.
have a it doesn't have a direction. It's almost like a number of account. It would almost be like dollars in like a financial system, right? Because dollars don't really have a direction. They're just a number thereof. Energy, like in science, would just be like this much joules. You know what I mean? Like it's a quantity almost.
So that's not science, right? Math describes, science explains. So like they do the same thing with fields. Fields are just mathematical concepts as pertaining to them. What Dyslow and I are saying is no, it's a real physical thing. It's a real physical thing, and we need a properly defined field, which you can't find any university on the earth that properly defines field. They define it as
honestly,
constructs.
honestly, in science too, I was actually remember you heard of John Lennox. I actually heard him say to a scientist, I don't even think, even within the paradigm of modern physics, they can truly define energy either. It's still a vague concept. It's not a thing that they can nail down on. I mean, I think there's the convention, like you said before, which I don't disagree with. Because of the convention of that, the ability to do work, you can quantify it, but they still even themselves have trouble defining what energy is. I would agree with you on that sense. So, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so what we see is that like in a vacuum chamber, we have spontaneous emission and the Casimir effect and Lamb shift, and effectively, really simply, we have fluctuations in the amount of electromagnetic energy, and they end up invoking things called virtual particles. What does that mean? Well, it's that the math doesn't work within the materialistic assumption of particles, but they had to make the math work based on what they observed, and so they just called it virtual. Like Richard Feynman, blows that out of the water and shows the card trick, the sleight of hand. He's like, it's just a mathematical concept. It's never been the input or output of any experiment. Its existence is questionable at best. It's just something we use to make the math work. We don't know in any way what that would be. It's just a concept we use to make the math work out. So the difference here is we're saying, no, there's a real substantive background medium. It's pure potential, and everything that we call energy is coming from that one true field. Everything is manifesting from this like homeostasis or this inertial state, the initial inertial state of pure potential, and everything comes from it. It's a real substantive background medium, right? And things don't permeate space. Cartesian spatial extension is rather the polarization of the ether, and I know that that's not gonna land with a lot of people because that's foreign concept. But
So the issue is it's a qualitative existence rather than a quantitative existence. And to a materialist or atomist, everything is quantitative. And if it can't be quantized, then it just simply doesn't exist. And if it does exist, even though they can't quantize it, then they use mathematical extractions to facilitate within its existence rather than ever isolating or depicting its existence. And so that's the whole point of contention, is that the field is a qualitative existence.
What it really comes down to, and I try to tell the astronomer this as well, is it's substantive. And the current paradigm cannot have it be substantive. Like, how can you have real physical things manifesting from something that isn't substantive? How can a vacuum have impedance? How can there be free space impedance, right? Like, if there's nothing substantive there to cause the impedance. And they just don't answer this question. And the reason is obvious. If there is a substantive background which would fix all the question marks in quantum mechanics, then all of a sudden that has dire consequences. That now
Like a crude-
spills over into cosmology.
A crude analogy is kind of akin to like a host-bearing load rock that's got gold within it, right? But it's not gold itself, right? Like, so quantitatively, there's gold within this lump of rock here. We can see it, right? But it's not extracted. It's not qualitative. That's kind of like a crude way of perceiving what I'm telling you.
Yeah. And this is what's funny too. Like, with all these conversations, right? Like, people that don't know anything about this, like, they'll try to mock and scoff as if it's stupid, but it's actually not. It's just over their head. This just happens all the time. Even the PhD or the he has a BSMA, professor in astronomy, runs an observatory, worked at LSU and George Mason University now, right? Professor Park, had him on my show. He couldn't acknowledge this. He's like, if it was really a cult of belief, wouldn't we be stagnant? You are stagnant. You are stagnant. You can't unify the scales. You can't come up with any theory that even makes sense on all the scales. You have to say quantum's over here, the local scale's over here, and cosmology's over there. And there are different physical laws for each scale. Well, that's stupid, because the bigger scale is comprised of the smallest scale, which means the physics are going to be the same. An accurate theory of physics is going to work on all scales. But they can't. Now, the question would be then, why are they stagnant? Why can't they answer the question? Why can't they even try to answer the question? Why do they have to keep them separate? And the answer, again, is because if you invoke a substantive background which would answer all the problems, it now creates a new problem. And that new problem is that the current cosmological model cannot be true. Predominantly that the Earth is moving through space, because now it's moving through something substantive. So if it's moving through something substantive, then the Michelson-Morley would show a fringe shift. Aries' failure wouldn't have shown the results it did. Right? So now they have a problem. So for them, that's not even on the table. Like, most of them don't even know that, because that's not even in their wheelhouse. Like, they don't even contemplate such a thing. That's not even, we know the Earth is flying through space. We know Michelson-Morley showed that there wasn't an ether like they used to think. We know that there is no fringe shift, no absolute frame of reference, that there's no substantive background reference to measure against, right? Like, so they don't even think about this. So they're like really perplexed. They're like, oh man, this is like cutting edge science, and it's just beyond what we know right now. One day people will discover it. No, the answer's already right there. You just don't like the answer.
So this is like kind of the idea when I hear you talking about the Twitch, I think about the phrase that's commonly used for like the medical industry, where people will say there's no money in the cure. I feel like within the scientific industry, which there is one, and ancillary industries that are built up around it, there is no money in the unification, right? Because the unification is the dissolution of the idea and the model that they're currently purporting to have existing, right? And then all the things that rely upon that model will fall away with unification.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is all of quantum is built upon the misunderstanding of light and photons, right? Like spontaneous emission, for example, they claim that that's like the emission of photons. So it's like a dude, this is such a death blow to their entire life, work, their entire profession, their entire field of physics. So for them, they'd rather die knowing they may be wrong because they got to act like they were right while they were alive. Like that's how I see it. I don't see how it's not a cult. There's no way there aren't physicists that understand that there's a problem and that the only solution is that there's a substantive background that's sustaining this energy. So I think it's funny. I'm like, oh, a light is a wave and a particle at the same time, even though waves aren't things. It's like, it's retarded.
They know, but
can
they
only
can't
imagine.
admit it's an ether because it'll kill their whole thing because everything is based on light. So they'll never admit that, ever.
Seems
Well, I
like
can
It's
only
always going to be
imagine.
a duality for them. Yeah.
Yeah, I can only imagine what that a lot of people who are working within these fields, right? They're very intelligent, intellectual people. It's not like they're idiots. It's not like they're dumb. They're just, I think, coming from an incorrect foundational presupposition or understanding that they think they have, right? That may be incorrect. So it's like we have some of the greatest minds seem to be swooped up into these industries where they get pigeonholed into small aspects of not looking in too deeply into what may actually unify all of these things. And at least in my opinion, I think a good understanding of that unification would probably garner us technologies that are beyond our comprehension at this point in time and would free us up exponentially. And I think maybe that's the reason why it's not taking place, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that the way they used to interpret the ether wasn't even correct. I don't think that the ether permeates space, nor do I think that light permeates it, right? But they were right in the sense they acknowledged the logical necessity of something actual being required for there to be physicality, right? Where Einstein just, I guess he dropped acid or something and thought that concepts could be physical. That way you can fix the problem of if something actual is there, it debunks heliocentrism, but then you can still try to explain the need for physicality, but it doesn't work.
Yeah. So if you think light isn't like permeating the ether, would you say that light is like a modality of the ether? Like it's an aspect of the ether in and of itself. It's not necessarily that light is permeating it, but it is like a modality of the ether. I don't know how to.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a disturbance, and then that disturbance causes the ether to have a certain version or modality, and that's what we call light. It's not something independent of the ether that travels through it. And many of the early 19th and 20th century proponents of ether said just that, right? They said that light permeates or propagates through the ether. And I just consider that to be grossly incorrect. But that's why it sucks because the job isn't finished. We can't just revert back to 1900 ether because it was wrong. And we're just sitting here while nothing's happening. And then people pretend that that it's just like amazing and scientists are so advanced and they know so much. And they're just sitting here like idiots, dude. They like, it's just weird. It's weird. Well, Austin, why don't you write a paper? You can ask anyone the same thing as you can ask a baller. Can you give me definitive evidence that would show that the Earth's not a ball? Like, how could I test it? They can't give you one. They need it to be unfalsifiable. Can you give me definitive evidence that would show that your cosmology's wrong? They can't give you one. It has to be unfalsifiable. Because if they gave you one, it's already existed. Oh, you would see the redshift predictions don't match. You would see the galaxy formations don't match the prediction. You would see that the accelerative expansion rate is different in different positions, which don't match the prediction. You would see that the Hubble constant and the cosmological constant don't match. The energy needed for expansion is inconsistent, and it's different in different places. You would see that not everything looks to be equally expanding away from us in all directions. You would see that things appear to be more locally and centrally aligned onto the Earth. You would see all these things that we do see would be how you falsify. You would see that our gravitational prediction has a specific mass requirement, and then when we look out, the mass prediction would be wrong. All
I was
that's
about
already
to go over
happened.
that. I was about to go over that with Dr. Parks that one night, and then Drunk Lou took over. But yeah, because there's a claim we're moving 1.3 million miles through space, and I asked him how do we falsify that? He said, well, you measure it. Or how do we know it's happening or something? He said you measure it, and I never got a chance to get into it with him.
Yeah. Yeah, and what sucks when I had him on, it's like, dang, this conversation would need to be 10 hours long to get to a
I
lot
know.
of this stuff. Yeah, it sucks because it's so drowning in pseudoscience. If you ask them to falsify the globe, they can't tell you how. If you ask them to falsify heliocentrism, they can't tell you how. And if you ask them to falsify the cosmology as a whole, they can't tell you how. How can I falsify that the Earth is moving around the sun 66,000 miles per hour? You can't, because you can't even detect or measure it in the first place. So it's unfalsifiable, because if you try to measure it, things will contract, time will slow down and trick you into thinking it's not moving. Can you show me how to falsify that we're tilted and wobbling? No, we can't even directly measure it. We just look at the sky, so you can't falsify. It's all unfalsifiable. It's the same thing for their quantum mechanics. It's the same exact thing. They like, can you show me how I can falsify your notion of light being a wave and a particle? No, because it can be either and both at the same time, and it's sentient and it transcends time and it knows what you're thinking and then tricks you. Right? Like there's no every single bit of modern science at the top of it in this realm is unfalsifiable pseudoscience. All of it. It's very ignorant to think that like
So once
is
again,
intellect or truth.
no third option unless you got one. You know, I'm gonna stay with the ether. Dude.
Yeah.
I don't know where you're at, SC, after the conversation, but I don't know. I think
I'll
it
give
was
you
a
a
long.
third option. You're a pet in a bowl, and the creator is giving you, sprinkling you some energy every once in a while. How about that?
I mean, I don't deny
Everything
God,
is manufactured. You're a pet. The
yeah, I don't
sun,
deny.
the water. Isn't it funny how everything is given to you? You walk outside, right? There's fruits growing on trees. There's water. Bees are making honey. It's almost as if it's like you're in a fishbowl.
To be a child.
Yeah, I don't deny
What?
God, bro, but at the same rate, dude, like that's not my default for everything. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm willing to like have some intellectual honesty in trying to discern a proper way of how to perceive reality and try to, you know, do the epitome of what science is through explanation rather than just like quantifying things into materialism.
But I told you guys, I see both of you, both sides. You're just speculating at that point. When I reach that plateau, right? I don't kid myself. I know I don't know what I'm talking about, right? And I know nobody knows what they're talking about. So
It's
if you
called
want to talk about counter space or things popping in and out of existence, like you lost me, bro. Like, what can I tell you? It's
called
beyond man, I think.
logical deductions do necessitate. So no different than you know, a pressurized system against the vacuum without a fascia or barrier to divide the two. Like, you know, when you guys say that there has to be some sort of a barrier, right? And you can never quantify, bring into material existence this barrier, only logically conclude that there has to be. So
Yep.
it's no different than that, bro. Like some things, yeah, we can't necessarily pick up or touch on, but they have to be as such if logic is and natural order is such a thing. So
No,
in order to hand wave that away, you would have to throw away logic and natural order as a way to perceive reality.
no one's hand waving anything away, bro. I understand man's insatiable need to explain things, right? But you have to humble yourself. And I'm not saying don't search, don't look. I'm not saying that, but you have to humble yourself when you reach a certain point. You just don't know, right? Now you can talk about counter space all day long. You can say how logical it is and how this and that, but really you don't know. And it's very like, and to say there's only two options, like that's incredible in my mind, you know? Like I don't know. I think you guys think you got it all figured
Wait,
out, but I'm telling you,
If
nobody
we
has it.
can't
I have to ask a
if we can't
question.
know anything, then what's the point
I
of?
have to ask a question. Is there a third answer to the question? Is there something or nothing there? It's a dichotomy. There's only two outcomes. Either something is there or nothing is there. There is no third option. This is a binary question. There's only
Yeah,
two answers to it.
and if you're saying that we can never know, SE, then it's pointless to even be here within this server, debating or talking or discussing anything. Like, might as well be in church, bro.
Well, let me bridge the gap. I don't think we'll ever fully understand the ether. I'm the first one to admit that, but it doesn't mean it's futile in the sense of gaining any understanding. And I think that the antecedent for God, like, or for creation being a creator, is the same thing, just like the antecedent for gas pressure. These are logical arguments, right? It's built upon logic based on antecedent relationship, right? And so that's why you get back to the something or nothing. It's the same thing. Like, if energy cannot be created nor destroyed, where does it come from? Somewhere or nowhere? What exists outside of the material world? Something or nothing? What sustains the electromagnetic energy in a vacuum? Something or nothing? There isn't a third option there. Like, that's a true dichotomy. This is what made Nathan Oakley spiral, because you can't answer that question without
But you're
acknowledging,
tying
obviously.
things together. You're tying things. No one's disputing the fact that there's either something or nothing, right? What you guys are trying to do, and I think you're trying to evade the question, is it ether or is it something else? And I'm telling you, you don't know what it is. This is what I'm trying to tell you. I'm telling you, humble yourself, because you're
What does
talking
it mean
about
to know?
ether, counter space, as if it's solid, as if it's gold, right?
What does
But
it
it's
What does it
not.
mean to know something?
Give me a
SE,
second,
what do you mean by knowing?
Essie, but maybe the word ether means that which it cannot be described. What other word would you use?
Creator.
Like I
We're
said,
in
you
God
need to go to
territory
church.
here. But you
You should
guys
be in
think that
church.
you can say a word and that you're right. And as much as I'll fight the ballers for saying quantum foam and thinking they're right, you understand what I'm saying here? I'm not trying to be.
No, throw the word out, SE. Throw the word out. Forget the word, the stigma with the word. The question is, what exists outside the material world? Something or nothing?
The answer is nobody knows. That is the right answer.
No, we do know, because nothing cannot exist. Also,
yeah,
energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only be transferred. So where is it transferred from? Somewhere or nowhere?
It could be from somewhere, but you don't know where.
It's from the
Look at
unseen
what-
realm, bro.
It's
Look at what
God
Tesla said.
territory.
Can't physically perceive, but you can
Look
tell
at what
that it's there.
Tesla.
You can tell that it's there because it has effects that come in, like, I guess, predictable patterns. And so if
Just
you,
like
if
God.
you
No, but even
You
that is
keep
in his
pausing.
infancy, right? Oh, sorry.
Nah, I was saying no. I kept pausing, so I was like trying to jump in, but I'm stepping on.
No, I'm going to say even the something is nothing thing, right? Even that question you don't know, because this vacuum theory and all this stuff that we're basing all this on, right? It's based on vacuums we can achieve here on Earth, right? And that's very limiting with our technology. So what you think might be nothing, there's actually something there. You understand what I'm saying?
Listen
So
to what
everything is
Tesla
theoretical at this
said
point.
about this shit.
There's no counter space about it. There's something there. You didn't take it out.
Dude, it can't be air though, because
When did I say air? When
okay,
did I
so
say
then
air?
what else is there other than air? Because it's either something's there or nothing's there. You said something's there.
Yeah, but you think that you removed even the air. You think you removed all the air or whatever.
No, you don't have to remove all the air because we can go and measure how much energy comes from how much gas pressure. We know
I've
the
already
maximum amount of energy that can come from this much gas pressure. Then we remove as much as humanly possible, and we have way more energy there that can possibly come from the amount of gas pressure there, which means
Like
it's
I told
coming from somewhere else.
like I told you, emptiness is not a thing, dude. There's nothing that's ever empty. It's only a qualifier of something being empty of something else. You can never have nothingness, dude.
So we're saying the
It's
same
logically
thing. Then.
bankrupt.
We're saying the same thing, but then you guys are saying, but
we're telling you that what you think is emptiness is just material emptiness, but there's still an energetic state, this background medium that everything is premised off of. That's what we're telling you.
And I'm telling you that's an assumption on your part because A, you didn't remove everything from what you think you removed, and B, you've never been out there to check what's out there. So you're assuming just as much as they're assuming, bro. What don't you get about that?
I already told you, you can never remove everything. Emptiness is only a concept, dude. It's a qualifier of something being empty of something else. Emptiness doesn't exist.
They also explain to you that it came through a logical deduction, right? It's a logical deduction that this is what's taking place. It's not just an assumption. Those are two different things.
Isn't the Daislo saying you saying that you can never remove everything? Isn't that an assumption?
Yep.
Nope. No, it's not.
No.
It's a logical deduction. Emptiness doesn't
Based on
exist.
what?
Okay, so there's always something there. I have just one question then. How do you measure the energy in a system?
God fucking damn it.
No,
Here we go.
No, either you're no. The question is
we
there
just keep
something
this
there? or not?
conversation going without
Okay, what are you measuring?
Zanik,
If you measure,
no.
if you have a pressure of like 15 psi, and you bring it down to 1 psi. How do you measure the difference between the energy in the
We're
system?
not talking about pressure. I'm going to put you on mute, dude. You're not.
I know, but I want to. Just give me an example.
You're getting.
Sani.
You're interrupting.
Just mute him. Just mute him.
Yeah.
Sani, right now we're past your model, Sani. We don't care about your model.
We're not talking about the globe at all right now.
Yeah.
Dude,
There's
you come in when
no.
we're talking about like vacuum energy and be like, how do you measure gas pressure? The same conversation he's had 500 times. That's not how this works. You don't get to just come disrespect the whole room and just shove and cram your redundant talking points down our throat. If you want to be an adult and talk about what we're talking about and then yield the floor and let people respond and not interrupt and stuff, then that's fine. I'm going to unmute you, and as soon as you start doing it again, I'm putting you back on mute. Okay, if anyone else wants to just go ahead. We're talking about
What
is
was
there something
SE
there?
saying? I think SC was saying something.
Yeah, I was
Can I-
talking about the similarities between the explanations.
Can I
That's
ask you
my
a
beef,
question?
right?
Fuck
So
me, dude.
And it's exactly what you want to hear. I mean, I'm not talking about the globe or any kind of Earth thing. I was specifically talking what you were talking about, Witsit. I can't believe you muted me. That's such a jerk thing to do.
did you hear me just about to begin a
Bro,
sentence?
he just interrupted the fuck out of SE.
Who took him
Like,
off
SE
mute?
was clearly talking. SE
Go
clearly
ahead.
had
Sorry. I want to ask a question though. But go ahead, Jesse.
I was just merely pointing out the similarities between the two explanations. That's all I was saying. One of them has stuff popping in and out of existence, quantum foam, quantum energy, and the other one has the same thing, but they call it what do you call it? Counter space. That's it. I'm done.
Yeah, that is kind of similar.
It's the same phenomena, but one explanation is logically bankrupt and incoherent. Like one is saying that there's something actual, and one is saying something merely conceptual and descriptive via quantification. Undefined,
Right.
undefined field, just a bunch of math. There isn't a bunch of math making energy pop into existence, quote unquote. It's retarded, right? There's something actual there that the energy is coming from.
Okay, that leads perfectly as a segue into my question. I'm not talking about Earth or anything else. What's it? I'm talking about how you measure. You said we have removed all the pressure from a container or something. We have measured the energy, and there's far too much energy that still exists. What measure of energy are you using? What energy are you measuring?
Okay, there's different ways. Okay, so we already talked about this. So
Well, I
electrical
just joined.
land shift.
I'm really curious as to
I
if you have
know. I
a
have to
pressure
finish
vessel and you remove all the pressure, you
He
should have
already asked
energy.
the question and yielded.
Come on,
I heard him ask the
this is
question
not.
and
You're
then
not being
yield.
fair at all, man. That's just not cool.
Yeah, it
You're not
isn't
being
fair.
cool.
It isn't fair when you fucking ask a question, then yield to Witsit, and then continue to talk.
Oh
That
my
is not
God.
fair. You're correct.
I said 10 words. Just okay. What's it? Here's my question. You have a vessel, pressure in it. You're measuring the energy in it. How are you measuring that energy? And then how do you compare it to when you remove the pressure from that vessel? How the energy is more than it would be if it was due to only the air pressure in the vessel.
I'm not talking about air pressure.
Or
so annoying.
You said you moved the air. Okay, you said the pressure would give it energy, and when that pressure is removed, there's more energy than it should exist when the pressure was there before. That's what I'm asking. It's a simple question.
Yeah, if you don't know this, then you don't even know what's happening in the top levels of science for decades now. So
Tell me the
waste of
one
time.
method. Tell me the one method they measure
Okay,
energy
different
in a
types of
vessel.
methods. We use different types of gauges to measure the pressure. We use different capacitance instruments to measure the pressure. We use like an ionization gauge. It's one of the gauges. There's a bunch of different types of gauges that we use. Okay, we know how much pressure is there, how much energy should be in there. And then whenever we measure certain things, we use certain types of like magnetic spectroscopy. We use different types of I don't even know how to say the word microscopy, right? We use all kinds of different things. We use interferometry, optical interferometry. We use like torsion pendulums. We use like all kinds of things inside of a vacuum to measure the electromagnetic energy and the fluctuation within. Like the Casimir effect, they use something called like a Casimir force balance or something like that, right? Which is like precisely controlling the distance between the two plates and then measuring the resulting force. And you calibrate it specifically based on what it is initially, and then it accounts for the various forces, and that way you can measure the Casimir force. We know that there's a force generated between the non-electrically charged conductive plates and the vacuum. In fact, they've even discovered that repulsion can happen inside the vacuum. So they measure the vacuum chamber. They know how much air is in there, right? As best that they can. It's an exceedingly small amount. We know how much this stupid little particle physics paradigm says how much energy can be with different gas particles, which is also just a concept, and gas isn't even made of particles, but it doesn't matter. We know this much air can give you this much energy. Okay, we took out this much air. Now we have maybe this much air left. We have way more energy. Where's the energy coming from that we can measure with the Casimir effect or with spontaneous emission? Okay, it's called vacuum energy. It's a magnetic and a dielectric constant inside of a vacuum. There's free space impedance. And these constants can be measured, and in fact, electromagnetic energy fluctuates in the vacuum. There, I gave you like 10 different ways to measure it.
But you didn't tell me how it differs from the pressure that is creating the energy from the actual air pressure.
What?
We have energy measured by whatever's in there and the air pressure. Then you remove the air pressure, and you're saying there's more energy that should be there. Why wouldn't you measure the Casimir effect in maybe in some kind of partial vacuum? Because there'll be some kind of value that you
Doesn't
achieve.
feel like the same conversation.
Just weird. It's like, why don't you go
Doesn't
argue
feel like
with
the
the
same
entire
conversation
world
right
of your own paradigm? You're just wasting people's time. Why
You're
don't you
saying
go
you have
ask
a vacuum.
them? They have measured the Casimir effect outside of a vacuum, and the effect is different than whenever it's just in a vacuum.
Okay, so they're saying that the vacuum isn't really empty. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, I get that, and I've heard that too. But I'm asking how they measure it. You give me about 10. Some of them I've heard of, and some of them I think you've made up, but that's okay.
Bro,
Which
all right.
one I make up?
That's fucking bullshit, dude. That fucking
Yeah,
right there, like, stop fucking wasting our time, dude. For
I didn't
real.
make anything up. Yeah, they use like typically they use magnetic spectroscopy. They use different types of microscopy. I already All right,
Yeah, I heard him. That's good. Okay, that's a decent answer. I'll take it. All right.
They use
Just curious about-
interferometry. They use a torsion pendulum. They use something called a Casimir force balance, which is just a balance that precisely controls the distance between the plates, and then it measures the resulting force based on the fluctuation that happens between the non-charged conductive plates that are parallel. And they've even measured repulsion.
Yeah, well, the Casimir effect measures some of that as well.
That's what I was just talking. Yeah, that's what I just said.
That's the fucking whole conversation's about. For fuck's sakes.
So there's energy in there in the vacuum. Even the vacuum space, there's still energy there. Are those particles? I guess that's more of the question too, right?
I don't.
Or they don't belong. That's right. You don't believe in particle physics.
Well, that's the problem. Is you only know things by the material existence of it, and if there is no material existence to be had, then you just assume that it still materially exists through mathematical assertions, and this is the problem. Is you guys are materialists, and that's the only way you're willing to perceive reality.
Yeah, dude, their need to have material particles has devolved into such insanity that during the Casimir effect, they say that there are virtual particles. Virtual particles.
Right.
Completely illogical and goes against natural order.
Well, we don't believe that photons are particles.
Oh, really? It's not a particle wave duality?
It has the characteristics of a particle, but it's not a particle. It does not have mass. No, that
Yeah, but you believe
that's
it's
true.
because
That's
of
in our paradigm.
magnetism.
That's in our paradigm, Dyslo, that we don't believe that things like photons are particles.
So when you say things, when you say things, Zanuck, what do you mean by things in the context of a noun? What are you really saying?
Things that take up space.
Well, yeah, and isn't it virtual particles aren't really particles per se? It's just like measuring the energy between fields or something like that.
Measuring the energy between fields.
Isn't it? I mean, I
There
don't
we
know a
go.
whole lot about it, but you're talking about like an electron field where you get an integer value of that field indicate that's an electron. And then you've got space in between electron fields where they measure some value of less than that integer, and they call that virtual particles.
Because it can't just be the electrons. There's additional energy there that isn't predicted by particle physics. Like magnetism is a perfect example. They have to use virtual particles to make the equations work because just the electrons and photons do not account for the energy observed in the magnetic field. So they come up with a concept called virtual particle. And again, we use Richard Feynman to explain what they are. They're merely conceptual. They're not the input or output of any experiment. Their existence is questionable at best. It's merely an abstraction to balance out the equation because they didn't work.
Yeah, I think the first conception of this was Dirac, right? The Dirac sea, and really that's just kind of like the opposite side of the equation being theorized about, but needed or a necessity for the equations in which they were trying to work out.
I'm just quote from Dirac right here. He says we have now the velocity at all points of space-time playing a fundamental part in electrodynamics. It is natural to regard it as the velocity of some real physical thing. Thus, with the new theory of electrodynamics, we are rather forced to have an ether.
I'm just surprised in all these conversations we've had throughout the course of it that SE's still deciding to like either go towards God or just stand on the fence of the topic rather than like choosing a logical side. I'm like, I don't know, man.
That's no, dude, you think you got it all figured out, but I assure you don't. Just by you saying ether and counter space and thinking that you understand everything, I assure you, bro, you don't.
I don't think I understand.
I'll go with that
like,
rather than their particle nonsense, but I assure you that is not it. I guarantee you that.
Well, just to reconfirm, I don't think I understand everything. I don't even think I even have a small piece of it. I'm just able to spot bullshit when I see it, and that's all I'm doing is saying that this sounds more viable. It sounds more rational and logical than this other thing here that these guys are saying. That's all I'm doing. I'm not saying I got it all figured out by any means, bro. Please.
Well, you're surprised that I'm not taking that option. So
well, that's what I'm saying.
Must mean...
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like without a third option, you're just completely backing out and jumping on the bandwagon of God out of the lack of an answer, which is what the Globers do. This is like they base everything off beliefs rather than logical deductions, and that's a problem. Like, we can't be like that, dude. Like, if we're gonna get to the essence of something, or even come up with a formable way of perceiving reality, we can't just be so quick as to, throw our hands up like that.
Okay, I'll give you a third option, a viable third option. Ready? Have you ever heard of Bill Gates?
Yeah,
Sounds like a
rope
serial
theory?
killer.
Is that the rope theories, right?
That's the rope theory, correct?
Yeah.
How do you like that one?
Well,
He has,
I don't know.
He has it all figured out, everything from A to Z. Google him, and or YouTube him. He's a little off the wall, but that's his thing. He thinks everything is connected by ropes. Every atom is connected to every
Is that
other
like string
atom in
theory?
the universe.
No,
So Dicelo,
ropes.
Dicelo, how do we have, if
They're
we
tethering
going
the
back?
things together, and then when the ropes are broken is kind of the discharge mechanism, right? So his discharge, or his electron, is the breaking of a rope, and that's just kind of how he explains certain things that are going on. It's interesting. I would definitely look into it if you haven't. It's certainly interesting.
So,
Yeah, so there's a third viable option. What do you guys have to say now?
I mean, did he come up with any new words as to perceive fields and energy and magnetism?
Oh, this guy's a physicist, bro. Real life physicist. He has an interesting life. He was also a spy. Yeah, you can go down a rabbit hole with this guy, but yeah, he's a real, honest to goodness physicist.
He would still have to answer the
SE and
same
Dicelo,
questions
I have
that
a
are
question
being
for you.
proposed, right? Like Bill Gates would still have to answer some of the same questions that are being proposed as to where is the energy coming from initially? Like where is it manifesting from when it's going to somewhere? He still needs to answer those questions as well.
Oh yeah, everybody, any theory. That's the top question. Where does this come from?
SE,
So unless he does that, then I mean, it's kind of like pointless to throw him into the mix, I guess. Like, because I'm getting down to the brass tacks here of what's being said from both arguments. Go ahead, Zan.
Between you, SE, and Dicelo, what do you think about the fact? Wait, you said go ahead, and then this guy starts talking.
I didn't hear anybody. Go ahead, Zan.
I don't hear anybody either.
Yeah, you got voices going on. Take your meds.
Nobody was talking whatsoever. Stop wasting our time and give us your point.
Oh, just don't be a jerk.
Turn your handler down in your ears. Turn the audible chat GBT down first before you.
Oh, that's
your legs if you hear any whistling.
I'm hearing. I see dead people.
No fucking point.
I see dead people. Okay, listen. Okay, here it is. So SC and Dicelo, what do you think about the fact that for photons, we don't see this duality that we see with electrons? So we do see the duality, this wave party with photons, but we don't see that with electrons. What do you think that's due to in your model? Or you don't believe in electrons, or what do you want? I mean, you answer it how you want.
Come on, Zan. How long have you known me? Fucking jump on the bandwagon of electrons when I've been denying electrons from the beginning? I don't understand.
But SC kind of understands the globe model and some of the standard accepted physics in the world. He knows that there's a duality that's measured with photons and not measured with electrons.
Well, let me ask you this.
SC, what do you think of that?
Real quick. You mentioned it yourself. You invoked it. Are dualities existent in nature?
There's types of dualities that are observed in nature. Here, certainly.
Okay, so you think that nature deals in dualities? What is a duality?
Something will acts a certain way in one situation or style of observation and act in another for a different style of observation.
So you're talking about an inherent contradiction as to what something is, depending on what it's exhibiting or how it's reacting with its environment.
He's saying something physically changes based on how you observe it.
Yeah.
Your hypothesis dies in the get-go. It doesn't even pass
because it's
the plate.
Reference frames are a great example of that. And I don't want to go into detail of that, but you understand.
But that's a problem. But that's a problem, Zanuck, because if we're going to define things based on the appearance due to your perspective from your reference frame, what are you really defining?
How something acts in that particular reference frame duality.
Okay, but when we're getting to the ultimate essence of what something is, do you think that's crucial to try to have a different perspective from each and every vantage point to describe something rather than ever explaining what it is?
Now you're getting specific. You said the dualities do not exist in nature, and you asked me to give you some examples. I give one. There's millions of them, but the duality we're looking at here is this particle wave duality that we see with photons in certain types of tests. Where we don't see that type of duality with an electron or certain particles. Particles don't have that duality characteristic, but photons do. Electromagnetic radiation has that duality characteristic.
Because a photon isn't actually a thing, Zanuck.
We've measured it. We can see it.
Photon doesn't have mass. Photon doesn't have mass, an electron does.
Correct.
So that's why.
First of all, there's no duality here.
Yeah, but Zanuck, you are wrong in saying that an electron doesn't have particle wave duality. It does.
No, I'm not wrong about that.
It does.
That's one of the fundamental differences between an electron and a photon is that it doesn't experience the wave particle duality.
It does. An electron does. You're wrong, Zanuck.
I don't think I'm wrong on that, but we can talk about that later.
You're wrong.
You're wrong, Zanuck.
Quantum mechanics.
Why do you say I'm wrong? Where do you get that information from?
Electrons can also be subjected to the quantum eraser experiment.
Yep.
They can go through both slits and act as a wave, even though it was one particle shot out.
An electron possesses
whole molecules. Even whole molecules have been shown to have a fucking superposition according to fucking quantum mechanics. Whole ass molecules.
Yeah, an electron possesses both particle and wave properties. The modern model for the electronic structure of the atom is based on recognizing that an electron possesses particle and wave properties, the so-called wave-particle duality. Libertech.
Yeah, because in essence, it's a quantification of just a small wavelength of what they call energy anyways, the same way that a photon is.
Yeah.
It's just a mathematical calculation. That's all it is. It's not real. It's a mathematical calculation of what they call the collapse. That's all it is, the wave collapse. It's nonsense.
But I kind of interrupted Zanuck just to correct him. I think it was still his turn.
Yeah.
There's no dualities in nature. There's no such thing as a duality. It's a paradox.
That's not the way I was taught, but that's
there's no such thing as a duality.
I'll find my research.
Look, I'm gonna drop the actual university paper showing that you're wrong, and you should just admit you're wrong. That's the easiest way out here. So I don't know. You don't even understand your own paradigm. So I'm gonna take a screenshot here too.
It looks really bad right now, and if he double speaks, it's gonna look even worse.
Well, you're just gonna hope it goes away without him having to say he was wrong.
I mean, he could just admit it, and then it would just actually look good. Like for once, he actually admits something.
So, publicized early in the debate about whether light was composed of particles or waves, a wave-particle dual nature soon was found to be characteristic of electrons as well. The evidence for the description of light as waves was well established at the turn of the century when the photoelectric effect introduced firm evidence of a particle nature as well, allegedly. On the other hand, the particle properties of electrons was well documented when the de Broglie hypothesis and the subsequent experiments by Davison and Germer established the wave nature of the electron.
De Broglie.
Yeah. De Broglie. De Bro. Zanuck, say I was incorrect.
Oh, yeah.
Just because you did a Google search and contradicted me, I'm going to go back and find my information first, and then I will come back. Then I will come back and
university, man. With this. I'm not fucking dealing with this, dude. I'm not fucking dealing with this guy lying when he fucking just exposed him. He was fucking exposed for saying the exact opposite to what's the fucking mainstream fucking narrative. And now
We
he's
talk
not
about
fucking admitting that he's fucking what he said. It's fucking
we talk
ridiculous.
about this stuff all the time too. How has this never come up before?
Here's 3 different universities.
I brought it up before, actually.
All right, let's make it.
If you're right, I'll come back and tell you if you're right. I know you're going Googling and you're finding this information. What I found, what I learned a long time ago was this different. If I'm wrong, I'll come back and say I'm wrong.
There's
Boston.
Boston.
You got people on your side telling you you're wrong, Zanuck.
Well, no, Nate. Yes, Nate challenged me, and he's reading the same things that Witsit's reading. Let me go back and find where I found the information from, or where I learned this from. Long time ago. Let me see. If I'm wrong, I'll come back. I promise. Listen,
West Texas A&M University. Oh, here's Kansas State University.
Yeah, you're real good at admitting that, Zanuck.
What did I read? Sam?
Pardon me?
I said, yeah,
You
you're
say
going
I
to come
read
back and admit you're wrong because you're so good at doing that.
If I can't find the information that I learned it from, or that I informed about this.
Northern Arizona University.
You said you're gonna go away and find the information.
Zanuck, you find one source that
So go
says
do
it,
that.
but 38 other
Let me know when you've
sources
done
don't.
that.
University of Arizona. Like, it's like, are you kidding me? Was there 10 universities in here now?
Fucking hell.
It's called EWT2. You have the energy wave theory. I may even go as
Okay,
far as
enough
saying that
entertaining
photons-
Zanuck and doing research for Zanuck.
No, it's
What
interesting.
were we talking about earlier? Fucking. At first, we were talking about Aether or whatever, or some shit. The Casimir effect. That's what the fucking topic was before.
Yeah, the similarities between the two models, and if there's a third model, if there's other options. Interesting stuff.
Actually, what we're doing is trying to get to a grand unified theory
Yeah,
where these materialists over here are trying to subdivide everything against natural order and logic.
Yeah, Zanuck, I just tagged you with the actual experiment where this was confirmed that the electron has a wave particle duality type of nature. So, I mean, just look into it, man.
Basically the
Zanuck.
fraction of what they call electrons.
Yeah, I know electrons have a wave characteristic as well, but I didn't know they had this. I mean, I've read it before. I thought there was new information I looked up a long time ago, or spoke to someone about a long time ago. There's a particle physicist I was talking to. He said, no, they don't have the same duality. Maybe it's the type of duality that it experiences. I'm not sure. I'll have to go look at it.
Is
I
that
think
a
Tesla
new,
said it
it's a new
best.
thing that he did a long time ago.
I think Tesla said it best.
Light waves.
Scientists today are quite capable of thinking deeply. However, they're incapable of thinking clearly.
Yep. And one can think quite deeply, but be quite insane.
Right.
Oh yeah, that's the
So the
tough.
Davis and Garner established the wave nature of electron that I've seen before. There was something I thought that was in contrast to that, and that's what I was speaking to.
Say you were wrong.
Well, I'm not going to concede yet. Let me go find what I found. Maybe what I have was not credible. Maybe what I found was incredible. Maybe I misunderstood it. Let me go back. I'll come back.
Or maybe
I promise I will.
Okay.
To say
if
that I
you're
was
gonna-
wrong.
Okay.
Yo, why are
If you're gonna
so many
come back,
people
you have to
talking at once?
leave to do that. You have to actually leave and not talk to then come back. It's impossible to just keep talking and then come back because you would have never left. For fuck's sakes, dude.
Yeah, it's not the Zanuck show, bro. We were talking about like
Fucking
explosive
ridiculous.
technology. We were talking about, some new ways to be innovative, not just stuck in the same rut with your explosive technology.
Fuck. Fucking hell.
Yeah, and there's no such thing as dualities. There's no such thing as the same thing, two things being the same thing. That doesn't exist. That is not reality.
Reality is contradictive by nature.
You don't think things can have? I mentioned reference frames before, but things like gravity, the way we see gravity perform on
I
certain
thought you
objects.
said you were gonna leave.
I am. I'm still.
You
I
got
still,
some reading to
I can
do,
still
dude.
multitask.
If you were, then why are you opening up your mic and coming into our conversation while with still not providing the evidence? You're either going to provide the evidence that you're right, or you're going to admit that you're wrong. But you're not going to then
It's not
come
even.
in, and you're not then going to come into our conversations and then add new commentary and then never actually see. It's every time you butt into our conversation. You lead us around in circles, and then we never come to a conclusion because then you just fucking switch to the next topic. So you're going to stay on the original topic we were talking about and go research that and either come back and say, I was wrong, or come back and disprove us. But you're not going to then come into our other conversations and fucking give us the runaround over there. And so we have 15 different open questions with you that you never resolve, and you just waste our time the whole fucking
That's
time.
ironic.
There you go. There's the guy trying to save the guy. And this is what's so weird about the cultists that are the ballers. Like, they see the guy clearly was wrong, right? We cited him. I cited him 15 different things. Someone on his own side cited him something, right? That they looked at the electron and had diffraction properties, right? That he's wrong, that it's like also considered wave particle duality. It's just substantially shown to be wrong, refuses to admit it, keeps fighting it, then jumping into the conversation and trying to talk about something else to avoid admitting he was wrong. And then you jump into white knight for him, even though everyone can see what happened. So that's very confusing.
Nate posted it. I think Nate posted it from 23 to 27. They did some experiments and confirmed their hypothesis that it had diffraction. Is that what you posted, Nate?
Are you talking to me, Jeremy?
Yes.
No, the other Nate. The other Nate.
Sorry, man. I wasn't paying attention. What?
From 23 to 27, they confirmed their hypothesis of the diffraction of electrons.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, the guy won a Nobel Prize for it, you know what I mean?
And what Zanuck was saying that this didn't happen? There was no diffraction.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he just didn't know about it, you know? I mean, we ain't got to
But
beat
he
him
was
over the
saying
head
it.
with it, right? He was
So you're
wrong.
making an excuse for him. Even when your friend is wrong, you have to make an excuse for him being wrong.
No,
Well, he
no,
said it. He said it.
yeah. I
Zanuck
mean,
probably just didn't know.
Zanuck didn't know about it. That's yeah.
Well, he was
He said
wrong.
something. Yeah, he was wrong. So let's move on.
So Nate
And you
Dogg
guys
and Warren G
never
just
ever been
regulated
wrong.
your ass.
Thank you, Nate, for admitting that.
Yeah, he was
You
wrong.
should.
Have you guys never been wrong? Like, damn, we ain't got to crucify him for making a mistake, you know.
What, he doesn't look up
It's
new
a,
things
it's a
when he
cross
argues
out.
with all the flat earthers about what they are? Aren't you supposed to look up the new stuff too? Not just 3,000-year-old stuff?
Well, this is from the 1920s. I don't know if it's that old, but
Well, I'm saying, so he can look it up, right? Clearly.
anyways, what else we got?
Oh, we only got ether or QR. So pick a side, boys.
What about the thing SE suggested with the strings or the yarn or something, red yarn, PJ shit?
I don't know, bro. Has that ever made it to like the upper echelons of science? Because as far as I'm aware, there's only ever been given two postulations as to what
What about
predicates
string?
the cosmos.
What about string theory?
Yeah, string theory exists.
How about
1D strings,
multi-world? About
one
multi-world?
dimensional.
Yeah, everything is just wrapped up. You know, it's like 10 dimensions wrapped up real tight, and it's like violin strings. And depending on how you strum them, different particles come up. You know,
One-dimensional strings.
they're not one dimensional. No.
You
That
haven't
is what
heard of
string-
this guy, Jeremy?
That's what string. Dude, are you not familiar with string theory?
I am. There's different versions
Why
of
don't
string
you know they're
theory.
one-dimensional?
They're not one dimensional. They're wrapped up into lower dimensions. You know, some are wrapped up into one dimension, some are wrapped up into three. But you know, I think M theory, that version of string theory, you know, you're looking at 10, 11 dimensions wrapped up
The
into.
strings, though, the strings are one-dimensional, though.
Yeah, but you're talking about the holographic paradigm now, so.
You mean the
Nah, you're
strings
talking about
themselves? Yeah, yeah.
Michikaku nonsense. Michikaku.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
what
so
I'm
you
trying
think
to say is,
one-dimensional. So you think one-dimensional objects can exist?
I'm not saying I believe it. I'm just saying it is a competing theory that should also be thrown into the ring, you know, with Ethan and the other stuff.
I mean, I agree. I guess you could
Thrown
talk about
into
it.
the ring. So like, only one can be right though, right? So if
Right.
string
Why?
theory can't do,
Why can only one be right?
I don't think
Who's
string theory actually redefines. Yeah, the problem with
There can only be
your hot mic
one
and D-Mug.
truth, dude. There can only
What's
be
that
one
noise?
truth, and that one truth is reality.
The problem is
everything else has a little bit of a fucking falsity in it. There's only
the,
one
the
fucking truth.
the problem is all these different theories you're throwing out there never redefine fields or energy or all these things that are pertinent within having some sort of an actual viable model here to perceive reality. Like they're just building off what was already there, and they're just kind of twisting things. But that's why I say there's only ever been two postulations in the history of science, because we don't use string theory to do anything. We don't use all these other fucking theories to do anything.
What do we use the ether for?
Really?
Isn't that what was used by all those fucking guys who invented the entire power grid that we live on today?
Pretty much.
You know,
Yeah.
like the godfathers of like electricity and shit. Like, you know, all
Nicola,
the
so,
fucking important
so
guys.
power
They
grid
all
would
use
not work off
they all
the.
use ether theory. So that would be a pretty good use case that you get power to your house today. You have electricity.
Yeah, I don't think we'd be having this conversation right now.
You have radio, correct?
So
You have
Nikola
electricity,
Tesla was a
correct?
big
You have the
proponent of
internet,
ether.
correct?
You guys are over talking
Guys,
each other.
just let
Like,
Noah
what the
finish,
fuck?
guys, and then talk
Jesus.
after him. Holy shit, man.
Yeah, that's all I was
Yeah.
saying was that the godfathers of our fucking electrical power grid today all use ether theories and stuff, all of them. And that all got thrown in the trash after Einstein. But we had electricity in that shit all before Einstein. Einstein did not invent electricity, you know?
Yeah, but you can't really say they all had an ether theory. They all believed in the ether, but the ether didn't play a part in the models they built. You know, nowhere in the mathematics would you see them accounting for an ether.
So you
So,
in order to say that, you have to understand what the ether is, and part of the problem is they did. If you understand the ether to be the relationship between the conjugate dimensionalities of the magnetic field being the
show me
toroid and
that
the
equation.
hyperboloid. So basically, yeah, I got that equation. Pi times psi equals Q in Planck of electrification, meaning the dielectric times the magnetic inducing one another creates electrification. So you can't have electricity without these two things being the electric and the dielectric, or sorry, the dielectric and the magnetic fields intersecting. And this is where we get the photon. This is where we get electricity. This is where we get magnetism. So that's what the ether is. That's what their postulation of the ether was this dielectric field, and the loss of the dielectric is what breeds magnetism.
Can I read a quote real quick? Can I read a quote real quick? Just real quick. This is just a quote. In 1861, so this was like fucking like decades before Einstein was born. In 1861, the famed physicist, not random loser, famed physicist, James Clerk Maxwell, proposed a unified theory of electricity, magnetism, and optics, meaning light, by appealing to mechanical conception of an electromagnetic aether. Boom! Fucking blown out the water just by a quote.
No, like I said, these guys definitely believed in.
For you.
Like I said, these guys definitely believed in an ether, but you got to show me where in their mathematics they accounted for an ether.
It's the air you're breathing.
If you could repeat that equation you said, Dyslo, I just want to write it down.
That's what he based all his equations on.
Yeah, it's
he based his
phi.
fucking equations of electricity.
Yo, I'm asking Dyslo a question. Relax, no. Goddamn.
Oh, you relax.
Dyslo, you were saying?
Sorry,
yeah,
Dyslo, go ahead.
phi times psi equals Q and Planck of electrification. In other words, the dielectric times the magnetic equals electricity.
Values you put in for that.
Could you write that down? You say it so fast. I'm trying to write it down.
Yeah,
Could you just
phi,
write? Could you just write it
phi
in text chat? Yeah, I have that part. Equals what?
times psi, si,
Yeah, I
equals
know.
Q.
Equals.
Q is in queen,
Uh-huh.
and Planck
Uh-huh.
of electrification.
Even Faraday. Faraday too. Maxwell and Faraday. Like, god damn it.
Yeah, they all believed in an ether. I ain't gonna argue about that.
Well, there's been
No,
over
he
200
proposed.
postulations as to what the ether was, and they don't all coincide. Like Maxwell's postulation of the ether was a cellulose structure, meaning it had like a physicality in the sense of material. So that quickly got abolished. So I was just saying there's been a lot of postulations as to what the ether was, but they were all premised off of this dielectric field. And that's the whole point that I'm making.
A reactor can become a resistor, so the field that builds up can also become a resistor to other fields, right? So like just like you have solar luminescence trapped within the liquid, all the things that they're talking about being little dots is just sound perturbating through it. So it's sound in the medium. It's electrical voltage of sound through the medium being trapped in little portions until it goes where it's got to go. That's the only way it can be.
I would like to point out that it's acknowledged that pretty much all scientists prior to, like Michelson, Morley, blah blah blah, they all thought there was an ether. So if you're referencing things prior to that, you're going to find references to the ether,
There you
and it
go.
doesn't really support anything.
And it does.
So
It
when
does.
So
It
that
does.
makes
It,
it
wait.
wrong.
It does. It does support stuff because, like I said, dude, a proposition of a unified theory that explains electricity, magnetism, and optics being light. Those three things exist, correct? And we use
Yeah, but
Maxwell's equations to predict what they do, correct, in real life. And he used that
no,
based off of his ether theory. So
no,
in effect, you've basically taken his theory, you still use it, but then you say it's something else. You haven't actually changed it at all. It hasn't been changed.
Yeah, even all these theories that you guys are throwing out there nowadays, they're all just built off of quantum relativity's way of perceiving space, material existence, energy, fields, magnet, like all these different things. Like they haven't redefined anything. They're just twisting things in such a way to like try to interconnect everything to perceivably have this grand unified theory. But in all essence, they're subdividing everything and going against what they say they're looking for. So there's only ever been two viable postulations as to the predication of the cosmos, that being the ether and the other being QR. So,
well, the thing is, all these new things that they've all got experiments and observations and ongoing. They're applying mathematics and able to predict things with what they're saying. So, I mean, why does that not have validity versus saying ether and not being able to demonstrate it?
Because they're not talking about the beginning of creation. They don't address any of that. It all just ties back in with QR. And yeah, so they don't really have any answers to that. They're twisting and manipulating certain things of the current model, but they're not like giving an overarching new conception of how to perceive it. It's just all different building blocks off of the same foundations. So there's only ever been two foundational building blocks as to how to perceive reality, and that being the ether and quantum relativity. So unless they're going to recreate new terms to define these things, then they're really just saying the same thing in a different way as to what has already been stated. Nothing new.
Well, they already have even like the quantum explanation, right? It has many interpretations. It's not just one interpretation.
Yeah, so I'd just like to put out there, those same unified equations that Maxwell, brought out, they're still used by electrical engineers today in the design of electrical devices. Every electrical device, actually. Every
The
single.
funniest part about that?
Wait, real quick. Let me just drive this home. Every single electrical device ever invented since modern history, unless you have a UFO from 1,000 years ago, every single piece of electronics uses these equations.
The funniest part about that is if you were to overlay the electric field, like a two-dimensional chart of the electric field with the magnetic field, lo and behold, they're identical. Well, this should tell you something. I don't know, man.
Well, it's just absurd, dude. They're like, what practical use does it have? Well, let's see. Every electrical invention of all time in history, that's pretty practical and useful, is it not? Electronics.
Yeah.
I mean,
It
you're
doesn't
using it
involve the
right now,
ether,
aren't
though.
you? I
It
mean,
doesn't involve ether.
the guy used his unified theory of ether to come up with the theory and the equations. So yes, it does.
Go
Well,
ahead,
we
Left.
know
I think you
electromagnetic
That's like
is
saying cooking doesn't. That's like saying cooking doesn't involve pots and pans. It's like, well, I have the food on my plate, so there was no pots and pans involved in this. It's like you seem to have not like understood where the food came from. You're just looking at the finished product on the plate and saying, "Oh, there's only plates here. There's no pots and pans." When we're in the kitchen looking at the fucking pots and pans.
That's actually a really good way to analogize that. I like that. Yeah, you got to look at what comes from what precedes what, right? And when I tell you that the magnetic field and the electric field are identical, you would have to see the connection between the two. And then you would have to ask yourself, well, what comprises the magnetic field? And when you look at the magnetic field, wow, lo and behold, there's two differences within that magnetic field, being the dielectric and the loss of that dielectric breeding the magnetic field. And you can see the interplay between them in contrast within the light and dark of the ferrocell, which should tell you that there's two things going on here inducing one another. And this third thing we call electricity is just a component of these two things interacting, that being the dielectric and the magnetic field. Like, it's right before your fucking very eyes. I don't understand how you guys aren't making the logical connections here.
Well, maybe you're missing one aspect: movement.
Well, yeah, like Tesla said, his greatest invention wasn't that of the AC generator, rather than that of the rotational magnetic fields and what the ramifications of that could behold, which is limitless. So that was the greatest discovery.
Yo,
That's the key, movement. Yeah.
So that analogy is pretty good, huh? Like aether being the pots and pans that they actually cooked the meal and made the meal in, i.e. all of electronics that exist today, that would be the meal. And then the plate is relativity. And so basically they took all the electronic inventions out of the pot and pan of actual aether and then put it on the plate of relativity. And now we have dumbasses saying, oh, it doesn't use aether. It doesn't use aether. There's no ether here. There's no pots and pans.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it multiple ways, but essentially it's just stating that there's one thing stems from another, and you have to be able to differentiate what came first, and what precedes the other. And within those steps, you're going to find the result being energy or electricity, light, whatever it may be. But you have to look at what the building blocks and the components of what's actually taking place and identify.
Well, the dumbasses say there's no ether here. There's no ether here. Show me in any of Maxwell's equations where they accommodate ether. Don't call people dumbass.
Show me Show me in any one of Maxwell's field equations where it's used in quantum.
Touche to
Oh,
both
wow.
Do
of
they
them.
claim?
Exactly.
Do Maxwell equations claim to
And
be
I
anything to do
and
with
I
quantum?
quote, Maxwell's original equations are based on the idea that light travels through a sea of molecular vortices known as luminiferous ether, and that the speed of
There you
light
go.
has to be respective to the reference frame of this ether.
And where did that come from? What year was that written?
How long ago was that?
Well, like I said, there's been many postulations as to what the ether was, but ultimately they were all in agreement upon the dielectric field.
Yeah,
And this is the point.
that wasn't actually a rebuttal of what I said. That was actually a sidestep. So you just got ran over.
It was a
No,
rhetorical.
we've already admitted that prior to Michelson-Morley that all the scientists tried to accommodate or assumed there was this luminiferous ether which light propagated through. But following that, it basically abolished the ether as far as that's concerned. Now I'm looking at Maxwell's variables, and I see an electrical constant for permittivity, permeability of free space, electric charge, current density, different things like that. None of his variables account for ether.
And by with the
well,
quick pause,
this is the point that I made.
That causes the fucking constant of permeativity. What are you talking about?
But I thought all electronics
yeah,
were
that's
used
what
You literally just cited what your
well, hold on.
what you said wasn't existent. What
Hold on. When
causes
you
the
say
permeativity through free space? God damn it! It would be the luminiferous ether. It's literally like right in your face, came out of your own mouth.
that's
Yeah,
the
I made
problem. This is why-
equation that accommodates that.
real
Yeah.
quick.
I'm sorry.
Real quick. This is why I addressed Nate, and which kind of spawned this conversation to begin with. What do you mean when you say ether? Because it's like if we're having a major disconnect there and we can't agree on what the ether is, then what are we really saying to each other right now? Like that's why I'm trying to get to what the ether is and explain to you that the ether is the one and only field, being the dielectric.
Okay, but in
built
terms
off
of what
this dielectric field.
In terms of how Whitsitt talks about it, we excite that field. There's a perturbation or a disturbance in the field, and that's what the light is. And you need that field, otherwise the light would not propagate.
Well, that's
right?
why I said that.
But if it was the field, hold on. If it was the field, then we wouldn't be able to measure things that are approaching you in different relative frames, like how laser guns are used. How could you measure? Can I finish? How could you?
Oh, go ahead.
How could you
keep
measure?
Pausing.
I'm trying to make a coherent thought here, but I keep getting interrupted. But how could you measure, like, for a laser gun that a police officer would use to measure speed? Something's approaching you and you get 80 miles an hour. But yet, if he's going 80 miles an hour and someone's approaching him at 80 miles an hour, he can still detect that. That means the guy's going 160 miles an hour relative to the ground through the ether, but he's only measuring 80 miles an hour. How come the ether is a limit? How come the ether doesn't affect that measurement?
Cops don't laser you from a moving platform, though.
They surely, absolutely, they do. They do.
Yes, they do.
Really?
So that's wrong. You want to admit you're wrong there?
No, I want you to show me that. I want you to show me.
Now, before you go there, and you will show me that. I will show that too. I am wrong about the particle wave. I want everyone to know that I am wrong about. Nate was right. I was wrong. Whatever I read or spoke to, I misinterpreted it or read it incorrectly. And so I will admit right now that I was wrong about all these particles, all these subatomic particles, all have this particle wave duality. So I was wrong on that. I'm here to tell everybody that. So if Whitsitt asks if I conceded, yes, I did.
Oh shit.
So I just wanted to say, when I say ether, I'm talking about the dielectric field, and the loss of that field is how we get magnetism, electricity, and light. So the dielectric is literally just the capacitance potential of counter space, and when you have increasing potential terminating towards and into counter space, this is defined as the increasing of the dielectric inductance or the charge. So the smaller the space, the higher the dielectric or the capacitance. And space is just
words.
No, it's not. What I'm telling you, Zanik, is that when you talk about light and you talk about electricity and magnetism, these are all coming from the dielectric field, and the dielectric field is a purely inertial state of rest, right? And that's pure energy. The loss of that energy is what gives us these things.
Again, you just made up a bunch of words and put them together.
This isn't made up. This is what stemmed before your school of thought coming
Can I
from
have a
quantum
citation
relativity.
or any kind of information to back up what you said? Because you're just making up a bunch of things. I've never heard
No, I'm
any
not
of those
making
terms in
anything
physics before.
I'm not making up
Counter
anything here,
space,
buddy.
dielectric fields, none of that stuff exists.
Yes, it does. It's all perceivable within a ferrocell. If you look at the magnetic field.
The Dyslow didn't make it up. Ken Wheeler did.
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly. So if that field exists, why don't you walk me through how a laser speed gun that shoots a laser to something and then times the response bounce off that
Keep
target?
going to this one
No, because it's a fundamental
But
example of how what you're saying doesn't
Show
work.
me a video. Wait, you said before we go to this topic, you said you're going to show me a video of like a cop speed gunning off of a bike while moving. I'd like to see that still.
Oh boy, that's easy. That's easy response.
Okay, well then go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I'll do that in a second. But if I bring that forward, Noah, will you then ask the question to Dyslow as well? Like, wow, if ether exists, how would we determine whether that light is moving through? Okay, so you're not gonna interact with me like a normal adult.
I'm not trying to answer hypothetical questions. I'm actually trying to have you show me that. That's what I'm trying to have.
Right. Jeez, I get called out and have to show things, but you guys don't. And while I'm doing that, why doesn't Dyslow come up with some example of how counter space and the dielectric fields and all that correspond?
I literally read quotes from Maxwell earlier. Like fucking a portion of my shit
didn't have the
wasn't
ether
my
in
own
it, did it?
words, they were just quotes. So I did go
when
out
was that?
and
19.
I did go out and find shit. So I would just like you to reciprocate it back, please. And between you and Dyslow, you can fucking have whatever dick piss contest you want. But I'm talking about between you and me, right? Because I got you the quotes. So now I'm waiting for you to get me the fucking video.
Just look it up, bro. It's
By the
not
way,
secret. It's like it's not
hold on.
being hidden. Look it up online. Yes,
Have you
radar
never
guns can be used while
How easy
moving.
you do it then?
I
Have
just
you
did.
never- hold on. Have you ever been in one of those zones that's kind of in the remote areas of the United States?
They all stand on their bike. They all
Hold
where I'm
on.
from, in
Hold
my
on.
state, none of them
Just
move.
a goddamn second. Let me ask my question. Okay. Have you ever been in a remote place in the United States where it says speed measured by airplanes?
No, I live on an island, dude.
Okay. If they're measuring your speed on an airplane, then they're measuring it moving.
Wait, so an airplane is shooting a speedometer down at a car? Is that what you're telling me?
Have you never seen those signs before?
I don't know.
have those
I
signs
have no idea what you're talking about. So you're saying there's planes flying above you that are shooting radar down at you and measuring your speed on the ground. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying.
What kind of surveillance is that? Jesus Christ.
I thought they did it with lines on the road. I thought they did it with lines on the road and then timed you for how long it took you to cross the lines.
That's not
when it's
fucking
monitored by
radar, man. That's not
Well, I
radar.
could be wrong.
Oh.
Well, hold on. I don't know if I'm right or not, so don't take my word for that. I just thought that's how
I've
they do
heard
it.
that too, Jeremy. I've heard that too.
They'll have a thick white line or something on the road, and then they'll time. I don't know if they're shooting you a radar or laser or anything like that. What,
How would a
babe?
radar?
I'm questioning it because every time I see a cop hitting me with the radar gun to see my speed, his bike is always parked and he's sitting and not moving. He's always still. There's never a time where I've seen a cop fucking driving behind me with his fucking motorcycle.
Well, that's kind of like, ancillary evidence here. You're not really addressing the issue. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's true. So I've just posted. So I posted it already. Shut the hell up.
This is not a video.
K40 Electronics talks about how radar guns can be used either moving or stationary. Either way.
This is just a
I
fucking
can
article
post
that
you a
says
video.
Zanuck is right, but it doesn't actually demonstrate him doing it in real life.
Okay, so you need to see a video of this actually working. It talks exactly how it's working, how
can
these
post the video of it's
lidar,
working.
how these lidar systems actually work. You want to see it in action. I can give you
Yeah, I want to get.
LiveR. I can give you LiveR examples too. Which are you gonna just keep on doing that to me?
I mean, you kind of swayed the whole conversation the moment you came into the room, Zenik, and like we're kind of having a good. We're kind of having a good conversation, and you just kind of like steered things off into the direction that you wanted to take it, which was like, which was trying to make individual people look bad, such as myself, instead of like finding a point to agree on. You're finding a point of disconnect, which always breeds antagonistic behavior, which is the tonality of the room since you came in.
He brought it. Wait. He brought up a circumstance in which was sort of contradictive to any ether, with being able to take laser measurements of speed while in motion, either coming to or going away from you. That was kind of pertinent to the topic, but
I'm
then
still
it got
trying to
off onto
understand
this.
why
I think so too, because if it has an ether and you're talking about light, which is electromagnetic radiation, and you're able to measure these speed differential, whether you're moving or not, it kind of dispels the idea that the ether is required for light to propagate through it. Because if it was, it would throw off those measurements, but it doesn't. And then he wanted to see evidence, and I gave him evidence. Then he wants to see actually a video of someone doing it. Okay.
Was that the claim, though, Zanuck? Did somebody say that the ether is what light is traveling through? Was that the specific claim?
That's what I'm trying
Yes,
to. That's what I'm trying to
Whitsitt
tell you,
said specifically.
Zanuck.
Hold on. He asked me a
didn't.
question.
Hold on.
Hold on.
No, he didn't.
Can I respond to
specifically, I had this conversation this morning with Whitsitt, and he expressly said that he does not think that the ether is something in which light travels through. We went into detail on this.
I get that. So let me respond.
It travels within. It
No,
doesn't
it
travel
is.
through.
It is what is.
Within.
Light is the ether. It is.
Listen.
He says.
Listen.
Dyson, let me finish
Listen.
responding to Napalm,
No,
please.
bro, because you keep making red herring straw
I'm not.
men.
If I do, you can call me out. Let me just respond to him. So Napalm, he did say he doesn't go through it. Yes, it is the light. The actual medium is excited. These disturbances are in the ether, and that is what you see. It's not traveling through it. It is the light.
Right.
Yeah, there's
which
a big
is exactly contradictory to what you had previously said, which is
because
the ether is a requirement in order for the light to travel through it, which is not the case. That's something totally different. You're completely straw manning what Whitsitt said. I would prefer maybe talking about people when they're in the room or in the conversation instead of when they're not, because then you can easily misconstrue what they're trying to say.
I think I'm representing exactly what he said. He says the ether is this medium that when it is excited, when it has a perturbation in it, it will manifest itself as things you can see. So if that's the case, if this medium is what it's actually being excited, if you're moving through it, you wouldn't have this ability to do this Doppler, this red and blue shift of the medium, because you're actually in it. How would it be possible if you're traveling through it?
That's the whole problem, Zanuck, is you're not seeing light. You're seeing the byproduct of light being illumination. And most people are kind of confused. When we talk about light, we all confuse it with visible light instead of the totality of light being EMR on the full spectrum. So the background medium and the luminal velocity being the byproduct of that interaction, i.e. visible light, is within the ether, not moving through the ether. And when we say ether, Zanuck, we need to be understood on what we're really saying. The ether is the primary half of the conjugate geometry.
Oh God, here we go.
Being the dielectric field. It's as simple as that.
Great. I get it. But so we have this field, and it is the medium. We call it ether, and we shoot a laser across this field from you to me, a mile away, and it takes a certain amount of time. We measure it. He's saying that it's not the photons that are moving through it. It's actually the disturbance of this field itself that we're measuring. We're seeing this illumination propagate through itself this mile and come back to us through this medium. That's great.
Right.
But that doesn't explain when we move through it, why would we be able to measure that illumination time? It doesn't make any sense. If it's static, if we move through it, there should be some measurement of us moving through it. Because
So
we're
to give
moving
you
through this
an easy
medium.
way, to perceive it, it's analogous to you being in the middle of a swimming pool and you flapping your arms and creating a disturbance within that medium, being the waves which are processing circularly and radially and overlapping upon the edges of that pool. And what you're misconstruing is you touching the edges of that pool, being that your arms have created that field disturbance. And what we're trying
No,
to tell you is that that disturbance, that water that's overlapping the edges of the pool because you created a disturbance in the water, is what we call illumination. You in the middle of the pool would be the primary cause of that, which is not necessarily perceivable.
okay, I'm glad you brought that up because there's a frequency of waves through mediums like water. Regardless of the boat or how fast it's going, there's this frequency of the waves. You know that, right? Always. So you couldn't use that idea and that theory that you just conjured up to explain why we can measure things with sonar, whether we're moving through the water or not moving through the water, because sonar is different than the wave theory.
Zanik, it's all light.
You're not going to respond to that, are you?
And I'm responding. Whether it be sonar, infrared, radio, whatever it be, right? It's all dependent upon that spatial footprint of whatever it is we're talking about, such as like gamma radiation. Why gamma radiation is much faster is because its spatial footprint is much smaller, so it has a higher state of capacitance, and get different things taking place within the spectrum of EMR. This is how we perceive it. This is why it has different speeds of what you would call emission and what I would call a field disturbance. It's all based on that spatial geometry. The smaller the space, the higher the capacitance.
Is there a wave theory with water? Is there a frequency of waves in water, regardless of the size of the boat and speed the boat's going? Is there a constant?
I don't know about a constant, but yeah, I mean, you could say that there's a frequency to waves or a disturbance within a medium.
So if you're in a river that's moving downstream and you're in a boat and you have waves, that waves will have the same frequency as it would as if it was standing still in still water.
I'm not going as far as saying that. I don't know really.
Well, you should.
I'm not really conceiving what you're saying here.
The medium, if it has a frequency, then how can you move through it and measure a distance to an object using that frequency if it doesn't change?
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying that if the medium is being excited and has some wave propagating in it, I guess you could say, with it, because it is the reason that this wave is propagating, then if you're moving through it, you should be able to detect a movement through it, because the wave will become the speed of the wave will be accelerated, will be moving at a higher velocity. But we don't detect that. We can actually move through it and see that there's no difference in that time for the laser, for example, to hit an object that is moving away from you while you're moving through it as well. No different than if you're static and that same velocity differential was dictated or determined or measured. Showing that the medium is not really part of this equation. That something called photons are actually moving from, in this waveform or any kind of electromagnetic radiation, is moving from you to this point to another point, regardless of whether you're moving or not, relative to the ground.
I still don't know what you're trying to say. Are you trying to talk about something in motion, then shining a light or something like that? Is that what you're trying to equate this to?
You're bouncing a light off a target. You get a reading. It takes a certain fraction of a second to get to you. And now you move. Now you move toward the target. You'll get a reading, and that reading will be whatever your motion is across the ground, plus the frequency of that, or the time differential of you to the target and back to you. So there's no difference. It doesn't incorporate any motion through that medium at all. whether I measure it statically, I measure a set fraction. Say we get some value, and then we move toward it. We measure it. We get exactly that value minus the velocity we're moving toward it.
Yeah, I don't see what the
So
problem is.
it's eliminating the fact that the medium could be causing that perturbation or that disturbance in the
What do you mean?
medium
What do you
itself.
mean the medium?
The ether. If there's
Well,
ether, we
he's
should.
so this is what he keeps doing. Is he's perceiving the medium as material existence rather than counterspatial. He doesn't understand that the dielectric field isn't physical in the sense of quantifiability rather than qualitative existence. Like he doesn't get that. He keeps trying to perceive it from a materialist perspective.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
then I guess that makes sense why he's stumbling there.
I'm not stumbling. I'm
Right.
saying that if the medium is excited, and that's producing the light, and this propagation that it looks like it apparently we're seeing, it's not really a propagation. It's actually the ether itself being excited. Then if that's
So the word
true, then
the
we
word
should
he's
move.
leaving out the word he's leaving out and seemingly intentionally would be the background medium,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
not just the medium. So
Even the
yeah.
background medium, if whatever counter space, whatever you want to call
Oh,
it.
even that too?
Yeah, all of it. If you were moving, if all this exists and you're moving toward a target, why can we just subtract the motion with respect to the ground and have no difference in that value?
because quantifying the immaterial is futile.
Never
Can you
mind.
transfer energy with
don't
light?
want to.
Well, this is Zanuck, just to help you. This is non-Cartesianal. Doesn't take place on an XYZ coordinate system. It's non-dimensional. So quantifying the immaterial is a futile pursuit. I hope that helps.
How can you carry energy with light if it's just a disturbance in the non-physical field?
If it's immaterial, what is it doing?
Yeah.
It's predicating the material. It's what the material comes from.
Yeah, I
Subsequently.
don't know. Do you want to continue to rehash this, Dicelo? I mean,
No, it's just a circle jerk, but
we talked about it for like 3 hours already, and everybody's just like, "Well, I don't get it," and then somebody else comes in and is like, "I don't get it," and then it's like somebody else comes in, "I
it's
don't
fine.
get it."
It's fine not to get it, but just trying to
Right.
throw a straw man at something you don't get, and then trying to red herring what the ether is into fitting within your own paradigm is just it's not honest. Like I'm point blank telling you every time that it's a dielectric field. That
Right.
when I say ether, go ahead.
I was just going to try to maybe put it into some simple terms, like somebody just chimed in, like if it's just a disturbance in the medium, where's the energy coming from, right? Traveling, how I forget what the statement was, but it
Just again.
Yeah, state it again.
Yep, sure. So how can I heat things with light if it's just a field that isn't physical? How can I transfer energy with it?
Right. So you must not have been here for the earlier part of the conversation where the understanding and what's being put forth is that this is the background medium in which energy, as we would call it, manifests into the spatial dimension to begin with, right? So when you're saying how would I transfer blah 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 if it's non-existent, it is literally the essence of where energy comes from and goes to.
Okay, so what would energy be then?
Okay, if you want to, Dicelo, you can interact. Specifically, I don't want to do it with this individual, but we've had hours of this already today. You can if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What was the question? What is energy?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Because you said that the background medium is non-physical and it gives rise to energy and everything that is physical.
Yep.
So how does a disturbance in that field transfer energy?
What is
Are you
energy?
saying that? Yeah, because if the disturbance isn't the energy,
So
I don't know.
it's
I'm
far
asking guys.
yeah, it's far easier for you just to replace the word energy with the word field because, I mean, energy is the potential to do work and cause change, but in the absolute sense, it's the prime mover of phenomena, and the prime mover must first be in a and of a counterspatial, a wholly non-Cartesian rest where all methods of measure and quantification are futile. So again, it's just easier for you to replace that word since nobody can really define what energy is, like whether it be kinetic or potential. From the perspective of the absolute, energy follows the ratio of 1/5 to the power of -3, which is the extrinsic nature of the absolute, to which since time's beginning, it's always been asked why why anything rather than nothing at all. So
You're undefining energy, man. You are undefining energy.
energy is the ether, and it's
Can I measure-
often confused with the dissipation or diminution of energy is manifest, which is impotency of energy. So
I
as
just
I've
got to
always
use
said,
it the way I understand it. Yeah, I just use it the way I understand it to be,
But
and
that's a-
and
but
it
that's a
says it
description.
has utility that way.
You said that
My plane,
energy is
my
ether,
plane. We
though.
already went over this earlier. We don't need to rehash that. Mole man, do you have something to say about?
Sure, Dyslow just said that energy is ether. And if ether is non-physical, then energy is also non-physical, but we can measure it.
So the loss of that energy is what we perceive energy to be as. But energy, pure energy, is always at a state of rest. So once there's motion involved, right, disturbance or the release of that energy, i.e. that dielectric field, this is where we start having magnetism involved, which is intertwined within every phenomenal existence. There's nothing that you can separate, phenomenally without having a magnetic component involved. And if you look at what precedes magnetism, it's the dielectric field, which I tell you is energy at rest, pure potential state of energy, the background medium.
So energy is not physical.
Energy at rest, energy in its pure potential state is non-physical. Yes. The loss of that energy is what takes physical manifestation, and that's what we call energy, but it's really just the loss of energy. Yes.
Okay, no further
it's
questions.
physical. It's a physical reaction.
I'll let
of
Demon
stuff.
handle you.
It's resistance, right? Once you have differential with physical things, they act or react. So sound is going to act a certain way. The frequency of sound is going to act like light when it's compressed. Everything you try to physically do something to, it's like it's converting. It's all converting. It's all processing, converting. You know what I'm talking about? Everything's a reactor. It's a reactor, a processor, a converter.
I don't know if
To say
anybody's.
otherwise is crazy.
I don't know if anybody's saying otherwise, and I don't know if what you're saying is actually particularly relevant to what was just previously said.
Yeah, everything's physical. What he said was stuff isn't physical. Clean your ears out. I said it is physical. Electricity and energy are physical because they are a physical reaction of physical things, and they have a physical attribute, and they can physically affect you. What's your heart working on?
Did he say anything different? He said what we call energy.
Yeah,
which is
said
what,
it's not physical.
hey, buddy, do you want to let me finish?
Hey, pal. Apparently you can't hear.
Thanks. So, yeah, what he said is what we call energy, which is what you're talking about. What everybody typically calls energy is when it is the dissipation of the pure potential energy, right? The discharge of it is what we call energy, which has physical manifestation.
Right. We only have
Any of that.
we only
That's
have
not what I was
charge.
saying.
Yeah, it's basically what you said, whether you knew it or not, BMOC. But we only have charge, discharge, and capacitance when it comes to energy in the physical sense. So. But Mole Man, did you have something else to add?
No, I'm good. Okay.
Yeah, so basically you only got two sides to choose, boys. You know, you could either go with the ether, you can go with quantum relativity. I highly suggest you understand the two of them and the differences between them before you make your mind up. But unless you got a third option, you know, there's probably a Nobel Prize award waiting for you.
Third option's called reality. Give me my prize.
I don't think it's a
No one's
dichotomy.
defined. Yeah, no one's defined reality. Go ahead. Dichotomy.
Called reality.
Yeah,
It's one
not a
word.
dichotomy.
One word. 3 syllables. 5 syllables.
Yeah,
It's reality,
you're
man. You
taking
don't
a.
like that word?
There's a lag in your response, and then you're like overlapping other people.
Well, I know you just keep saying the same thing over and over. Listen, it's reality.
Okay, can you define that?
That's all you can define, son.
What do you when you say reality? What do you mean by that?
I mean, physical stuff, real stuff, physical stuff, you.
Okay, so you're a quantum relativist, materialist.
No, like you came from your mom and dad, but you'll tell a story it happened some other way. So let's go with reality and not the other 5 other fucking stories you got. Reality.
Got it. All right. Mailman, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, just that I don't think it's a dichotomy because it's not an like a either or thing.
Okay.
There could be a third option that we just don't know yet.
Right. Yeah, I did point that out. Said that there's probably a Nobel Prize award waiting for you, but at the moment, I don't think we have a viable third option. So if you got that, yeah, if you got that, or anyone does, you know, I'm sure it's
worth a lot.
Awaiting a declarated award. Yeah.
Yeah.
But for now, I think ether's quite the viable option, and should be investigated further. Mainly, I just want the flat earthers to know, like, you know, if there's really only the two options at the moment, and you're automatically denying heliocentrism, which is intertwined and intertangled within QR, then I mean, what are you really doing if you're gonna deny both of those two things without a third option? Like, it just kind of makes you look bad. So, yeah, you might want to think about that.
So do you think that there's like an ether drift with the 15 degrees?
Do I think there's an ether drift? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
What do you mean by drift?
Like with the gyros, do you think that it's the background ether drift, or is it just a null that there is no drift?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I think that that there would be an ether drift. Yeah.
So would it be the ether or the Earth moving?
I would obviously choose the ether.
Ah, yeah, over the stationary Earth.
Right.
Would it have a different like tangential speed depending on your latitude?
Yeah, I'm sure it would. It's curved linear, so you know the values would be pretty different across the board.
Would it slow? No, it would. Actually, yeah, it would be going faster the further south you go from the center point. Yeah, it would be faster, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, the further out you get from the center, it would get slower, right?
That should be faster, right? If it's turning 15, let's say 15 degrees per hour. Distance would be longer the further south you go, right? Just like the Earth would turn faster at the equator.
Yeah, but that's relative to what?
Relative to the no rotation.
Relative to the center?
Sure.
And does the very center rotate at all?
Yeah, it's 15 degrees. But the further out you go, the faster the tangential speed is.
Well, he said it was curvilinear, right? And if you trace that out, it doesn't necessarily mean that the medium's speed or anything like that needs to be defined completely as a linear equation out from a central point. Hopefully that makes sense.
Sure. I was just wondering, like, if that was the case, that there was the ether and there was the ether drift, and we can measure the tangential speed, can we then see what happens when you move south past the equator, if the speed is like rising or slowing down? It would be good evidence for the shape of the Earth.
What is the measurement? Based on what? Relative to what? You said the movement. So the movement. What's the movement you're speaking of? Are you talking about like stars?
No,
talking about the sun.
Ether.
So you said a drift, ether drift. Are you trying to equate that to some sort of 15 mile per hour presumed ether drift? And can you give me some sort of like where you're coming up with this conception? Like where are you deriving this idea of an ether drift so that I can understand where you're coming from?
Sure. From Dyson, he just said that there's an ether drift that he thinks that there is.
You proposed it to him, right? So where did that come from in your mind to be able to ask him the question whether there is or is not an ether drift? What do you mean in relation to what?
There's I've heard a lot of others that say that what Bob measured was the ether drift. I was just wondering if that's a viable option. That Bob measured the 15 degrees per hour ether drift.
Who did?
Bob with the gyro.
Oh, yeah. Well, technically, Bob didn't do any of that, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. So you're talking about within interferometry.
Yeah.
The movement that's measured by interferometry. So when you ask, is it faster or slower after the equator? My question would be in relation to that device that was used to measure that. What did it measure south of the equator?
I don't know. No one's done it, I guess.
Nobody's used a ring laser gyro south of the equator?
Oh, that has been, yeah, but it's, the problem is that it's, in 15 it's degrees per hour. It's not tangential speed. That's why I was talking to Dyson about that.
What do you mean that's a what do you mean that's a problem?
I'm next.
Because it's not tangential speed.
Who said it was? You inferred that.
Oh, yeah, I said that. I talked to Dyslow. Dyslow said that he thinks that there's an ether drift. I asked, with the ether beam having a tangential speed or velocity too? He said yes. So then we talked about how we could measure that, see if it would change depending on your latitude.
Well, I'm assuming you meant like a magnetic anomalies, which is, the secondary half of the dielectric field. So, yeah, and there is a rotational magnetic field, is there not?
Rotational?
Yeah, do we not have a magnetic field processing?
Yeah, we have we have a magnetic field.
Okay, so if we understand that the magnetic is the secondary half of this conjugate field we call ether, then I would agree. So
So you're saying that the 15 degrees per hour is the magnetic field and the ether.
Are they not correlative?
I don't know. I don't think ether exists. So
No, I'm asking about the magnetic field that you did agree on.
yeah,
I'm next. When dice flow's done, I'm next.
Are they correlative? Or like is the measurable speed of the precession of the magnetic field correlative with your 15 degree per hour rotational drift?
I don't know. How do you measure the speed of the magnetic field? That's something that I don't know how to do.
Through the flux lines?
Flux lines? No, I haven't. I don't know about that. Not sure.
All
Is
right,
it
go ahead,
15
Jeremy.
degrees per hour?
Do I need to play the WWE music for you, bro?
Oh, you said you're done? I got
Yeah,
a lot
he's
of
done.
background
go ahead.
noise going on here. It's a busy day. You don't want to use Bob gyro data, I'll tell you right now, because he had the shit rotating at like 13 degrees an hour. Sometimes it was 17.
Yeah, I know. That's
Well,
the problem
like I
when you
said,
move.
it's curvilinear, linear, so all those values are going to be different across the board. Like,
Yeah, that's when you move the apparatus and you take those measurements. Yeah, it fucks them up.
Sometimes,
like if
sometimes they got.
you increase elevation, it can mess it up. You decrease elevation, it can change it. So what is your point, and how does this relate to I guess what you're trying to eventually get to, which is some sort of shape claim argument?
No, I'm just asking about the ether. I don't have to make an argument every time. Can I just talk?
So there were some points where the gyro may have got jiggled or something, but overall it was just all over the board from 13. He wasn't moving. It wasn't moving the whole time. So
he was getting jiggy with.
Yeah, the video of those measurements being gotten would be good.
I didn't hear what you said. You mumbled a lot of that. What?
Oh, sorry. The video of those measurements. There's people use those gyros in airplanes, in tens of thousands of airplanes daily. It just works.
We're not using Bob's data then. Because
No,
you
you
brought
can
up
use
Bob, I
Bob's
thought
data.
you wanted to use that data. Well, Bob's data
Sure.
blows your shit out of the water.
I brought it up because of the ice flow and the ether. But I guess it blows the ether out then too.
Well, it definitely blows the heliocentric model out of the water. So I mean, whatever. I don't know what dice flow's on about, but
Why would it blow? Why would it blow the ether out if it's not the Earth spinning? Then it could change at different altitudes, but it can't do that on the globe.
Sure, I mean, if you use it wrong, then obviously it can fuck up your measurements. But so the ether can swirl
Can you
differently
provide
depending on position.
So
That
you
would
say
change the
use
speed
it.
a lot.
You say use it wrong. So then, can you provide where somebody's done it properly? Then is that what
Sure,
you're
you can
claiming?
take
Putting it wrong.
the airplanes that uses IRS navigation.
Do you have that data?
Data? Yeah, sure. I mean, I can get you some data if you want about the IRS
So,
system
so
in airplanes and how it works.
you're telling me that you're going to give me data from a ring laser gyroscope that's measuring a drift from the airplane?
No, it's getting you your accurate location on the Earth.
So now you're shifting the goalpost over to a plane gets somewhere, therefore data talking about an apparent drift has something to do with that. Can you provide me with this apparent drift data?
So the plane knows where it is based on that data.
So you can't give me that data. Is that what you're telling me?
I mean, sure, I can't give you the raw data out of an IRS box because I don't have one.
Well, where did you get the information then? Where did you get your data to make that assessment?
Because I've talked to pilots.
Fallacy?
They know how to
No,
navigate.
dude, don't use fallacies if you don't understand them, please. Can you define genetic fallacy?
I can if need be.
It's a fallacy of irrelevance in which arguments or information are dismissed or validated based solely on their source of origin rather than their content, right?
When
Well,
did
he gave me no content, right? Did he give me any content or a source? No, he just stated a claim.
Yeah, like they don't even understand. Why would you jump in and accuse someone of a fallacy you don't understand?
So, well, give him a chance. Maybe he can find a copy of a copy of a copy of the data you're looking for, right?
Hey, when did Napalm say that that it's no good because of the source?
Well, this could be easily cleared up. Napalm, you don't need him to actually physically get it from the device itself, right? He can find a copy somewhere, right?
He just asked for the data to support his claim, then he pointed out that he made the claim without ever even having actually seen the data. Then you jumped in and said something out of left field that has nothing to do with what Napalm did at all. And you can't just admit that he didn't use that fallacy. You just want to skate past it per usual.
Yeah, so
It's
let's
easy
get
to-
back to the point. Not let Jesse deter us away from the point. So, what was your point, Mole Man, about some sort of 15 degrees per hour and a claim of drift? Where's this measurement you're talking about? Where does this come from? You said Bob's data, but then we moved away from Bob's data because you didn't want to use Bob's data. So what are you even talking about? I'm confused.
Yeah, you can use Bob's data, but he made an error getting the data because it didn't
use Bob's
fluctuate. So
if we use
But you can
Bob's
take,
data,
yeah.
it's not going to come out good clean for heliocentrism.
Sure. I mean, if we knew how he made the measurements, we could check because airplanes use ring laser gyros to know where they are on the globe daily.
The Honeywell.
Some might use Honeywell, yeah.
He just said
Yeah,
that
like
he
the-
knows he did it wrong and then said he would need to see how he did it.
Yeah, I mean, that's just because people have been going through the data. It's just a long time ago. I don't know. Don't
So
remember.
how do you know that he did it wrong? What did he do wrong within his measurements?
He was moving the apparatus while he was taking the measurements, and he didn't let it set before he took his measurements. Someone
Really?
did a
How do you know
video.
that?
I don't remember the video where it is.
How do you know that?
Someone, I don't remember who said it, but someone said it. It was a bit after
Someone said
the
it
data
to
was taken. Don't remember who it was.
The data did show that it got wiggled like once, but
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, you could
other
see it
than
in the
that-
data.
Other than
didn't
that, though, it
register?
wasn't jiggling the whole time.
Right.
Sorry, Leslie.
No,
Yeah,
you're
so why
right.
do you guys
I
keep
agree
saying
with you.
that then? Why do you guys keep saying it then?
Say what?
If you could see specifically where it got wiggled and it only happened like one or two times, it doesn't happen the whole time, then why are you trying to dismiss all of it as if it was constantly moving?
Oh,
That seems
well, some of the data was
dishonest.
spot on, but some of this data was right. Was spot on, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What, at different altitudes? No.
I'm not sure about different altitudes but I mean, there were some anomalies in the data. I'm not sure that any that were considered outliers necessarily, but the information plotted on a graph just made a bunch of dots across the graph at 15 degrees.
No. At different altitudes, it was different.
That's not what the data showed.
Yeah, they showed it. And you see the graph of the data?
Yeah, we went over it all in depth. Yeah, I've seen it.
It's been a while. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought the graph
The
showed
graph had it plotted at
they
some.
were.
Goes in a circle.
All right.
Had it where, Jeremy?
Hold on, guys.
From where to where? From where to where is 50?
The graph had it going from 13. The graph had it going from like 13 or 14. I think it was 13. It might have hit 12 sometimes. I'm not even sure. Let's say 13 all the way up to like 17, 18 an hour.
Okay.
That's what
I
the
didn't
graph
see
showed.
that.
Oh, now it's due to temperature. Oh.
Yeah, it did look
Temperature
like
and
there was
pressure mediation.
It did look like there was a temperature correlation.
So then what's being measured?
From the
then?
one I
Does
saw.
Does the Earth then, in their model, does the Earth rotate different based on the temperature of the Earth? Is that what's taking place?
Wait, time out. Isn't
think
there
that-
automatically going to be a temperature change as you go higher?
Well,
Depends
Well,
how
there's
you,
there's
depends how you
there's an inversion.
isolate.
There's a flipping point. I forget exactly where it resides, but there's an inversion point, and they've never explained that to me. I've never heard why it goes from a gradient from one direction to the other at this set altitude.
Wait,
Does
so we
anyone
can
want to
test
address
this.
that?
We can test this then. We can take the gyro and we can just go put it in a colder climate at the same elevation, the same altitude, right?
Sure, you can test that.
And so
Someone
you
should.
guys have, oh, so you guys made up the claim though, because to me it's just ignorant to be like, oh, well, we know it was a temperature causing it because as he went higher, the temperature changed. Yeah, that's what it does. That doesn't mean that that's the reason it changed.
Yeah,
that's
there's
why
a
they
point
are
where it
in the
Then we can
airplanes.
say
They're
cooler.
isolated.
temperature is the cause of time dilation, too. Can we equate that
No, it
as well?
causes a change in the speed of light. I guess. I know.
The speed of light is supposed to be absolute, dude. Come on. So this is what I'm saying. Like say that it's actually based on the altitude itself. That whatever it's detecting is changing with altitude. Wouldn't it? You also see a correlation with temperature in the data?
Well, you can test that easily. If Bob did he keep it on a constant temperature, or did he not?
Well, is he supposed to change the temperature of the atmosphere?
No, you can, like in the airplanes, they're inside the airplane in the same temperature. The temperature doesn't change.
Now you diverted away, right? So you asked
Well,
if
hold
it
on
kept
a
the temperature the same, which is an ignorant question because if you're going to go up in altitude, the temperature is going to change. So just to clarify, you guys are saying that if I take a gyroscope and I put it and I show the actual temperature change and then I change it, it's going to change by 2 degrees?
Oh, you can try.
Well, this is your guys' claim, though. So, according to you guys, you can't use a gyroscope if it gets a little bit colder. It'll change up to 2 degrees.
Molman also made the claim that where the ring laser gyro is on a plane never deviates in temperature. I'd like to see a substantiation for that claim, too.
I said it's a constant temperature, yeah.
I wonder what we can address why it didn't read 0.
No, because that would affect them. Oh.
Like, once you guys get exposed and your claim is garbage, we just completely avoid it. So you guys have no actual evidence that a slight fluctuation in temperature will cause up to 2 degrees. But you guys know that's what it was. Oh, and it was moving the whole time. Oh, never mind. It was barely moving and only a couple times you can see where it was. But it was temperature. Oh, never mind. We don't know about that either. Oh, but let me guess, it's also pressure. Whatever you can come up with.
He just did it wrong. What's it? He just did it all wrong.
But I'm going to invoke Bob constantly to say he proved the Earth rotation.
Or you can just take the fact that airplanes can navigate using gyros.
So yeah, how did Bob subsequently prove the Earth's rotation, but then also be incorrect in the measurements?
There's no perfect measurements. You do know that, right?
It's your guys that's dismissing his evidence, his data, and then invoking it simultaneously.
You measured rotation. I mean, no problem.
So, one question to clarify that, as I'm not that competent as you guys on that subject, does this gyro have a direction of rotation?
It's a ring laser gyro, so it's dealing with interferometry. So if you mean rotation, you might mean there's specific directions in which the light is got around, I guess you could say.
Okay, but it's not like that we read this device and it noticed a rotation like from east to west or something like that.
Yeah, it changes relative to the direction of rotation. Yes, you get a fringe shift from the interferometry. What's so funny though is that like you guys don't seem to understand the basics of this convo, but I know you've heard it before, which makes me wonder like what you're doing. But the person that of course discovered the effect used to calibrate and engineer ring laser gyros specifically said that it was a vortex in the ether. And if the Earth is stationary, we know that there's still motion because the sky rotates. So why do you guys act like you don't understand that?
Well, there's no mechanism You got to show a mechanism of how the sky would make something affect something on the ground as far
No,
as like
I
physically
really just
affecting.
ask a genuine question, man. I'm not trying to poison the wells,
I'm
man.
not talking to you. I'm talking to the other guys. So, like, okay, now we need to show a mechanism. I want everyone to remember we have to show a mechanism. If you can't show a physical mechanism, then your claim is wrong. It can be ignored. Except for every time the globe does that. Every time the globe does that, like with gravity, and they can't show a physical mechanism of space-time, or a physical mechanism of length contraction, or a physical mechanism of time dilation. That's okay. You don't have to show a physical mechanism. You can just make stories up. Right?
Well, we do have Newton and Einstein on that, but
no,
I haven't like the Machian principle is what you're talking about. But I mean, beyond its consideration back in the day, and then Einstein dismissing it, I can't find anything that cooperates that idea.
You didn't even find that. You heard another anti-flat earther just tell you that it got dismissed. Okay.
No,
No.
we've read the papers in here.
No, you haven't. And this is what's
Yeah.
super funny. No, you haven't. And what's super funny is that Newton didn't offer a physical mechanism. You said, oh, we have Newton for that. What? He doesn't offer a physical mechanism. He specifically says, I'm not doing that. Einstein specifically says he can't offer a physical mechanism. So this is awkward.
But it's there. He said he don't know what's causing it, but here it is.
Can I say the same thing then? Can I say I don't know what it is, but it's happening?
Well, except we could show the effect. You know, it's
we can show the ring laser gyro detects.
Has ever claimed that gravity is. We only observe the effect of gravity, just like Newton and Einstein. These are two frameworks to explain a force that we observe. We don't know what causes it, and no one has claimed that they know what causes it. And if they do, then they're talking shit. It's as simple as that. No one knows what gravity actually is. We just observe the force.
Okay, but you're lost. You're lost, though. This guy said that, I said the guy who actually discovered the effect, called the Sagnac effect, used to calibrate and engineer ring laser gyros, said it was a vortex in the ether. And we know that there's a rotation in the sky, even if the Earth's stationary. Then he said, you have to show a physical mechanism for that. But then when I apply that same logical critique to his paradigm, all of a sudden we don't need to know the cause. We don't need to show physical mechanisms, and we have to treat them as if they're the gospel and we know they're true. And then the answer is, oh, well, we see the effects. Yeah, we see the effects of ring laser gyros detecting sidereal rotation as well. So it's the same exact thing. It's literally the same thing. You do it every single time we have any conversation. You have a double standard with the globe. And I haven't even got to where I'm just going to dunk on you with the physical mechanism because I want you to admit that you're using a double standard.
Now, where did Sadnek say that? Where did Sadnek say that there was a vortex causing some precession? What did you say?
Yeah, Sagnac, the guy who discovered the effects, that it was caused by the vortex in the ether.
Oh,
Hey,
that's interesting. I've never seen that.
But are you now claiming that the temperature or pressure changes the sidereal rotation?
There you go. Just complete out of left field straw man, right? Like, I have to admit, it's almost impressive how disingenuous you guys are. Like, no, I'm gonna keep reiterating my point until you guys acknowledge it like adults. So Left Lane said you can't just say that it's the sidereal rotation causing it based on the sky moving, because you have to have a physical mechanism for that. But then when I say, oh, so then wouldn't I have to also have a physical mechanism for your claims about Newtonian or Einsteinian mechanics, both of which admittedly don't have a physical mechanism that can even be theorized or articulated, specifically for length contraction, time dilation, and even just gravity as an effect in and of itself in Newtonian mechanics? Oh, well, we see the effects. Oh, so we're back to the same thing that we had with the ring laser gyro. We see the effects. So all I have to say is, look, the ring laser precesses, therefore I know it's the sky causing it to do it, but I don't have to offer a physical mechanism? Or do we have a double standard where the globe gets to make unfalsifiable claims to not offer physical mechanisms, but whenever it comes to something outside of your paradigm, you need physical mechanisms?
Come on, man. Jeez, come on, man.
How do you spell
Sagnac? How do you spell Sagnac?
See, he's not, nothing. Admit that what you just did was a double standard.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to admit it because I've not been shown. I'm not aware of the stars causing physical effects on the ground. Now, how do you spell Sagnac? How do you spell that?
Sagnac. I'm not aware of anything. George Sagnac set up an experiment in an attempt to prove the existence of the ether that Einstein's theory of special relativity had discarded. That was his entire motivation for the test.
Yeah, but you're not acknowledging Whitsett's point that it's not. You're saying we don't need it. You're saying when it comes to you guys with space-time bending and all that shit, you're like, we don't need a cause. But then when Whitsett spits something, you guys want him to have a cause and all that. We got to have a cause. Otherwise, it's bullshit.
That's why I said
Well,
it's not
I mean-
secular, because I wasn't talking about the cause.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying about gravity, and we don't know the cause of it, and there's not fingers out there touching stuff, and this would be the same thing, but there is, the law of gravity and all that, but this Sagnac thing, I haven't ever seen anything on that, so I'm going to look at it and see what it says.
Interferometry. It's literally what's used within the ring laser gyroscope.
It's
all of that.
literally what he wrote and said was the entire motivation for the experiment in the first place.
Is it?
In fact, I have a paper from 2001, I think it is, talking about the Sagnac vortex optical effect.
Ring
Did you
laser
say that-
gyroscopes operate off of the Sagnac effect.
Okay, are you saying that it follows the sidereal rotation?
Yeah.
Okay. Does it change depending on pressure or temperature?
Oh my God. What, dude?
Why is it saying pressure and temperature?
He
Could
can't.
be
Because
if you want
if-
to equate temperature and pressure to elevation.
So,
But
so does the elevation.
I would make sure that you hold yourself to the same standard when you're talking about other things. As far
I
as
just want to
elevation.
point this. I just want to point this one fact out. There's not one phenomenal thing you can show me that isn't a result of temperature and pressure mediation. So what do you really like trying to address?
I'm trying to address that if it's sidereal rotation that it picks up, then elevation would change the sidereal rotation for you, right?
But we won't know exactly how much or how high you have to go to measure the change, right? It requires further investigation. But this is, again, what you keep skating past is the double standard, where you guys sit over here, pretend you have some intellectual high ground, and any other alternative proposed, you're like, wait, what about this? Where's your experiment for this? Well, how do you answer every single question ever? And if you can't, then I win, haha. But you have an entire paradigm that was crafted for you that you can't even recollect correctly. You still think mass attracts mass. And in your paradigm, over hundreds of years of people building it for you, you can't answer any of the questions you're trying to ask the other side. So you have a double standard.
Why? Did I claim that I know everything?
No, do you agree that it's a double standard to claim that you can dismiss one causal claim, but then you can just believe the other one and it's more valid even though it also doesn't offer a physical mechanism?
Well, isn't that
Well,
what
I
you
haven't said anything about the physical mechanism.
I mean, not only that, Einstein's gravity debunks F equals ma.
Yeah, they don't understand it. They think
Oh,
they're
I know
the same
they
thing.
thought it was funny. You think that's
Yeah.
funny?
Yeah, they think they're the same thing.
If it does, then what is pressure? Is pressure a force per area?
See what he does? This guy, man. Oh my God. Do you understand that Einstein? Well, let me just drive this home before it gets lost in the mud. Okay, so first of all, if I was to apply Newtonian mechanics to the Machian principle, then it would have real inertial forces that would cause the precession of the pendulum and the gyroscope. You have a Newtonian Machian analysis and done by numerous different physicists that I can show you. According to Newton himself, if the cosmos was moving and it wasn't absolute space, it would impart real inertial forces as opposed to fictitious forces in the current Newtonian framework. It would be real inertial forces that would then cause the precession of both the gyro and the pendulum based on these inertial forces acting radially inward with an accelerative centripetal force acting towards the Earth. So Newtonian mechanics necessitates that you acknowledge if the sky was moving around the Earth, that it would cause this precession. But now Leflane's going to say that there's no physical mechanism, but he wants to have his cake and eat it too, and still prop up Newtonian mechanics at the same time. nonsense.
Find anything that says
Oh my god.
I can't find anything that says stars make things on the ground move. I can't
There
find
you go.
anything.
Wait. I thought you were looking up what Sagnac said happened.
Yeah, that's what I looked at.
Well, when you do, write us a report in crayon, and we'll take it in for assessment.
I just read the
If
first
I've
thing
got
that
any
popped
left,
up
I
that
will.
says that Sagnac set up an experiment and attempt to prove the existence of the ether. The first thing that
So
popped up.
yeah, well, I mean, if I dig back and like we talked about prior to Michelson Morley, all the scientists pretty much agreed that there was an ether, but now they don't. Today's science,
Hey, Whitson, was that
does not recognize ether.
Talk about it.
Did you have to dig back to prior to Michelson Morley for that information, Whitson?
Yeah.
No, this is afterwards.
Oh, so how was that relevant, Left Lane? The digging back prior to?
I
Is that relevant?
I found information on Sagnac, but nothing that says that there's a swirling ether. I hadn't found
Really?
that
That's
yet.
crazy. That's crazy because I've found numerous sources right now just typing it in immediately. So, what did you type
Yeah,
in?
I've got to look deeper on it. The Sagnac effect and
Okay.
Sagnac interferometer.
Well, type in Sagnac effect vortex in the ether.
It actually says in there that the Sagnac interferometer is used for inertial guidance systems based on movement, nothing to do with the stars.
Buddy, this is
It's like you
insane.
literally looked it up, did a cursory search for 2 minutes, and be like, "Yep, nothing about ether in here."
No,
Okay,
that's what I
so
said. I
here-
said I've got to
here's-
look. I
here's
said I've got to
Sagnac,
look
man.
deeper. I said
Here's
I've got to
Sagnac.
look deeper on it.
And in a system collectively moving with respect to the ether, the propagation time between two arbitrary points of the system must be altered in the same way as it would be in a stationary system subjected to the action of an ether wind, whose relative velocity at each point of the system would be equal and directly opposed to the velocity of that point, at which would carry the light waves in the same manner as atmospheric wind carrying sound waves. The observation of the optical effect of such a relative ether wind constitutes a proof of the ether, just as the observation of the influence of the relative wind of the atmosphere on the velocity of sound in a moving system would allow. In the absence of other significant proof or effects, proof of the existence of a stationary atmosphere surrounding the moving system. The need to bring together the vibrations from the original sound luminous point to another point to make them interfere reduces to zero the first order interference effect of the collective translation of an optical system, unless the matter which constitutes the ether causes a circulation C of the ether in the optical circuit of area S, i.e. a vortex of the ether.
Dang, and we use
What is the
he
date? What is
discovered,
the date of
This
that paper?
effect on all commercial planes? We use what he discovered on all commercial planes. What's it?
Yeah, we do. It's from motion. It's what this inertial guidance system is what they're called. But what's the date of that paper?
1905,
That you're reading?
1910, 1911.
Okay, there you go.
What do you mean? There you go. I have one from
There you go,
2001 saying the same thing. Oh, there you go. I just dropped one from 2001 in the chat.
You're very biased, Left Lane.
Mind you,
No,
this is coming from people
I just don't think there is an ether. I don't think there's any ether effects. Ether's been disproven. Blah blah blah. All that.
I don't
your
think there's
problem.
a wobble.
The
Campaign.
distance of the ether doesn't care whether you think it's there or not.
But that's
But
the
I
problem.
can put an
You're basing-
interferometer on a Lazy Susan on my tabletop and rotate it and get the
Listen,
effect.
dude,
That
you're
shows why it does.
It's like
you're
it's
asserting
like
yourself
5-year-old
real
stuff.
quick. You're asserting yourself on thoughts, feelings, and beliefs rather than the factual evidence at hand, and that's where your bias comes into play. And you should really try and check in that.
Well, you need to show me the evidence of the stars causing the interferometer to appear to rotate.
Who said
I
it
gotta
was
get out.
specifically the
I gotta
stars
load.
themselves? Who
Yeah, he
said
doesn't
that
understand.
it was the stars
It's
themselves?
just a remedial talking point.
I'm on the loading dock. I got to get out.
All right, man. So, and this is what I just pointed out. It literally specifically says that it would be identical if the Earth were stationary or if it were the Earth in fact moving. He specifically said there had to be an ether, and that's why he set up the effect, and it showed that there was in fact a drift based on the ether framework. In fact, Michelson himself came out using this effect, and Michelson, Gale Pearson, and Albert Michelson said this proves the existence of the ether. But of course, if that were true, and you combine it with Michelson Morley, then that would debunk that the Earth is moving through space. So what it showed was using the same framework of ether to detect this motion via interferometry. It did not detect the Earth moving, but it did detect sidereal rotation, which would, of course, exist with a stationary Earth. So then a stationary Earth explains both of them together. No orbit, sidereal rotation, that happens on a stationary Earth. On a spinning, tilted, wobbling, orbiting Earth, then you should have detected it with the same interferometry within the same ether framework. You should have detected a fringe shift in both scenarios, but only the sidereal rotation was detected, which actually excludes the possibility of it being a spinning, tilted, wobbling, orbiting sphere.
Yeah, so basically what you're saying is Bob should have also gotten another reading of motion too. Is that kind of what would take place?
Well, it depends on how you set it up. For ring laser gyro is specifically the Sagnac effect, so it's more of a Michelson-Go-Pearson.
Gotcha. Okay.
Slightly different setup. But same principles of interferometry.
Right.
And yeah.
Right.
You'll never detect the orbit. So this is what's so funny though. It's like they've heard this before. They've heard it. They've heard that Sagnac himself said it was a vortex in the ether. How many times have you guys heard that? You said you want a physical mechanism. I used your own Newtonian framework to give you the physical mechanism. Equal and opposite reaction. That change in movement or motion requires a force. That angular momentum of the universe without a fixed absolute background of space moving around the Earth would cause a real set of inertial forces, primarily Euler forces, centrifugal forces, and Coriolis forces. When the Coriolis and centrifugal forces are combined, you get a net centripetal force because the Coriolis force is roughly 2 times stronger. Therefore, you have a radially inward accelerative centripetal force acting in on the stationary rest frame reference of the Earth, according to Newtonian mechanics.
Word salad.
Yeah.
You're just making up words.
Those are just words.
words. Yeah.
Yeah, like what is the rebuttal? Honestly, like really, what is the rebuttal to that, right? Because that literally offers the physical mechanism that is lacking within the other ideas or postulates, right? Does it not?
Yeah,
Can you
yeah.
dumb that down?
The funny part is that in that situation, the centripetal net force would be a real force, right? So
Yeah.
the centrifugal force is real. The Coriolis force would be real. The Euler forces would be real, as opposed to applying Newtonian mechanics to a spinning, tilted, wobbling, revolving Earth. They're fictitious. They're just fictitious.
So it takes these forces that we see that aren't forces, but we can call them forces, and actually makes them forces because they are actual forces.
Exactly. So actually only one of them offers a physical mechanism, and it's the one saying the forces are real. Which is why I said I could dunk on it, because it's going to backfire, ironically. But
can you
Well,
dumb
you
that
always got to
down?
ask
So
yourself. You always got
Go
to
ahead.
ask yourself a force of what, by what, and to what.
Mm-hmm.
Can you dumb that down so it's not all sciencey?
Yes, yeah. If the cosmos is revolving around the Earth, you get angular momentum as it moves around the Earth, and this is going to impart a force down to the center of what it's revolving around. So a stationary Earth with the whole cosmos moving around it will have a force exerted onto that stationary Earth that will then be able to be detected via the pendulum and the gyro. It actually been demonstrated with experiment too, by the way. It's actually been done with the hollow spheres to show that the Machian principle is in fact accurate. Well, physical experiments, who cares about that?
Using spheres to destroy the sphere?
Pretty much. And even if there wasn't an experiment, it doesn't matter. If you even understand Newtonian mechanics, you have to concede this. Also, relativity does the same thing because of the covariance and equivalence principles.
Do you have any information on that? What you said about the sphere and the Democrian principle?
Yeah.
Could you drop a link to that? That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
You can look it up.
Nah, I probably won't find it. I'll get it. It's just kind of funny though, overall, in my opinion.
Well, if you can't find it, can you describe the experiment that they did?
I'm about to give you the paper, dude.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
I was just telling you go look it up because that's just going to be correct.
I do want to read this real fast. This is what's so funny. It is far from obvious that this principle is a consequence of the theory of relativity. Its possible validity depends on a decisive way upon the phenomenon of inertial dragging. Moeller has written in the following way about this. Einstein advocated a new interpretation of the fictitious forces in accelerated systems of reference. Instead of regarding them as an expression of a difference in principle between the fundamental equations and uniformly moving and accelerated systems, he considered both kinds of reference to be completely equivalent as regards the form of the fundamental equations, and the fictitious forces were treated as real forces on the same footing as any other forces of nature. The reason for the occurrence in accelerated systems of reference of such peculiar forces should, according to this new idea, be sought in the circumstance that the distant masses of the fixed stars are accelerated relative to these systems of reference. The fictitious forces are thus treated as a kind of gravitational force, the acceleration of the distant masses causing a field of gravitation in the system of reference considered. How dare you?
Bueller.
You in the bass, Napalm?
I'm in my pool.
Oh, I heard the water. It comes through good.
Yeah. You want a video too? It'll last longer. You can record it, screen record it.
Hell yeah, you wearing that man thong?
Yeah, what are you wearing, man? Talk to us.
Not much of anything.
You gonna prove that?
No. There's too many people in this room that would immediately grab screenshots. So yeah. People online are weird sometimes. No offense to everybody.
Yes.
Yo, anybody that posts their pick over in Gem's flash burn will have like 18 gifts in like 5 minutes.
Yeah. I'm sure somebody's done that to me at some point. Maybe. I don't know. I don't pay
All right, here, I
attention.
found it. There's the paper, Jesse. On page 3. I think it's 3. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope everyone is doing good.
Thanks.
I hope you guys are doing good.
It's good.
Yeah.
Everyone healthy and happy.
Oh
to
man,
be
I'm doing
alive.
awesome. I'm doing awesome, bro. I got 2 brand new packages of socks today. I'm pumped.
Oh, dude, that's
Bro,
awesome.
I picked up socks this week too.
That's nice, man.
I'm pumped.
It's the little
I'm-
things when you get older, you know?
I mostly just steal the socks from my dad, so.
Das ist nicht gut.
No, I don't steal them, but let's say I most of the time I borrow from him.
You guys don't forget to call your mothers today.
Yeah, man, I just said hello to her.
They're
Came
still
back from
alive.
work.
You're blessed.
But I
Here's
don't
the
take.
test
Oh, sorry.
specifically that tested it. Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to say I just don't take Mother's Day so seriously. You know, we can always say hello to our moms, or that we love them. Anyways, go on with it. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
No, you're good. I'm just showing the test that showed it so that they can just immediately just type in, how can I disprove this?
Just take all the words and just put debunked after them and hit enter. And then just read that voice. You'll be good.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man, the ether completely disavows the heliocentric model. and their entire paradigm at the core.
Yeah, which is kind of why I wish that more flat earthers had a little bit better understanding of it.
Yeah, right.
Like,
Bro, that's
When
just
people
too
like
much,
SE
man.
are just so they're
Like-
just so yeah.
I ain't
Like, I
hating
have
on
a-
it, but that's too much for me, bro.
Like, I have a limited understanding of it. Like, I definitely understand all the concepts and all that, but I'm not good with re-articulating it because my brain also interprets it in a way that gives me visualization of what's taking place, and then I add things to that. So I have a hard time re-articulating my understanding of it, if that makes sense.
This paper just makes passing mention of an experiment. Did you come across in your travels any actual description? How large was the rotating sphere and what was the actual
Dude, it's
experiment like?
literally in the PDF right below it.
Oh, sorry.
No, I dropped the other PDF specifically about it, as it is also referenced in that paper, but I went ahead and got it for you because I knew that would happen. So they're literally right beside each other in the chat.
Yeah, thanks. I was looking at the PDF you gave me first.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
you might be
know how to read references.
you might be pulling up to the loading dock soon too and have to unload.
They gotta feed the dogs.
Gotta feed the dog. Yep. Which, ironically, I literally do need to do that soon.
What a world we live in.
In a world where I can be chilling in my outdoor bathtub talking about the ether.
I have so many papers about this too. It's so funny. Isn't it funny though that 2023, we've known the Earth was a ball for years. Flat Earth's so stupid. We need a flat earther to consistently provide me with all the papers and documents about my belief. Weird.
Yeah. I honestly haven't had time to do as much research as I used to do back in the day. And to be honest, the more I have conversations with people, the less I just even want to try to substantiate anything for any of them. It seems like a futile pursuit.
What'd you say, Nate?
Oh, was I roboting?
I had my lady talking to me.
Oh. No, I was just saying, like, I haven't had as much time to continue digging further in. So there's stuff that I read like 8 years ago. Like, I'm not going to try to redig any of that stuff up for people because, like, I did upon years of not discussing the topic with anybody, but like researching a lot of things on my own, right? To be able to get some sort of knowledge base. And I feel like lots of times people are like, just give me the answer. Just give me the answer. Everybody give me the answer. And then be like, nuh-uh. It's just like a nuh-uh. So I have like, I don't know.
Yeah, dude, because it took me so long to find so much of this stuff, dude. I did so much reading and it's just like annoying as like,
that's how you
know you're wrong and they haven't read anything.
That's how you really understand and grasp a concept. And this isn't the ether. I get it. It's probably not that easy of a subject or a topic to really grasp. It's not the easiest thing to grasp. I can understand that. But you're not going to grasp it if somebody just kind of gives you an answer. It's almost like you have to go through the motions of physically looking through the research, reading certain things and pulling out the key phrase and like, what is that? I don't know about that. And then research that some more and then try to tie that back into what you previously read. Like you have to go through all of that to fully understand it. I think it's not just as easy as like, I think that's why it's hard to really lay it out there. And like with you and Dicelo do it very well on here. And it's like, I understand everything and I get it. The people just are like, I have absolutely no idea what you're saying, but you have to go through the work yourself to build up the knowledge base of the terminology and how it's applicable to even understand what's going on. And then once you do that, like, it's much easier to comprehend and roll with it.
I think you got to start off with the foundation of the conjugate field geometry, and understanding that that's literally the yin and yang of the entire universe from micro to macro. And when you can understand what that geometry is, being the hourglass shape and the donut shape, and how they're intrinsic and connected at the hip and inseparable, and the negative images of each other.
Yeah, this
and
geometry
you
is
see
what
how
mediates.
everything's.
Go ahead. Sorry, I thought you.
Go ahead, Napalm. I was
No,
just going to say how it's connected with everything from micro to macro. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was going to say. How this conjugate geometry is literally the epitome of like as above, so below. It literally traverses all scales, right? It is inherent to everything. But yeah.
Yeah, here we have the rotation in geometrodynamics. And what a coincidence where when they do this test to test the Machian principle, and they actually get very large results. Look at the geometry that they depict. What a coincidence, huh?
So are we talking about a mathematical test, or are we talking about an actual physical test with actual moving parts?
I'm trying to find the actual other paper as well, but I can't find the PDF yet. So.
Oh, okay. Because the one you gave me, it looks like it's strictly in a mathematical analysis of assumed formula, right? I don't think they actually did an experiment in this one.
Wait. Whoa. Wait, which formula do you have a problem with?
No, I'm not saying I have a problem with it. I'm just interested in the specifics of a physical experiment if it was done. And I thought that
I was setting you up. I was hoping that you were going to disavow one of the formulas because it's your entire paradigm's religion. If that math is wrong, then your religion's wrong.
No, I'm not saying anything about the math. I'm just saying it's strictly an analysis. There's no experiment described in this paper, it looks like.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to find the other one. It's like I can't find the PDF anywhere. So you'll have to wait.
Bro, you got to get like McToon organized with this.
Do I though? I'm actually gonna implement an AI to do it.
He's mad organized, bro. He's got all his shit laid out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've wanted to do that for a while. Get all our shit like laid out, nice and neat.
Yeah, and a shareable archive that's easy to navigate.
Yeah, like if you're having a refraction argument or something, like you don't have to like be scrambling freestyle off the top of your head and shit.
But think about how hilarious this is. Look what Jason's saying. So first, Jace said, Sagnac believed that his results constituted proof of the existence of a stationary ether. However, as explained above, Max, whatever, already showed in 1911 that his effect is consistent with special relativity, meaning that von Leeuw had already debunked Sagnac's stubborn clinging to the idea of the ether. He debunked it by showing that he can try to integrate it into special relativity. Therefore, he debunked it. And then he turns around and by Sagnac desperately sticking to the idea, it showed he had a desired conclusion in mind beforehand, and he was desperately trying to find evidence for, which in turn showed his abandonment from scientific thinking and principles. We don't come to a conclusion beforehand and then desperately search, fit, and twist whatever we can to comport with our pre-desired conclusion. That's not how you do science, LMAO. He literally doesn't see the irony of what he just said. How hilarious is that? Like, oh, this guy assumed special relativity, saw the effect, tried to force into special relativity, said, look, I can make it work. You guys literally didn't get the desired result you wanted from Michelson Morley, changed all of physics and proposed a new idea to save it. You guys constantly do the very thing that you're talking about. You have a predetermined conclusion. The Earth's a spinning, tilted, wobbling ball orbiting around the sun in a vacuum. There's ever-expanding universe of nothingness. Everything that you see must fit within that confinement. and you twist and bend and do everything you can to make it fit in there. You make up new ideas that are not testable or falsifiable constantly. And you're actually like talking about that very thing derogatory. Well, I agree with you, by the way, but
well, they do that all the time. They counterspeak on that very thing all the time. Like they already know that you can't set up an experiment with a predetermined biasy and then set it up in such a way to like try and, you know, perceive the outcome to fit within your presumed narrative. Like that's not doing science. That's the opposite of science. And but they do that with like the photon. They do that with all sorts of things, bro. Yep. Sleight of hand.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're good. These people are just goofy, man. But I don't want to get too dragged into here because I'm trying to do all this other stuff for out at NASA. And I found this place will turn into a vicious perpetual cycle that just drains my time and attention with completely and entirely void of good faith. So yeah, I think at this point it's like if I say something, if you think it's wrong, go look it up. If you don't want to look it up, then whatever, I don't care. You know, like I'm not your dad. I'm not an AI robot that works for you. I don't have to provide everything about your own belief system because you refuse to research it prior to defending it. You know, like I mean, I found out it's just a waste of time. It's a complete waste of time. And if you deny something vehemently, I show a paper that specifically supports it. You'll just pretend it doesn't exist. You'll come up with a new moving the goalpost answer to dismiss it. It's like just a complete waste of time. Like the truth is only for those who want to see it. If you haven't comprehended and accepted the fact that your current model is unfalsifiable, it was derived out of the need to save your presupposition of the Copernican principle. It makes all kinds of paradoxical claims antithetical to empirical evidence, like wave particle dualities and length contracts to nothing while simultaneously infinitely expanding exponentially into infinite math. All these weirdo claims like that space and time conceptual abstractions can have physical property. Like you can just make all these asinine claims. Then I don't know what to tell you. You know, like you believe the Earth wobbles, but you can't directly measure it. You believe the Earth orbits the sun, but can't directly measure it. All the tests that can measure it show that it's not doing it, and you believe all of it. If you haven't seen yet what's going on, I think that it's can logically be assumed you're currently in a state incapable of seeing it. So really, what would I be doing other than either A, trying to basically break the natural order that has prevented you from seeing it, or B, just wasting my time when there's like thousands and thousands and soon to be millions of people that are hungry for the information that just want to learn with good faith. All right, Rented.
Bro, yeah, no, it's time to move the party to the after party where it's like, yeah, not everybody gets invited to the after party. You know what I'm saying? So then the whole, yeah, it's only going to be an echo chamber. Yep, sure. Cool. That's cool. See how cool the party is when everybody just moves to the after party and you guys are stuck here by yourselves. Right. And then we devote our time into actually doing our due diligence to completely expose what's taking place on a level that isn't just trying to argue with whether it is or is not taking place with people that are, doing the things they do on Discord. That's what I think we should do. What do you think?
Well, that's right. I've always tried to have two rooms going at once. Like I always thought that would be awesome to have just two different
You
conversations.
can chill right here. You just don't. We gotta stop engaging them. I know it's tough. You're like Pookie in the crack house, but
you see how it is. You only get it's like there's a limitation. Like the open forums have a capacitance for conversation that isn't a back and forth debate, right? And that capacitance seems to get met by about an hour and a half, 2 hour max period, where then there is a discharge into we've exceeded our capacitance and it gets discharged into let's argue and fight about the same thing over and over, day after day, Groundhog Day. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, we could have way more productive conversations rather than the same fucking standstill conversation of denialism at the end of it all, and spend hours and hours and days going over the same fucking thing.
Right.
I mean, I'm down
Hey,
to
you go
do it.
do an
That's what it
event.
takes.
We could fire up an event and live stream to at any moment, whenever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but that takes away the organic nature of the discussion when it's like you're trying to, like, on the spot make an event out of something that should already be understood and agreed upon. Like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, if somebody challenges you, you know, you can always be like, I agree to disagree, but we're moving on.
Yeah, like that's why I'm doing my In the Field series, right? Where like, even like the people in here, I guarantee you they show their face on a 2-3 hour live stream with live interaction back and forth. It's going to be a different ballgame. So you have the professionals with credentials come on, talk about these conversations and these subjects in depth, live, showing their face. Totally different ballgame. All of a sudden, all this little gamma male bullshit narrative about how flat earthers are so retarded, they can't understand basic concepts of physics, and they're just science-denying idiots. That whole entire facade just dissipates, right? Where you sit, I sit there and go toe-to-toe with any of them, and they can't answer a plethora of my questions that directly flies in the face of their belief. But in here, you can tag in and out. You can tactically just stop responding. Oh, I got to feed my dog. Like, just all go silent. Just talk reckless with revisionist history and insults and gaslighting.
That was a
in
shot
the
at
chat.
it. That was.
Like, you get it. You get it, right? Like, it's totally different paradigm in here, man. It's like, yeah, you get it.
So, how is exactly coming in and talking about these subjects holding you back?
You don't talk about the subjects. You just poo-poo on things you don't understand and aren't researched on.
It's like stonewalling almost.
How's it holding you back, though? What's keeping you from making progress?
I just explain that I can go talk to an actual quote-unquote expert in their field. Thousands of people can see it. And it'd actually be edifying to the room where they can't lie, just stop responding, just hide behind anonymity and gaslight people in the chat. They have a professional reputation, so therefore it ensures productive conversation and honest conclusions be drawn during the conversation. Therefore, thousands of people get to experience an edifying conversation where all the bullshit rhetoric and all the lying can't really fly.
Okay.
That's way more productive than being here with people that just keep saying mass attracts mass.
So I agree with you on everything. Earth is flat. Electricity causes things to go down. Yada yada yada. Ether's real. Now what?
Your agreement.
Now we take that school of thought and get innovative with it and try to come up with a way to benefit humanity rather than like just trying to combat each other all the time. Like let's get together on this.
Do you need me to concur to make that happen?
No, we just need you to step out of the way and stop chiming in unless you're going to be a productive member of the conversation.
Well, stop trying to hold us
That's my
back
point.
when you're ignorant.
I'm not holding anybody back. I'm not in anybody's way. It's just we just discuss things in here. It's not like it's a roadblock to you making progress and being successful.
Well, it is when you don't concede at the end of the road, and you just want to disagree with nothing to stand on, no logical preciseness to your absurd argument or the non-agreeance with what's being said. Like there's always some sort of like a contrary antagonistic undertone when you guys come in and try to chime in and ask your questions that are, you know.
Yeah, that's the thing. So it's like when you say
the understanding ultimately.
We on it. So when you say, well, first of all, am I roboting or am I coming in?
You're good.
Good.
Yes. When you say what now, that's like skipping the entire process of someone being genuinely walking through the process of realizing everything they thought they believed isn't exactly what they thought. Like that's the journey is the reason we're here for some of you. Some of us spend less time in here because we've realized there are people who refuse to let the information come out by sidetracking it, sidestepping it, reasserting their belief, not even with the the fundamentals of the globe, but just some kind of offshoot of some, begging the question fallacy or some assumption of how shit works without actually proving the premise. And we come along and we say, well, this is the premise, here's how it's challenged, and you guys say, well, no, that's not the right way of looking at it, and we're tired of that shit. So I mean, who knows how long people are going to want to do that and waste their time, but I guess as long as there are people in here that do listen, people are still going to come. But I guess the overall point is the party is moving elsewhere, obviously, to people who didn't know that what we're saying is what we're saying, because well, the people like Professor Daves and whatnot has got millions of views, and they've seen that person just decided, well, we don't have to listen to anything. Yeah, well, feels good going places where people actually want the information. So it's probably where we're going to end up going.
Okay.
Do you though? Because can I say something? Because what I've noticed from flat earthers is that what you guys tend to do is you tend to, find ways to pick holes in different theories, but you don't actually offer any viable alternatives. So you say, say for example, let's say gravity, it's buoyancy or this. No, it's not buoyancy. Buoyancy requires gravity. It's not electromagnetism. And how can you prove that? Because what if you close something into a Faraday cage? What, does it start floating all of a sudden? No, it falls down still because there's gravity. There's something pulling it. We just don't know why. My point is this. My point is this. You guys don't have any viable replacements with numbers, with maths, stuff that's actually, stuff that holds weight. I'm not being confrontational or anything. I just, if you're offering me an alternative, I want a good one.
Charles Proteus Steinmetz has a 42-page mathematical equation. Why don't you go try unraveling that before you want to throw bullshit on the table that's not.
Yeah, what's
well, this is exactly what I get.
Let me help you out here. What you don't understand is that falsification is independent of replacement. And if
I know
people
that.
can't comprehend the remedial, elementary nature of that, it definitely doesn't project intellectual ineptitude on someone else. Secondly, I have absolutely decapitated your claim of gravity and offered a scientifically verifiable replacement that's significantly more viable, which is
what?
Everything's intrinsically electrostatic and seeks equilibrium to the ground. We have a measurable downward electric current on the Earth. Density itself is intrinsically electrostatic.
What about when you enclose something in a Faraday cage and completely eliminate any electromagnetic fields or any interference? What about that?
It doesn't completely eliminate electromagnetic fields.
Oh, what about that part?
Surely
well, I haven't seen an experiment confirm this, so I can't say one or the other. I can't say I'm right or he's right because I'd have to see an experiment.
The claim, right? So
I'm asking you. I'm asking for a replacement. I'm asking for I didn't say that just because you falsify something. Let me finish. Just because you falsify something, I didn't say you have to provide a replacement. I say for me, it would be very nice, and I can speak for a lot of other people that you're going to falsify, I'm saying for you guys to help you guys out. Give an alternative as well.
All right. We get it. And I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying, when you know that you've said something the first time, don't spend the same amount of time restating that same thing. So
listening.
You would like a replacement. You would so you wouldn't like a replacement for certain theories or ideas.
I'm saying it would help you guys a lot with your argument.
Well, I was listening then, and I can continue then without you feeling away, because you feel like I've listened to you.
I actually mistook you for someone else. I do apologize for that. I thought you were someone else. I thought you were the one who said the one previous before you spoke. Sorry. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Well, it is true, and you understood it. That's why you repeated independent falsification is independent of replacement. But because that's true, it's not something you can accept. Now, when I say you, I mean, anyone who takes the position that wants a replacement. Well, again, It's not my job. Don't really care. And I'm saying that to get you to understand that I'm only here because of what I used to believe. And I come to find that the horizon is supposed to be geometric, and that's a consequence of the sphere that we live on. There's no evidence of that. I don't care about any of the other thought experiments or what people want replaced by them. None of that matters to me in the sense of someone coming up to me asking me to help them out. I'm not interested in that. I like to speculate with my friends, people that aren't bashing me, people that aren't bigots, quite honestly. So when you say you want a replacement, well, you want a replacement for a mathematical model that doesn't really, equate to our observations on the Earth as far as looking at the globe itself is concerned. Um, and I don't really know why anything else matters after that. I mean, you want to keep your space religion? Why not? I guess I don't care. But as it pertains to the surface of the earth, we're not offering anything. We're just offering that we found out that the claims that they made are false. Is what else is there to talk about? Oh, so it's false. So then what are
That's simple, and that's
you
all it
guys
takes
gonna
for you,
do?
then
How
that's
about
fine. I mean,
fucking
look, come on,
asking the
don't
guys that
interrupt me.
put the
Don't interrupt me.
dimensions out
Don't
there in the
interrupt
first
me.
place?
Don't
You know what
interrupt
I'm
me,
saying?
mate. I haven't finished. I
I
haven't
wasn't
finished. If that's
interrupting
your
you. I was
standard of evidence,
literally at the end of, yo, can we get a moderator? Because that was like wild for no reason. I was
I
literally
didn't
at
hear
the
you.
end, and
I didn't even hear
instead
you.
of focusing instead of focusing on what I said, let's just have an argument
No,
about how don't
sorry. I
interrupt
got
me,
a
don't
phone
interrupt me.
call. I got a phone call. That's why you call out. Sorry, I do. That is my. I apologize. I actually got a phone call. You call out for about 20 seconds. 1 second. I'll be back, man. I need to get this call.
All right. Well, get that call, and when you come back, basically what I said is I don't care about your need for replacement because I never gave a cosmology. I never gave a claim to geometry. So, as far as a shape is concerned, so I really don't give a shit about your feels about replacement or anybody else's. And as far as the sky religion, you can keep that. Who cares?
No, no, man. I gotta go feed my dog though.
I gotta go water in Kosho's mom's bowl. I'll be right back.
Yo, have you guys seen the Taboo Conspiracy Three's video? I guess he mirrored it from somebody else, and it's like called Beyond the Horizon, and it's like just a ton of black swan.
I gotta go water the
Yeah.
lawn. Back.
Do a rain dance or something. Get a little rain cloud in front of your above your lawn.
I know people do rain dances. I don't know how to do that, but I heard you can do it.
I'll teach you, my man.
But
Take
just
a
this
rain dance.
the whole refraction conversation is blown out of the water by literally the the horizon that isn't geometric, and to argue against that, they'll only try to argue against the black swan by saying, "Oh, look, one day it's there, the horizon is here, one day the horizon is there." But if you actually go to BMLSB 69's channel, you'll see that what they're using is two different observations, while they're saying, "No, it's the same observation." That's a complete lie. You can literally look at his channel and see that they're two different videos. But anyway, I mean, if we just did more observations, it's how many times can they say that boat is not really there, and the horizon that we don't see is really there, but it's not there because of bendy light refraction and yada yada yada,
Yeah, that
especially when you can see.
Go
Go ahead.
ahead. Yeah, that
There's
be
like
what it BLSM,
sorry.
whatever his name is. He does do two different sets of observation. One of them he claims like a foot, and one of them is like 30 feet up on some steps or something like that. But he says himself that the obstructed view is normally what we see, and sometimes you get this. and that's the black swan.
Yeah, but the example that you guys use, it is not reflective of what he's saying there. Even with him saying what he's saying, the video that he's showing versus like it's two completely different sets of platforms. So I mean, regardless of what he says, what he's showing is the horizon way further than it's supposed to be. And you just can't have that. But I mean, beyond BMLSB, you got Dr. John D, who also took his own observations. Fucking wind farm, all of the wind turbines are completely visible. There are boats beyond the turbines that are also completely visible. There's no geometric horizon to be fucking seen. We all know
Well,
that.
there is one in Doctor what's his name's where all you can see is the
In
wheelhouse.
the
The
video that
entire vessel
in the
is
video that
hidden.
I'm talking about. If we're not talking about the same video, makes no sense for you to bring up something entirely non sequitur. I mean, because if you want to say, well, there is a geometric horizon and that's just not true, then you have to falsify
Well,
what I'm saying by looking at it and saying, no, actually, you're lying. There's a geometric horizon right there.
well, I mean the video I'm talking about. I think he got the ship by accident. He was showing the windmills, the wind turbines, to their
Yeah,
base at X
yeah,
distance away. But in the background of
yeah.
that, and you have to really look to catch it, there's a wheelhouse of a ship that the entire vessel is obstructed. All you can see is the wheelhouse going by, way far off in the
Yeah,
distance.
and it's behind the wind turbines, right?
Yeah, it's way
Right,
beyond the
right,
wind
right,
turbines.
right. That's the thing. And there's no horizon, and the horizon's supposed to be in front of not there's not no horizon. The horizon in that same shot that you're talking about is supposed to be in front of the wind turbines and that boat. There's no way that there's no geometric horizon in front of those wind turbines, but at the same time, the reason that you can't see some of that boat is because of the horizon that again is not there. I don't know why that makes sense to you.
I'm not following what you just said there. Of course, we
I
talk
know you're
about the
not. The
geometric
horizon is supposed
horizon,
to be before the
whi-
turbines, but you have the
which
turbines and the boat that you're claiming is obstructed,
yeah, it's
not by
obviously
the horizon.
obstructed. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
but
is
it's not.
obviously behind a wall of water. Is what it looks like.
Yeah, I know, but do you hear my rebuttal? My rebuttal is I don't care if it looks like a wall of water. The geometric horizon, the mathematical prediction where the wall of water is supposed to be in front of the wind turbines is not there. But I mean, look,
Yeah,
this is the shit what it's talking about. It's like, yeah, but there's a wall of water. It could be wherever the fuck I want. I can believe whatever. Great. But when we're talking to people who actually want to know what the information is, there is no geometric horizon where it's predicted to be. That's why there is no Earth curvature. Period.
well, we say that we don't talk about the geometric horizon so much as flat earthers do. We talk about the apparent horizon because if you don't incorporate the possibility of the refraction, then you're leaving out part of the argument, and
Yeah, I
that's
don't know.
always
I
going to
don't know
be
what I don't
that's
know
always
what
going to be a roadblock.
yeah, but I don't know what Snell's law has to do with that.
Fermat's principle. Yeah, it talks about light bending through a density gradient.
Okay, but there is no density gradient moving horizontally. Like the
Oh.
distance between you and what you're observing,
Well,
especially
you
at
could
2
say
miles.
that.
Look, because remember, the horizon is supposed to be at 2 miles. There's nothing going on between you and 2 miles, fam, to make it look
Okay.
like it's not there. That's silly.
I mean, I'm not
Snell's
going to
law
nitpick it,
kills.
but you're gonna run into arguments with over that.
Well, it doesn't
Snell's
matter
law
because
kills.
I bring out Andrew Thomas Young, and I've cited him. I've cited all the pertinent information to the Globers who can't answer why supposedly refraction isn't enough. I mean, you guys haven't put any math to the black swan.
Snell's law deals with two mediums,
You think you
like you do a
have?
fish tank.
There's Walter Bislin's, right? Walter Bislin, or whichever one of them did that. And this y'all always miss it. So they put out this simulation, right? And you guys didn't realize that the only way to get the black swan imagery in that simulation is if they used a flat Earth. But then you use
No,
that as look.
no,
Excuse
you
me.
slide the refraction bar up, and
No,
it
no,
looks
no. How about we
you
just
could
break it out
simulate it.
right now and look at it together? Because I don't think you and I are. Because usually you say you're confused about what I'm saying, and now that I'm hearing you speak, I don't think we're talking about the same thing. So we can just go ahead and pull it up now and stop bullshitting.
Yeah, yeah. The curve calculator that's got the refraction bar in it, you could
I'm
slide
not
it
talking about
forward,
a curve
and the
calculator. I'm
entire
talking about the simulator that they used as an argument
yeah,
against the black
the
swan.
refraction simulator.
That everyone thought.
Yeah,
That everyone thought the end result.
yeah.
I'm sorry. You don't want to hear this. I'm trying to help you out. Actually.
No, I do. I'm just
No, no,
saying. I'm
no,
just
no. It's
saying
fine. You can
it
continue
is the
believing
Walter
what
Bislin
you.
curve calculator that has the
I'm not
refraction
talking about a
slider where
calculator.
you
My
could
bad.
simulate the
I know that
surface.
I know that I said simulator, not calculator. I know that they're probably some
Yeah, it's a
kind of
simulator.
I know that there's some type of yeah. But you know what? I mean, like I said, you're not interested, so good luck.
Okay.
He
Hello.
sounds pretty interested, man.
Elijah, I do apologize for earlier. I got a phone call whilst you were speaking, so like the last 20-25 seconds of you talking cut out. That's why I thought that you quit talking. I do apologize for
Yeah,
that. My
I was
bad.
saying you can believe what you want. It's no big deal. That was basically
That's
the
why I said
summary.
to you as well. That's why I said to you as well.
Because we're on the same page. And if we want to be on the same page about the oil platforms and Walter Bislin makes a point to offer both models in that simulation. So it could be the case that maybe you've only looked at the flat model, Elijah, but you can use the globe model and obtain the black swan observation in his simulation.
What flat Earth model? They say themselves they don't have a model. That's what I've been told.
Yeah, they don't have one, but Walter Bislin does.
Walter Bislin. How do you spell his surname?
Bislins. I'll post the simulator.
Ah, right. Yeah, I'll have a look. Please do. Well, the thing is, like, they tell me, like, flat earthers themselves tell me they don't have a model, and that's what my biggest issue is. Well, if you're gonna, you want to falsify something and convince people, like, you should offer some kind of replacement. Because the thing that you said, Witze, about about the effect of gravity being electromagnetic, essentially, electrostatic, like you said. That just doesn't explain it, because you could pick so many holes in that itself. What about when the material is non-magnetic? What if when you isolate the material? And the thing is, you
Well, wait
said
a
that
minute.
even no, listen, let me finish. You said even when so you build a Faraday cage around something, there's still electromagnetic fields in that. Well, show me then. Have you done an experiment to prove this? Because I would, and I'm not saying to be combative. I want to know then, if you have an experiment that proves this, please show me. I would like to see it.
He's on deafen for one, so he's not here.
Oh shit.
For two, he said there was an experiment, so you should probably dig into it a little deeper. And for three, there's nothing in the universe. There's nothing in the universe you can point to that doesn't have that's not magnetoreactive, whether it be paramagnetic, diamagnetic, or ferromagnetic. So that should tell you that there's a intrinsic connection with magnetism and all material and said
Well,
phenomena.
to say something's diamagnetic, what does that mean?
Exactly.
I mean, this
It means it doesn't like electricity. That's what it means.
You
Right?
just said everything is electro. Never mind.
The point is you would have to understand magnetism to start trying to differentiate things. And no branch of science has ever. No branch of. I wasn't finished. I'm sorry, man. I wasn't done yet. No branch of science has ever defined magnetism. All right, and at the most upper echelons, the most or the highest, product of science right now puts forth that magnetism is the exchange and emission of virtual virtual photons. When you look into what virtual photons are, they don't actually exist. It's not like a coherent logical explanation as to what magnetism is. It's only an ad hoc attempt to support their materialistic model of particle interactions rather than field dynamics. So again, you got to understand magnetism to be able to make any kind of headway into discern reality.
And I just posted 2 other flat Earth models. One's a refraction model, and one is a magnetic model in lab tech. If you want to see models, I know you're probably not even going to look at them. Just a week later, going to come and say, "Why don't y'all have models?" You know. Well, there's a couple of them.
There's another.
I was told that there weren't any models. So there are more. I don't understand. Like, this is the whole contradiction and thing with magnetism as well. Like you said there's no like scientific understanding of magnetism, and you have to understand magnetism in order to be to understand reality. But yeah, everything in the universe has magnetic properties. So I mean, I don't understand. Do you understand magnetism? Who doesn't? Like, I don't get it. It's just full of contradictions.
Yeah, I understand magnetism. How is that a contradiction when I'm telling
Because you
you
said that no
you
one
don't
understands. You said
understand?
no one understands. You said no one understands magnetism,
No,
and you
I said
assume that I
no
don't
branch
understand
of
magnetism.
science. That's a straw man. I said no
But
branch
you
of
understand
science.
magnetism.
Yeah, I understand magnetism coming from the ether perspective. Yes, I do.
Look, if you extend your arm and I'd wave my hand over your arm really closely, your hairs will stand up towards my hand. You probably won't even, I won't even touch you, but you'll feel my hand over your arm. That's some kind of attraction going on there. There's no magnets involved. So what do you say there?
Might be something homosexual related.
I can get your hairs to stand up on your arm without even touching you with my hand.
That's sick.
True though.
You're a sorcerer. Teach me
He
great
was also
sorcery.
interested in what Napalm had on a while ago. That was weird.
That's blasphemy. We need to burn him. He's a sorcerer.
I think it's some kind of electrostatics going on. That's just my guess.
It's not a guess. That's exactly what it is. If you rub your palm on your arm fast enough, you'll generate an electrostatic field. And then when you drag it over, you'll get your hairs to stand up. Flat Earth proven.
Now, would that also work in the Faraday cage?
That is a good. Yeah, of course it would. Of course it would. Because the Faraday cage would isolate it from the interference from outside. But if you're inside the Faraday cage and of course it would work.
Yeah, so there's no way to stop it.
That's because you're inside the Faraday cage. The Faraday cage isolates from electromagnetic fields coming from outside. The Faraday cage is meant to.
A Faraday cage isolates against certain frequencies depending on the size of the mesh. There's no mesh small enough to isolate against all of electrostatics, bro. That's fucking everywhere, and it's in everything, bro. You don't even understand what you're saying. I don't think.
Have you got proof of that? Or are you just saying it? Is it just your opinion?
Proof? I don't think you understand. My opinion is
No,
that
proof.
you don't
Proof that
understand.
no, you can't isolate electrostaticity from a very small object. Can you prove that?
I can. I don't think. I believe.
No, you can't.
Most everybody
You
in
just
here.
believe it.
You don't got to interrupt
No,
me,
you
bro.
can't.
You don't got to interrupt and laugh. Okay, let me respond. I believe most everybody in here knows that everything is everything in existence, all matter, is electrostatic. You might be the only one in here who doesn't understand that and acknowledge that. I don't have to prove it. It's already been proven that everything is everything has electrostatics. All
Prove it.
matter. Do you disagree?
I disagree.
That's not what I said.
Okay,
That is
tell me
not what I
sure,
said.
give me-
That is not what I said, and not what you said. You said you cannot isolate a small object from electrostaticity because it's everywhere. Where? Where?
is.
Prove that. Prove it.
It's in all matter. All matter, bro.
But you said you can't isolate it. That's what you said. Not that it is in all matter.
said-
These are two different questions. No. It is in all
You
matter.
can't isolate something that's everywhere, can you? Do you think by putting something in a Faraday cage, you just eliminate all of it's electrostatics, and the entire field over it's everywhere.
I didn't say that. I said what
problem
if.
is
I didn't say that I did. I said what if.
The problem is electrostatics is pertinent to the dielectric field, which is what's premised from the magnetic field. The loss of the dielectric field is what breeds the magnetic field. So in eliminating the magnetic field with the Faraday cage, you're only eliminating a small component of basically the secondary half of the conjugate field. The primary half is still there, being the electrostatic charge, a component of the dielectric field. You're welcome.
And I would love to see an experiment for this.
I mean, there's no experiment required. If you look at what Faraday said himself pertaining to magnetism.
This is just his way of arguing, dude. He said he'd love to see a model. I post 2 of them, and he's still here.
I didn't say model. I didn't say model.
Not even caring nothing about the model.
Yes, I do.
Everything you show him, he's gonna move on to another argument, bro. He said he'd love to see it, but he doesn't want to see it. And if you waste your time to pull it up, he's not gonna look at it. He's gonna interrupt every time you go to talk.
I was told that there wasn't one. I've asked many times. Now you've shown me, and I'm gonna go through them. I'm gonna have a look. I'm not gonna do it right now because it's not that very important right now. I am gonna have a look at it.
You're never gonna do it, bro. All you're gonna do is interrupt.
My friend, I think I read a lot more than you, so don't assume things, okay? I'm gonna have a look at your model. I'm gonna see what it says. And also, since you sent me,
wait. Who reads more? Who reads more?
Wait, you said you sent 2 models, right? So which one of them do you think is more correct? I'd also like to know that because I'm gonna have a look at them both.
It's only a model.
There's one here. There's one. The flat Earth absolute must-see. Is that the one that you said? Magnetic flat Earth.
That's one, yeah.
Okay, and where's the other one?
The other one is a link to a Google page. It's pretty neat. It's got animations and everything, and it's got
is that the one
equations. It's got the equations, and it shows the modeling of the planets and the sun. And
right. The Trulon flat Earth model. Truluns, or Trulons, or whatever it's called. I don't know.
Yeah, that's it. That's the second one.
All right. Right, I'm gonna save these 2 links.
Roger that.
That Truluns one is kind of lame.
Pretty
I
cool,
suspect
actually,
they both are, but I'm gonna have a look at them.
It's like a neo-Tychonian fucking where everything is going around the sun and the sun's going around us. It's impossible to debunk. I mean, if you want to get technical.
What? It's impossible to debunk, you said.
I mean, there's no way of knowing. I mean, well, unless you figure on leaving the planet, just prove what's moving. It's I'm pretty sure it's possible to say if it's us moving or it's the heavens moving, right? I'm just going off that basis. I guess nothing's impossible. I'll retract that. I don't want to say it's impossible, but
Yo, who's got that ridiculous background noise? Would have thought.
Happy Mother's Day.
Hey, did anybody see Sky Free's latest video, man? Sky Free beat me to the punch. And God, man, I was just about to do it. I still probably will, but they did it right. They did a test with the sugar water, and they did it the way I described it. I mean, they're pretty accurate about what they do. You might not agree with their, their claims or results, final results, but the way they do things, they give you measurements of the ground temperature, the water temperature, the air temperature as best they can. The distances, they're pretty thorough, but they just did one with sugar water where they set the camera down, never moved it. They showed the dry tank, then they filled it up with water with the camera not having moved, and then they filled it up with sugar, and it showed it in them stirring it some, and then showed it the next day after it dissolved, never having moved the camera. And what do we see? The same thing that I keep showing. We see the objects in the distance being obstructed by downward refraction. So
somebody was trying to come in, Brian. Sorry. And before they were coming in a little low. I don't know. There was somebody coming coming in before you that you kind of ran over. I think they were saying Happy Mother's Day. Was it Linda? Anyways, go on, Brian.
Happy Mother's Day, Linda.
Yeah, sorry for whoever interrupted. I honestly didn't hear. But
No, it
yeah, I
wasn't
was
me.
almost done. I was just about done. I just wanted to say that even if light is refracting the way that the Glovers claim, once again, with their examples with the sugar, water, and the fish tank, obviously the light's refracting downward. We can see a laser, but it's not making things appear higher. It is literally showing obstruction and making things appear lower in the distance.
Well, that I
Okay.
must say is impressive.
You
But
can
I have
see
to
the
say this
laser
also.
beam. You can see. Well, Brian's not lying. You can see the laser beam hitting the target lower, not higher.
That's what's up. The laser beam is hitting the target lower, right?
The light, yeah, the laser beam, the light, yeah.
Like it's like if it was making a straight path, it would
And it bends
you
lower,
know,
and we
go
see it hit
straight.
lower.
It goes lower. Okay.
Yeah. In other words,
Yeah.
if you're above it, you're not even going to see it because it's lower. If you're looking straight out, you're not even going to see the fucking laser unless you
Okay.
get lower.
Wow, that is impressive, but I do have to say, I wanted to debunk this guy, the Trilloon guy, but I think that there's a fundamental misunderstanding of you know what we say is happening with refraction, because and what you're observing, because the laser is bending downward. That's true, but the laser
And
is
we see
not
it. We see where it
representative.
hits it. We see it hit the target lower.
That's right.
Yep.
Which is what we say happens in reality as well. But what you're not remembering is that the laser is a single direction thing, right? Whereas a light source is going to be, you know, going all directions, and it's the direction that would be going up that's bending down, not necessarily the light that would be, you know, going straight towards you, right? Bending down. So I don't know if this really representative
Talking
of the
about
same thing.
coherent light. But yeah, right.
Yeah, it sounds like
Spreading out,
you're
diverging,
talking about a laser. Yeah.
diverging. And that's the point you're trying to make. That the laser is incoherent, so that the point he's making is null.
I
Well,
think he
no.
was saying that like a laser is kind of culminated, right? Whereas just like say sunlight coming off the horizon, right? That point on the earth that the light's reflecting off, it's reflecting in all sorts of directions. It's not just coming at you, as a culminated beam. It's going off in all sorts of different angles, and then those rays can be bent, which where normally they would go over your head, so you want to be able to see that location on the horizon, but being bent downward or refracted, so that now that light path actually makes it to your eyeball, and you can see that point on the ground at the horizon.
All right. Because you said, Brian, that you said in his video the light bent downwards, which is expected, right? I just maybe there's a disconnect because yeah,
It's
I don't know
moving
what
the
it's
image.
supposed to be representing.
Well, I'm just
It's
saying
moving.
that he doesn't even use a laser. I'm saying we can all agree that like we don't see lasers, and so yeah, we're talking about incoherent light, just ambient light, and in the fish tank, the ambient light, the objects he puts on the other side of the fish tank appear obstructed. Period. They're not higher; they are obstructed by the refraction, by the whatever you call it, downward refracting toward the denser medium. Sure, we give you that, and we raise you obstruction.
Yeah, so it's moving the image down, not up, which the heliocentric idea is it's moving the image up.
So you may have it correct that the light's refracting toward the denser medium, but your interpretation of what we see as an effect of that is wrong and demonstrable under you all example conditions.
I wouldn't say it's moving the image up, though, right? Like, I don't know. To me, it's not doing that. It's just light rays that are emanating from a further distance. You know, the more refraction there is, the further out those rays are from you that can make it to your eyeball, allowing you to see that location, along that location to that at that distance to be your horizon that you see.
Yeah,
Okay,
call it what
let's
you want,
take
bro.
the
But
definition
you've seen it.
by.
You would agree it's obstruction, though, right?
So, okay, sorry. To get that agreement, let me walk with something in a minute. Please go ahead, Brian.
No, I was just saying, call it what you want, Jay. It's obstructed, though, right? We get obstruction, not curvature.
Yeah, if say the the refraction or the atmospheric conditions are such there's a point at which light rays emanating from a distance further than your horizon point, they're being cut off by the horizon. The photons from those distances are either hitting the ground or they're going over your head. None of them have a path that makes it to your eyeball, and that's why you don't see those distances as the horizon.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
That's one interpretation, but this is what's cool, y'all. This is what's cool. One more thing, and I might have to drop for a minute. But they did a time lapse and of them, stirring the medium, more or less, and they did like a time lapse. It literally looks like Skunk Bay. It just literally mimics a dynamic system with light refracting toward the denser medium, showing obstruction, showing the ship moving up and down. And dude, I'm gonna post this video for anybody who hadn't seen it. It literally is a little mini view of reality, like within a few feet. It's just a little micro view of refraction in action, man. It's mimicking reality.
Well,
Really nice.
Can I put something through? Like, I just wanted to put the definition of refraction out into the ether for you guys. So refraction states the fact or medium, or let me start again. I apologize, guys. The fact or phenomenon of light, radio waves, etc., being deflected or in passing obliquely through the interface between one medium and another, or through a medium of varying density. So the thing that I wanted to just pull as a local observation of refraction, I set my oven to 425 degrees Fahrenheit. I've talked about this multitudes before. I open the oven and I see the heat emanating from the hot oven, and I notice that the numbers on the oven start to dance. That's refraction. We know that the numbers are there. All that's being introduced is that lensing, if you will, atmospheric lensing, but we know that that object is in fact there. Refraction does not have the ability to transpose images to a different location.
Right, it's just a heat wave signature. It's just an optical illusion.
I posted that video in LabTeX 1. They do a lot of tests on like within 1,000 feet, where the Earth curvature is only claimed to be like 1.5 millimeters, and they do their camera heights at like 1.5 to 2 inches. So Earth curve ain't a factor. They show shit disappearing. They got little remote control boats. They do it over land, over water. They literally mimic reality on a small scale, where Earth curve is not present, and show obstruction with that in all temperatures, all environments, pretty much. It's hard to argue this shit. But their latest one is the one I just posted. But I recommend everybody sub to them.
Well, if you were to ask them how does light pass through an object and slow down and then magically speed back up as to not break the law of conservation of energy, they'd tell you light absorption. So, in all essence, it's no different than refraction.
Yeah, here's the problem: is we trusted like mainstream science with the way we would see shit backwards. So we just assumed lights refract. I mean, not just me, but them. They've claimed that it's possibly caused by upward light refraction due to the moisture and the humidity gradient and whatnot. But upon further examination, and Travis was right the whole time for the plain truth, and a couple other people too, who was just saying, that it could be doing that, and that's just not the result. That's not how we see things. Light refracting toward the denser gradient is not making shit always appear higher. It's literally demonstrable that it's causing the obstruction that we see in reality, and then it varies too. So by listening to all these claims of the anti-flat earthers, threw us off and had us kind of backwards, making unnecessary presumptions.
Well, like I said, like light refraction would have to be consistent with the curvature of the Earth in every instance for long distance observations to be, accountable for some sort of a curved surface.
For some reason, Globers don't think that we would have obstruction. We'd have a horizon on a flat plane. They think that you can just see forever until Alpha Centauri.
Yeah, I think they just think that if you're looking out in the distance, it's just going to be pure sky. No ground at all, just pure sky in the distance. So no horizon. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. Some of the shit, it shows you how much thought they put into it. There'd be no horizon on a flat plane. That's so
One of the
retarded.
Globers told me there'd be a horizon fuzzy. So I don't know about that.
No. Oh yeah, shit.
In a globe defense, you could interpret the horizon as the end of the Earth or the curve of the Earth, but it would also the horizon would also happen on a flat plane because of the angle of your eye. So
I'm curious, did anybody remember doing a vanishing point exercise in Earth class? Probably grade school. Draw a flat line right across a page. You guys remember that?
Yeah, perspective drawing.
Exactly.
Yeah, in art
It's funny
class.
how it's crazy how like real life works exactly.
Wait a minute. Godric, how can it ever be a sphere edge? The horizon on a globe.
Well, just take a basketball, right, and put it in front of you, right, and do the edge, and then take a penny and glue it to that basketball. If you turn the ball, you can get to the point where the penny's behind that curve, and that's what the Globers claim, that everything's behind that curve.
Yeah, so the penny's falling over the sphere edge.
Yeah,
Shit's falling off the edge of a globe. Ain't that ironic? They tell us where's your edge? Shit's falling off the edge, and shit's
It
literally
don't
falling
sound
off
right.
the edge of a globe.
It sounds like a straw man, though. Yeah. I think
ditto.
Oakley came up with that sphere edge, and everybody had a fit. And like, there isn't any edge on a sphere.
but all you have to do is get it a long table, get that camera there.
Just the leading edge, just the horizon being the leading
and down,
edge
depending on the
of a
medium it
sphere.
passes through.
It's a
long
perceptual
table.
thing based on
Get
the
on the table and
proportionality of dimension.
Put that camera lens just level to the table, which is the bottom's below and the top is above the table. See that you're gonna get a horizon quick. So I guess your table's bending. Not conclusive for the globe.
Do what?
You can prove it on a flat table. You can get a horizon on a flat table. You haven't done that?
Left lane, are you saying there's no edge on a sphere? It's my understanding that shapes are solely defined by their edges. There's
Yeah.
no edge
So
to a sphere. Can you give me a
yeah,
sphere with
ain't the
no edge?
horizon? So you're agreeing the horizon's not the leading edge of a sphere, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it an edge. I mean, I don't mind it. I'm just saying that when Oakley first brought it out that way, the edge of your sphere, everybody had a fit because him using the word edge.
Do you agree with us though that the horizon's not the leading edge of a sphere?
Oh, I wouldn't call it that. What I describe as the horizon, I would not use the term edge.
All right, welcome to Flat Earth, man.
It's just a
I wouldn't use
point.
it either. I
It's
would
just a
not use it
point at
either.
which it's just a point at which you can't see the surface anymore due to the geometry of the surface.
I like
So,
that.
so it is
Geometry
geometric then,
deals with
after
the
all. Thank God. There's that geometric edge. Brilliant.
Geometry literally is that the geometry is defining the edge. That's what it's
Yep.
defining.
Well, it's not defining the edge, but it is defining, like you said, the furthest point you can see. But there's no edges on the sphere, so.
Wait. So when we're talking about shapes within geometry, they're not defined by their edges?
Yeah, there's no edges on a sphere.
Is there edges on the circle?
There's no edge on a sphere. Okay, so there's where does it start? Where does the sphere start?
Surface.
Wherever you start.
A sphere is unlimited.
Wherever you start.
Evolution.
So everything
Yeah.
is sphere because wherever.
No, I mean, if your question is going to be nonsensical, the answer is going to be just as nonsensical.
What defines it from anything else? What defines it from its surroundings?
A sphere, it's just a three-dimensional shape that's equidistant from a single point in the center.
And shapes are defined by their
features.
Okay, this is.
I mean, a sphere literally has 0 edges.
I'll just go back on mute.
I mean, you can look it up. You can look up if it has like edges and vertices and this and this. It'll say sphere and it'll say edges 0.
It depends on if you're talking about like the intrinsic or the extrinsic geometry of the shape too.
And Brian, I watched your video, man, or your friend's video. It was a good video.
That's pretty good, man. Everything's arguable, but it's a very good demonstration, man.
I think so.
I bring them up a lot, man, to raise my points because they're like me, dude. They like to see shit.
Yeah.
Instead of just talk, we do a lot of talking, but a lot of us do a lot of demonstrating too, man. On the flat Earth side, I think.
Well, they
the
demonstrated.
globe Earth side, personally, I think it's lacking in demonstration. That's my personal opinion on that.
That's fine. Personally, I think that this video is great. Demonstrated exactly what I would think would happen. I'm not sure why you're thrilled about it though, because it clearly shows that when the sugar settled, that they appear higher, just like the claim is. The only fluctuation that's happening is when she's adding the sugar, which makes sense because she's mixing the whole thing.
Yeah, they're stirring it. So wouldn't that represent a dynamic system? Man, hold on. Is that fish tank? Is it curved or is it flat? I mean, it's representing reality. Pretty nice on a little flat bottom, right?
No, not at all. In reality, the atmosphere doesn't fluctuate like that, but by that degree, like with that amount of
and not as rapidly
density. And,
Two words,
with that
bro.
much,
Skunk bag.
with those amount of changes in that little space.
Hold on, man, real quick. They do use an edge when they're describing a sagitta, though, right?
Sagitta. I don't know. Do they?
Or
There's an edge. There's an edge in there.
Where?
Isn't the sagitta the cross section of the arc? I don't know, because it's taken into account the profile of an arc. So would there be an edge of an arc?
Ain't the sagitta the chord?
Yeah.
If we draw a line through the edge of a circle, that distance between the line and the edge of the circle is a Sagittarius.
Okay, my bad. I withdraw. Thanks, guys. Sorry about that.
Want me to draw it for you?
Can you do it in crayons?
I mean, probably the same thing if I had grand. I'm not a great artist.
Yo, I wonder if I can get you on the GIF search. Or is it the GIF search? Bah, GIF peanut butter.
Actually, we can just look it up on Google. Let me look on Google.
Kosha, what's the edge when they're describing a sagitta?
I'm not sure if anyone ever would bring up an edge when describing a Sagittarius.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, but give me the context. Give me like a example of someone describing a Sagittarius and then bring up the edge.
Hold on, I'll post a diagram.
The bow itself would be the Sagittarius in an arc.
Okay, at 2:12 p.m. Pacific time, Godric, I posted a picture of the Sagittarius. The Sagittarius.
Bro, your shit don't say edge anywhere.
Yeah, that's the one Goddard. Well done, man. Thank you for that. And that's just it, right? If we think about this, the Sagitta, we can say the arc itself is like the bow, and then the Sagitta would be the arrow. So the question is, where does the arc come into play? Or the edge, sorry, come into play?
Okay, there's the edge in the sagitta.
Okay. Okay, I see.
That's a weird place for an edge.
Yeah, I don't think that's an edge of a sphere, though, is it?
Yeah, I thought they were talking about a sphere here. Why? What is? I don't know what they're doing here. I gotta get my
These look like
fucking
lenses to
glasses
me.
up.
Yeah, that's
I
the
get
edge
my
of a
eyes
lens.
checked.
Yeah, get your eyes checked, man. Get your eye checked.
Get out, you man.
Last Lane, you there?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you mentioned Snell's law. Snell's law applies to two different mediums, like looking into a fish tank or looking through glasses. It doesn't. It's not. It's not for a one medium like the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's true. I think it's Fermat's principle. I think is the formula, and I can't go into detail about why that is. I just know that Snell's law describes the interface of two mediums and the refractive index
Right. So
between
if
the
you
two. But
look from A to B, looking at a 5 mile, 10 miles away, one medium, looking to the atmosphere, not two medium. Correct.
well, it's one medium with a density gradient, so you've got an infinite points of refraction through that medium. Would Fermat's principle sort of be the derivative of Snell's law?
I just think you're looking at it wrong. Snell's law is not determined atmosphere. It's for specifically two different mediums.
That's whoever snelt it built it.
Huh?
You can use a differential form of it, though, Democ, like I post, not Democ, Godric, like I posted. But yeah, I'm pretty sure for mass principle, you can like rearrange it in Snell's law.
Real quick, are you guys done with this? Yeah, when you shoot a bullet and it goes straight, but then you got to adjust for Coriolis. What exactly are you shooting where the person's gonna be? If you're like a sniper.
You probably adjust for what the error is going to be.
Yeah, when you adjust for Coriolis, your bullet can only go straight. So you need to shoot where the guy's gonna be by the time your bullet gets there, right?
Yeah, maybe you're talking about a moving person, or what are you talking about?
No, just for adjusting for Coriolis effect.
Yeah, what you do is when you make corrections for all the errors on the gun. So you're not thinking about it of like where's it gonna be. You're just thinking about it. What are the errors gonna be, and how can I adjust for them?
So if you're a sniper on a
But
hill,
when you adjust, hold on, Godric. When you adjust for Coriolis effect, the adjustment is because by the time the bullet gets there, the guy's not going to be there anymore because he's moving faster than the bullet.
Yeah, or the
I would
bullets.
say,
Go ahead.
I would say you would adjust for where the bullet's going to hit, according to Coriolis.
Yeah, but the bullet's going to hit a different spot because you guys aren't moving at the same speeds.
Right.
So that's why it's going to hit a different spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're shooting where... Well, your bullet can only go straight, and Coriolis effect is the deviation, so you're accounting for the deviation that's going to happen, which it means the guy is moving in the non-inertial frame.
Well, I think it's like a fair way to say it was like your bullet's going to maintain its initial eastward tangential velocity, relative to the inertial frame, whatever. And so when it gets there, it's going to have a different eastward tangential velocity. And so, yeah, it's going to have to correct for that.
You're going to have to shoot where the thing's going to be.
I mean, it's kind of a weird way of saying it because it's like...
I got snipers. I got snipers saying that you have to shoot where it's going to be.
Yeah, of course. That's if you're talking about a moving target. If
On
you're
a
talking
still
about Coriolis.
target, when you're on a still target, accounting for Coriolis. That's
Like I
what
said,
you're
I'm
doing
fine.
when you adjust. When you adjust for Coriolis, your bullet goes in a straight line.
they can't answer.
Yeah, but
Jeremy.
that's what I'm saying. I feel like that's not saying enough if you're going to say it that way. That's why I said it the way I said it, because it's not necessarily, if you're talking about it from that frame, it's not necessarily going in a straight line. You're really just worried about the fact that it's maintaining its eastward velocity. So
if you shoot over 1 mile, you have to take Coriolis into effect. That's just every sniper will tell you that. Over 1 mile, you have to take into effect. Simple as.
So if you have a sniper
all
on
except
on a
for the
mountain,
top 3 world record holders, all but the best
Hang
ones
on.
will tell you that.
If you have
Oh
a
man, I'm
sniper on
going
the
off the
mountain,
premise. Jesus Christ, go ahead, Godric.
We're getting away. No,
sniper
we're
on a
getting away
mountain,
from
he
Jeremy's
has-
point.
Hang on. You have a sniper on a mountain, and he has a target at 12 o'clock, right? So he has to adjust for that Coriolis. And then he has another target at 3 o'clock. All of a sudden, he has to readjust for that Coriolis. And he has another target at 6 o'clock behind him. Do you see how that would never work in reality?
yeah, but he's got all day to do that. He's got 3 hours in between each shot.
Not if he's in a war zone.
Well, no, apparently he's got 3 hours. But let's get back to whatever Jeremy was talking about.
Well, that guy just made a claim. He said that all snipers claimed Coriolis, except for the world record
over a
holders.
mile.
The
Is that
only
over a
ones
mile? And the longest distance snipers did say that they had to take into account.
I've only heard a couple of them that y'all have ever pulled up. All of them say that they don't. What they adjust for is wind and distance and whatnot. I've only heard a
Apart from
couple.
the ones who shoot over 1 mile. When you shoot over 1 mile.
Once
you have
again,
to
the
take
world
it into
record
effect.
holders, the guys who have shot the furthest, okay, claim that they don't adjust for Earth curve. So you're wrong, bro.
Where? Show me where. Wait, I'm gonna have a look. I'm gonna find out now.
What rock has this dude been hiding under, man?
Yeah, the point is the adjustment for Coriolis would be where you shoot where the thing's going to be. because we know that the bullet goes straight. It's a ballistic. It can't adjust left or right, right?
Yeah, but when you say going straight, I mean, if we're talking about Coriolis, we have to understand that it already has an eastward tangential velocity, and that's the conservation. The conservation of that momentum is what's going to cause it to not end up where you think it's supposed to end up.
Bro,
So I mean, you're not. I wouldn't say you're wrong to word it that way, though.
Coach, it's so fun listening.
Yeah, but why'd you
Jeremy
interrupt him
make
to
you
say that
squirm.
though? Why'd you interrupt him to say that though?
I thought he was done, dude.
Fuck, you did.
You think I interrupted him, or you don't think I thought he was done? Can't you repeat his point?
Did have a finish thing. I was just saying, I because the last part I was saying was that I don't disagree, though, that you could, if you want to say it like, shoot where he's going to be, wherever you said it, like, lead, basically shoot to where the person's going to be. I mean, I don't have a problem with you saying that. I'm not going to say that's wrong, is what I'm saying. I just don't think it's complete, or it's kind of a confusing way to say it.
I was in the military, and I've talked to artillery gunners, and they've never taken a Coriolis into effect. Never.
Well, I was in the military, and I've talked to artillery gunmen who are in the server, and they said that they do. So,
yeah, I was the medic for an artillery battery, and they definitely accounted for the Coriolis in their training and stuff.
We can add my neighbor to that list.
That's weird, because then I don't know. Then whose testimony is legit? Because they might have brought it up in school, right? Like, they could bring it up in school. Do they actually apply it in the field? No, they don't.
My neighbor told me
when I was reading the flight manuals in Air Cadets, when I was an Air Cadet, the manuals said that they don't account for any spin, that they assume that the Earth is stationary and not moving.
Yeah, people are disingenuous because, like, just because they brought it up in their school doesn't mean they actually use it in the field. Like, and that's what they're not going to tell you.
But Doofus, who's in the server,
Go ahead.
Go left one.
No, you go ahead.
Doofus,
go ahead.
Doofus, who's in the server, who worked, he was the one who actually targeted the artillery. He said specifically that yes, they did, and whenever they transferred to a different computer program or whatever, he saw firsthand the changes that went in from this and that, and even the computer system accounts.
But a
for
real
it.
effect. Oh, sorry, I thought you should. But a real the Magnus effect, okay, with a spinning bullet, like when you kick a soccer ball, golf ball, tennis ball, like we could see this shit, and we know that these shells are spinning. This is a real effect.
Brian, can I read something for you? I found something from a sniper manual, right? Say the sniper is shooting a .50 BMG, which has a muzzle velocity around 1,000 meters per second. The angular velocity of Earth is 2 times pi radians per 24 hours, or about 7e minus 5 rad per second. The magnitude of Coriolis acceleration of the projectile is then 2 times 7e minus 5 times 1,000, which equals 0.14 meters per second squared, which means that the deviation is 0.4 meters. For a second squared means acceleration, so for every second that passes, it deviates by 0.14 meters. This is from
what direction, bro? Hold on, in what direction? This is why it's so stupid them claiming that, because it'd be different in every fucking direction that they shot. Okay, and like I said, I don't know if I got cut off, but the Magnus effect, which is a real effect, we see it with soccer balls, tennis balls, golf balls, and the artillery shells are spinning. And they don't account for that. So that's what they're fucking accounting for is a real effect. And like I said, if it was Coriolis, it wouldn't be consistent. And the world record holders don't say that the best shooters in the world, okay, don't adjust for Earth curve. So if you want to go by some horse shit that's going to be different in every direction, be my guest, bro.
Sniper manual. This is from a sniper manual. So I don't know why they would say that then.
Well, to win a world record, you got to ignore that, bro.
Where is it? Tell me. So where is it then? Because I can't find it.
Well, maybe the ballers will back me up. I'm not going to find it because there's other ballers in here who can vouch for that. They've heard it.
The thing is, the longest distance shots claim that they did.
Yeah, and if it were due to the bullet spin, it would be the same calculation no matter what direction you're shooting, and the calculation varies depending on what direction you're shooting.
So,
Forgive me.
Kosher, you're
Just to
denying
be
the
technical,
guy.
hold on. Just to be technical, I want to correct myself. I don't think it was actually Coriolis. It was axial rotation. I meant to say.
I've posted a video, right? In this video, the guy is just reviewing snipe. He's one of these guys who has one of the world record. He does these long range shooting competition things, right? And he was in the military and all of that. He's an African American gentleman. And the video is just reviewing movies. It has nothing to do with the flat Earth globe Earth debate, but he clearly states at one point, because there's a scene in one of the movies where they're shooting at these crazy long distances, and he not cued by anyone, not given the material or anything. He just brings it up himself. He's like, at that distance, you would have to start factoring in things like the Coriolis effect due to the Earth spin when you're shooting at those kind of ranges.
Exactly.
Right, so these guys do say those things. Trying to say that they don't is just ridiculous.
Not the guy with the world record, bro. Not the guy with the world record.
And how did he know what direction the guy was shooting in from a movie? Did they show a compass?
No, he was just saying at those distances.
It doesn't matter. There's going to be deviation either way because the Earth is rotating. So there's going to deviate either way, in every direction, whichever way you shoot. At a long enough distance, you are going to have to adjust for Coriolis. The Earth moves. The effect happens. It doesn't matter.
It's different though in every direction. You just read it out, bro. It's different in every direction. You think?
Not.
So
Oh yeah, of course.
Help me out here.
No, it is different in every direction, but there's still a deviation. Of course, it's going to be different.
So
because from one direction, the Earth is spinning one way. No, listen to me. From one direction, the Earth is spinning one way. From the other direction, the Earth appears to spin the other way. What I'm saying is, if you look from south to north, the Earth appears to spin, to the right. Right? If you look from north down to south, then the Earth appears to spin to the left because you're on a globe and it spins. So you have to adjust for it. I just looked now, and what you say not true. I'm
Bro,
sorry, it's not.
You're not spinning, bro. I promise you, you're not moving. You're not spinning. You could claim all this wild shit, bro, but I promise you, you're not moving.
I don't need your promises. I need proof, not promises, and you can't provide me with any proof. And I just looked up
proof that you're moving, bro. They've been trying to prove that forever, bro.
You said to me now,
guys, settle down.
So let me finish then. Let me finish and I'll calm down. I don't like being overtalked. You said snipers don't adjust for Coriolis effect. Now I looked in a sniper manual first, then you said the best snipers in the world.
I said the world record holder. You're lying, bro.
The world record holder, they say that you have to adjust for it if you shoot at a long enough distance.
Yeah, and the reason, he was just saying in that video, this wasn't a complex breakdown of how he does long range shots. He was just reviewing a movie scene, right? So he was just saying at that distance, you would have to start doing calculations for the Coriolis effect due to the Earth's rotation. Now, if he was to actually do those calculations, he would need that information, like which direction they were shooting, where they are on the Earth, right? He wasn't just, he didn't have the information. That's why he didn't do the calculation right there. He was saying that you would need that information to determine what the deviation
We got
would
it,
be.
bro. We got it. But the science has been trying to prove the Earth is moving for centuries, a couple centuries at least that I know of, and they get a null result every time. They cannot prove
they don't,
the Earth. All they're proving is that it's not rotating, bro. They get a null result every time. So y'all just bringing up sniper shit, bro, is grasping at straws, bro. Like I said, the world record holder claimed he did not account for Earth curve. He's the fucking best of the best, and he did not account for
Is he the best?
Earth rotation.
Is he the best of the best?
It's just denying.
Brian,
It's just denying reality.
Brian, I found the quote from the world record holder, who is an ex-Navy sniper, ex-Navy SEAL sniper. This is his exact words. I quote, word for word. The Coriolis effect has a big effect on phenomena like hurricanes and other weather systems, a small effect on small objects. But if the small object is a precisely aimed rifle bullet and that bullet travels far enough, it's not something you can completely ignore.
We have it coming out of his mouth that he didn't adjust on his world record shot. He did not adjust. for
That
fucking
doesn't
Earth
mean.
spin.
So now you're changing. So now you're changing. You said that they don't adjust.
No,
now
bro.
you're saying in this
What's the
world
date of
record
what you?
shot. So
What's the
for
date of
one
what?
shot,
What's
you
the
can
date
adjust.
of
No,
what
no,
you
no,
just
no.
pulled up? What's the date?
Here, I'll send it to you. Wait.
Just
This
tell me what
guy
the
is an
date is, bro. I'm
No, no,
I'm
I'll send
lazy
it to you.
today. I'm
I'll
not
send
pulling
it
up
to you.
nothing.
The
I'm
one
not
I have
looking at
Yeah,
is
you're
nothing.
lazy. You're
the one I have
lazy.
is
Okay.
September 2022.
Wait, I'll tell you the date. I'll tell you the date. Wait, 1 second. This is wait, what the fuck? June 22nd, 2010. Sorry. This article appeared in The Way of the Sniper, appeared in Men's Journal, November 30th, 2009. Right. It's written by Rick Talander. It tells the story of Navy sniper Scott Tyler. Right. And it's from the 22nd of June, 2010. I can give you the link if you want. Snipers and the Coriolis effect is called.
It's out of date.
So what, the Coriolis, are you saying the Earth has stopped spinning in the last 13 years? Are you smoking
They've
crack,
never
bro?
proven the Earth. They've tried. Once again, I'm gonna say this one more time. They've tried over and over to prove the Earth is moving, and they get a null result every time. They always have.
That's just
And as far
not
as I can see, they
true.
always will.
So where
That's
does the
just not
Coriolis
true.
effect come from? Where does the Coriolis effect come from?
It's
Hold
also
on, man.
not true.
It isn't.
Just simple
Jeremy,
interferometry
man, break it back
results.
down for him, Jeremy. Just break it. He makes y'all squirm just by saying
You
a
ain't
simple
making the
thing about
same
leave the
argument I'm
target.
making, dude. We ain't making the same argument. This is all you right here.
Dude, I've already made my point, bro. Science has tried to prove spinning, and they get a no result every time, bro. And I don't see how they can argue. They can try and argue it, bro, but they're squirming, bro.
You wanted to jump in and take my thing over. It don't sound like they're squirming.
I was trying to back you up, man.
Oh. Well, in your effort to back him up, I found evidence of a sniper in September last year shot 4 miles. That's insane. He talks about different shots that he's taken. For the long one, he did say he took Coriolis. Then he talks about another shot where he did not have to take into effect Coriolis, but he says that's because of the wind and all this other. And this was a much closer shot. This was like under a mile, that shot, anyways. But the longest shot that he took, yeah, he says indeed he took Coriolis into effect.
There you go.
There's also something called an Adaroo on like a commercial airplane, like a 737, 747, Airbuses, etc. Right, and these are navigation systems that verify the location that the pilots input into the computer, right? Because it would be kind of problematic if it just accepted what the pilot says where they're located at. So the way it verifies that is by the drift that it's detecting in the 3 ring laser gyros that are detecting the rotation of the Earth. And based on that velocity that it's detecting, it verifies the position that the pilots input in.
It proves that the Earth is not in motion, according to the people who invented who invented the technology. Okay.
Yeah,
that's
by
all.
using the rotation of the Earth to verify your position proves that the Earth is not rotating. Right, bud?
Bro, it's not. They
Brian,
can't prove it, bro.
Brian, you're being intellectually dishonest.
No, I'm not, bro. Y'all are being intellectually dishonest, bro. They've tried to prove this shit. The people who invented the technology, Michelson and others, okay, Sadniak, Pearson, and all them, they detected the ether they was looking for, bro. We've already been over all this. It's a waste of time.
Hold on, Brian.
Y'all just act
Brian,
like y'all never even heard it.
Yeah, Brian,
We
I did
have heard
hear it, and it's important to understand that.
I have heard it, and I guarantee you, I know the Michelson-Moore experiment 100 times better than what you know. So I bet you can't even define exactly what they did. So listen, don't be bullshitting, man. The point is, don't be intellectually dishonest. No one's being, I'm not trying to offend you. I'm trying to tell you the facts. I'm trying to help you, bro.
You don't know the facts, bro.
Okay,
You're saying
Can I say something
I
legitimate?
I could prove you don't know
What did
shit
the
about it.
Michelson-Moore experiment? What was the Michelson-Moore experiment?
Who
Forget about the
invented the fucking
Michelson-Moore.
interferometer,
Hold
bro?
on. Hold
Don't
on,
ask
dude.
me basic
'Cause
questions. Let's get down
Hold on,
to the
dude.
root.
Brian, you brought up the Michelson-Morley test and said that they said it was inconclusive. They disproved it.
I
The
brought it up to
Michelson-Gale
who
test.
invented it.
Brian, the
Don't tell
Michelson-Gale
him what it
test.
is. Let him tell us what it is.
Brian. The Michelson-Gale test, which was successful, was made to show the rotation of the Earth, and they did in fact observe that.
Yeah, it's the orbital motion is what, if you were to listen to like Whitsitt, Brian, right? He's not talking about the rotation of the Earth. He's talking about the orbital motion of the Earth around the sun, which he actually is correct about, because that's just a geodesic. But the rotational velocity is not the Michelson-Morley experiment. It wasn't what they were trying to measure. It had nothing to do with it.
Michelson-Gale, however, did and was successful.
Yeah, the Michelson-Gale was the rotation. And just like any modern ring laser interferometer can measure it.
They disproved the ether.
Yeah, well,
Look, the thing is,
like accommodate the data by saying it's some kind of etherical wind thing, which is just special pleading. In any other case, we put these things on ships, we put them on airplanes, we put them on objects that move, and they detect the movement, the rotational movements of those objects. But in this one case, when it comes to just having the thing stationary on a desk on Earth, now it's ether thing it's detecting, and not just the motion of the object that's on.
The problem is that mainstream science has completely dismissed the concept of ether. Now I know that gyroscope proves the rotation of the Earth. However, the point of the ether is that I think a lot of people misunderstand what it actually is, because when it came to someone like Nikola Tesla, what he was actually referring to the ether is, when you look in the vacuum of space, it's not actually a complete vacuum. The most perfect vacuums that they've ever achieved has actually been done on Earth. You can't make perfect vacuums because space is full of stuff. It's just it's not a complete vacuum. The point is that stuff has an electric charge, and that was the thing that Nikola Tesla understood. That's why he could generate it. That's why he could do his things. Because that is what the ether is. The ether isn't this whole magical thing, that can pull things along. But the thing is that I try to help flat earthers because I don't fully agree with mainstream science on certain things either. More than anything is flat earthers are right about one thing. You should do your own research. But you guys don't do your own research. And then you claim we haven't done our own research. But mate, I know what your arguments are. And I know what my arguments are, and I just don't understand. Like every single time when I ask for evidence, you just get so aggressive and so dismissive, and you say that disproving a theory doesn't necessarily mean that you need to replace it, but it does, because we're in reality and we want to understand things, and you can't just say stuff and say, oh well, that doesn't work, but I don't know what. But the thing is, your debunking isn't good.
Yeah, of course, right. Like a lot of it is just accommodating data post hoc rather than before experiments, predicting results via hypotheses. And I just say to the notion of the ether, right? There's still some scientists who will use the term ether, but in my experience, what they're kind of referring to in that case is the sum total of all the quantum fields that are existing.
Essentially, yeah, but that's what it is. That's what I'm referring to. When you look in space, I mean, when you measure any piece of vacuum in space, there's stuff there. I mean, are you aware of this? Have you looked at the experiment? So they found out that actually it's not a vacuum. There's actually stuff everywhere. Even if it's minuscule, there's always some stuff there.
Yeah, I'm well aware of this. I work with it sometimes. But what I'm referring to is the difference, right? This is a very specific thing that scientists will refer to, whereas in this context, in these kind of arenas, it's used as like a catch-all for any kind of effect you can't really explain that seems to lead to the globe Earth. the globe
Yeah,
Earth
no, but that's the
conclusion.
thing.
You
That's
just
the
say
thing. That's
that's the
because they don't
ether.
understand. They don't understand what they're saying. This is the problem with flat earthers. They usually don't understand what they're saying. You
Oh
talk
yeah, yeah.
about the ether, but what is the ether? How can the ether pull a gyroscope on Earth? There is no medium between us and the ether. What is pulling us? You say gravity don't exist. Well, how can the moon and the sky and whatever affect the gyroscope? Then where is this motion coming from?
Asma, can you explain what I'm misunderstanding about the spinning, tilted, wobbling space ball hurling around other planets by shooting from infinite space or emptiness of space?
Yes, and that's how God made it, and that's beautiful. That's how God made it, and I'm not gonna question why God made it like that. But yes, I believe that is a lot more verifiable and a lot more makes a lot more sense than God would create a little flat Earth in a dome. Do you think we live in some science experiment? Bro, the universe is big, it's beautiful, it's huge. You need to
No,
realize
you
that
know what I
you're
think? You want to know what I think? I think what we live upon is a representation of the things we also build upon. So to build a house, you have a foundation, you have walls, you have a roof. That's what you live
course.
in. It's
Yeah.
the same with the place you live upon. Okay, it has a foundation, it has a plane. It's gonna have something that is going to close it up, and that's it. There you live in. You know, like it is.
So basically, wait,
Like it
wait.
is.
Let me get this straight. So because your house is flat, has a foundation and walls, you're assuming that the earth, also God's work, the earth has to have foundation and walls and be flat because of that. Is that what you're saying to me?
No,
Is that your
no.
science experiment?
No, it's not my science experiment. It's my philosophical explanation of why I think the word that has been given unto man, which is
Exactly. It's philosophical. It's
scriptures.
philosophical. But we're
And
having
when
a
it's
scientific discussion here.
what is the difference, man? Most of the things that
There is
you
a very no.
the
What is the
most
difference
of the
between
things
science and philosophy? Are you on crack, my man? Are you fucking
most
crack?
of the thing. Can you calm down, sir? Thank you. Don't insert
Really being
emotions.
gas.
Thank you. So most of the things you believe or claim to believe about a spinning, wobbling, tilted spinning ball is nothing more than stories inserted upon a story in itself, man. I mean, I can create a story to explain how the moon was formed. Just because it sounds nice doesn't mean that it needs to be reality. I can tell you that there's a ball in an empty space of vacuum. Have you ever verified? No. Will you ever be in a so-called place, a place called space? No, you never will be
Shall
because
I
it
tell
doesn't
you why?
exist.
Shall I tell you why, my man? Because your stories are based on philosophy and your own fantasies, and my stories are based on science and solid, reproducible facts and experiments, my brother. That's why.
Projection. Now
No,
use
no,
the
prediction.
heliocentric
Demonstrable fact. There's a
the
very big
heliocentric
difference, bro. Take
the
your
helios
listen. This is a
the
scientific discussion. If you want to talk
no
about philosophy,
nothing
we
is
can talk about
scientific about the
philosophy.
heliocentric
I
model,
am not
man.
talking. I'm not.
Yo, you guys
I'm not
gotta go
having
one at a time,
a
man. Hold on a
conversation
second.
when you're having a
Yo, my
philosophical.
man.
He's the one
Relax.
interrupting all
You
the
guys
time.
gotta go.
I even give him room
Like,
when he is interrupting me to go further on with his rambling.
Sorry. Go. Answer. I'm just saying to you. I don't want to have a philosophical discussion when I'm having a scientific one. We were having a scientific discussion. If you want to have a philosophical one, then wait for a little bit and we'll have a philosophical one. Philosophy and science are not the same subject, my brother. It doesn't work that way. Maybe if you don't understand that, I'm sorry, but I'm getting worked up because we're not having the same conversation.
First of
You
all, you don't
understand?
need to. First of all, you don't need to get worked up about something that you don't need to get worked up about.
I do.
It really doesn't matter.
You're
Second of
questioning my
all, second of
reality.
all,
It matters to me.
second of all, don't call something science. Which when I open up, I have a cosmology book right here in German. When I go into the introduction section, it talks about how the heliocentric religion was established. It was literally founded on the basis of geocentric understanding. So there was a bunch of people that created some fictitious story upon a foundation that was already given to the people as a basic understanding. For example, how to read the sky, and up on the basis of reading the sky, making predictions to certain weather phenomena and other things regarding the land and the country. And you have people like Copernicus and whatnot making their baseless assumptions of what they think of a great story to insert to a certain type of observation they do within reality. And then you have people like you later on, decades later, saying that all the other stories that obviously line up with the once established foundation of perversion of stories is now lining up just because we have created this great new version of story doesn't make it scientific or either reality. It's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, science.
Most of the things you believe, you can't prove for yourself. You can't prove that the Earth is a spinning, wobbling tilted ball flying from ever expanding void of darkness. You can't do that. You will never be able to do.
Actually, I can. Actually, I
Oh,
can
you
do
have
it
been
to
to
myself very
space?
well. I can prove it to myself. Don't tell me what I can prove to myself.
Oh, you have been to space?
Science used to be called natural philosophy, actually. I think that Newton was a natural
Yeah, back in the
philosopher,
days, back
actually.
in the days. But the thing is,
Yeah,
the thing
from
is,
where you get your ideas from, though, bro.
philosophy.
You get your
This is something
ideas
else.
from these guys, like Newton and these guys. Those were natural philosophers, dude.
Yeah, there's a difference though. This is not a natural philosopher. Assuming the Earth is flat when you have evidence, that's a different thing.
Dude, how many times is science wrong in the past 2 years? How much was science wrong about the thing people injected without any second thought about it into their body? How much is science wrong today, man? And you think, oh yeah, now we are in this time of 2023. We already know everything. We have researched everything. We know everything about space. Science can't be wrong. No. Yeah,
That's a total mischaracterization.
No,
Right.
it's not.
Science has always been an investigation, right? It's a way to improve your knowledge. And in order to do that, you have to admit your flaws when they're present, right? So, yeah, science has been wrong about certain things, and then we do more investigation and we understand better. Yeah,
That's the whole point of science, to be wrong. The science, you don't start off and assume something. What you do is you make a hypothesis. Say, for example, the reason why, I don't know, anything, it doesn't matter. And then you try to prove your hypothesis wrong. And when you can't, basically, when you can't prove it wrong, is it right? That's how science works.
Yeah,
All right, Alice May.
falsification is independent of replacement. Exactly. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a model given, which is the heliocentric model. So regarding the claim of a spherical Earth, you should have a certain expectation of curvature rate given. So by us in reality showing that that's a certain specific curvature rate is not given, we have already dismissed the notion of a spherical Earth. Hence, in this case, science should correct itself and go back to understanding that it's a horizontal level plane that everything is based upon and also worked upon.
I need to let you know something, Alice May, because you're interrupting a lot, and I think Jace was in the middle of saying something, and you interrupted him, and then everybody kept going.
My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna end with nobody in science at least thinks that we have or they have everything all figured out, right? Because that would put an end to the investigation. But science is an ongoing investigation. And to that fact, though, right, the ideas you're proposing of creationism have been long disproved, and that's why science isn't going back to that, because it's easily disprovable. It makes no sense, right? We don't go backwards in science. We'll toss out an idea we have now for an idea that's already been disproved and doesn't explain any further data.
Dude, it hasn't been disproved. Most people believe that there is a creator.
Yeah, but
there
is
a creator.
Doesn't matter.
There is. I believe there is a creator.
There is a difference between knowing and believing.
The thing is, can I say something? Can I say something on this topic? Because I think it's important. Now, people say that there isn't a God, but the thing is that science actually proves that there is something out there. That there has to be, because the thing is, the law of conservation of energy states that you cannot create, you cannot destroy energy, you can only transmute it to another form. So basically, say you light a piece of paper on fire, it turns into heat, light, sound, smoke, smell, etc. and so that it just changes form. So there has to be a creator. Basically, this energy has to come from somewhere. Also, there are 25 universal constants that were present at the moment of the Big Bang, or whatever created. I believe there was a Big Bang because I believe God is that powerful. And, you know, everything, but there was 25 universal constants in place at the moment that Big Bang was created. For example, the expansion of the universe. If that was 1/1,000,000th of a meter off in either direction, more or less, then the universe would have collapsed in on itself instantly after.
That's a cool story.
Two
Well,
things.
not-
Two
it's
things.
not
One
story.
is that.
Pardon?
So you're breaking up.
I said it's not constant. And second of all, Jace's point is it was not anything to do with God or the Creator.
I just
It was
wanted
do
to
with
say that. I'm
creation.
sorry. I just wanted to say that.
I know, but a lot of people came in and were were addressing it as if that's what he was saying, but he was talking about creation, like young Earth creation or.
Oh no! Yo,
yeah.
No, that's dumb. That's dumb.
Yeah.
One of the things that always bothered me about the argument about the Big Bang and creation is that nothing could come from, something can't come from nothing. And
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
The one thing that I would like to point out is that at the time before the Big Bang or the inflation, we don't know for sure what everything was, what was there, except we do know there was a singularity there, which means a lot of mass crammed into one spot, which means it had the potential to convert itself into energy or whatever, depending on what force was applied to it or what caused it to do it. We just don't know for sure. Whether a deity was involved or not, that's for speculation, and again, for maybe someday in the future proving either true or false. If we see it repeated in other places, then that's obviously false. But if it's not, and it's just our universe, then it's obviously true. So that's where the debate comes in. And like I said earlier, the difference between belief and knowledge is huge. So you can believe all you want in God, and I certainly respect that. But knowing whether God exists is something that no one's ever been able to do.
Listen to me. No. Then you have to answer my question. I told you there were 25 universal constants present at the moment of creation. Stephen Hawking said this. You can look. There's loads of scientists.
I understand that. And
No. Wait. Don't interrupt me. Gravity, one, for example, the speed of light, another thing. If all of these things were not programmed into the moment of creation, this wouldn't have happened. Now, these are things. These are laws. Laws require intelligence. They're not just written by themselves. Do you see laws written by themselves? They're not. These are physical laws. So what you're implying is that I'm saying there was a creative force. I'm not saying, I'm not appealing to no religious God. I'm not a religious person. I am saying there was something in the universe. There was an intelligent organizing principle that provided the energy and programmed the energy to behave in a certain way. This is an irrefutable fact. It doesn't matter what you say. This is science proves what I'm telling you. So,
all right. So here's my answer to you.
Can you?
Let me explain something about the laws first. Laws themselves were created by man. They're descriptions of phenomena
of
that
physical
happen.
laws created by man.
Excuse me. I'll let you
Okay,
finish.
I'm gonna say you got to stop doing that, man.
Okay, so anyway, the laws were created by man to describe physical things that happen. And yes, at the time of the Big Bang, there were all these laws in place. They certainly were effective. However, I will point one thing out. It wasn't either the universe would expand too fast and too far, or collapse on itself, or anything in between. There's a lot of theories out there that the universe could have been an entirely different kind of universe. In other words, the properties of matter would have formed entirely new laws in different ways and shapes. The fact that the laws came out the way they did was just because the right amount of matter in the right amount of inflation happened, which had to be very precise. And yeah, you could argue it was because of a creator, but there's no proof of that. And you can make that assumption, and it's a strong one to make. I'm not going to deny that, but it's not one that is backed by any evidence. Because there's a possibility. Wait a minute. Because there's a possibility. I'm almost done. Almost done. Come on, I let you go. I'm almost done. Because of the fact that there are other possible dimensional universes that could be created by that same singularity, and that is a known fact and backed up by Einstein's equations and everything else, that makes it a myriad of billions of possibilities, including the multiverse theory and so forth. We could have been one of many universes that were created at the time of that singularity's expansion.
Well, the thing is, that doesn't disprove my argument, because whether it created this universe this way, and you admitted to my part of my argument, which was that this universe is organized in the way that it appears to have been organized by a creative principle that provided these laws. No, you admitted that. So the second thing was, if it created other universes, that would prove my point even more, because it's the same organizing principle. It's God. God can do whatever God wants. So my argument, you cannot disprove my argument. I'm not saying that there is a God like religion states that there is a God. There is a creative principle, a singularity that has created this universe, maybe other universes. That is God. That's what I call God. You cannot disprove that. It is impossible. You can try. Just think about what you're saying before you say it. And listen to my words. I'm not saying God as in religion. I'm saying an organizing, creative principle. Like you said, the singularity created this universe, every other universe, and it's intelligent, and it's, how can I say, it's made of energy. Because it provides the energy.
I said to you, I agree that you have a strong argument for an intelligent designer. Okay? I say you have an argument for it. It's not but you have no evidence to back it up.
Irrefutable.
Hold on.
You said
that I believe that.
I just told you the evidence.
Wait a minute. Let me finish.
25 universal constants. Who are you saying? Are you saying man-made law? Are you saying men wrote the laws for the speed of light? Are you saying that men wrote laws for this? Are you saying that, like, what are you talking about, my man? Just look at the universe.
Me I believed in a creative universe. That's exactly what you said. You said that because I agreed with you, I believe that. No, I don't believe that. I never said that. I said you have an argument for it, and it's a strong one and a good one. It's something that people are certainly arguing about. And the problem is you have no evidence to back it up. And I have no evidence to back up that there's no creator, which obviously proving a negative is going to be even harder for me. But the point that I'm getting at is, when you have all these different possibilities that could have happened from one singularity, and it may not be the only singularity out there, the entire multiverse may be so huge we're never going to know and ever get that answer. To have the assumption that there's an intelligent designer out there also means you have to ask the question, does he fiddle with things after he's created them? And that's where the argument of religion comes in. And I'm just not on that fence. I'm not on that side of the fence. And please don't put words in my mouth. That's all I ask.
Yeah, also the range of constants has been shown to be much wider than like what's being led on here. It's not like these constants can only be like this one very precise value. There's like a huge range that they can fall.
Not true.
It is absolutely true. No, he's right. And the fact that the acceleration constant, the acceleration of the expansion itself, is one that's been under a lot of question. You know, could it have been nudged just a little bit more, and then we just go on forever? And what would have happened is most likely we would have gone into a big freeze a lot sooner. It just means that the universe would have ended faster than what it's going to end when it eventually does. And does it collapse back in on itself if it doesn't go fast enough? Yes, it probably does. But in the geological,
what do you mean probably does? The mathematics prove it. I have looked at the math.
Almost finished. No, you want to talk about the mathematics, then get your papers out and show me it. Because I definitely know that there's other papers that are going to refute
I will show you. The other way. Wait, Stephen Hawking, let me show you. Wait, 1 second.
Okay, while you're busy doing that, I'll finish what I was trying to say. The universe that collapses in on itself too soon will still have a universe. Will most likely still end up forming matter that cools down enough to literally form galaxies and so forth. It's just a shorter amount of time. That it's not going to instantly collapse on itself. The thought that the universe, after the first initial 300,000 years of expansion, could collapse in on itself instantly is just not possible, even with any kind of inflation. That's not enough energy to go. The gravity itself will pull itself back in, but not before cooling enough and forming galaxies and possible life and so forth. Instead of 13 billion years, it probably would have happened in over 5 or 6 billion years. And so that's still too short, collapse, and then we start all over again. If it's a start all over possibility, maybe enough energy was lost in that last expansion that the singularity never expands ever again. What was the forces behind it? We don't know.
Oh man, there is so much information here that proves that.
Okay, go ahead
You
and
are
say
wrong.
your sources. I'll
You
read
are
your
wrong.
sources for that.
You are wrong, mate. You
You
are
can
wrong.
say that doesn't prove anything. Saying I'm wrong
You
proves
are
nothing.
wrong.
You
You
need to
no
put
no
your
no.
proof
But
up.
you are wrong though, because I said to
Then
you, science disproves your
cite
own
your source.
argument. No no, don't talk over me. I'll let you talk.
Go
Science
ahead.
disproves your argument because there are laws in the universe. Laws don't write themselves. I don't believe in religion. Don't bring religion into the argument. You said, it leads to religion. No, it doesn't. Not for me. I don't believe in God the way religion does. I believe that there is something out there. I don't know what it is, but there is something out there.
I
There
think
has
you
to be.
misunderstood what I said about religion. I said that if there is an initial intelligent designer, my question was, does he fiddle with everything after he starts the ball rolling?
Who knows? Who
And then I
knows?
said,
Who knows? I don't think so.
that
I don't think
question,
so.
hold on, that question was not a question for you, but for those who do believe that he fiddles, and that's religion. I didn't say that it leads to religion. I said that leads to people thinking about religion, and some people will go that way.
Yes, it does.
Others will say,
Unfortunately.
no.
Oh yes.
Really.
Oh, sorry. Yes,
Now you
yes. I
understand
agree
where I'm
that. Yes, yes. Unfortunately, sorry. Yes, unfortunately, my argument is airtight. But unfortunately, religious apologetics they use
Can I
that to
bring
prove
something up?
their God, which is unfair because it kind of massacres science as well. And I misunderstood you. I do apologize for that.
Okay, that's all right. Let me
I
bring
didn't
one more
understand.
point up real quickly because I have to go and wish my wife a happy Mother's Day. One thing I really want to point out is you cannot make generic statements like I never made any generic statements about you whether you're right or wrong. Okay, I literally said, show me the proof. Because if I'm going to tell you you're wrong, I have to back it up with something. I can't just say you're wrong just because I believe you're wrong. And honestly, I believe you're wrong, but I'm not going to say that to your face because I will bring the evidence first. Now, the other hand, same for me. I'd like you to do me that courtesy. If you're going to say I'm wrong and tell me that I'm completely an idiot and don't know what I'm talking about, bring the proof. That's all I'm asking.
I told you that you just have to look for it. Just look for fine-tuned universe.
Okay, telling me I'm wrong and not showing me the math or whatever your supporting argument is not proving
Okay,
anything.
I will. Actually, I've got it open. Wait 1 second. I've got it open. I just looked the first page on. This is from Wikipedia. There's loads more sources. I just took the first one because I'm lazy right now. Wait. Yeah. Look at that fine tuning, and look at just all the math in there. You can't tell me that there isn't something intelligent that created the universe. And I know that unfortunately, like religious people use this argument as well. I'm not religious. I don't believe in God that way. But there is something out there. The problem is that I understand the science. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I don't just pull stuff out of my ass because I don't like to be wrong. And the thing is, if you look at all of this, and you tell me that the universe just created itself magically, and that there's nothing out there that put this all into place,
What you have posted here is what Hoyle and Dickey and other scientists have brought forward as a possible explanation, not a conclusive study or any evidence
look
that
at all the math.
Support they support the possibilities, but the go down to where there's no abstract here. This is not a scientifically reviewed document. This is actually just someone writing on Wikipedia what these people have done. What I want to see is the documentation that Henderson wrote, what Dickey wrote, what his claims were, and whether he actually believes this is something that is still true today. I'm willing to bet that it's not going to work as far as the standard model of what the universe, the start of the universe, was all about. It's their model, and that's a good thing that they have a model and they're trying to argue for it, but it's what this article is not the proof I'm looking for. I'll look in the references that are listed here and see if that takes me where I want to go.
There is so much. There's a.
It's making you feel better that there's a lot here. I'll agree with you there, but again, you've got to look beyond.
No, it's all right. No. Listen, man.
Look beyond the initial description.
I know that you're wrong.
I'm looking to see
I
if
already
it
know
says
that you're
anything
wrong.
about me being wrong. All it does is it says exactly what I said earlier, which is there are a lot of ideas of different ways the universe could have gone. One of them is the fine-tuned universe. I agree with that. There's people out there who definitely are in that camp. I don't think I'm in that camp.
Light was 1% different, then every single star that you see by now would have been dead by now. 1%. How do you explain that?
1% what? In its speed or what?
No. Yeah, in its speed. Slower. Sorry, slower. So 99%. So a speed of light would be 99%. So 1% less, right? How do you explain that?
Makes stars collapse and die? I'd have to see the math behind that one.
Explain. Okay. No, just explain it for yourself. What do you think yourself? Like, what do you think yourself? How would that happen?
What do you think causes a star to age so quickly? It's relative to its mass. The larger the star, the shorter its
Let me ask you another one. If gravity, I don't remember exactly. There's a small variation. I don't remember if it's less or more at the moment. But if it was a little bit less or a little bit more, then I don't remember what would have happened. But basically, none of this would have existed either. Oh yeah. Sorry, because at the moment after the Big Bang, the creation, what would have happened is neither stars nor planets, nothing would have formed because the gravity wouldn't have pulled the first atoms and stuff together. How do you explain that?
I'm reading
easy explanation.
I'm reading the peer review paper on that right now. Give me a second.
Yeah, but I understand what the issue is, because obviously we live in this universe where things work. So if things didn't work, we wouldn't live here. So, I mean, I don't know why that's not really that much of a mystery. Right?
Do you know what the thing is?
It's like if things didn't work, we wouldn't be here.
He's arguing that everything is so precise.
Let me just say what I want to say, please.
Flaw in that would end the universe right there.
Let me just finish then my point. Let me just say something to that. Now look, people misunderstand my point. I have nothing to do with religion. I am a man of science. I look at the universe in a scientific way, and I see that there are laws in the universe. Laws have to be written by someone, something. I'm not saying someone. No, sorry, some things. There's something out there. And God's language is science. Science is the way we can understand God's work, and I think that's beautiful. I don't equate God with religion. I don't think God fiddles around with anything. Something created the universe because there are laws in place that govern the universe.
Go show you got a little crumble.
Yeah. Alasma, if you're a man of science, why didn't you bring peer-reviewed evidence to support your theory rather than send me to a Wikipedia page?
Because I didn't know that this conversation was going to take place. If you actually want to have a proper debate, we can actually have a proper debate, and I will bring a lot of evidence. I'm looking at some stuff now, but mate, honestly.
Let me take my wife to dinner if you don't mind. It's Mother's Day.
Well, no, because what I'm saying is I'm sat
here. Married to your mom?
I'm sat relaxing. I don't even have my glasses, and I'm just sat looking at an article. There's loads to read. I haven't prepared for this, but if you want to have a debate, I can prepare. I can find all of it. I'm not just talking out of my ass.
Kosher, did you think about that question you just asked?
I don't know how you guys do it in Peru. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, I'm taking my wife out to dinner for Mother's Day because she is the mother of my child.
Oh, is this your first child?
No, it's not also my first mother.
But
it's the current one, and I'm going to make her happy because she makes me happy, okay? I'll see
you run away then. No worries. You run away then. No worries.
No, it's run away. Come on, man. It's Mother's Day. He's taking his wife to dinner.
I'm joking. I'm joking. Yeah. Have a nice day, man. Enjoy.
Why can't we call running away though?
I am right though.
Elasma, I think. How do you say your name? Elasma?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's just a couple of things, and over talking is one of the things that'll hamper your progress. But never, ever, ever say to a flat earther, "Look at all the math," because you'll lose.
Yeah. I suppose. The thing is, though, I like math because it proves my point even better.
And we like geometry, right? The measure of the earth we talk about all the time.
Okay, yeah.
That's you guys' problem. That's what flat earthers' problem is. You don't engage to actually find out what the stuff actually means. And when you don't understand it, and I know you don't, you just dismiss it and say it's stupid.
Do you know the flat earth argument very well then?
I'd say yes, but no. Yes, because I've heard many, but every single person has a different flat earth argument. Have you not noticed that? Oh, he's not a real flat earther. Oh, he's not this. What is a real flat earther?
I don't know. I guess we don't have to all agree, do we? Or would that be a cult?
You are a cult. You are a cult.
We
Flat
all
Earth is a cult.
disagree and we're in a cult together, all with disagreements and all different opinions.
Well, you believe in a flat Earth. That's you got all. That's just something you got all in common. But then the rest of it is. So there's flat Earthers who believe in flat Earth, but then they believe in something else. Do you understand what I mean? There's like different variations, different flavors of it.
Well, you want to just explain to us how seasons work on a flat Earth?
I don't know. I'm not a flat Earther.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a
But
flat
you
Earther.
wanna, but you come to debate that topic.
No. I believe in the globe. I can tell you how it works in the globe.
Go ahead and remind us.
When the Earth rotates around the sun, it's in an elliptical orbit, which means that at some points in its orbit around the sun, it's further away from the sun, and plus, combined with the axis tilt of the Earth and the wobble as it orbits around the sun, that causes the different seasons because it's basically further away and closer. And an elliptical orbit is basically not a completely circular orbit, but how can you say, like an oval orbit. So you can imagine that at some points it'll be further away from the sun, and that's what causes the seasons.
So in the northern hemisphere, the winter time, is the sun closer or further away to the northern hemisphere?
In what?
In the northern hemisphere's summertime,
yeah,
is the sun closer or further away than in wintertime?
I think it's actually further away, but the Earth is closer to the sun in its elliptical orbit. Do you mean the actual tilt of the Earth or the orbit around the sun? Because there's two different things. There's two things that contribute. Is it the orbit of the Earth around the sun?
You get one orbit per year, brother.
Mm-hmm.
You get one orbit per year. So I'm asking for opposite sides of that orbit, summer and winter. And you just stated to me when it's closer in the orbit, that would create summertime. So I'm asking you, in the northern hemisphere, when it's summertime, is the sun closest to the northern hemisphere?
No.
It's the furthest away.
Yeah. But the tilt of the Earth is closer to the sun. The angular tilt to the Earth, you have to take that into account as well.
But the
Do you understand
distance
what I mean?
to the sun is different.
It doesn't matter in this case because the way the light comes into the atmosphere, it's still the Earth takes up more sun.
Okay, so the North and South Pole are exactly the same temperatures?
No, of course not. Because
Are they
the angular.
relatively similar since
No,
the
no, no.
Earth
Because,
is in this elliptical orbit and it's equal distant from the North and South at all times? Are they similar climates, similar temperatures?
well, no, not really. In a little bit, yeah, but still not.
A little bit, they are kind of.
Well, they're cold, yeah, but they're still not the same.
It's much colder in the South, isn't it?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. So, you want to know how seasons work on the flat Earth?
Yeah, I've never heard it actually. Yeah, how does it work? No one has actually ever told me. Please do tell me. Yeah.
Yeah. The sun moves over top of a flat Earth. You know the model. You know what a Gleason's map looks like. That azimuthal equidistant map. Yeah. So we have three
That's a
lines on
projection
there,
of the globe.
right?
Wait. You do realize that's a projection of the globe, though. That's projecting a
Okay.
globe onto a 2D surface.
Can I use it to explain the seasons for you?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So there's three lines on there, right? You have the Tropic of Cancer, the Equator, and the Tropic of Capricorn.
Yeah.
Right. So in summer in the northern hemisphere, the sun is, north of the equator.
Right.
So it's towards the north there, and it just goes around above the north. And then as it gets to winter, the sun goes further away. So that
Right.
causes it to be colder in the northern hemisphere.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty easy, huh?
Well, you know what the problem with that is?
What's that?
That would imply that the sun either moves at different speeds or has a wider orbit, right? But
Your
we don't
globe.
observe that the sun. No.
Yeah,
Listen.
you do.
We don't
Your
observe the
globe
sun being
explains
further.
that the sun speeds up and slows down. You know what the analemma is?
No.
I'll go look it up real quick.
Do you mean that the Earth speeds up in its orbit around the sun 3% over a year? Because you do know that the Earth in its elliptical orbit, because of the way gravity works, when it slingshots around the sun, it actually accelerates, and that's 3% a year.
Correct. I'm taking the position in relativity that the Earth is stationary and everything's moving over it, and you're taking the position that the Earth is moving and the sun is not. So yes, I understand, but we
No.
can interchange
No.
those.
The sun's moving too. The sun's moving too.
Okay, but you just told me the sun would have to speed up and slow down. So even in your own model, then you said no, the Earth speeds up and slows down. But I know that. Yeah, relativity states you can
not
think
during
of.
No. Sorry. Let me explain. No. Let me clarify. In my model, yeah. In your model, what I mean is, it would mean that in your model, the sun would speed up during the day. During the day. In my model, what I was saying is that the Earth speeds up during the orbit around the sun during the year. During the year, I don't remember when during the year it is, the Earth begins speeding up, and it speeds up by 3% as it slingshots around the sun, because the sun's gravity gets stronger and pulls the Earth around it, slingshots the Earth around, and then the Earth comes. It's 3% faster. That's what I was talking to. I'm saying that in your model, for the seasons on flat Earth to work, the sun would have to move faster, or it would have to be further away. Do you get me? We don't observe.
Do you agree that relativity states that you could view it as the Earth is stationary with the sun moving around it, or the sun is stationary with the Earth moving around it? Isn't that the theory? Isn't that what it is? Like, it's relative to us, right?
Well, yeah.
So
motion is always relative.
Your explanation is the Earth speeds up, and my explanation is the sun speeds up, and we both have the same proof. It's the analemma.
Yeah, but the sun doesn't. No. The sun doesn't speed up because the days aren't longer or shorter. If the sun sped up, then your days would be shorter. And like what I'm trying to say is the 24-hour day and night. It wouldn't be the case. Do you understand? The sun doesn't speed up.
If it has to go over a longer amount of distance, it does have to. Just like you're saying, the Earth speeds up. It's the same concept.
Yeah, but we don't observe that. It has to. In your model, it has to.
You do. It's
in
an
your model, it has to,
analemma.
but
You
it
observe
doesn't.
it. Look up the analemma and the reason for it. It's
Tell me
exactly
what.
what you're saying, and from the position of relativity, it states that we can view it from two different vantage points. So I'm telling you the other side, the other
Yeah,
vantage
the
point. That's
problem
all
is,
I'm
you know,
trying to.
shall I
I'm
tell
just
you
helping.
something about vantage points? Shall I tell you something about vantage points and what the problem with flat Earth is? Flat Earth thinking is three-dimensional. You said two vantage points, yeah. But if you understand science, then you understand
Sorry, two
this. I
reference
don't know if
frames,
this is a
whatever you
joke,
want to
but
call it, man.
no, listen. Like, oh shit. Shit, guys, sorry, I dropped my food. Yeah, sorry guys, I dropped my food. Yeah, as I was saying, bro, flat Earth thinking is two-dimensional. You said two reference points. If you put three reference points in, you destroy the flat Earth. Because you need, if you start thinking three-dimensionally, the flat Earth model, so to speak, doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
What's the third dimension I need to include in this example between the Earth and the Sun?
The Earth is spherical. That's three-dimensional for you. The Earth is spherical. It flies through space. It orbits. Other things orbit around us. Well, there's a moon orbiting around us. We orbit around the sun. Like,
Okay,
why
I
is it?
retract. No further questions. Thanks.
The thing is, though, you don't have any proof for your claims. It's like I ask flat earthers, "Where is the moon?" They say, "Oh, it's self-luminescent." No, it's not. I have looked at the moon. I was 10 years old. I got a telescope for birthday, and I looked at the moon, and you can see in the craters, you can see the fucking shadows in the craters. It's not self-luminescent. There's light coming from the sun bouncing off. You can clearly see it. It looks like a rock. Buy a telescope and look. I've seen it myself when I was 10.
So the logical conclusion is there's ground in the sky. The land is in the sky.
Why not? There's other celestial bodies in the sky. Why not?
They're made out of terra firma. The land that you stand on. That's what they're made out of.
I don't know. No, actually, no. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I don't actually know. How can I say I don't actually know? Sorry, I can't tell you exactly what it's made of. No, I couldn't say that. I don't know. I've only seen, and it looks like rock to me. Do you get me? I have seen it.
Yeah.
There's shadows in the craters, so it looks like a physical object because only physical objects have shadows, and the shadows are coming proportional, perpendicular to where the sun is. So how does
Thank you
that
for
happen?
your honesty, brother. I appreciate the assumption. I do appreciate the honesty there.
Of course, no, I'm not going to be dishonest. I don't know what it is. I'll be honest with you. I have a moon rock that I got as a kid. It's supposedly from the moon, but then I read something that these moon rocks could have been like fake. So I didn't think it was like real. Then I was happy when I was a kid, but I don't know if it's real, so I can't tell you. But to me, it looked like a rock from the telescope, and I can guarantee you, if you buy a telescope and you look at the moon, it will look like a rock to you as well. Look at the craters yourself. There's good telescopes you can get out there for. What do you? I'm assuming you're from America. Probably about $200. You could probably get a half decent one at least that you can look at the sky. You will see the same thing. So
No,
yeah,
I
of course.
agree, man. I agree. I don't think it's gonna help me do anything to prove what the shape of the Earth is, though. So I do understand what you're saying, though. If I observe it,
It will, and I can tell you how.
look up to
First, do the
find
thing
out
about
what's
the
on the
moon.
ground
No.
underneath.
Let me tell you how. First, look at the moon, confirm it's a rock. Then go up on a mountain, and
How
on
do
a
I
clear
confirm
day,
it's a rock?
listen. Just look at the moon. It's gonna
I
look
gotta
like a
go
rock
to
to
it,
you.
right? You telling me to
Look
do
at
things I can't do?
what I said. Look at the things. Look at the things I said. It's a three-dimensional object because the shadows perpendicular to the sun in the craters. Do you understand? And it looks like a rock. So you determine yourself. Then second thing is go up on a mountain and on a clear day look out over the flat Earth with your telescope. And if you can't see to the end of the Earth, then the Earth is not flat.
Simple as.
So my eyes can see forever is the
I said
assumption.
a telescope. Use your telescope.
So a
If
telescope
you
can
can
see
see the
forever.
moon,
Yeah.
if you can see the moon thousands of miles away, you flat earthers claim the moon is 4,000 miles away. If you can see the moon 4,000 fucking miles away, you can see
Hey,
the end of the earth.
I don't claim the distance to the moon, just by the way, real quick, but
Okay,
I
sorry.
also do know the moon is way above me and something on the ground is not above me. So I do definitely think there's a different perspective with things above you, especially when you're looking through less dense air.
What is the moon then? Because it is up there. You're not going to tell me that the moon is not up there. It's not up there.
No,
I've
the
seen
moon's
it. So
definitely up there, man. To what it is, I can just speculate. That's it. Just
it
like
looks
you
like
said,
rock.
I can
It looks
look at
like
it
rock.
and give you
They say it's
speculations,
rock. It
just
looks
like
like
you're
rock.
doing to me. I don't need to hear what other people say it is. I can observe it and then come up with my own speculation as well.
You don't have to speculate. There's facts.
It's a rock for sure. Fact.
100%. 100 million%.
I
I'm willing
thought
to
you
bet money
just
on that.
said
I'm willing to
before.
bet money on that. You know what? Should we bet? Should we bet money on that?
You
Are
want to
you
bet
willing to bet
money
money
that the
on
moon
it?
is a rock, which neither of us
Yeah.
can actually verify.
We can verify it. We can verify. They've taken samples from the moon.
You're gonna go to the moon and take a sample?
They have taken samples from the moon.
How can I be sure that they actually are showing me a moon rock?
Because you can analyze it and you can see it. You can compare it to other stuff.
Compare it to
What is it
what?
called?
I never know. I don't know what the moon's made out of.
Take it to a geologist or whatever the people call that deal with rocks, and then compare it to ask them to compare it to see if it matches any kind of rock on Earth. If it
Why do you
doesn't, then
think?
you have to assume. Eh?
Why do you think 80% of your rocks, your moon rocks, have been found to be fake? Because people have done that, man. And
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
had
gonna.
one as a
You
kid.
can't
I had
prove
one as
what
a
the
kid.
moon is indefinite.
Well,
Like you
you said
can't just say.
80%. You said 80%, so 20% are real. And I had one as a kid. I don't know if it was real.
If that floats your boat, dude, if that gets you going, if 20% is good, because when I was going to school, if you got 20%, you didn't get to go to the next grade.
Bro, this is science. This isn't grade school. In science, if it's a millionth of a percent off, is wrong. This isn't wrong. This is 100%. Like if it basically, if there's a millionth of a percent of the moon being a rock, it's still a rock. Boom. It's as simple as that. And you can analyze that and you can see that it doesn't match the geology on Earth, so it has to be alien, so to speak. It has to come from, an extraterrestrial source. Yeah, when I say that, I mean from outside of the Earth, from space. Either it's a meteorite, which still
Extra
disproves your
land.
fact.
So there's land in the sky. So you are claiming 100%. You know for a fact the ground that
Yes.
you walk on, the land is in the sky.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I don't know what the moon exactly is
You
made
don't
of.
think the ground that you walk on here on Earth, some of it is rock?
No, I do, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the same rock as the moon. There's different kinds of rock. There might be rock out there that we don't know about. We don't know that.
Well, that sounds like a cool fantasy, man. I
There's
know.
not a
People
fantasy.
talk about
There's
Narnia and stuff
There's
too.
not a fantasy. I can disprove your claim. There's something called iron ferrite. That ferrite, meteoric ferrite. Meteoric ferrite is only found on meteorites that fall to Earth, and is only created in that specific condition when the meteorite falls, heats up a lot, and then smashes into the ground. It produces iron. Tutankhamun, one of the Egyptian pharaohs, he had a dagger that they found made of that meteorite. Iron, which begs the question: how did they even know that thousands of years ago? But that disproves your claim that there is different
I don't
kind of
know
metal
how
that
that's
can contain.
related. I don't know how that's related
Because
to
that's
the
rock.
moon, but I do hear.
No, listen. How? Because that proves that there can be foreign kind of rock that comes from space that we don't have on Earth. So the moon could be made from something that I don't know. I don't know exactly what kind of rock it is because it looks like. How can I say? No, it doesn't look like. It looks like grayish yellow because it's the way the sun shines on it. It's weird because you can only see it when on the sun side, and the way the sun shines on it basically sometimes changes color of it because I've looked at it through different
You
times
ever
of the
see
year,
the
and I
moon
think it's
wave
also
if you look at it all the time? You ever see the moon wave?
What's
Have you
the
ever
moon
seen it?
wave?
You never seen the ripple go across the moon?
No.
Oh man, you got to watch this documentary called "Shoot the Moon." Sweet. They observe the full moon, and it's amazing the things that they see. You gotta check it out, man. You'll like it. Because I know you said the narrative isn't always right or anything, so that's an
Bro, I've
interesting
seen it
one.
myself. I've seen them. I've seen them. So what is it? Is it projection in the sky? Fine. Okay. Fine.
No,
So
I didn't say that, man. I'm not making any claims on what it
what
is
is
or
it?
anything. I can't
But
verify
so
this
what
for
is it
myself.
then?
So.
So
What?
what is it then? Tell me what it is.
The Shoot the
What is
Moon?
it?
It's a documentary that this guy. What?
Yeah. No. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a documentary that this guy observed the full moon for like a crazy amount of hours. And he even saw like these ripples on the surface of the moon. Like it would I don't know how to exactly explain it. Yeah, I really just recommend going to see, just watching it. It's called Shoot the Moon. It's interesting.
Oh, so there's aliens on the moon.
No, I
But
don't
anything
think
that
there
we
is.
see optically, isn't it being projected from something else? like even
What
when
I'm
we see
saying, no,
something.
but that's what I'm saying. What is the moon then? What the
Well,
hell
then
is the
I'm
moon?
just saying
Because
the
I've
sun. The
seen
sun
it.
would be
I've
projecting
seen
rays
it.
as well, right? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
This is pointless. Honestly, this is pointless.
Did you see the picture of the analemma yet? It's pretty, isn't it?
No, I haven't actually. How do you spell it?
IT. That's a Kosho answer. Just kidding. It's ANA. Analema. ANAELLEMA.
Anal Emma.
That's Annabella.
Anal
Anal Emma.
Emma.
Anal Emma. That's the best way to remember it. You'll never forget it.
Have a good night, Al. It was my pleasure talking to you. Take it easy, folks.
Later, T.
What happened? Did all flat earthers run away? He's scared. Left lane.
Yeah, man.
Are you a flat earther, yeah?
No, man.
Oh. Where are all the flat earthers?
Oh, no. I found your conversation with, what's his name? Interesting. Arguing about
Great Angelo.
creation.
You were speaking to Angelo earlier. But...
Angelo, yeah.
When are you talking about?
No, I like that conversation. The conversation about creation and your idea of God.
Oh. Oh, you like my argument? Yeah, because I'm right. Because you know that I'm right. My argument makes sense because it's the truth. Sorry, it's the truth. It's like it cannot be disproven that there's something out there. It's as simple as that. You just have to look at the science. You're a smart person. If you agree with me, you're smart because you understand that it makes sense.
I would say I don't have any definitive position on it. I listen to lots of different views about things, such as that, and of course, you know, everyone's got their different ideas about things.
That's true, but the difference is that you can't really have ideas about facts. You get me? Facts are facts. You can think whatever you want, but they still remain the facts. And if he wants to have a debate with me, like about it, a proper debate, I will bring all the facts to the table. All the universal, all the 25 constants, I will go through every single one of them and all the mathematics of every single one. And then you can tell me that, you know, oh, it just happened. It is that fine-tuned, the universe.
There's one guy here that's always asking for people to debate him. He's a flat earther, quite religious. That Jim Waterworld, I think. Is it Jim Waterworld?
Is he religious? Yeah.
Yeah. He's always asking to debate Globers.
I don't like religious people. Some of them.
Yeah, Jim's always down to debate. He'll give you a variety of places to debate.
Mm-hmm. That would be a good one.
Yeah, Cat seems pretty good with the maths. He's dangerous with numbers, this guy. I'll tell you. I'll expose him from a mile away left line.
I don't mind debating any flat earther. I've never come across a flat
How long
earth
you been looking
argument.
into this, by the way, anyway?
What, flat earth?
Yeah.
Not long at all. I just like science.
Right
And I
on.
came across this a couple of years ago when one of my mates became a flat earther and he couldn't prove it to me. Because you
Can
watch some
anybody
stupid
prove anything to you, or are you the
video.
person who proves things to other people in your life? You say you're always right.
I went through all the flat Earth stuff myself, and look, it just doesn't make sense.
That's fine.
Look, I know my shit, bro. I know my science.
Does your science know itself? I think that's what we're questioning a lot of
Of
the
course it does.
foundation
Of course
science
it does.
things.
Yeah, of course, science has to know itself because it has to exist without us. I mean, the laws of nature have to exist even.
And yet some things are going to be extensions of knowledge that we have. We're going to go into theoretical places where we cannot prove it. But that will be things that you will remember and you will probably know, regardless
Yeah,
of
of course. Some
whether
things. You said something. Key word.
well,
Some things.
important things as well.
Still
I'm
not
not
all
trying to
things.
debate you. I'm just trying to ask you where you're at. That's all.
Look, I believe there is something out there that created the universe. Anything else, I don't really know. I mean,
You think that
there's a
there's an
lot of things.
entity of some type of a life form?
Yes, yes,
Some type that created everything that's here.
yes, and it's intelligent. Yes, and not just that, but I think there's like a duality to it because that would explain everything in nature. Because there's duality everywhere in nature. You have plus, minus. You know, like the yin and the yang, male and female. Even in life forms, you have that duality expressed. So there's a duality principle, and it's intelligent, and it can create. It's obviously has a creative power. Yeah, I don't know anything else because it looks like it. You just have to look at the universe. I mean, if you look at the universe,
Does science
and
tell you that, or do you tell yourself?
yes, yes. If you
I'm
I
just
look
asking,
at science.
are
Just
you
look.
extracting?
I like science. I like
I'll let you
science
go.
myself, and when I studied science, I noticed that. I mean, there has to be a creator. There has to be something out there. Because if you actually know science and you actually understand it, you can't say that, oh no, it just happened by itself. It didn't. There is something out there. I just don't know what it is.
I haven't heard too many people waving a science flag, also kind of like asserting this at the same time. But are you extracting this knowledge from science or just your general understanding of existence?
Both. I use science to
Are they
justify
like
my.
mutually
No, no,
exclusive
no.
to some
Listen,
degree?
listen. I use science to justify my understanding of existence.
Okay. Are you in full understanding of all of the science in which you're using? Like, I
No,
guess
of
from the
course
ground
not.
up,
No one
I
is.
think
Who
that's
is?
where a lot of us are. Is that some of us do have
No.
some education of some type here, some kind of education. We know something, right?
I've been
But
college, yeah.
I also believe that it's important to kind of reduce that because it might be possible that we're just sort of loaded with some presumptions, and we need to kind of like take a more basic look at things in order to sort of reconstruct a more firm base that we can have. Right? You do enjoy having a personal perspective as well as having scientific data with which to back up your observations, right?
Yeah, of course, because I like to be right.
We all do. Everyone here
Yeah,
does, I
but I
think.
am right.
Not many people are like, I'm happy to be wrong.
No, but I actually am right. That's the difference.
I can be wrong and right at the same time.
Yeah, of course you can. Everyone can. Everyone is. Not everyone can, everyone is. Everyone in the world is simultaneously both wrong and right about stuff.
All right, welcome to Flat Earth, man.
No, definitely not.
No, not taking that one. Okay, I was just joking anyway. But anyway, it's not that I don't think we're not trying to not offer replacement as you made earlier as like a sort of a critique against what we're doing. I think there are a lot of people who attempt replacement, but it's only an attempt. As much as theory that you're familiar with would be some type of attempt at the same. Right. So I think we're just like kind of going on some sort of very independent sort of quest for information and a quest for understanding, and other people are very certain, and some people are more humble in their researches. So I don't know. It's difficult to make.
I am both certain and very humble. I am certain because I've been humble and studied. That's why I am certain, because I have been very humble and studied.
Well, then you are no longer in a portion of that humbleness. I don't
I
feel
am.
like
I'm
you're
still
not
humble
projecting
because
it
I
quite as
continue to
much as
learn. I continue to learn continuously. I continue to learn. I watch at least 2-3
I can appreciate
documentaries
that.
a day, my man, and I read books.
Yeah. I'm trying to crack into things I barely even fucking can. You know what I mean? I'm trying to read things every day that challenge the shit out of me and other people.
Of course.
You know?
Of course, that's the
And
best way.
that's all I'm really qualified to do is challenge myself, challenge my presumptions, and do with what my mind does, man. Like just
Then you
work
shouldn't
that
think the
out.
earth is flat.
Well, I mean, that's like kind of a loaded. You could twist that up, but yeah, I mean, generally, I'll agree with the fact there's not a ball there.
You said you do your due diligence.
No, because
You
you'll
said
be
you
like,
do your due diligence. If you do your due diligence, then you know
okay,
the
all
earth
right,
is flat.
all right, the Earth is flat. All right, I'll just say it for you. I'll say it like that if you want.
In your mind.
But it, right,
in your fantasy.
So, all right, why don't you state something? You're gonna keep cutting me off.
Smoke weed every day. How's that for a statement?
Smoke weed every day. Yeah, I do that sometimes. I sometimes not do that as well, which I'm currently on hiatus, I think.
See, that's why you think the earth is flat. You're too stoned.
No, certainly not.
The earth isn't flat. You do know that, don't you?
Well, I know that you told me that just now. But what this whole
That's
thing
because you
is,
haven't read. That's because you haven't studied. Because you haven't done your due diligence. You were lying earlier.
Well, that's
you said
crap.
you know your shit, but you don't.
I know, but it is sort of crap. I mean, would you want me to pretend I'm a scientist here and use a bunch of big words or some shit?
Yeah. Yes,
You know?
and math. And
Is that
math
what you
too.
want?
And math. And math.
And math?
Yes.
And math. Okay.
Yeah. And
Well,
math.
I
And
don't know.
equations
A
and
couple different things.
experiments.
You know,
And bring some coke. Bring some bitches. No, I'm joking.
it's a party. All right, man. You know, just keep checking out. You know, a lot of people have interesting bits and pieces here. If you're interested in it, you know, check it out. No one's going to convince you of anything, but you.
They are. They are. My
No
mind
one
is
can
open.
convince you of anything except yourself. That's my opinion.
Yeah, true. Well, then it's up to yourself to be convinced
Mm-hmm.
of that
So I'm not
which
trying to convince you.
you're supposed to convince yourself.
I don't need to
And that's why
convince
you need to
anybody else.
study. And that's why you need to study.
Hello, check. Am I muted?
This should be lovely. Yeah, you're fine.
Yay! How is everybody?
I because I'm so smart, I already know you guys are going to get at it, and just try not to overtalk each other. I'm going to make some coffee. I'll be around.
Oh. Who?
Who's fighting who?
All the flat earthers run away.
Oh my god, man! What the fuck happened, Bob? Bob, did you chase everyone out of here?
We're deep into Mommy's Day. Everybody's at dinner. We're sleeping.
Oh, is that what's happening?
Maybe.
We were packed a minute ago, and then now it's everyone cleared out.
Yeah.
What's next? Do you think all these monuments are linked?
Yeah.
In the way Karl Marx is saying, or some other way?
Possibly another way.
Not Karl Marx way?
Some probably of Karl Marx stuff works. I don't know if you read any of the stuff that I sent you, but a lot of his work prior to release of the code was built prior to WGS 84. So he scrapped some of that, but I don't know if he might have kept some of it. And then not everything that he had access to was in WGS 84. So it might be difficult to cross-check these things a little bit.
Yeah, he was referencing like local. I don't know what his he was referencing just like local maps or something. I don't even know. I forgot where he was getting them from.
Yeah.
So they could have made the WGS to throw this off.
I don't know. And then he's also like talking to Richard Hoagland, so I'm like, I don't know. I feel like Richard Hoagland is maybe not necessarily a good thing, but
I don't even know who that is.
Richard Hoagland, he is a guy who might be tasked.
I heard of
with
Hulk
keeping shit
Hogan.
up. You heard of Hulk Hogan? Hogland, Richard Hogland. So I'm not really sure what's going on with that. But also, like, Karl Marx, like a defense contractor who then decided to do this and then got obsessed with numbers. So I guess that adds further shade to it, maybe. I'm not 100% sure. I've been following the followers of him after Karl Marx passed away. Been reading their work, which isn't more scientific, but they do go over the numbers. There's still certain things which belie the understanding that they must have known where they were putting things. So, you got a little music going on there.
Yeah, they're just oh, you can hear that shit. Yeah, it's not like they're just willy-nilly, just like, oh, we'll just build this giant pyramid here, I guess. Whatever, this looks like a good spot. There's a nice view.
Right. Yeah, they're very specific cases and stuff, and I'm not 100% sure what's going on, because it is in part the way that he introduces it and stuff, that there's a little bit of show for what I mean, in a way, like how he's like, well, you didn't think that there, did you? Because that's not what happened. They did it like this. This is how I did it. You know what I mean? It's sort of like that. So it's like, you have to believe that, well, he's in a field by himself. Nobody's doing archaeocryptology, right? Nobody's doing that, right? He's like, as far as I know, the only person to ever be about that shit, which is basically like interpreting structure as if it were holding coordinate, and I find it to be super interesting. He goes through kind of just a natural observation with a lot of it, but then there's like special cases a lot of times where it's like, oh, well, how would you know to do that? How would you work that out? And I guess you just got to give him credit, say like, oh, he just worked the problem until he got it.
Yeah, first you try adding the numbers. It doesn't do anything. You try subtracting them, then you multiply them. then you divide them, then you add them to pi, then you multiply them. But if you just keep running through shit and eventually you come up with some significant shit, it's like, okay, let's multiply it by the half a pi in this other place too and see what we get out of that now. Maybe that's the code, you know?
Yeah, I just think, well, I guess what I'm getting to feel like is that it might not be that we're interpreting this right anyway, because what's to say that they had base 10 math when they were doing this shit? You know, why would we be using a certain type of, you know, math? Like, I don't know, I just don't think we know that necessarily. And so I was looking at, like, potentially that there could be, like, another base number system that's at play here to do this math as, like, yeah, I guess that's what I'm working on today. I guess is trying to figure out if it's all basically that there could have been a geopositional sort of math derived in base 7, and I'm just liking the number 7. You got 7 on the menorah, you got 7 on all these like ancient things, 7 heads on the serpents. Like maybe 7's an important number for a reason, and we can't really fucking divide 360 by 7 because then we get a decimal. So it's not a real what do they call it? It's not a great number to use because it's not including every digit base. So you can't get like, so you have to get into decimals and fractions. It's just like, feels like sloppy math, you know? So my thinking is that you take 360 and multiply it by 7, giving you 2520, which is a very highly ordered number. And then you can do some other things. But just in that number, right, we take